This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Condemning the Heavens, Publishers Pack 4, Books 7 and 8. Written by Tinalynge. Performed by Scott Merriman. Book 7, Sea of the Enchanted. Chapter 1. The Delegation Arrives. It was a warm summer day, and the sun shone brightly in the sky, cascading rays of light down upon the capital of Yan Dalu. Time had flowed like water since the time that the Garden of Shadows had become the Snowfall Academy, and Xue Wei, alongside his friends, had personally witnessed the many changes that had occurred in the continent. The Yan and Gu families were much more prominent now than the Bai Li family had ever been before. In fact, even the king had decided to step down from her throne, letting these two families conquer the top spot of their world. During these months of change, many things had happened, but Xue Wei had not participated in much of it, apart from the wedding between his two good friends, Gu Bing'er and Yan Bailong. The two of them had come to truly love one another. They each made up for the other's weaknesses, and no matter where they went, they were inseparable. After stepping down from her position as king, the king had given up her riches and prestige and sought out Xue Wei. She had declared that when the delegation from the Demon Phoenix continent arrived, she would leave with them, as her dream had always been to become a pirate, not a king. The people had been in an uproar when they found out that their newly elected king was abdicating, but with the unprecedented amount of prosperity that the continent was enjoying, there was no need for any revolution. Everyone started to accept the changes, even the old officials who had purposefully tried to suppress it at the beginning. Xue Wei had brought changes with him to Yan Dalu, and he started to wonder why they had ended up here instead of the Demon Phoenix continent to begin with. Was this Lan's plan all along? After thinking it through, he shook his head and smiled dismissively at himself. Lan was not the kind of person who would behave like that. He was far too casual to have the greater good of a spirit in mind. While the months passed, Xue Wei and his friends were not chased nor threatened anymore. They were treated like the most important guests on the continent, and their cultivation benefited enormously as a result. Every resource they could dream about was delivered to them as soon as they said the word, and every meal they ate was stuffed with the most luxurious and power-filled of spiritual foods. With the assistance of all these things and the peaceful environment to cultivate, Xue Wei managed to raise his rank all the way to a 7th-layer Sky Knight in Chi levels, and a 6th-layer Sky Knight in his spiritual energy cultivation. He Gao had reached the 9th layer of the Sky Knight rank in Chi levels, while Lin Zhao had just overtaken him, impressively breaking through to the 1st layer of the Heavenly Knight rank. Bai Tianyi had elevated himself to the 8th layer of the Sky Knight rank in spiritual energy, and while Lolo was incapable of ranking her strength, she had grown back into a 5-year-old child. Finally was the latest addition to their team, having shamelessly decided to tag along with them, the king. She was by now a 3rd-layer Heavenly Knight in spiritual energy, and her chi, which had been her main focus these past months, had just reached the 9th layer of the Earth Knight rank. Their day of departure was nearing. Xue Wei had given up on cultivating for now, as he was now instead gathering resources, concocting pills, and preparing anything else they might need for their long voyage. He was unsure of exactly how long the trip would last, but he had been told that it would take a couple of years to cross the sea, as they were not moving through a spatial tunnel this time. The sea was vast, and the continents were far from one another. Although this was the closest continent to their own, it was far from being actually close to them. Bai Tianyi had used far too much power back when splitting the land into multiple continents. Each one had been scattered so far. When the delegation arrived, they would spend 2 months in Yan Dalu before it was time for them to set out to sea again. These 2 months were filled with festivities, celebrations, and excitement for the entire continent. Citizens were flocking to the capital for a chance to meet the inhabitants of the illustrious Demon Phoenix continent. Throughout the many months he had been in Yan Dalu, Xue Wei had done all in his power to get information about the Demon Phoenix continent. But every time he tried, he was met with confusion and expectations rather than facts. Even the king was not aware of much truth about the Demon Phoenix continent. "They are very secretive when they arrive," she said, musing about her lack of actual knowledge. "I know that the continent is not as peaceful as Yan Dalu. Murder is much more common, and so is robbery and other crimes. The experts that come here from the Demon Phoenix continent are all two-eyed, but there are always primordial beasts amongst them. These primordial beasts are the leading ambassadors. But as to whether or not they are the same race, or what their rank in the continent is, we actually do not know." Xue Wei nodded his head absent-mindedly, wondering what he was getting himself into. He had to go, even if he was not willing to. He had to get his hands on the Thunder Flame Crown as he had promised Lan, and then somehow get back to Chang'an. When they had fled Chang'an, it was because they had not been strong enough to survive amidst the chaotic battles between humans and beasts. But now things had changed. Over 2 years had passed since they left Chang'an, and Xue Wei was filled with longing for his homeland. He especially longed for Wang Zhaoyun, unable to tell whether or not she had forgiven him in all this time. Had she thought of him? Did she still hate him? Thinking back on how they had parted ways, his heart ached, but he had to believe in her. She would survive until the day they reunited, and then he would explain everything, and hopefully she would be able to forgive him. Even Xue Wei himself did not know why he had fallen in love with Wang Zhaoyun the way he did. The moment he saw her, he felt that his forlorn heart had found a home. He had felt that he finally found somewhere and someone to belong to. As time had gone by, this emotion had only become more and more prominent, to the point where he felt that his life would not be complete were he not able to see her again. It was also because of this that he hoped she would forgive him for being half-beast. He could not wait to see her again, but at the same time he had some things he needed to deal with before he saw her, because if she rejected him, then he was not sure how he would continue living. He had been betrayed far too many times. He still was unsure about why his uncle Zhao Lei had killed his father. He was unsure about how he had been created as a half-beast when mixed breeds did not exist anymore. There were answers he needed before he was ready to reunite with Wang Zhaoyun. And although he had been betrayed before, he was fortunate enough to find himself amongst a group of friends whom he trusted. He doubted that they would ever betray him, since they had already gone to the end of the world for him, leaving behind everything they knew in Chang'an. As the days went by, excitement started bubbling in the hearts of the small group as they were waiting for the delegation to appear. By now, Xue Wei had filled multiple storage treasures with pills, herbs, ores, formations, and a multitude of other resources that they might need on their travels. So many that even if they ate pills like candy every day, they would still be able to sustain themselves for half a decade with ease. Having finished stocking up supplies, Xue Wei started touring the capital with Lolo and spoiling her rotten. Lolo was growing slightly, but she was still only a small child, and her behavior was that of a child. She loved sitting on Xue Wei's shoulders and overseeing everything around them as she pointed in the direction she wanted him to go. Her favorite was going to the markets, where merchants from all over Yan Dalu came every day to sell their wares. Ever since assisting the Yen and Gu families, Xue Wei had been showered in gold, and thus he often bought whatever Lolo took a fancy to. She too had filled more than one storage artifact with treasures, or at least things that she considered treasures. While Xue Wei was taking it easy, Lin Zhao and He Gao were in a constant battle about who would have the next breakthrough first. They were constantly doing their best to cultivate and improve themselves, but at this point in time, Hagao had fallen slightly behind, which annoyed him greatly, but also motivated him to work even harder. Xue Wei understood that, while it was good to be so focused on cultivation, one still needed to solidify their base. And although their cultivation had skyrocketed, they were not able to use it to the fullest in battle, as their lives had become far too comfortable. Finally, the day arrived where a ship was spotted on the horizon. The first to know about it was the Gu family, who quickly went to inform Xue Wei, and after that, the rest of the capital was aware faster than anyone could expect. It took a few hours for it to transform from a dot on the horizon to a ship that was docked in the harbor. When it arrived, the Gu and Yan families' grand elders went to welcome the guests and welcome back the returning members of Yan Dalu, who had spent nearly an entire decade away from home. Everyone on the ship was stunned by what they saw. Usually they would be greeted by the king, together with a bunch of officials. Yet this time, it was a group of 4 and 3-eyed experts. Even a 2-eyed person, Xue Wei, was present. Surprised by what they saw, the guests all narrowed their eyes, but their shock became even more profound when they sensed that the majority of these experts were all at the 9th layer of the Sky Knight rank in Qi cultivation. Was it not said that they did not know how to cultivate Qi? At this point in time, everyone had realized that something had happened to Yan Dalu since the last delegation had been there, and the visitors made it their purpose to understand in detail what had transpired so that they could report it when they came home. Xue Wei was also curious about the visitors and what information they had about the Demon Phoenix continent. When he saw them arriving, he narrowed his eyes. The captain, as well as all the higher-ranked officials and guests, were all primordial beasts. There were a few humans, but they were low in number, and their strength was nowhere near as overwhelming as the beasts. The primordial beasts on board the ship all looked around the entourage that had come to greet them, and all of their eyes landed on Xue Wei. He was acutely aware that it was likely that they could sense the aura of the Azure Dragon on him, but he was calm and collected. He was, after all, a sovereign beast of blood, far nobler than that of primordial beasts. They should be excited to meet him, not hostile. Feeling like this, Xue Wei returned their gaze, unwavering, showing no weakness. They were here as guests, so surely they would behave. Chapter 2. Meeting a Sovereign Beast. Just as he had expected, the primordial beasts of the delegation looked at Xue Wei warily. Here in Yan Dalu, there were no sovereign beasts, so the primordial beasts of Yan Dalu had felt threatened and had an urge to submit when they saw him. But they had assumed it was due to a pure bloodline. These primordial beasts, on the other hand, seemed aware of Xue Wei's real identity. Perceiving their wary gazes, Xue Wei instantly understood that there were sovereign beasts on the Demon Phoenix continent. As to whether or not they were azure dragons like him or another race, he did not know, but he was able to guess that these sovereign beasts were of a rather significant position within the Demon Phoenix continent. Realizing that there were sovereign beasts in the Demon Phoenix continent, Xue Wei suddenly felt a spark of interest he had not had before. Could this continent perhaps have some answers to his heritage? Could he understand more about himself, Zhao Lei, his father, and everything else about his past? He had come to terms with the fact that he was half beast and half human. Since he was a child, he had always been told that his mother died from a difficult childbirth, but now he knew she had likely died due to the laws of the world that did not permit a mixed breed to be born. He wanted to know more about his mother. She was a sovereign beast, a creature revered by all beasts, a beast that was seen as a legend within the continent of Chang'an. Had she perhaps come from another continent, or was she local to Chang'an? He wanted to talk with the beasts in the delegation to get answers, but he knew that if he pushed too much, the beasts would feel uncomfortable and not answer. No one liked to be interrogated. Xue Wei was looking at the beasts with a curiosity that was hard to hide, and his inquisitive gaze was like daggers in the hearts of the beasts, who did all in their power to avoid him. It was not before the ambassador, the leader of the entourage, stepped forward that the others heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the ambassador, Xue Wei frowned. This man had an aura that was very similar to his own. He was not as powerful, but his aura was unmistakably that of a sovereign beast. Xue Wei's eyes glistened with excitement. This was someone like him. He wanted to know more about him. To his surprise, the person looked directly at him. His eyes were filled with wonder and shock, but there was no hostility. "What are you?" he asked, shocked, while looking at Xue Wei. His words stunned every member that had appeared from the Yan and Gu families. Was Xue Wei not a beast like the others? But to their surprise, he answered, "The same as you." This answer was undoubtedly not one that others could understand, but all beasts present could feel the overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in front of the two persons as if they were deities. The humans were completely oblivious to this sudden phenomenon. They were, however, worried about the sudden change in the ambassador when he saw Xue Wei. Could Xue Wei be a race that was not welcome in the Demon Phoenix continent? But what happened next caused them to be relieved. Xue Wei and the ambassador both started smiling as if they had met a long-lost friend. The ambassador looked to be around 25 years old, but his real age was much older. He knew what it meant to be a sovereign beast. He was one himself, so seeing another here was far out of his expectations. The ambassador was curious about Xue Wei, just as Xue Wei was curious about him. He had been to Yan Dalu before, but in all the times he was here, he had never encountered or even heard about a sovereign beast. So where had this one come from? "Where is the king?" the ambassador finally asked. He wanted to get the formalities over with as soon as possible so that he could focus on this newfound comrade. But to his surprise, no one answered, and the two grand elders of the families stepped forward. "The king has abdicated," the Gu family grand elder said, with a bit of a sheepish expression on his face. "Yan Dalu has changed greatly due to this young man. He came from a spatial tunnel, and he brought with him the winds of change. Thanks to him, we now have qi cultivation methods and systems, and the structure of society has changed as well." The ambassador was surprised when he heard this, and glanced at Xue Wei. Spatial tunnel? Only the strongest amongst his clan were capable of creating one of those, and they were incredibly risky to enter. If they encountered a spatial storm or the tunnel broke down, then death was all that awaited them. Not to mention, you never knew where you would end up when you entered one. Had the elders of his clan made a spatial tunnel for him and sent him out to temper him? What a cruel way of doing so if that was the case. The more the ambassador thought about it, the more curious he became, and the more he wanted to know about this unknown beast. After finishing all the formalities, the entourage went towards the palace. Although the king had abdicated, the palace still functioned as before. However, instead of asking for the king's intentions, messengers now went to get the opinions of the Gu and Yen families. A wing of the palace had been prepared for the Demon Phoenix continent's delegation, and everyone could feel the impatience of the ambassador. So they all rushed to take their leave, leaving only Xue Wei, his friends, and the delegation in the chambers. "Okay, first of all, tell me, are you a vermilion bird?" the man asked eagerly, but Xue Wei just frowned. "Vermilion bird?" he asked confusedly. "I am not a vermilion bird. I am an azure dragon," he admitted readily. "Oh," the man was not disappointed. "That might be even better," he exclaimed. "There were 4 races of sovereign beasts before the calamity that split the continents into many. The vermilion birds, the azure dragons, the black turtles, and the white tigers.
The Demon Phoenix continent has forever been a place where the vermilion birds have resided. We took over the continent and work as the sovereigns. Even the kings and emperors have to listen to the Vermilion Bird clan, but we rarely interact with them. We have been looking for the other clans. Perhaps you can help us find the Azure Dragons. Tell me, what continent do you come from?
We're from Chang'an, Xue Wei admitted readily. But as to how many Azure Dragons are left, I really don't know, he said honestly. I only know of myself and my uncle.
What about your mother and father?
The ambassador was eager to learn about Xue Wei and the other races, so he was not cognizant of the sensitive nature of his questions. Xue Wei pondered how to answer for some time. He knew that it was impossible to breed across races, so telling the truth that his father had been a human would cause problems.
They are both dead, he said eventually.
This was the truth, but only his mother had been an Azure Dragon. Hearing this, the ambassador started to understand something, and his expression turned apologetic.
The continent you came from was not peaceful?
He asked worriedly, and Xue Wei shook his head.
The continent only has humans and primordial beasts. The sovereign beasts have been in hiding for a very long time, and even the primordial beasts think that they are just a myth. Long ago, the humans lived as livestock for the primordial beasts. They were nothing more than slaves and food. But as the years went by, they began cultivating, and eventually they rose up in revolt, overthrew the beasts, and pushed them into the different forests and taigas, making them danger zones. Since then, the humans and beasts have fought for the land, constantly struggling to eradicate the other.
Xue Wei shook his head in annoyance.
I do not understand why they cannot live side by side instead. Humans and beasts are really not so different, so to always be fighting one another, there is really no reason to do so.
Hearing his words, the ambassador was also quite surprised.
Then what about the Azure Dragons?
He asked worriedly, but Xue Wei just shrugged his shoulders.
We are almost extinct, I guess, he said, not sure of what else to say.
What is your plan from now on?
The ambassador felt pity towards Xue Wei, and he started to understand why he had decided to leave his continent. Although everyone had a connection to the continent they had grown up on, there were still some limits to what they could accept. Especially if he was a beast, and humans saw beasts as their nemesis, someone they could not live with. Then it was hard to live a peaceful life.
I am going to follow the delegation towards the Demon Phoenix continent, Xue Wei said seriously.
He was honest from the beginning and left a positive impression on the ambassador.
That would be for the best, the ambassador said, nodding his head. We would love to invite you to join us in the Demon Phoenix continent for some time. Then you will be able to see what a world controlled by sovereign beasts looks like.
Lin Zhao, who was standing at the side, was looking at them curiously. He had a sudden urge to find a sovereign beast and see whether or not his beast-taming skills could tame a sovereign beast. But because of Xue Wei, he held back. He also started wondering if he could tame all the other races, the races that originated from unions between man and beasts. Was this a possibility? In that case, could he not create a full army of beasts to do his bidding? While he was busy dreaming about all of this, He Gao was also looking at the ambassador, but his thoughts were completely different. He had previously mutated because of the blood given to him by Xue Wei. Could he perhaps mutate again if he got the blood of another race? While He Gao and Lin Zhao were both deep in thought about testing out new things, Lolo was dreaming about the next meal she would be getting, and Bai Tianyi was doing all he could to minimize his presence, as he was the reason for what the Vermilion Bird had called a continent-splitting calamity. Xue Wei, on the other hand, was busy hearing about the different sovereign beasts. He wanted to know as much as possible about them, and although he was slightly disappointed that they were not Azure Dragons, he was still relieved to know that other sovereign beasts existed. The delegation stayed for 2 months in Yan Dalu. During this time, their ship was repaired after its long journey. They stocked up on supplies, and they shared their news and information with the continent. At the same time, they got their hands on a large quantity of formations and spiritual energy resources and techniques. After seeing what they were getting, Xue Wei finally seemed to understand that the Demon Phoenix Continent's delegation was here to trade information for items that could be used back on their own continent. It seemed that the things that were made in Yan Dalu were the finest of their kind, considering that they specialized in spiritual energy, and thus even if the delegation had to travel for years to get it, it was worth the trip. During these 2 months, Xue Wei also purchased a large number of things. He had already created his own resources, but he wanted to buy some as well, after learning that they would sell for a hefty price back on the Demon Phoenix continent. Chapter 3. Departure from Yan Dalu. The 2 months passed rapidly. Xue Wei got familiar with all the crew on board the ship, and even the ambassador, Tang Tao, became a friend of his. Everything was ready a few days in advance. The delegation from Yan Dalu that had been aboard the ship had returned home, and a new group of men had been found. 10 citizens of Yan Dalu had been picked. Amongst these was one of Yan Bailong's brothers, and he was chosen to be the leader of the Yan Dalu team. This time, unlike any before, there was a third group of people joining the delegation between the 2 continents. This group consisted of Xue Wei, He Gao, Bai Tianyi, Lin Zhao, Lolo, and the king. This third group was led by Xue Wei, but they were mainly there as guests aboard the ship. Yan Bailong's brother was named Yan Qingshan, and he had been informed time and time again that he needed to be polite to all on board, while not losing face for the Yan Dalu continent. Yan Qingshan was aware of the difference Xue Wei's arrival had made in the continent, and that everyone was treating him as a deity, and thus he knew what was expected from him. The experts from the Demon Phoenix continent were also aware of Xue Wei's importance, even if they were not from the Yan Dalu continent. They came from somewhere where the sovereign beasts roamed unhindered, a place where they could decide anything they wanted. So while the Yan Dalu delegation respected Xue Wei and his friends because of their performance and achievements, Tang Tao respected them because of Xue Wei's heritage and background. As they boarded the ship, some of the crew members led them to the cabins that were prepared for them. Each cabin could house 4 people, but since Lolo and the king were women, they were given a cabin for themselves, while Xue Wei, He Gao, Bai Tianyi, and Lin Zhao had to share one. The cabins were rather small and not so luxurious. Considering they had to be on board the ship for a long time, one could have expected them to look much better, but Xue Wei did not complain, something that caused the crew who had led them there to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything they needed was within their storage artifacts, and these storage artifacts either resembled necklaces, rings, pouches, or other items that one would carry with them wherever they moved. They looked around in the cabin before they headed towards the deck of the ship again. The ship was a magnificently carved ship. There were many beautiful adornments on it, like merpeople carved into the woodwork and other races. On the figurehead was a massive vermilion bird carved out from wood, and it looked stunning in the setting sun. All crew members, ambassadors, and members of the delegation met on the top of the deck, and while the experts from Yan Dalu were filled with the excitement of going to sea, the members of the crew and the ones from the Demon Phoenix continent were all much more casual about it. They had already spent years on board the ship, so all the novelty had long since been lost. Xue Wei was calm and collected, but deep within his heart, he too felt expectation and excitement about leaving Yan Dalu. Now he had experienced life in Chang'an where he was chased constantly, and he had tried the calm and peaceful life in Yan Dalu. But now it was time to experience another kind of life. From what he had understood, the Demon Phoenix continent was not as calm and peaceful as Yan Dalu. Xue Wei thrived in places that were not peaceful, His blood boiled when he fought, and he could still remember how he felt alive whenever he was in a battle. The quiet life was good from time to time, but to truly progress, Xue Wei had to fight for every breakthrough he made. Xue Wei had a plan. When they arrived at the Demon Phoenix continent, he would leave the delegation for some time to gather information about the Thunder Flame Crown before heading to the Vermilion Bird clan. He had no doubt that the crown was with the Vermilion Birds, and it would not be easy to get a hold of it. Fortunately, they had abundant experience in fleeing for their lives, so there should be a good chance for them to survive the theft. Xue Wei was thinking about the future, but he knew that before he could even get close to the Thunder Flame Crown, he had to get past the Sea of the Enchanted. This trip was not going to be simple. He had heard many tales from Tang Tao about pirates, beasts, rare races, storms, and other disastrous things they had to overcome before they would safely arrive at the Demon Phoenix continent. Contrary to what Xue Wei had expected, the trip would not be made in one long line. Throughout the journey, they would dock at various islands that were too small to be considered continents. Many such small islands existed along their route. Some of them were uninhabited, while others had small populations living on them. Of these small populations, there were various races, and some were more evolved than others. Xue Wei had not seen many races before. He had seen the common human and the different primordial and fierce beasts. Now he had encountered another sovereign beast, and he had seen the Yan Dalu's multiple-eyed citizens. But that was it. Now he was excited about seeing the mer people, meeting the demons, experiencing the difference between all the races. He had found a new interest in them after knowing that they too had descended from a union between humans and beasts. They were practically the same as him. Lolo was as excited as Xue Wei. She had never been aboard a ship before, and her eyes were glistening like the stars in the sky. Her lips curved into such a large, happy grin that even her eyes had turned into small crescent moons, so narrow that you could barely see the eyes themselves. Lin Zhao was also curiously gazing at everything around them. None of the people from Chang'an had been aboard a boat before, and all of them were very curious. While Bai Tianyi was quite casual about it, as he had been on board ships quite often, He Gao was anything but comfortable with their new means of transportation. He was looking rather skeptically across the deck and into the sea, and every time the ship bobbed slightly, his eyes showed distress. Everyone soon realized that he was very uncomfortable with the idea of sailing. Xue Wei walked next to He Gao and placed his hand on his shoulder. "Sorry, Gao," he said with a slight smile on his lips. "We have no other way of getting to the Demon Phoenix continent." He Gao said nothing but shook his head resignedly. "I know," he muttered through gritted teeth unhappily. "Is this ship sturdy?" he suddenly asked. "I heard Tang Tao say that we would encounter storms and battles on the sea when we are traveling. Will the ship be able to handle this?" "Of course." Xue Wei calmed him down. "Can't you see the ship arrived here just fine? Since it could arrive here, it can also do the return trip. After all, we are on board now, giving us even more people than before. We should be able to assist them if pirates really come. And in the case of storms, the ship is so large that, although it'll rock, it won't sink." Xue Wei tried his best to calm down He Gao. He had never before seen him so worried about anything as he was now, and while it was somewhat entertaining, they were good friends, martial brothers even, so making fun of him was not acceptable. However, there was one person in the group who had absolutely no qualms poking fun at people, and while Xue Wei was calming down He Gao, a small childish voice suddenly sounded. "Uncle Doggy, don't worry. Even if the ship sinks, we won't die." Lolo walked towards He Gao with a small white rabbit teddy bear in her arms. "Big Brother will capture a big sea creature, and we will use it as our mount." Big, sparkling eyes looked at Xue Wei as if he was a god that could do anything in her eyes. "But I didn't think dogs were afraid of water," Lolo continued, this time with a musing expression on her face. Are you really a dog? Even claiming to be a celestial one, you are just like a cat, afraid of water. Hegao glared daggers at Lolo. He was a celestial dog, not some doggy. And he was definitely not a cat. How dare she compare him to a cat? So rude. Seeing that Hegao was currently too busy being aggravated to actually realize that the ship had started moving, Xue Wei chuckled. He did not know if Lolo had done it on purpose, but her timing was perfect. Xue Wei went to the bow of the ship and waved at the people waiting at the dock to say their farewells. Yan Dalu and Gu Bing'er had arrived, and both of them stood there hand in hand and looked at Xue Wei with gratitude. Gu Bing'er was an iron woman, but she could not help it. At that moment, tears started dropping from her eyes as she held her son in her arms. She had no idea how her life would have turned out if it were not for Xue Wei and his friend's arrival in Yan Dalu. Not only had they saved their families from the clutches of the Bai Li family, but they had also been elevated to the most influential families in the continent, and not even the king was above them anymore. Not only this, Gu Bing'er was a woman from a prominent family. She was likely to have been married off to someone as a wedding alliance, but now she had ended up together with a man she truly loved, and who truly loved her. She felt as if she had been given a future, that she had been given a life. Everything she had now was thanks to Xue Wei, so she felt emotional when she saw him leaving. Yan Dalu by her side seemed to understand her train of thought. He did not get jealous. Rather, he understood her emotions as he was sharing them. To them, Xue Wei, Hegao, Bai Tianyi, Lin Zhao, and Lolo had proven to be saviors. Even Yan Dalu felt his eyes sting, and he reached out, taking his wife and child into his arms, and hugged them tightly. Seeing the scene in the harbor, Xue Wei smiled. Although he had arrived at Yan Dalu by mistake, he did not feel that the years here had been wasted. Looking at what he had done for them, he felt accomplished, and a feeling of pride sprouted in his heart. At the same time, he also felt slightly sour. When would he be able to hold Wang Zhaoyun the same way as Yan Dalu held Gu Bing'er? Thinking like this, he could not help but smile wryly. He did not even know how long it would take before he could arrive back at Chang'an, and although he did not miss the continent too much, he missed Wang Zhaoyun with all of his heart. Chapter 4. Troubled Waters. The weather was beautiful as the sun shone down from the clear sky. The temperature was rather high, and no one felt like doing anything special, all of them lazing around in the middle of the deck of the ship. Xue Wei spent some time with his heritage ring. He had not used it while in Yan Dalu, but now that he was on board the ship, nothing was happening, and thus he had the time to find the abilities he could learn after reaching the Sky Knight rank. He had been at the Sky Knight rank for a long time, but he never took the time to actually learn the skills. Xue Wei began sitting on the deck, his expression complicated as his gaze scrutinized the heritage ring. Whenever he looked at it, he was reminded about Zhao Lei and their complicated relationship. Zhao Lei was someone whom he deeply cared for, someone he respected and revered. But he was also the murderer of his father and the subject of his hatred. The ring could help him enhance his strength, so he had been using it, but he could not help but feel conflicted whenever he was. After a deep sigh, he poured his qi into the ring, and when he did, he suddenly felt abilities appear in his mind. Devouring Fist, Kick of the Raging Tempest, 27-layer Azure Sword. The Devouring Fist was a technique that allowed for the user's punch to devour the energy of the opponent. Whether or not they used their energy to protect or attack, Devouring Fist was capable of devouring this energy and converting it into the energy of the user. The Kick of the Raging Tempest was quite a different attack from what Xue Wei was used to. It was an attack that worked from a distance. The user would use their legs to kick up a raging tempest that would rampage uncontrolled, impossible to cut apart, and impossible to overwhelm before the energy used in the kick was entirely spent. This was the benefit of water. It was simply impossible to chop apart and even more difficult to defend against. The final attack was called 27-Layer Azure Sword. From the name, Xue Wei could assume that this was an attack that, much like the Azure Lightfinger, was made for Azure dragons to use in their human shape. The attack was split into 3 ranks of difficulty, with 9 layers in each rank. The first 9 layers were the first rank, from the 10th to the 18th was the second rank, and from the 19th to the 27th was the third rank. The attack would grow stronger and stronger the more layers one could control. If one controlled 1 layer, then there would be only enough energy for 1 sword slash. If one controlled 2 layers, then there was enough energy to make a second slash, and it would continue to ramp up all the way until the 27th layer. It would be like being hit by layer after layer of waves. These waves would come crashing down upon the enemy, and once one reached the 27th layer, the attacks were simply overwhelming. These 3 attacks were new to Xue Wei, but he could feel that their strength and potential were much higher than the skills he had gained from the ring before. These skills were not ranked like the previous ones. Instead, they depended on the user's comprehension to be able to enhance their strength and produce better results. These attacks were evolving ones. After that, Xue Wei was usually seen on the deck of the ship training one ability after another, spending all his chi before meditating to restore it, and then repeating his actions. 2 weeks went by like this, and no one interrupted him. Even the spoiled Lolo, who enjoyed spending time with her big brother, left him alone. Fortunately, she had become the darling of everyone on the ship, and she was spoiled silly not only by the Yan Dalu experts, but also the crew and the delegation from the Demon Phoenix continent. Lin Zhao was spending most of his time in the cabin cultivating, while He Gao was hiding in some dark corner trying to get past his seasickness. Bai Tianyi was the most casual of them all, and spent most of his time lazing around, fishing, or doing a few fun chores. There was not much soul power on board the ship, so there was not any real possibility for him to cultivate. The king was not wasting time either. She was not able to cultivate her spiritual energy due to the same reason as Bai Tianyi, but she had begun to cultivate her qi, and she had found that she had an outstanding talent for this. It seemed that the multi-eyed experts were truly geniuses that were favored by the heavens. They had a great talent for everything. While sailing, the weather was good, and they encountered no issues. Everyone was busy doing their own thing, and the novelty of sailing quickly became normal. The 3rd week was ending when the first inkling of trouble appeared. Xue Wei had cultivated the devouring fist to a decent proficiency, and he had also gained a decent understanding of the kick of the raging tempest, but most of his time had been spent on the 27-layer Azure Sword. He managed to reach the 8th layer, still in the first rank, but 8 layers was not to be belittled. The weather started to turn overcast. Rain was slowly drizzling down from the sky, and everyone sought shelter. The cultivation was temporarily paused, and people gathered together to chat and play cards. There was really nothing to do aboard a boat, especially when it was raining, and the rain continued to pour throughout the days and nights. The ones who had it hardest were the energetic Lolo and the seasick He Gao. He Gao was pale and listless as he sat in a corner, feeling sick every time the ship bobbed, and Lolo was bored to death, unable to run across the entire ship playing with wayward cats and the crew. Having originally planned to cultivate, Xue Wei changed his mind and spent his time together with Lolo, hearing stories about her life on board the ship and telling her about his life back in Chang'an. Many of the crew members and the delegations from both the Demon Phoenix continent and Yan Dalu listened intently to what he had to say. They were familiar with one another, but not so much with this newfound continent of Chang'an. In fact, they were quite curious as to where it was located, but the more they heard, the more they felt that it was not suitable for them to enter. The continent was split between beasts and humans, and if a third race appeared, such as the people from Yan Dalu with multiple eyes, they would likely be made into slaves for one or the other race, if they managed to survive, that was. If a new race appeared out of nowhere, they were likely to become the common enemy of the two native races. The beasts from the Demon Phoenix continent were also apprehensive. They were not pleased with the fact that beasts had to remain hidden in danger zones and conceal their identities when roaming the land, pretending to be human. They could not imagine that they, who were seen as superior creatures on the Demon Phoenix continent, would be treated with such hostility. Although humans were not the most prominent race in the Demon Phoenix continent, there were still some outstanding human cultivators who were given the same attention as beasts. At the same time, humans were on the rise, and the beasts did nothing to stop it. They all believed in competition to better themselves. But amongst the common people, humans were much weaker than the beasts, and as a result they were often bullied. The Demon Phoenix continent was no peaceful place. It was a continent with many kingdoms and empires, and these countries would vie for more land by engaging in frenzied battles against one another. While all those aboard the ship spent time talking about their home continents and exchanging stories, the weather outside was getting worse and worse, the bobbing of the ship more and more evident. Hegao's already pale face had begun to look like wax, his eyes bulging. He was clearly feeling uncomfortable. Lolo was giggling as she felt her body start to sway in the same manner as the ship. She was not afraid of the sudden bad weather and what problems it might cause for the ship and its passengers. Rather, she only found it fun to feel how the ship was constantly tilting from one side to the other, and her sweet, giggling voice could be heard in the crowded room. Unfortunately, the adults were not as carefree. All of them had grave expressions on their faces. Although they were cultivators and could fly, it was simply impossible for them to fly from one continent to another, and they had to rely on a ship to travel the whole way. If this ship were to sink, then they would all definitely experience some troubles. They would be able to use their chi or spiritual energy to walk on the water, but at some point they would run out of energy, and then they would sink. The sea was vast. It was impossible to be fully traversed unless one was a supreme heavenly saint, and these experts were so rare that only a handful of them existed in the entire world. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. It was becoming a direct downpour, and the wind, which blew everywhere fiercely, was making the ship rock from side to side in the massive waves. As time went by, tremors began to run through the entire structure of the ship as the waves crashed into the sides. It was truly troubled waters ahead, and the further they sailed, the worse it became. The crew was all out on the deck, doing their utmost to ensure that the ship would be able to get through the storm without too much damage and no loss of people. Xue Wei had wanted to go out and help, but Tang Tao had informed him that doing so would just put him in the way and interrupt the experienced sailors. Thinking about it, he realized that this was likely correct. He had no previous experience on board a ship, nor did he know anything about the rigs and different sails. He only knew that they were needed for the ship to move. While the sailors were busy out on the deck, the light within the room where all the experts were gathered was flickering because of the tempestuous elements that were constantly battering the ship from the outside. The night passed. Lolo fell asleep in Xue Wei's arms, but the adults could not sleep as the weather did not show any signs of letting up. Instead, it seemed to get worse and worse.
Whenever they went to look out the door, all they saw was a curtain of rain so dense that it was almost impossible to see anything through it. Even the crew who were outside could not see each other, nor hear the words when they yelled at one another. It was a mess. The main mast suddenly started creaking. The water and wind kept on battering against it until finally it was unable to withstand the strain, and with a tremendous tremor and cracking sound, it came crashing down, bringing with it destruction. The crash was so loud that everyone within the shelter under deck heard it and felt the intense tremor that ran through the ship. Even though they knew that they should not be in the way outside, they all rushed out, and even Xue Wei rushed out with Lolo in his arms. Chapter 5. Making Him Bleed. The ship was worse for wear. The railing had broken in multiple places, but worst of all was the mast, which had splintered in two and come crashing down. It was now tangled in the rigging and was slowly falling further down. It was creaking loudly, and the railing underneath was about to give out. The weather was horrid, and rain pelted down on them all, stinging their faces and soaking their clothes within mere minutes. Xue Wei hurried back into the main room under the deck and laid the sleeping Lolo on a bench. He secured her with a rope so that she would not fall off, and then he returned outside to assist the others in weathering the storm. "We have to cut the mast free!" one of the sailors yelled against the wind. His words were lost in the driving rain and wind, so he had no other option than to brace himself against the elements and move towards the group of experts who were unsure of how to help. When he reached them, his legs were trembling from fright. Never before had he experienced a storm this terrible, and his fear was getting the better of him. When he reached the group of experts, he yelled at them, "Cut the mast free! We need to let it fall into the sea! It's going to drag us down!" Hearing this, the experts who had been waiting for instructions all rushed to the main mast. Xue Wei, He Gao, and Lin Zhao, alongside the cultivators from the Demon Phoenix continent, were all Qi cultivators and capable of somewhat steady flight, so they took the job of cutting the ropes at the top. The king, Bai Tianyi, and the experts from Yan Dalu were all running around on deck, trying to cut the ropes loose and push the mast. Everyone had to be careful. As the mast fell further and further down, everyone was more and more alert, ready to move out of the way at any time so that when it gave way and fell into the sea, it would not drag anyone with it. Even though they were cultivators, there were things they could not fight, and the storm was one of them. Their current strength was simply not enough to contend with Mother Nature when it was raging so fiercely. Xue Wei and the others were very worried, and they rushed around the deck trying their best to aid the crew of the ship and do everything they were ordered to do. Although they were only passengers, right now there was no doubt that they all needed to work together if they were to survive. It felt like an eternity for them to pass through the storm, and when they managed to get past the worst part, their ship was in such a sorry state that it was impossible to continue their journey unless they found somewhere to repair their ship. Fortunately, there were many small islands along the way to the Demon Phoenix continent, and some of these islands were inhabited. These island peoples were seafaring by necessity, and thus they specialized in ships and sailing. Getting their ship repaired should be possible. Things were, however, not that simple. Currently, the ship was moving slowly as the main mast and therefore the biggest sail was gone. Not to mention that they had lost track of their original route when the storm hit and had to simply let the ship head out of the storm the fastest way possible. When he saw that the situation had stabilized, Xue Wei hurried back to the cabin and found that the adorable Lolo had slept through everything that had happened. Her eyes were still sweetly closed, a bit of drool falling from her slightly parted mouth. Seeing this, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief and allowed for her to continue sleeping while he headed to the deck once more, to help the crew as much as he could with temporary repairs and cleanup after the disaster that had struck them. The sky was gray, and rain was slowly drizzling down from the clouds above.
Visibility was low as the gentle mist fell, and everyone was so focused on cleaning up after the disastrous storm that no one noticed the ship that was slowly creeping up on them. The ship was the same size as the one that they were aboard. However, the ship was not in bad shape. In fact, it seemed in perfect condition as it glided through the rain. By the time Xue Wei and the others noticed it, it was already right next to their broken ship, and everyone suddenly turned tense. What was the purpose of a ship to appear silently like this? They soon got their answer. A loud bustling noise suddenly came from the other vessel, accompanied by hooks and ropes that were thrown to their ship, and a group of pirates rushed to board their ship. "Prepare to battle!" the crew called out as they took out their weapons from their storage artifacts. Xue Wei looked around and sighed. Their ship was already a wreck. Transforming into a full azure dragon would simply make their ship sink. So instead, he started taking on a dragonoid shape, a human body but with scales all over and a tail. Everyone was becoming excited. Although a pirate attack was supposed to be dangerous, the group of Xue Wei, He Gao, Lin Zhao, Bai Tianyi, and the king were filled with anticipation. They had not been in a real battle in ages, and it felt like forever since they last killed. It was finally time for them to kill people again. The people from the Demon Phoenix continent were also excited, and fervor could be seen in their eyes. However, the eyes of the Yan Dalu citizens and the crew were petrified and worried. "They are the pirates under the fierce demon Tao Wu," one of the crew members said, horrified. "We cannot kill them, or he will come and kill us." "Well, do you suggest we just let them kill us, then?" Xue Wei sneered back, his scaled hand suddenly shooting out and grabbing a pirate around the throat. This pirate was a 9th layer Earth Knight, so he had no ability to resist when Xue Wei clenched his fist, breaking his neck. The pirate breathed his final breath as the smile on Xue Wei's lips widened. The soul power in the surrounding air was growing dense as people died left and right. Xue Wei was having fun. He was like a fish in the water, darting around to kill everyone that was within reach and reveling in the bloodlust which was rushing to his head. It was not only him who felt like this. He Gao was also becoming more and more ferocious as the bloodlust began to consume him. The metallic scent of blood in the air was also affecting them, and they could no longer hold back. The speed with which they killed increased in a frenzy. At first, the pirates who boarded their ship were easy to deal with. They were all Earth Knights or low-rank Sky Knights. But as more and more pirates appeared, their strength seemed to climb ever higher. Xue Wei went from killing them with an effortless swipe of his hand to fighting against them seriously. The more he fought, the more the blood splattered on his clothes, and the wider the smile on his face became. Azure Lightfinger, Devouring Fist. These two attacks rained down on one of the 4th layer Sky Knights, landing directly on his spine. A terrifying crack resounded, and the Sky Knight pirate collapsed on the ground, his body limp and blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth as his final breath left him. "I'll take the dragon, you guys take the kid," someone called out, and suddenly a mountain of a man landed on the deck right in front of Xue Wei. This was a chi cultivator. He had no spiritual energy, but he was a full layer ahead of Xue Wei in chi rank, so Xue Wei no longer dared to be as unbridled. His eyes, which had been red from the bloodlust, were slowly turning solemn. His hands, which were drenched in blood, were clenching slowly. He felt his ears buzzing from the bloodlust, but he did not lose his mind. He had been reveling in the feeling of bloodlust, but now it was time for him to return to his senses. If he forgot himself, then he was likely to end up dead. Xue Wei reached out his hand, and azure chi pooled in his palm. Inner Might, chi sword style, 27-layer azure sword. Just as he was releasing the 8 layers he could control of the 27-layer azure sword, he pressed forward with indomitable power and all the strength that his physical body could produce. The pirate lifted a sword that seemed anything but ordinary. It was shining with a lustrous glow, and Xue Wei was vigilant as he slashed down 8 times with the sword technique. Each wave of slashes was more powerful than the last, and while the strength of the first was not unbearable, when the second landed, the pirate started to get a feeling of apprehension. When the third slash landed, he gritted his teeth and understood that he could not continue to meet the attacks head-on. Xue Wei acutely felt the pirate's change in tactics. He no longer tried using force against force. Instead, he was like a slippery snake, twisting around, trying to dodge the attacks as much as possible, or softening the slashes that Xue Wei was releasing. Unfortunately, the bandit was experienced in life-and-death battles, and Xue Wei had lived a carefree life for a couple of years, causing the bandit to have the upper hand in the battle. He managed to avoid the 27-layer azure sword's slashes, but Xue Wei was not simply going to give up. After sensing that the pirate was slipping away from his final slash, Xue Wei twisted his body and kicked out. Kick of the raging tempest. The wind started to gather, and suddenly a tempest was created which headed straight for the pirate who had just managed to avoid the final sword slash. Just as he avoided one attack, another came crashing down towards him. This one was not as threatening as the final slash, but it was a rather annoying attack. The tempest shrouded him in a whirlwind of chi, the attack ripping his clothes and skin. He felt how small cuts appeared all over his skin, and when they did, small threads of dragon chi would invade his body, absorbing the chi within his body. Stepping backward, the pirate grit his teeth as he used his own chi to attack the invading chi dragons before making a hand seal. Hellfire seal. Chi exploded forward like a ball of fire, heading straight for Xue Wei. The attack was as volatile as fire, and although it was made from chi, it was extremely explosive. Xue Wei felt an impending danger, but the speed was too fast. It was simply impossible for him to avoid the attack, so he struck out with his arm. Devouring Fist. The fist, which was capable of absorbing some of the energy of an attack, quickly swallowed a lot of the attack. Unfortunately, he did not have full control or comprehension of the attack, and he could only swallow so much of the energy, the rest landing squarely on his chest, causing him to cough up blood and stagger backward a few steps. Xue Wei lifted his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his lips. It was simply far too long since someone had managed to make him bleed. Chapter 6. Respecting Your Enemy. Xue Wei felt the blood rush to his head and threatened to take over, turning him into a bloodthirsty monster. But he regained his consciousness and shook his head slightly. In the short moment he had been almost drowned by his own bloodthirst. The pirate had moved towards him. His weapon came crashing down upon Xue Wei, and the momentum was so heavy that there was no way of escaping. Lifting his scaled hand, Xue Wei tried to block the weapon with the hands instead, and a cracking sound resounded as the weapon pierced his scales and dug deep into his hand. The pirate felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at Xue Wei. The dragonoid shape was already frightening to a certain degree, but seeing the face twisted in a sinister smile, even as the hand was so deeply wounded, the pirate had a terrible feeling. And rightfully so. Moments after the sword embedded itself within Xue Wei's hand, he held onto it so tightly that the pirate could not withdraw it, and suddenly an attack came crashing down upon him. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. The kick that was filled with the strength of the Forgotten Kings landed squarely on the pirate's chest, sending him reeling backward. His sword ended up staying within the hands of Xue Wei, and he cursed out loud as he felt his chest ache from the kick. Xue Wei snickered slightly when he saw that the pirate was swearing. He quickly removed the sword from his hand and threw it within his storage artifact, keeping it for himself. Weapons were always risky to use, as if one could not keep a hold of them, then the enemy could take them, rendering one even more helpless against them. This was precisely the situation that the pirate and Xue Wei were in right now. A few weapons were capable of being bound by blood. However, they were so few in numbers that they were practically impossible to see, especially amongst a pirate in the middle of the Sea of the Enchanted. Xue Wei was bleeding. His hand and arm was seriously harmed from the previous collision with the sword, and he had the wound from the earlier collision with the Hellfire Seal as well. Blood was leaking from the corner of his mouth and down his arm, dripping on the deck of the ship. But Xue Wei had not felt this alive for a long time, and his eyes were glistening with a fervor that could not be explained. Bai Tianyi, who was fighting against another pirate a bit away, felt a shiver run through his body. He was a sword spirit, and he was connected to Xue Wei, so it was impossible for him not to feel the sudden change in his mental state. Sensing that Xue Wei was ecstatic, he said nothing, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. He remembered the young man he had met back in the small village when he was still just a sword, and how that young boy had matured into a fine young man. A young man with a slight tendency for murder. He Gao was also able to sense the bloodlust from smelling the blood of a sovereign beast being shed on the ship, and all the other primordial beasts were the same. The scent of the blood was intoxicating, and their eyes started to turn slightly red and filled with bloodlust. The pirates they fought were mainly humans and primordial beasts from the deep sea, and while the humans felt nothing, the primordial beasts felt their own bodies suddenly start to become restless. Their blood was bursting with energy, and they suddenly felt much stronger than before, as if they were undergoing a mutation from the scent of his blood alone. Xue Wei seemed to notice that his blood had caused a massive effect on everyone present. Not only had the ones on his side gained better fighting abilities, the opponents had too, and he could not help but shake his head and laugh wryly. Still, he was excited as he looked at the pirate in front of him. The pirate was more apprehensive now than he had been before. He was a human through and through, and the blood had done nothing to assist him in increasing his fighting abilities. Not only this, but he had also lost his sword, and he knew that if he were to face Xue Wei right now, he would die. However, he did not feel that he had much of an option. If he was not fighting Xue Wei, then this dragonoid creature would run amok on the deck, killing the other pirates as he pleased. Although he was a pirate and someone who was very casual about life and death, he still cared for his comrades. They had lived together for many, many years, fought by each other's sides, and become what they were today by relying on one another. Seeing them being killed was hurting his heart, and his eyes turned solemn as he realized that he was willing to die for them. Thinking like this, he went further forward, his eyes glistening with an urge to do battle and keep Xue Wei occupied, and his sudden behavior caused the excitement within Xue Wei to erupt. Someone who was willing to disregard their own safety for the sake of their comrades was a real man. Inner Might Chi Sword. Xue Wei waved his hand, and the azure chi within his body erupted out from within, making a sword in his hand. Although he was injured, he was still capable of holding on to the sword, and thus he continued forward with a smile on his face and a chi sword in his hand. The pirate's eyes were filled with determination, his hands making another group of seals, and suddenly chi started erupting from his body like lava from a volcano. This was not a technique that one should use unless they had absolutely no choice. It not only required chi to be used, but it also ignited one's own life force, fueling the chi that erupted with both chi and soul power. The erupting chi was scalding hot and difficult to avoid. It was at a point where when it landed on the ship, the wood would be burnt like acid, and it was not only hitting the ship, it also hit the other experts, both friends and foes. Xue Wei quickly understood that this was a dangerous technique. He had never before seen anything like it, but he understood that if he was not careful, then he would be seriously injured by this. Even worse was that the attack seemed to intensify the closer one came to the pirate who was unleashing it. Xue Wei was astounded. He understood that the pirate was going all out in an attempt at keeping him there, and even more so trying to make everyone else leave the area and isolate the two of them. But he was not that easy to deal with. Although Xue Wei was not able to get too close, it did not mean he had no way to deal with him. First, he looked at the pirate who was looking mightily pleased with himself, and then he smiled. Azure Lightfinger, Kick of the Raging Tempest. Suddenly, two attacks were being launched at the same time. The first was the Azure Lightfinger, an attack that released a beam of azure chi towards the opponent. Secondly, he unleashed the Kick of the Raging Tempest, and before he knew what was happening, the whirlwinds had appeared all over, interrupting the pirate in his channeling of the attack. Xue Wei rushed forward the moment that the attack was paused from the pirate's side, and then he reached out his hand, grasped the pirate by the throat, and ripped the throat apart with his strong and sharp claws. Blood splattered everywhere, and Xue Wei felt how it rained down upon him, but he did not care. The blood felt refreshing to him, and the fact that he had emerged as the victor in the battle had made him feel relieved and excited. Having finally gotten rid of his opponent, Xue Wei observed the rest of the ship. Most of the pirates were dead. They had overestimated their own ability and attacked a ship filled with experts. The king had single-handedly dealt with one of the upper echelons of the pirates, while the ambassador, Tang Tao, had dealt with the captain. The remaining people on board the ship were slowly being weeded out. The pirates were all killed. Not a single one was spared. After killing the pirates, the rest of the crew who were in charge of the ship boarded the pirate ship and started scavenging all that they could use to repair their own ship. Although it was not enough to make it fully functioning again, it was in fact enough to make it sail towards the next island where they would be able to get into contact with some ship wharfs and their ship could be fully repaired again. At the same time, they also took all the gold and jewels on board the pirate ship, alongside their rations and whatever could prove to be of use later. After finishing this, they all returned to their own ship and once more set sail. Heading towards the island, life on the ship was once again calm and relaxed. Lolo was playing with all of the adults, and the experts were taking the time to cultivate their strength. It took them a full 12 days to reach the closest island. Although the journey could have been done much faster, it was not possible with the current condition of the ship. And when they finally made it to the island, the crew was cheering in excitement. The ship had been a pain to control, and now they would finally be able to once more sail properly. When they arrived, Xue Wei was looking at everything curiously. He was not sure what he had expected, but it was definitely not what he ended up seeing. The island was small, and the inhabitants were few compared to his expectations. Only around a couple of thousand people lived on the island, but they were all incredibly friendly when they saw the ship docking in their harbor. Their lives were incredibly primitive, and their houses were built from mud with straw as roofs. They lived off the fish they could get from the sea and the few nuts and berries that were growing on the island. When they arrived, the one who came to greet them was the village elder. He sent a polite smile to all of them and prepared for huts to be emptied for them to live in while they were there. It would take a couple of weeks to get the ship ready for sailing again, and while this time was passing, they would be able to relax on the island. Just as they sat foot on the island, Xue Wei felt an uncomfortable tremor run through his body, and he could not help but look up at the sky. Everything looked normal, but there was a nagging feeling in Xue Wei's mind that not everything was as good as it seemed. Chapter 7. The Hidden Smell. As they walked through the town, the villagers came forward to greet them. The children were running around in groups, looking at them with reverence and excitement, gossiping about them and pointing their fingers. Xue Wei was not too alerted about these children, and he smiled at them while holding Lolo in his arms, her petite face looking at all of them with excitement. She had not met many children in her life after escaping the forbidden area, Even in Yan Dalu, she had mainly spent her time together with Xue Wei and the others. Now that she was finally together with a lot of children, her mental age was shown, and her body was struggling in Xue Wei's arms, struggling to be let down and play with the other children. Xue Wei hesitated for a moment as he looked at them. He had not forgotten the feeling of unease he had earlier, but at the same time he could not help but feel that it was necessary for her to play with other children her own age. Not to mention, it was natural for children to be playing together, and these children were likely very easy to get along with. The adults seemed as if they were, at least. Xue Wei put down Lolo. "Protect yourself well," he warned her. "Make sure that you don't do something bad, and I will come to find you again later. Do not leave the village, and make sure not to enter the sea." Hearing all the do's and don'ts that Xue Wei was sharing with her, Lolo grimaced, but her heart was warm. It was indeed the best to have an older brother that cared for her. While Lolo ran towards the other children, Xue Wei observed their behavior. Truth be told, he was not too worried about Lolo. When it came to strength, she was the strongest amongst them all, and although the price she had to pay for her using her powers was high, these children could not require too much of her power to deal with. Even the adults on the island were at most mortal knights. While Lolo ran towards the children, Xue Wei observed her movements before he finally shook his head with an endearing smile on his face. He finally turned around when he saw that Lolo had merged well with the group, her face showing a sweet smile as she was holding onto a massive seashell that one of the other children had given her. Continuing into the island, Xue Wei noticed that the villagers were all very friendly and open towards them. But the nagging feeling of something being wrong was still within his heart. He could not place his finger on it, but he was not the only one who felt like this. His entire entourage was rather alert. The only one who had noticed nothing and was feeling casual and happy was the king. Bai Tianyi did not even have his trademark sarcastic smile on his face. He Gao was frowning, and Lin Zhao was contemplating about something. All four of them could feel that there was something wrong. The further into the island they got, the more certain Xue Wei became. "Do you smell this?" he asked with a low voice to He Gao, and the celestial dog nodded his head.
"It is the scent of blood,"
he said affirmatively.
"The further into the village we get, the more prominent the scent is,"
He Gao continued to say with furrowed brows.
"There are different scents trying to hide the smell, but it is impossible to cover it completely. A lot of people have died here, and it was somewhat recently, too."
Xue Wei nodded his head absent-mindedly. He started realizing that they had all been spread into small groups, that the crew was parted in groups of 3 to 5 each. Even the 2 delegations had been switched into groups.
"Let's fetch Lolo," Xue Wei suddenly said. Although he was not worried about her strength, being alone was not a good situation before they knew where this scent of blood came from. Xue Wei and He Gao had fought enough humans to know that the blood they could smell came from human beings. It was clear that it was not something that came from beasts. Turning around, they found that behind them were a group of 20 villagers, all of them smiling as they reached out their delicacies of food and drinks.
"Guests, please eat," one of them said. "We have prepared some delicacies," they continued. But Xue Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at these dishes with a certain degree of doubt.
The citizens on this island were all rather weak. For them to be able to kill a huge number of people, tricks had to be used, so he dared not touch the food or drinks.
"I apologize," Xue Wei said with a smile on his face, not displaying his distrust at all. "We are looking for my younger sister Lolo. I am sorry to trouble you to find her for me."
The villagers looked rather stunned when they heard his words. A slight gleam of panic flashed in their eyes, and although they quickly hid it, Xue Wei managed to catch it. His heart grew cold, and a sneer appeared on his lips.
"There should be no problems, right?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, his words carrying a slight trace of a hidden danger.
The villagers instantly started shaking their heads as rattle drums. They knew that they could clearly not say anything, and thus they began to look for Lolo alongside Xue Wei and the others.
"Why don't we split up?" one of the villagers suggested hesitatingly, and the eyes of the other villagers shone with excitement as soon as they heard it. "Yes, the children can be anywhere. Why not split up and look through the village? It is much easier for us to find her that way."
Xue Wei looked at them with narrowed eyes, a playful smile flittering across his lips.
"Nah, I don't think we should," he said languidly. "We are fine together. She is not one to be overwhelmed by danger, and her cultivation base is shockingly high, so she is safe. It is much more fun to go together, so that we do not get lost," Xue Wei answered, not even caring if his excuse made sense. Hearing his answer, the villagers exchanged glances with one another, but they quickly returned a smile on their faces and nodded their heads. "We will look together," they said with smiles. "Are you not thirsty after looking this long? Let us take a short break. We have some delicious sugary water for you to drink." "Sorry, we are not thirsty," Xue Wei answered with a cunning smile, and even the king, who had not sensed anything at the start, was starting to feel alert when she saw and sensed that Xue Wei and the others had their bodies taut and ready to burst out with energy at any moment. The king had grown up in Yan Dalu. Although she was used to schemes and underhanded tricks, she had not been in many life-and-death situations. Fortunately, she was very quick to pick up on the subtle signs that Xue Wei and his friends were showing. The more they searched, the more things were starting to make them worried. In the beginning, they had still run into members of the crew and delegations, but now the only thing that was left was citizens of the village. The villagers were leading them around in a ring. They looked at the same places again and again, but saw no signs of Lolo, and Xue Wei started to feel worried. "So what exactly have you put in the food and drinks?" he asked straightforward after a bit of time, his question stunning the villagers and making them back up, filled with dread. Xue Wei knew that Lolo was a foodie. If she was offered food, she would eat it, no doubt about it. She had likely already fallen to their schemes, and he was starting to feel worried. There is nothing in the food and drinks," one of the villagers said, but he still backed up in fear. "Oh?" Xue Wei chuckled slightly as he took a step forward. His arm shot out like a snake and grasped the villager by the throat. "Why don't you drink it then?" he continued to ask, and pulled a glass of sugary water from the tray, pouring all the drink into the mouth of the villager. The villager coughed constantly. His face was filled with dread as he tried to close his mouth, but Xue Wei broke his jaw before he poured another glass into the mouth of the villager. Before he managed to finish pouring the third glass into his mouth, the man became limp, his eyes rolling back in his head, and his breathing evened out. "So it is a sleeping drug," Xue Wei said casually as he pinched the throat of the villager, killing him on the spot. Seeing the sudden display of cruelty, all the villagers in the surroundings retreated with fear in their eyes. Even the king was slightly uncomfortable. "Don't pity them," Xue Wei said. "They have spiked our drinks. They clearly have some ulterior motives to do so. Not to mention the stench of human blood on this island is so strong. They must have something planned. For now, the most important thing is for us to find Lolo and the others." Lin Zhao sighed. He, too, had once been against any unnecessary cruelty towards humans, but having traveled with Xue Wei for as long as he had, he understood now that humans were not as innocent as he once thought. Xue Wei flew into the air to get a better overview of the ground, and there he found that a group of villagers were driving 3 carts that were covered with black fabric. "I think I found them," he said to the others as he shot towards the carts. Treading on air, he, He Gao, and Lin Zhao all rushed to the carts, and the first thing that greeted them was an arm that was visible underneath the black fabric. The villagers that were pulling the carts were shocked when they saw the 3 descending from the sky above. Their legs started to tremble, and their eyes widened in shock. They fled away from the carts as quickly as they could, and Xue Wei quickly reached out to remove the fabric,
only to see that their crew members and others were stacked like goods on the carts. There were a full 7 carts, and all of them were filled with crew members, delegation members, and even Lolo was there. "What do we do now?" the king asked tentatively as she looked at the people. Even Xue Wei was frowning.
"Let us all return to the ship," he said after considering for some time. "We need everyone to wake up before we can decide what to do. If they do not wake up soon, then we will unleash a massacre until they start telling me how to wake them up. If they keep their mouths shut, then we will just kill every single person until not one remains, and then we will search their village for the antidote. But most likely this is just a common sleeping drug," he argued. "As a common sleeping drug, they should wake up on their own after a short amount of time."
Chapter 8. Ancient Civilization. Xue Wei took the carts and went back to the ship where he placed everyone within their own cabins on their own beds. He was slightly worried about what might happen to them, but even more was he livid with the villagers. If it was not because he might need them later, then he would have killed them one after another, massacring the entire village for their attempt at harming his dear ones. After considering for a moment, he decided that no matter what, he would kill them when he had no more use for them. Xue Wei was not a forgiving person. He was aware that these villagers were not forgiving towards him or his comrades, so why should he be towards them? He was no saint. Heigao, Lin Zhao, the king, and Bai Tianyi were all spending their time moving from one end of the ship to another, constantly observing their friends, while at the same time they were observing the village in turns so that they were not suddenly surprised by them. The villagers were quiet. Throughout the entire afternoon, evening, and night, none of them came towards the harbor. Not even the sailors came out to look at their nets that had been sat out during the morning. Sensing that they were all hiding inside, Xue Wei was not feeling comfortable. He felt that they were preparing something, and he was alert. It was not only Xue Wei who was tense. Everyone on board the ship felt uncomfortable. They were so few compared to the villagers, and although the villagers were weaker in strength, executing such a massive number of people would drain their energy, causing them to be easier to overwhelm. The night went by a second at a time, and every minute felt like an eternity. No one was showing any signs of waking up. Xue Wei was standing next to Lolo. She was petite as she was laying in her bed, her face pale and her eyes closed. Seeing her like this made him hurt. She was like a true little sister to him, and he could not help but feel that he had failed in the task of protecting her. The days went by slowly, and after 2 days there were still no signs of awakening. Xue Wei's eyes turned solemn, and he looked out over the deck of the ship. The villagers had not shown any reactions these 2 days either, but Xue Wei had gotten enough.
"Lin Zhao, you are staying aboard the ship. You are to protect everyone if anyone is harmed. Then you will take the responsibility. The rest of us will go to the village again and force them to give us some information or an antidote."
"This is risky," the king said, but she had no other idea of what to do. The reason they had not gone before was that there were so many people in the village and so few of them. Although they could manage, it would be a challenge for them. Xue Wei made ready for the group to leave. He was willing to do anything to get the antidote. He was anything but happy with how Lolo was lying unconscious. He was not worried about the crew being incapable of fixing their ship. As long as the materials were there, then they would be able to repair it themselves, so there was, in fact, no reason to keep the villagers alive. Xue Wei took the armor from his storage artifact and wore it on his body. His eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and he was ready to execute everyone in the village. The king and Lin Zhao were both somewhat uncomfortable about the fact that they would be killing villagers, but after thinking about the villagers' actions, then they felt more calm about it. Together, the group took out their armor and weapons before they went towards the village. Everything was quiet, and there were no sounds or movements in the houses close to the harbor. Xue Wei was alert. His muscles were taut, and he spread his spiritual energy around. But no matter where he searched, he found no signs of living creatures. Not even livestock was present. Frowning, Xue Wei looked around, but he saw that Bai Tianyi and the king had the same perplexed expressions on their faces, unsure of what was going on.
They have evacuated,
Xue Wei said after a bit of time, his voice so cold that it felt as if the temperature surrounding them was dropping from his foul mood.
They cannot have left the island, he continued. So let us look for them.
We need to be careful,
the king added.
Maybe they are planning something. They could have been trying to lure us away from the ship.
Xue Wei heard this and felt annoyed.
King, please go back to the ship too, he asked. If you are there, you will be able to support Lin Zhao, being able to keep them at bay.
The king hesitated for a moment. If she left now, then it would be a much more ruthless battle when Xue Wei encountered them, should their plan not be to lure them away from the ship. But she understood that he would never risk Lin Zhao and Lolo's safety. He would rather brave danger alone than let his friends be in danger. They moved further into the island. They found marks and tracks of their migration, and it was obvious that they had fled hurriedly, not even bothering about trying to hide their tracks. This fact made Xue Wei uncomfortable. If they had evacuated, should they not have done so in the cover of the night, hiding all tracks and making it impossible to find them? But now they were basically inviting them to follow them. Could it be that their plans were to actually lure them away? Or did they want them to think like this? Xue Wei felt a headache coming his way.
The king and Lin Zhao are strong, he muttered to himself. They will be able to hold out on the ship. Although they will be pushed to their limits, they will be able to manage. So we should follow these tracks and see what is going on.
Bai Tianyi heard his words, and a small smile flittered across his lips. He knew that his master was the most conflicting person he had ever encountered before. He was ruthless, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty towards those who wished to harm him. But he was warm, friendly, and a real friend towards those he considered friends. Bai Tianyi had picked him out of desperation. He had wanted to leave the village no matter what, to become a living being again, or as close to a living being as he could. So he had picked the first, the best candidate that appeared. Now that they had been together for years, Bai Tianyi was very happy with the random master he had picked. Xue Wei did not treat him like the spiritual artifact that he actually was. He treated him as his real friend, and someone who had given up his humanity for immortality. This was an exciting thing. It felt that he was still human. Just as they thought like this, Xue Wei stopped in his tracks. The scent of blood in the air was getting more and more prominent. The scent was so dense that he could almost taste it, and he felt how his own blood was boiling, wanting to let go of everything and rush forward, ready to fight anything that came across them. The bloodlust in his body was much more overwhelming than normal. It was as if there was some sort of drug within the bloody smell, some sort of drug that was making him have an even more overwhelming urge to murder than usual. It was not only Xue Wei who felt it. When he looked at Bai Tianyi and He Gao, he saw that their eyes were red and their teeth were tightly clenched.
The smell is wrong,
Xue Wei growled, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He found a soul-calming pill he had concocted back in Yan Dalu and tossed two to He Gao and Bai Tianyi before he took one and sat down to cultivate. The soul-calming pill was a very different type of pill than what one would normally consume. It did not increase one's cultivation base. Neither did it do anything for one's strength. All it did was to calm one's mind and bring control over the soul. This pill was not consumed unless necessary. Pills left impurities in one's body if one did not eat high-purity pills, and thus they were only consumed in limited quantities, or to improve one's cultivation base. But right now the soul-calming pills were very important, and they could help them maintain their sanity while investigating what was happening with this heavy scent of blood. Xue Wei sat still for as long as it takes for a cup of tea to brew before he stood up once more. When he stood up, he felt that he had control over his mind again. Although the bloodlust was still struggling under his control, he could feel that it no longer threatened to take over his mind any longer. He Gao and Bai Tianyi took a bit longer to calm themselves, but when all three of them were back to normal, they once more began moving forward. They relaxed and took a lot of time to slowly inch forward. They had entered a dense forest, and this forest was ideal for setting up ambushes. So Xue Wei and the other two were on high alert as they moved past the trees, bushes, and branches. The forest was filled with ancient, old trees, but the further they got into the forest, the more overwhelming the silence became. There was no wildlife sounds, no living beings at all, not even insects. There was only a bit of dim light in the forest as the crowns of the trees were a thick layer of green above them. The sun could not break through the dense blanket of leaves and branches. Suddenly, in front of them was a clearing in the branches. This clearing was filled with old ruins of an ancient civilization. The pagodas and buildings were almost ruined, and in the middle was a massive altar. When they found the clearing, the scent of blood was much more overwhelming than it had been before. The closer to the ruins they got, the more alert they became. In the ruins were a river that ran through the ancient city, and this river was filled with blood. The river originated from the altar and ended in a sea that was located in the middle of the city. The amount of blood needed for this river was not able to be counted in the thousands. In fact, much more was needed. It seemed as if millions had left their lives to be able to fill up this river and lake. But even within this ancient city, there was not one living being. The city had clearly been visited recently. It was completely spotless. Not a grain of dust could be seen, but no one living could be seen. Even when they spread out their spiritual energy, they could not find anyone. Their eyebrows furrowed, their hearts beating rapidly as the adrenaline started to rush through their bodies.
"Let us look at the altar," Xue Wei said after a bit of thought, and the other two had no objections. They were constantly looking around as they made their way towards the altar. Chapter 9. Berserker. The altar was on top of a platform overseeing the entire city, 4 pagodas placed so that they formed a square around it. Blood was flowing in rivers underneath the altar, and it seemed as if all the blood had dropped from the altar into the river. The entire altar was red, bordering on black, as it was dyed with the blood of various ages. Some marks were fresh, others were ancient. There were many marks of knives and swords on the altar top. Clearly, many people had been executed here. The scent of blood was so intoxicating that even with the soul-calming pill, Xue Wei was feeling restless. He Gao and Bai Tianyi were not doing much better than him. He Gao and Bai Tianyi's eyes were red, with their fists clenched tightly as they were trembling. Xue Wei surveyed their surroundings, but noticing that there was nothing around them apart from the bloody city, he quickly turned around and started leaving. "There is something in the blood here," he muttered. "Some sort of drug."
He Gao and Bai Tianyi nodded their heads. They too could sense it. Although blood usually went to their brains, it was never like this, which was invading all their senses and making them lose their rationality like this, urging them to become mindless killing machines.
"There is no one here. I bet they hoped we would lose our sanity and fight each other to death, Xue Wei muttered as he hurried away from the ancient ruins, his movements as fast as he could without activating any movement techniques. He Gao and Bai Tianyi followed suit, and the three of them quickly returned to the safety of the trees, the ancient ruins vanishing in the backgrounds.
Do you think that perhaps there is some sort of strength boosting the effect in the blood? Bai Tianyi suddenly asked, and Xue Wei was quiet. When it came down to it, he knew a lot less than the sword spirit. If there is, this might be the lost city of the Berserkers, he muttered, evidently in doubt.
Berserkers? Xue Wei was not comfortable hearing such names. It sounded like they would be quite powerful.
Berserkers are, like all other races, quite different from humans. They have a hard time cultivating normally, but when they enter bloodlust, their strength soars for a short period of time. They safeguard their lost city with their lives. This place is fueled by blood, and is their life source. As long as blood runs in the lost city of the Berserkers, then they will be able to survive, and killing them is near impossible.
Xue Wei was uncomfortable hearing what Bai Tianyi said. It sounded quite a bit as if he was correct, but if this was truly the lost city of the Berserkers, then it was not a good place to be. Back to the ship, right now. Xue Wei made a decision quickly and together with the others turned around to rush back to the ship. The eerie silence in the forest was broken by them as they rushed back to the ship. On the way they encountered no one, neither friend nor foe. Everything was empty. Xue Wei was thinking the entire time, wondering if there was some way to get rid of these villagers. You said that they are near impossible to kill when there is blood flowing in their lost city? Xue Wei suddenly asked. And Bai Tianyi shrugged.
I think so, he said. It is what the legends say, and legends tend to have a base in reality.
Xue Wei paused. They had reached the village, and as they looked into the distance, a large column of smoke was rising into the air, a column far away, seemingly in the direction of the harbor. Xue Wei's eyes glistened with malice and worry as he sped up. He even activated Forbidden Rush as he flashed through the village towards the harbor, but what met him was a sight that made the heart in his chest drop. The ship was burning. It was ablaze with flames all over, licking the wood as if it was a massive bonfire. They were here while we were gone, Xue Wei was certain as he spoke. They must be berserkers, otherwise it would be impossible to overwhelm both the king and Lin Zhao with the strength of the villagers.
What do we do now?
He Gao was slightly uncomfortable. If they had been able to handle the king and Lin Zhao, would the three of them be able to do something to them? We will return to the lost city, Xue Wei said decisively. We will ensure that no more blood flows in their city. As long as we get rid of all the blood, then they will be able to be killed. It is also when we will be able to execute them easily.
They are likely to return to the city now, Bai Tianyi said while considering their options. To keep the blood flowing, they need to add more and more blood to the rivers, and this blood is taken from wayward wanderers who accidentally arrive at this island.
We will stop their river of blood, Xue Wei said decisively. His eyes were glistening with determination, and neither Bai Tianyi nor He Gao tried to talk him out of it. They both felt it was risky. But having lived up until now, had they not experienced risky situations before? If they did nothing, then their friends would lose their lives, and that would forever bring pain to them. They would rather fight with all they had to protect their friends and family than to be a coward who hid away from danger. Since they had made a decision, Xue Wei rushed back to the lost city. He was careful and alert at all times, but they did not come across anyone on the way. As they were just about to reach the lost city, Xue Wei fished out another 3 soul-calming pills. He consumed one and gave the other 2 to his companions, who quickly swallowed them and sat down. When their minds were as calm and collected as they could be, they moved on towards the lost city, this time not as fast and not as obviously. The lost city had previously been completely deserted and silent,
But now that they returned, they could hear the sound of people chanting. As to what they were chanting, it was hard to make out the words, but there was no interruption in the chants. While still being within the forest, Xue Wei saw that the sleeping experts were all awake now. They had been bound and placed in a line that was being pushed towards the altar. Even Lolo was there. Xue Wei felt his blood boil. Lin Zhao and the king were there as well, but they were not in good shape. Blood was flowing all over their clothes, and open wounds and gashes could be seen in their skin. They were pale, and the 5 eyes of the king were all glassy. He Gao was uncomfortable seeing them like this, and he was about to charge forward, only to be stopped by Xue Wei. He shook his head without saying anything, and He Gao could only gnash his teeth before suppressing his urge to run over and save them.
"They will not execute them now," Bai Tianyi whispered with certainty, and Xue Wei looked at him, silently inquiring why he thought so. "They used some sort of drug to knock them all out. This drug is in their blood right now. If they were to let the drugged blood into the river, does that not mean that they will drug themselves?" The question was incredibly logical and reasonable, and Xue Wei nodded his head. Since they depended on the blood, they would not let drugged blood join the river. Although they had already woken up from their drugged sleep, there was very little chance of their blood being pure already. They would wait at least a day with executing them. Since this was the case, the sense of urgency slowly evaporated, and Xue Wei began planning what to do. The river was carved into the ground. There was no way to get beneath it, and he was unsure of how to make all of it spill. Bai Tianyi was aware of the problem as well, but he had no sudden ideas either. He Gao looked at the river in front of him and observed his surroundings.
"Why not lead the river out of the city during the night?" he asked, and both Bai Tianyi and Xue Wei looked at him with great curiosity. "I mean, we can't let it stay in the lost city, but if we make an extension of the river and the lake, make it flow out of the city and into the ground here in the forest, then they will be incapable of fighting back."
"There is a lot of blood," Xue Wei muttered as he looked at it, but they had no better idea, and thus they waited for night to fall. As the darkness blanketed the entire forest and the lost city, Xue Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi began moving. They went to the large lake that was at the end of the city and started digging. They quietly destroyed the tall dam that kept the blood in place and watched as it started to slowly but surely drain into the forest. More and more blood started running into the forest, and as the soil absorbed it, a tremble ran through the ground. The hole in the dam was getting larger and larger. More and more blood was being lost, but no one in the city seemed to notice. Xue Wei was constantly on high alert. He was using his spiritual energy to keep an eye on everything, but no one was guarding the lake of blood. Neither were they guarding the rivers, and it allowed for Xue Wei and his 2 friends to act so presumptuously and slowly, but steadily empty their lost city for blood. The blood was flowing into the forest, and the leaves of the trees started changing their color from green to red. The scent of blood was everywhere in the air, and the intoxicating smell was invading the senses of Xue Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi. It was even worse than the first time they had been there, and their nails were dug tightly into their palms, making it so that the pain kept them sane. Blood was dripping from their palms down on the ground, and when Xue Wei's blood came into contact with the blood of the lost city, a magnificent sight happened. The blood of the lost city had been red, but the moment it came into contact with Xue Wei's, it turned blue. Before, the blood had been slowly seeping out of the hole they had made in the dam, but now the blood was, as if acting with a consciousness, hurrying out of the river and lake and rushing towards Xue Wei, where it gathered underneath him, greedily mixing with the drops of blood that fell from his hand. Xue Wei looked at Bai Tianyi and He Gao, and then he realized what had happened.
Baitiani had previously explained to them that all different races came from the union of a mix between beasts and humans. This race was exactly the same as all other races, and it was obvious that there was happening a mutation to the blood. Previously, a mutation had happened to He Gao, but this time it was the berserker blood which was changing. It was abandoning the lost city for the sake of absorbing just a drop more blood of Xue Wei before slowly seeping into the ground below. The treetops, which had slowly turned red from the blood, were now changing their colors to blue. The entire forest was changing at a rapid speed. Chapter 10. Mind Infestation. The forest was greedily absorbing every drop of blood, sucking it out of the city and into the ground instead. The river of blood in the lost city was being drained at a rapid pace. A resounding boom sounded in the city, and suddenly the altar that was high above the rest started cracking. The berserkers within the city were looking at each other with shock. They saw that the river of blood was slowly draining, and even their altar was starting to be destroyed. Their eyes turned scarlet, and their breathing hurried in fear. They did not have a great talent for cultivation, and relied solely on their innate connection to the river of blood in the lost city. Xue Wei had hidden himself rather well. The moment the forest started changing, he quickly took the other two and left. Not long after, a group of people appeared. These people looked at each other with dismay in their eyes. The destruction brought to the dam that kept the blood in the river and lake was so overwhelming that they were incapable of repairing it easily, and blood kept being drained at a rapid pace. They were at a loss for what to do. Should they spend their time trying to block the blood, or should they try and find the ones who had caused the leakage so that they did not cause more problems? And causing problems was exactly what Xue Wei was planning on doing. He had left their original position, but he had not given up his goal. Instead, he went to the other side of the lake and started destroying the dam on this side, too. It was taking some time, but after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally succeeded and broke the second hole in the wall of the bloody lake. Once again, the blood started streaming out of the dam, and the dry soil absorbed it rapidly, the trees slowly turning red. This time no blood of Xue Wei dropped into the blood, so it did not turn blue but stayed red. The speed of the absorption was also much slower than on the other side, where the trees were greedily sucking out the blood from the lake. It was night, but many of the berserkers who were within their rooms sleeping quickly woke up and understood that something was happening. Their bodies were turning feeble, their eyes bloodshot. They could feel that their connection to the blood river was weakening drastically, and it felt as if a part of their soul was being forcefully ripped apart. Xue Wei saw that the previously deserted city was now bustling with life. The worn-out houses were housing berserkers, and all of them were waking up now, unsure of what was going on. Xue Wei could see everything from where he was, and he observed them running around like headless chickens, their expressions filled with fear, but also undisguised malice. They could sense themselves weakening, and they could not help but feel uncomfortable. "They should be easy to pick up one after another," Baitiani suddenly said.
"We don't know where the others are held prisoner," He Gao agreed. "But what we can do is to find the experts of this berserker city and question them. You can use mind infestation on them. I doubt they have strong mental fortitude."
Xue Wei nodded his head. These berserkers relied fully on their bodies being strong and their chi levels being high. Xue Wei and Baitiani had high spiritual energy levels, and when it came to something like their spiritual energy, they could easily manipulate them as they pleased. Xue Wei, Baitiani, and He Gao inched closer to the populated part of the city. They were waiting in the shadows for when someone was alone, and after waiting for a short while, they encountered a person who was heading towards the outskirts of the lost city with the purpose of bringing a message from the elders to the scouts that had noticed the leakage of Blood Lake. This person was hurried and did not look around carefully. She was rushing and nervous, and when she ran past Xue Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi, all three of them launched their attacks at once. Mind Infestation, Spirit Cage, Swallow the Moon. He Gao was using his innate ability to devour all light in the surroundings. Bai Tianyi caged the figure in a cage made from spiritual energy, and Xue Wei finally used Mind Infestation to take over her mind. She was soon rendered completely immobile, her mind a mess and her body unable to move without being given the order by Xue Wei. Xue Wei, however, quickly ordered her with his mind to follow them as they hid from view once more. Finding a small black alleyway where no one would enter, Xue Wei looked at the person in front of him. The female berserker's eyes were clouded over. She was not seeing anything, and solely working on Xue Wei's orders.
"Keep an eye out,"
Xue Wei said to Bai Tianyi and He Gao, and he put all his focus on the woman whom he had under his control. He closed his eyes and started searching her memories. There were not many people in the berserkers' village, so they were all moving together in a group when they had attacked the ship and took all of them prisoner again. He found that this woman was not in the vanguard, but had been scouting the back of their group, keeping an eye out for Xue Wei and the others coming back and interrupting their attack. He saw everything in her memory, and at the same time he was able to sense her feelings. He could feel her unhappiness with the rest of the berserkers, but she was one of them after all, and could not go against the rest. If she voiced her disagreement, it was obvious that she would end up as a corpse, drained of all her blood. Now that Xue Wei found her memories, he also found that she was not struggling against his control. It was obvious that she was not against helping these visitors, and Xue Wei was feeling rather surprised. He quickly continued to scan her memories, and found the location where all the others were held captive, and then he contemplated for a moment. He could kill this woman easily, but he felt that she had done nothing to deserve it. In fact, she was trying to help him in her own way, so killing her was quite ungrateful.
"Let's go,"
he said as he kept his control over the woman, and the group of 3 had become a group of 4 as they moved towards the dungeons. The dungeons were located close to the altar in the midst of the city, and they were heavily guarded normally. Today was different, however. Although they were heavily guarded, there were quite a few people who had been forced to hunt for Xue Wei and his companions, and even more who were dispatched to check what had happened to the forest. Some of the trees had turned blue, while others had turned red. Some of the guards had also been tasked with repairing the destroyed dams that allowed for the blood to leak from the river and lake. So many things were happening at once, and it was impossible to deal with it all in one go. Everything could cause a disruption of their plans, and no one knew how to deal with it. The elders were shocked and uncomfortable. Many people had come by their village and island throughout the eons, and while many had been left alone on their travels because they were too strong to be provoked, most of the people who had visited had ended up in the river of blood. The elders were the ones who determined which ships were to be attacked and which were to be left alone, and these elders had picked the delegation as one of their targets. They had not expected that things were not as simple as they had thought. Things had become chaotic and uncomfortable. The people who were on board were stronger than they had expected, and they fought back relentlessly. Although only a few of them were awake, these few people were enough to cause a headache. The elders had a headache. They were wondering what to do with their sacred blood river and lake, which was currently emptying at a rapid speed. They were wondering what to do with the forest, which was turning crimson and indigo from absorbing blood, and they were also wondering what to do with Xue Wei and the other free-roaming experts. Xue Wei was aware that he had caused headaches, and he was very pleased with the results. As they reached the dungeons, they quickly started to execute their attacks. Mind Infestation followed by Spirit Cage was the best combination. It could be used from a distance, and as soon as Mind Infestation took over, they forfeited their lives. Xue Wei felt that there was indeed a major difference between the woman who was following them and the berserkers he met. The woman whom he still held full control over was obedient and cooperated willingly. Although she knew instinctively that her mind was invaded, she did not fight against it, her soul tranquil like a lake. The gate to the dungeons was manned by 7 guards. Xue Wei contemplated what to do. But while he was thinking, Bai Tianyi had already launched the first mind infestation, coupled with He Gao launching Swallowing the Moon. Everything went black. No one could see anything, and the guards started calling out for one another. But a dull sound was heard as one person after another collapsed on the ground, mind infestation shattering their souls. One after another they succumbed to death, and Xue Wei went to the prison, only to find that all of them were awake, albeit rather groggy and their eyes glassed over. Lolo was the first one to notice him, and she was about to call out when she saw him place a finger on his thin lips and shake his head. Realizing the situation they were in, she quickly nodded her head and kept quiet. Soon after, the gate was broken open, and all of them staggered out of the chamber. "Let us show those bastards that we aren't easy to deal with," one of the sailors grumbled as he rubbed his sore head. The others nodded their heads, and although they were all feeling as if they had a hangover, they quickly took out their weapons and prepared to strike. They soon found that they had no weapons on them, as the berserkers had taken away their items. But after scouring a few houses close to the prison, they found a variety of weapons. Although it was not the ones they were used to, they could assist them in this time of need. Xue Wei was not going to tell them not to, but he still opened his mouth to warn them. "Don't let them connect with the Bloody River," he said seriously. "They are berserkers, so it is best for you to destroy the Bloody River first, and when it is destroyed, then you can focus on killing them all." "What about the woman who is following you?" one of them asked hesitatingly. All of them had noticed that a woman was with Xue Wei from beginning to end, and he just shrugged his shoulders. "She has assisted me quite a lot, so leave her alive." The others nodded their heads, and together, all of them rushed towards the city's streets, ready to bathe it red in the blood of the berserkers. Chapter 11. Bloodship. The experts were all filled with anger and frustrations. They had listened to the berserkers throughout the time and understood that their end would be rather gruesome. All the blood would be drained from their bodies while still being alive. They had felt hopelessness and despair as they knew that their end was coming. The only one who had been calm was Lolo. She had claimed that her older brother would save her, and the sailors and delegations were feeling incredibly embarrassed for not believing her now that it had proven to be true. In the cage were also the king and Lin Zhao. Both of them were severely beaten compared to the others who had no injuries. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, both shallow and deep ones. It was clear that they had been fighting to their last breath, and only kept alive because of their precious blood. Anger flared in Xue Wei's heart. He considered these two people his friends, but now they had been beaten this badly. He could not accept it. He quickly found a few pills from his storage artifact and placed them in the mouths of the two unconscious friends. The pills he used were improved versions of the returning spring healing pills. These pills were not the best pills he had, but considering the injuries, they were the most suitable ones, as they would treat every single wound and not focus on one specific injury. As the pills dissolved in their mouths, the two slowly woke up, their bodies aching, but stream after stream of energy shot into their bodies and slowly alleviated their pain and healed their bodies. While Xue Wei was busy dealing with his two friends, the sailors and the two delegations swept through the entire city. Their storage artifacts had been taken away from them, but they quickly found weapons or tools they could use as weapons or fought with their bare hands, releasing all the restrained anger and frustrations they had felt while being captured. The city was painted red. Blood was flowing in rivers. More and more were killed as their power was weak after the loss of blood from the Blood River and Blood Lake. Because of this, they were easy to kill, like sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. Panic erupted in the lost city of the Berserkers. The Berserkers were all filled with dread and fear. They had been the hunters, but now they became the hunted. All the feelings of fear that their original targets had felt were being returned to them one by one.
"Hey Gao, carry the king. I'll drag Lin Zhao with us," Xue Wei said, and as he said, he went to drag Lin Zhao with him out of prison, while He Gao carried the king. Lolo looked on in dismay. Clearly she was unhappy, but because of the circumstances she did not cause any problems. But when Xue Wei saw her indignant face, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was clear that she was unhappy that her hubby was touching another woman. Sighing, he shook his head and dragged He Gao with him. Behind him was the Berserker and Bai Tianyi. Both of them were observing everything around them, and both the king and He Gao were getting better and better. Halfway through the lost city, they had not come across even one living person. Only corpses were littered on the ground, blood flowing from their limp bodies, and vacant eyes staring in horror into the sky. Xue Wei and his group of people showed no interest in these dead bodies, but Bai Tianyi was not so naive as to not inspect them. If any of them had the slightest trace of being alive still, then a spiritual energy sword severed the head from the body, ensuring that no ambush was laying on the way. As they advanced, they soon reached the front of the battle. Here they saw how the Berserkers were pushed back, all of them filled with fear, and their attacks were filled with hesitation. It was clear that everyone was doing their utmost to escape, but where could they escape to? They were on an island. Everything was under control of the delegation and sailors. Xue Wei sent Bai Tianyi out to find the storage treasures of everyone, and soon he did not have to drag Lin Zhao anymore. Soon he could support him as they returned to the harbor. There they were greeted by sight of the wreckage of their ship. It was completely burnt down. The charred wooden frame was all that was left. Looking around the harbor, they found no other ship as magnificent. All of them were rather crude and not made for long-distance sailing. They could not accommodate all of them either. Pondering on what to do, Xue Wei placed Lin Zhao on the ground. The king was also being placed down on the ground, both of them sitting down and slowly using their own qi and spiritual energy to heal their bodies. Not long after, Bai Tianyi returned. He handed 2 rings to Lin Zhao and the king, while the thing he gave Lolo was a small bracelet. This was their storage artifacts. "I kept them all," he said. "I found the one who had all the storage artifacts, and I took them all with me. On top of that, I also looted the corpses I came across, so we have quite a few storage treasures." "Give the ones from our comrades back," Xue Wei said with a nod of his head. "But keep all the other ones for yourself. No need to share them with others." Bai Tianyi snickered. He felt the same. Had they not been there to protect them, then it was likely they would all have died. To let them take the loot was not too much to ask for. Slowly, as time ticked by, the ones who had survived from the sailors and delegation made their way down to the harbor, where they met Xue Wei and the others. They saw the stack of storage artifacts, and their eyes shone. They thought they had lost their treasures for good. None of them commented on the fact that Xue Wei and his friends kept the extra ones. They just found their own and placed them on their bodies before starting to ponder on what to do with the ship. The delegation was the ones who felt the worst. They did not know much about ships or sailing, but they knew that they had to get away from here. They could not stay here for a long time.
"Don't fret," one of the soldiers chuckled. "We are sailors, and we know about building ships. Even the ship we sailed before was built by us."
"Aren't you sailors, not carpenters?" one of the members of the delegation asked curiously.
But the sailors just laughed. "We are cultivators, and to build a ship you need strength and speed. Normal carpenters can't build ships as fast as we can."
There was a pride in his voice as he spoke, and right after they began to run through the city towards the forest behind them. The forest, which had been green before, was now red and blue. The trees were much stronger than they had been before. After a few days, the red and blue wood had been turned into a magnificent ship. The ship before had been the brown shade of trees, but this one was now blood red and dark blue. While they had been busy working on the ship, Xue Wei had been occupied, speaking with the only berserker still alive. She had been shocked when she awoke from her stupor induced by mind infestation. But after thinking it through, she quickly decided to pledge her allegiance to their delegations. "Let us set out!" The delegation did not wish to stay on the Berserkers' Island any longer. Having said this, all of them were eager to get away, and thus they boarded the ship. Lin Zhao and the king were both feeling much better now than before. Their wounds were also more or less healed, and they were ready to continue the travels. Everyone boarded the ship, and as they began sailing, they soon found that this red and blue wood had a great ability to draw in the essence of the heavens and the earth, making cultivation even faster.
"The blue trees have been tainted by your blood, right?"
He Gao asked with a low voice when they were seated in the corner of the room. Xue Wei looked around and nodded his head.
"Should be," he answered. "I don't know what this blood river has done to the forest, nor do I know what my blood has done either. But it is without a doubt a treasure for cultivation, since the heaven and earth essence is absorbed so fast."
Bai Tianyi looked at the wood beneath their feet and started contemplating. After a bit of time, he answered, "I think that the river of blood and the lake of blood from the Berserker's lost city was mixed with various herbs and treasures to make it easier to absorb. These medicines and treasures made it possible for the trees to absorb the blood fast. At the same time, this blood is making the trees much stronger than before. In fact, I think that if the trees had not been cut down, they would have evolved into spirits." Xue Wei was quite surprised when he heard this. Spirits were something that were created by nature, so to have made it possible for spirits to be created much faster, that was indeed a magical thing. The ship was rushing through the sea, the front cleaving the waves as easily as a hot knife went through butter, and the boat was even steadier than before. After the episode on the island with the berserkers, the people on board the ship were much more alert. When they docked in some other islands, they were all cautious and did not trust the citizens at all. Like this, time flowed by. They experienced nothing too exciting on the sea. A day turned to a week, and a week turned into a month. During this month, all of them, even the sailors, were eager to cultivate in the dense heavens and earth essence that was present on board the ship. During this time, He Gao had a breakthrough to the first layer of the Heavenly Knight rank. Bai Tianyi was at the 9th layer of the Sky Knight rank, and Lin Zhao was also at the first layer of the Heavenly Knight rank. Xue Wei was at the 9th layer of the Sky Knight rank with his chi levels, and the 9th layer of the Sky Knight rank with his spiritual energy. Although he and Bai Tianyi had the lowest rank, they were the ones they wanted to fight the least. Especially He Gao had felt the bloodline suppression from Xue Wei, and all the other delegation members from the Demon Phoenix continent felt the same whenever they sparred against him. He was not someone who was simple to fight against, and thus he fought against the delegation members of Yan Dalu, and also the human sailors who were of higher rank. This fateful day, just as they thought it would be a day like any other, they realized that it was not. A big ship came rushing towards them, the speed so fast that it had to be fueled by a person with an excellent cultivation base. Even if Xue Wei and the others fueled the blood ship, as they had named the new ship, it would not be able to outrun it. After experiencing the episode at the Berserker Island, they were all rather alert and suspicious of others. Hence, when they saw the rushing ship, they all felt apprehensive and worried. Chapter 12. Annoying Lan. As the ship arrived next to the blood ship, it stopped, and the passengers could see a bunch of dangerous-looking people on the other ship were looking menacingly at them, greed flashing in their eyes. They had seen that their own ship was incapable of catching up with this blood ship, was it not for the fact that they had a great expert on board their ship to fuel it with qi. Xue Wei was tentative as his eyes swept over the experts on the opposite deck. There were a lot of experts, but their strength was all equal to his. They were all a wide variety of earth, sky, heavenly knights. None of the people present were capable of fueling the ship as they had seen, so although he was not too worried about these experts, he could not let his heart relax, as he knew the real owner of the boat was not to be taken lightly. They did not board their ship as the entire delegation had expected, but they gathered on the deck and observed them, all of them clearly restless as their eyes scanned the people aboard the ship. It was as if they were looking for something or someone, but they had not explained who it was, neither did they seem familiar to any of the people aboard the blood ship. Suddenly, the other ship trembled, and a magnificent person appeared from below the deck. Looking at him, Xue Wei instantly had one word popping into his mind. Demon. This man had gray skin, pointed ears, 2 long horns on top of his head, cat-like pupils, fangs, claws, and tiger paws and legs. This was a race different from any other race Xue Wei had encountered so far, and the only name that would fit him would be a demon. Although Xue Wei was aware that he too was a descendant of the different unions between man and beast, he felt that this was a mutation that had changed drastically throughout the thousands of years that had passed. When Xue Wei came across this man, he felt as if he was looking at a big black hole. There was simply no way to measure his strength, no way to determine how strong he actually was. When he appeared, the greed that flashed in the eyes of the rest of the experts quickly vanished, and they all respectfully made a path for him to walk through towards their blood ship. Xue Wei noticed that this demon was looking at one person only. He was staring at the king, and the king was also frowning as she looked back at him. It seemed that she had recognized him. At first, Xue Wei was worried that there was hostility between the two. However, after seeing how the demon was smiling brilliantly, and the frown on the king's face was more of a confused frown than a hostile one, he quickly relaxed his taut muscles. A small smile flitted across his lips, and he leaned back against the mast. It was at this time that the demon looked at him. Their eyes clashed, and the demon instantly guessed his thoughts. Xue Wei did nothing to hide his thoughts, and then he called out, "Relax, and make space for him. He is here to visit an old friend." Hearing Xue Wei's words, the sailors and 2 delegations suddenly felt much safer. They somehow wholly trusted in his words after experiencing the drama back at the Berserkers' Island. Since they trusted him, all of them suddenly relaxed and retreated. They allowed the demon to jump across from one ship to another casually. He went straight to the king, stood in front of her, 2 heads taller than her, and looked down upon her.
"I wonder if you could predict that we would meet again,"
he said with a slight happy smile on his lips, and the king, who had been frowning before, had a helpless expression on her face as she shook her head.
"Let us go to the side to talk," she said, feeling slightly uncomfortable with everyone staring at her. Especially the dangerous-looking experts on the other ship were staring at her as if they had seen the most wondrous scene. Xue Wei had a good guess as to why. This man was a demon. It was evident that he would not be a friendly person, but right now he was overly happy and gentle towards a woman. Xue Wei did not know about their past together, but it was clear they knew each other somehow, and he slowly went back to cultivating. After they had spoken together for some time, the king walked to the middle of the deck, the demon casually following behind her, towering above her as a gentle giant, protecting her and sheltering her from everything that might be dangerous.
"This is Tao Wu," she introduced. "He is known as the Fierce Demon, and he is a pirate leader here in the Sea of the Enchanted."
She paused for a bit, wondering how to continue.
"I met him some years ago when he was injured and helped to nurse him back to health, so he feels obliged to assist us as well."
She looked around, but no one pointed fingers or made fun of her, so she quickly continued.
"He has offered to take us to the closest island with a busy port town, a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons live."
When hearing that there was another port, the crew was slightly nervous, but the king quickly soothed their worried nerves.
"Although this place is dangerous, as it is the home for all pirates in the Sea of the Enchanted, it is also a good place to find treasures and stock up on necessities. Also, as long as you are cautious, you should be fine. Never walk around alone, and make sure not to trust strangers. But I am sure you already understood this point."
Everyone still hesitated, and eventually they looked at Xue Wei. Xue Wei was obviously above the delegation from the Demon Phoenix continent because of his bloodline being as noble as it was, and he was also the savior of Yan Dalu, so they too would listen to his words. He had saved the sailors on the last island, so they too felt no remorse about leaving it in his hands.
"Let's go,"
was his answer. He was not against going to this place. He was quite curious as to what wonders they might have. He even hoped to be able to get his hands on a formula for 2-colored rainbow pills. Although his alchemy was not at a point where he would be able to make 2-colored rainbow pills easily, if he had the formula, he would be able to find the ingredients, and then he should be ready to begin practicing on it after a few more months. It was hard to get one's hands on these formulas, but guessing that there were a whole lot of treasures in the port city that they mentioned, he could not see anywhere else with more potential for having the formula. As he had made a decision, the others naturally accepted it, and the smile on Tao Wu's face grew increasingly brilliant. It was clear that the king had no opinion and just followed what the others decided upon. She seemed casual, but Xue Wei was quite confident that this was a facade she hid behind. He had not forgotten her words from when they were in Yan Dalu, where she had said that her dream was to become a pirate. This had already been a somewhat surprising wish, but now that he saw Tao Wu, it suddenly made sense. Not only was she eager to live the life of a pirate, the free and unfettered life on the sea, she also had someone who mattered to her, someone who had likely been the one to tell her about the experience as a pirate. As to what their relationship was like, Xue Wei did not want to interfere, but it was apparent that this powerful person mattered to the king.
"Men, set sail towards Treasure City," Tao Wu yelled out, his voice so domineering that it was impossible to ignore. "You can follow my ship towards Treasure City. That place is a haven for those who know how to do a deal, but it is also a nightmare for anyone too weak. I suggest all of you be a minimum of Earth Knight rank to enter. The rest ought to stay on the ship. Although the city is chaotic, there are specific rules. Stealing a ship is something you can never do, no matter how wonderful the ship is. Stealing it is impossible, or you will be chased down by the entire pirate fleet in the Sea of the Enchanted. Also, as long as you are aboard your ship, you are safe. No one will bother you, and no one can board a ship to cause problems for you. In the city itself, it is entirely different, though, and murder is seen rather often. There is one auction house, but plenty of shops that specialize in buying stolen goods and selling it off to those in need. There is a red light district for those of you who cannot handle the long voyages on the sea, which caters to both men and women. As a matter of fact, there is everything you might need, although these things come at a cost. Some things cost essence stones, Others cost gold and silver.
Hearing how Tao Wu described Treasure City, many were eager to experience it for themselves. However, a small number of experts were still too influenced by the encounter on the Berserkers' Island, and thus they were relieved when they heard that the ship was a haven, a place where no one could touch them. The sailors were much more eager now than they had been before, and they hurried to make their ship follow behind the one belonging to Tao Wu, running towards the treasure city that he had introduced to them. Tao Wu looked at all the sailors and saw their excitement, and a twinkle appeared in his eyes as he turned towards Xue Wei.
"Don't you feel worried that I will trick you?" he asked with a slight smile on his lips.
"If you do, I will help you count the money," Xue Wei answered casually as he continued to cultivate.
"You seem quite confident that I'm not tricking you," Tao Wu continued, quite eager to know how Xue Wei was so observant.
"It's simple," Xue Wei said. "You clearly have some affection towards the king, and want to travel with her. If you just suggest it, she will decline you, but now we have a purpose, so it is fine. At the same time, you are much stronger than any of us here. If you truly had malicious thoughts, then there would be nothing we could do about it. So following your suggestions would be our only option."
Tao Wu was surprised that he had understood that much, and he suddenly laughed as he sat down next to him, his eyes never once leaving the king's side.
"You remind me of a friend of mine," Tao Wu suddenly said. "His name is Lan. He is also annoyingly observant, but he is so in an annoying way, making you want to hit him in the face. Unfortunately, I am not his match, but I've given it a few tries."
"Oh, you know Lan?"
Xue Wei did not doubt that it was the same Lan as he knew. How many annoying Lans existed in the world? Hearing that Xue Wei knew Lan, Tao Wu gave him another glance, wondering why this youngster could know such an esteemed person. But seeing that he also had an opinion about him, he decided that it was much better to start trash-talking him than to figure out why a youngster like him could know this esteemed expert. Chapter 13. Freedom.
"Yes, I have encountered him a few times,"
Xue Wei readily admitted.
"He was the one who sent us to Yan Dalu when he promised to send us to the Demon Phoenix continent."
"That is typical Lan."
Tao Wu nodded his head.
"He is a perpetually unreliable fellow that finds amusement in watching other people suffer."
Thinking about the task at hand, having to get his hands on the Thunder Flame Crown, Xue Wei could only sadly nod his head. It was indeed asking him to suffer to ask him to get it for him. Tao Wu and Xue Wei did not speak for some time. They just sat by one another looking at different things. Tao Wu's eyes never left the king, while Xue Wei was busy observing Lolo playing on the deck. The ship was quickly following after the pirate ship belonging to Tao Wu, but while everyone on the blood ship was rather happy and excited, the members on the pirate ship were anything but pleased. Tao Wu was known as the King of the Sea of the Enchanted. He was a revered person, a person who was high above the masses. He would slaughter fleets that came after him. He could raise the seas, control the weather. He was a god in their eyes. However, now, this god had been tainted. The king was unaware that the pirates were filled with hostility towards her, that they felt that she had tainted their god. She continued to cultivate on board the ship. She was indeed a creature blessed by the heavens. Her talents were not only in the spiritual energy category, but she also had an outstanding talent for chi cultivation, and after they had built the blood ship, her progress had been upgraded by leaps and bounds since she decided to focus on it, her body growing stronger by the day. Xue Wei had given her some martial arts techniques so that she could continue to train skills. Alongside, her cultivation base grew stronger, and she never slacked off. She had decided to use a whip as a weapon, and this whip was a treasure that was specially crafted back in Yan Dalu for her. It was a whip that could be enhanced with both chi and spiritual energy, maximizing her attacks. Whenever she was training, she was like a dancer who flickered across the deck. The whip was swirling around her like a ribbon, so fast that no one dared to get close. Watching her dance like a fairy across the deck, the eyes of Tao Wu lit up with appreciation. It was clear that there was some affection between the two, but for some reason the king behaved as if there was nothing. As she finished her dance, Tao Wu looked at her red face, where a thin sheen of sweat was evident. Her breathing was hurried, and her body was trembling slightly, on the verge of collapsing. She had been training the same technique for the last 2 hours, spending all the qi in her body, and tired it out completely. Seeing her tired and exhausted countenance, Tao Wu could no longer hold back, and in a flash, so fast that Xue Wei only saw an afterimage, he was by her side. He took her into his arms and, carrying her to the mast where he placed her against the thick main mast and found a gourd filled with spirit wine in his storage artifact. Everything happened so fast that the king had no time to comment, but when she was seated next to Xue Wei and Tao Wu was trying to make her drink the wine, a bashful blush appeared on her cheeks.
Drink,
Tao Wu said gently, but the king was shaking her head, not willing to do so. She felt that it was too embarrassing being made to drink by him. She could also feel a lot of eyes on her, as if they were laughing at her and Tao Wu's relationship.
Don't overthink,
Xue Wei suddenly said by her side, making her look at him.
Life is precious, and as long as we live, we are moving towards the end. Why not let go and follow our dreams for once? Just give in and do what you want to do. Don't think about others and their thoughts. You are no longer held back by the title of the king. You can do what you want to do.
Listening to Xue Wei, the king was suddenly enlightened. She had been used to someone watching her every move and ensuring that she never stepped upon the wrong path. She was a national treasure because of her 5 eyes. She had been decided as the king from the moment she was born, and all expectations had been placed upon her head. She dared not act on her own impulses. She dared not do what she truly wished to do. But things had changed. She was no longer the king. She had never been given a name. From the time she was born, she had just been known as the small king. And after the old king passed away, she was the king. Even now, everyone referred to her as the king. But she understood that this was something that no longer existed in her life. She was free. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she bit her lower lip while trying to hold back the tears that were threatening to spill. "I want a name," she suddenly said, catching both Tao Wu and Xue Wei entirely by surprise. After thinking about it, they both understood her thoughts. She wanted a new beginning in life, a fresh start to everything. Looking at her, tenderness overflowed from Tao Wu's eyes, and he reached out his hand and caressed her head.
You should be named Zhang Yingyu. As the moonlight reflects on the river, such a beautiful name only matches a beautiful woman such as yourself.
The king nodded her head, quickly accepting the name given to her by Tao Wu. Watching the two of them together, Xue Wei smiled, but in his heart, he too was hurting. He could only sigh as he looked into the sky and wished for Wang Xiaoyun to be doing well. At least they were under the same sky, but it was so far away from her that he could not help but feel slightly sad. After Zhang Yingyu accepted her name, she felt that it was indeed a new life, and she could do what she wished. Since she was free, why not do what she had always wanted to do? Things had finally managed to make sense to her, and she reached out her hand and grasped Tao Wu's hand in her own. She tightened her grasp and smiled at him. "When I found you at the beach those years back, and you were injured, I helped you because I was intrigued by your race." She suddenly began speaking, and both Tao Wu and Xue Wei listened curiously as to what she had to say. "When I got to know you, you fascinated me. I started to see the world outside of Yan Dalu,
I began understanding that there was something else than just doing one's duty. I understood that the lands were vast, and that everyone had dreams that could be followed. I realized from the stories of your life that were my dream, to be free and unfettered on the ocean, traversing the seas and fighting with my life on the line every day. I knew that it was impossible for me, but the life of a pirate was the dream I often dreamt about when life got tough. When I was down and depressed, I would think about the high seas and the fairy tale lifestyle. I never thought it would be possible for me to ever live like that. But Xue Wei is correct. I am no longer the king. I am Zhang Yingyu. I am no longer obliged to care about Yan Dalu. They will be just fine without me. I want to live life for myself now. I want to become a pirate, but in all of this, there is one person who had supported me when life was tough. Tao Wu, you were my rock, my support. Please let me join your crew.
Tao Wu was utterly taken by surprise as he listened to Zhang Yingyu's words. He would never have thought that he meant that much to her. He would never have expected that they were possible to be together. But indescribable happiness bubbled in his heart.
I want you to live life with me. I want you to be mine,
he exclaimed, and Zhang Yingyu smiled as she nodded her head. After thinking for a bit, Tao Wu's face turned somewhat ugly.
We are different races, though, so we can never give birth to children. Are you sure that you still want to be with me?
I do.
Zhang Yingyu did not even hesitate for a moment. She smiled at Tao Wu. Her restless and worried heart had finally found its own harbor and place to nestle. Seeing the two, Xue Wei snickered. He was happy for Zhang Yingyu. She was a good friend of his, and they had known each other for years now. He knew it was hard for her to make such a decision. But now she was liberated from her chains. Now she was finally free. Like this, everything aboard the ship turned enjoyable. Every sailor and delegation member went to congratulate Tao Wu and Zhang Yingyu. Even Lolo congratulated them in her own way.
Big sis, this uncle is scary. He has horns, she said when she saw them coming towards her. But as long as Big Sis likes him, I will accept him as my uncle.
Zhang Yingyu felt very guilty towards Lolo. It was because of her and the other members of the Yan Dalu community that she had been forced into a toddler stage. But she never saw any discomfort on Lolo's face. In fact, she was delighted with having a big sister like Zhang Yingyu. Like this, a couple of days went by. Tao Wu took Zhang Yingyu to his own ship to introduce her to the crew, and those who previously had been unhappy with her did their very best to hide their displeasure. They understood better than to challenge their god. After roughly a week, they suddenly saw an island in the distance. The island was different from most of the flat islands they had passed previously. It was a mountain in the middle of the island, with a jungle shrouding it. And amid the jungle was a big harbor city that took up almost a quarter of the island. The harbor that was clear to see the closer they got was already almost fully occupied. There were quite a few ships docked. Many looked curiously at the blood ship and the one belonging to Tao Wu. Tao Wu's boat was well known here on Treasure Island and in Treasure City, but the blood ship was wholly new and something they had never seen before. Was it loot that Tao Wu had taken with him? Was it a comrade? Was it the beginning of a fleet? Everyone was curious, and slowly they found 2 places to dock their ships. As they docked, an official from the Treasure City arrived and requested a fee to use their dock. They had already been aware of this as Tao Wu had warned them, and the delegation leader from the Demon Phoenix continent took out a few precious gems that he handed over to the official, who smiled and left happily. These delegations had a lot of treasure on them, and when others saw how easily they paid the high fee, they started getting interested in their treasures. Not to mention, the ship was so outstanding.
As it was docked in the harbor, everyone could feel how it was draining the heaven and earth essence towards the ship itself. Chapter 14. World-Shocking Prices. Treasure City and Treasure Island were exactly as Tao Wu had said. Although everyone was filled with greed and excitement when they saw the magnificent ship and the ability to draw the heaven and earth essence over, they did not act on their desire to own it. The rules were ironclad. No one could shake them, and if anyone tried, they'd end up as the target for all others, alongside no harbor letting them enter. However, this did not stop them from plotting against the delegation. Although they could not do anything while they were docked in Treasure City's harbor, no one said anything about following them later when they left, and then commandeering the ship. Xue Wei was aware of their thoughts. Their eyes were glistening with malice, and they did not attempt at hiding their intentions. Many on board the ship started frowning. They too understood that having gone to Treasure Island was not a bad idea initially, but after seeing them all being like this, they realized that when one had a treasure, flaunting it could cause infamy and bad luck. Xue Wei smiled wryly. There were not many in the city who were stronger than him and the crew, but there did not need to be many. Just one saint who wished to take over the ship, and they would be done for. Pondering over what to do, Xue Wei was feeling somewhat regretful. Should they sell the ship and buy another one? If they did, then they would end up no longer being the target for the others, but they would also lose out on an excellent cultivation resource. However, life was more important than speedy cultivation. Although external factors could help them progress faster, they did not doubt their own strength and talent. So instead of holding on to such a hot potato, why not sell it to someone else and let it be their problem? He was not the only one who thought like this. More and more of the people on board the ship were more than willing to cut their losses. They had almost lost their lives on the Berserker Island. Now that they were alive, they had to treasure their lives much more. Since this was the case, Xue Wei did not have to say anything. Although they were slightly reluctant, the ambassador did not hesitate and ordered someone to guard the ship while he went to one of the ship vendors in town. Slowly, everyone who had the courage, or the ones who had something they needed, started to disembark the ship in small groups so that they could protect one another. Xue Wei did not waste any more time either and disembarked the ship together with his group of friends. The only one who did not go with them was Zhang Yingyu. Instead, she stayed along with Tao Wu and left the ship with him. Seeing this, Xue Wei was more than confident that in the future he would no longer be traveling together with Zhang Yingyu. She had a dream from before, and now she was able to live out this dream and be together with the man she loved. This was an ending he was quite pleased with. It was not that he did not want to travel with her, he just wanted his friends to live the life they wanted. He wanted them to be happy and satisfied. So seeing this was the best possible ending. Xue Wei was feeling quite happy, knowing that they could once more put their feet on the hard soil. And not only this entire treasure city was a full treasure trove. Xue Wei was carrying Lolo in his arms. Bai Tianyi walked on one side of him with He Gao and Lin Zhao on the other. The streets were bustling with life. Many experts were walking down the roads. Some were casually standing in groups and chatting with one another. The subjects were mainly about the newest treasures that had been unearthed here in Treasure City. Others were drinking wine at the taverns or eating at the restaurants. Although food and drinks were not necessary for experts of a certain strength, eating the meat of fierce beasts alongside medicinal herbs could still provide a boost in one's cultivation base. The same was the case with spiritual wine, and thus Treasure Island's restaurants specialized in this aspect. The price of everything on Treasure Island was immense. They did not take any form of payment in gold coins. Instead, they were paid in rare materials, cultivation resources, and essence stones. Xue Wei had received a whole bunch of materials when he was in Yan Dalu, but he had not received many essence stones.
Here he had to depend on the ones he already owned from before he left Chang'an. Fortunately, he had no interest in buying any food or drinks, for now. Instead, they headed towards the center of the city, where a large pavilion was towering above the other buildings. On a sign outside the building was written the name of the place, Thousand Treasures Pavilion. This Thousand Treasures Pavilion was a place where both snakes and dragons would go with their loot and try to sell it off. When a thing was sold to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, no one was capable of taking it back. At the same time, Thousand Treasure Pavilion was never blamed for anything they sold. Even if the original owner came back, they would not be able to lay claim on the things. Also, if they had proof of it being stolen, they would have to purchase the item back as any other person would have to buy it. The walk towards the Thousand Treasure Pavilion was longer than expected. Although they had already seen the nameplate, they still had to walk for as long as it took for an incense stick to burn before they reached the front door. A steady stream of people walked in and out of the gate. It was clear that they were incredibly busy. These people were indeed a mixed bunch of people. Some were dressed slovenly, while others had their most elegant attire on. Although some of them looked slovenly, Xue Wei did not dare look down upon them. A place like here was impossible to say who were the powerful experts and who were the cannon fodder. Xue Wei had seen many magnificent sights throughout his young life, as he had been many places on his journey, but never had he seen anything as grand and overwhelming as this building. It was towering into the sky, reaching so far up that the spire was hidden in the clouds. When he entered the gate, Xue Wei looked around with interest, but it was not only him who was curious as to what goods could be for sale here on the Treasure Island. Lolo and every other companion were observing with big eyes. Xue Wei had taken all the loot from the Berserker's Island. He had not had the time to really look through it, as he had been focused on cultivating. But now that he was here, he could not help but feel that it was the perfect time to empty his storage treasures for useless items. However, before he started considering what to keep and what to sell, Xue Wei wanted to have an idea of what the different things sold for. If the price tag was too low, he might as well keep the materials for later. Having thought like this, he started roaming the lowest floor of the pavilion. Here he found the most common and everyday materials. However, even though they were common materials, their price tag was in no way simple. The most common cultivator could buy these materials on the mainland for a few gold pieces. However, here the price was counted in essence stones. It was not long before Xue Wei realized why. Materials, herbs, and ores came from the continents. It was more or less impossible to get their hands on them on the sea unless they managed to get it from robbing others, and thus the price was high. Thinking like this, the eyes of Xue Wei started glistening. What he had was an abundance of resources that could be used to cultivate his cultivation base, but also to concoct medicine or create inscriptions. On the first floor were no pills nor inscriptions. They were on the second level and above. All pills, no matter their efficiency, were priceless treasures here on the sea, as alchemists and inscription masters were simply too rare. There were not enough materials on the sea to nurture more than a few of these professions. On top of this, everyone who had a trade like this was treated like kings and emperors by all. Xue Wei did not hesitate any longer. He gestured for his friends, who had run around the floor to look at the things, and went to an appraisal desk.
"What can I do for you, young sirs?"
The clerk behind the desk was immensely polite, but not to the point where he was humbling himself. He did not show any signs of arrogance or superiority, but he was not acting as a servant either. His behavior made Xue Wei acknowledge him as a figure of importance.
"We have a rather large haul of items we wish to have appraised and sold," Xue Wei said. "I am sure you have some rooms somewhere where we can discuss the matter in detail."
The clerk took a second glance at them and nodded his head.
"We do indeed. Please follow me,"
he said as he politely gestured for them to follow him up the stairs. The clerk did not stop before they had reached the 9th floor. Here he opened a door into a small chamber and let Xue Wei and his friends enter. In fact, every single floor had their own appraisal rooms, but this clerk was experienced. Looking at Xue Wei and the others, he could sense that they came from a continent and were likely to have a lot of things they wished to sell. As such, he took a gamble and led them to the upper floors where the VIPs retreated. As Xue Wei entered the room, he instantly noticed that there were inscriptions all around. Many of these inscriptions were a rather low level. Even he was capable of creating them, but there were so many of them that it was impossible to overlook them. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly relaxed. He understood that these inscriptions were beneficial to him. Their purpose was to block out all sound heard in the room, so that even if someone were standing with their ears pressed on the door, they would hear nothing. The group did not have to wait for a long time before a withered old man appeared in the room. He had a long white beard and long white hair tied up elegantly on top of his head.
"Young masters,"
he greeted as he entered. But although he greeted all of them, his eyes landed on Xue Wei. He was an experienced old man and could instantly tell who was the leader of this bunch of people, so he quickly went to look for him to see what they had to sell. Xue Wei nodded his head. "I have seen the senior," he greeted back, and the withered old man felt pleased before he sat down opposite him.
"Which items do you have you wish to have appraised?"
the old man asked while looking at Xue Wei, who withdrew one storage treasure after another, emptied it on the table. One item after another stacked up on the table. It was herbs, ores, pills, inscriptions, weapons. Everything that one could think about appeared in the hands of this youngster, and it was in such magnificent quantities. After emptying all the storage treasures he had gotten from the Berserker's Island, Xue Wei went on to clean his own storage treasure. Chapter 15. Two-Colored Rainbow Pill. Here, many pills, materials, and inscriptions fell to the pile of things that was already overflowing on the table. Even the majority of the floor was filled with items. The pills were all in jade bottles, the herbs in jade boxes, and the inscriptions tightly rolled into scrolls. The old man was stunned the more he saw Xue Wei withdraw from the storage treasures. Although many came with large quantities of items, it was simply nothing compared to the amount of things that Xue Wei took out. Not to mention, these things were what people needed the most. It might seem to be common materials, with a few rare materials thrown in here and there, but this was what they truly needed on Treasure Island. When the old man saw that one of the jade vials was different, his eyes widened in shock. The jade vial was smaller than the others and clearly contained only one pill. For a pill to be placed on its own, it was likely a rare pill, and this was something he was eager to look at. But he held back. After half the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Xue Wei finally stopped emptying his storage treasures. Even the storage treasures of the Berserker Island had been thrown into the pile. They were not worth much, but even a little was worth something. In the end, the entire room was filled to the brim with items. Even the companions of Xue Wei were surprised by the sheer quantity of things he had brought with him. Only Bai Tianyi knew it was not even half of the items he had in his storage treasure. Over the years, he had killed and looted quite a few people's items. At the same time, he had also managed to buy a lot of ingredients, not to mention all the stuff the citizens of Yan Dalu had thrown to him before he left. Clearing his throat, the old man had been stunned for some time.
"I will start looking through this," he said. "I will suggest that the common materials are sold at market value, and the rarer things will be sold at an auction. We have an auction that takes place 7 days later. If you have time to attend this auction, then you will be able to earn a much larger amount of essence stones."
Xue Wei contemplated. He was not sure how long they planned on staying on Treasure Island, but a week should be possible to delay their travel. The ambassador had already started the process of selling their ship, and he would need to accommodate a new one before they could leave anyway. Making a decision on his own, he quickly agreed to the idea of the auction 7 days later. Nodding his head, the old man began to sort and take inventory of the items. The further into the pile he got, the bigger his eyes became. When he opened the jade vial he had looked at from the start, he almost forgot to breathe.
"A rainbow pill!"
he exclaimed, filled with shock in his eyes, and shortly after he looked at Xue Wei with fervent eyes.
"I see that you have many pills. Can this old one assume that you are the alchemist behind the rainbow pill?"
Xue Wei narrowed his eyes while contemplating whether or not he should lie. But after considering it, an alchemist was a respected profession. If he could use it to add a layer of protection towards himself and his friends, then it was worth it.
"I am indeed the one who refined the rainbow pill," Xue Wei admitted, and the eyes of the old man shone with a cunning light.
"What would you take in commission if I were to ask for you to refine a few batches of rainbow pills for my shop?"
Xue Wei had never expected this question, and his eyes narrowed further.
"I have a few requests," he said. "I will put 10 rainbow pills up for auction 7 days later, but during this auction you are not to sell any of the rainbow pills I refine for you."
This request was easy to promise for the old man. It was not worth it for him to put rainbow pills up for sale at the same time as Xue Wei. They would just end up lowering the value of each other's pills.
"Secondly, help us and the rest of our comrades find somewhere to reside the next 7 days we are present at Treasure Island."
Once again, the old man quickly approved of the request.
"Finally, help us purchase a ship."
This time the old man was confused. How had they arrived at the Treasure Island if they had not sailed on a ship? But he was not going to ask questions and just nodded his head. Ships were all over Treasure Island. New and old ships were put up for sale all the time, so these requests that Xue Wei had were not excessive.
"Oh, and I also require a fee," Xue Wei continued. "You can pay me what you think my work is worth."
Xue Wei was not sure how much it cost to hire an alchemist. He had never been commissioned before, so he was quite clueless, and as such he decided to throw the hot potato back at the old man instead. The old man chuckled when he heard Xue Wei's last remark, and he nodded his head. He was not going to cause problems and underpay, but this way he was not requesting an immense price either. After some time, the old man had finished taking stock and had split the items into what should be sold directly and what had the quality to be put up for auction. After looking at the price that he had to pay out, even this old man's eyebrows could not help but raise in surprise. It was not that they could not afford it, but it was without a doubt the highest sum of money they had ever forked out like this to an unknown figure. The old man paused for a moment, and then he said,
"Wait here for a moment,"
before he left the room in a hurry. He returned after a few moments, and this time he had a younger man with him. This younger man seemed very amiable, and he had a friendly smile on his face, and was wearing light blue robes, and his hair was tied up with a beautiful and elegant silver hairpin. "Young masters, I am the young heir to the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion," the young man introduced himself. "I am here because old Lao said that you had an outstanding amount of treasures, and I have an offer for you." Hearing that there was an offer, Xue Wei frowned, but he still continued to listen, curious as to what they would offer him. He was not afraid of them causing havoc and stealing his items. Although the men here at the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion were much stronger than him, they also had their reputation to care about. If they stole from others, then they would not have become as famous as they were today. "A few years ago, I managed to get my hands on a pill recipe," the young heir said when he saw that Xue Wei was listening to his words. "The pill recipe is no simple recipe, but a 2-colored rainbow pill," he continued. "I have, for a long time, been looking for someone who can refine this pill for me, but
It is hard to find someone. I offer to use this. You have items here for 3,797,000 essence stones. If you give me 1,797,000 essence stones and refine 1 2-colored rainbow pill for me, provided I produce the materials, then I will let you have the recipe.
Xue Wei felt his heart beat faster when he heard that there was actually a 2-colored rainbow pill recipe here at the Treasure Island. This was what he had hoped for, but he had not dared to get his hopes so high. First of all, he was not sure if there was any, and even if there was, would he really be able to get it? But now, because he had dumped some items, he was offered a formula, and all he had to do was concoct a pill, at the same time as he would have to pay a strange amount of essence stones.
I am willing. Xue Wei did not try to stand on ceremony, but instantly nodded his head. I have some sets of ingredients needed to refine a 2-colored rainbow pill, so I can attempt it a few times before I make yours, to improve the success rate.
While Xue Wei was ecstatic about the pill recipe, the young heir was also elated. The essence stones did not matter much, but if they could get a few 2-colored rainbow pills, then it would be much more worth it than a recipe that no one could use. In the end, both the young heir and Xue Wei felt that they had benefited from the other side, and they were suddenly very amicable towards one another. The young heir quickly sent someone to fetch the essence stones alongside the recipe, and Xue Wei promptly found all the items he needed to refine the pill.
Can you lend me a refining room? He asked, and the heir was simply over the moon to hear he was willing to go into refining right away.
Of course, he promised.
I have to trouble you then. Xue Wei smiled before he turned to He Gao, Lin Zhao, Lolo, and Bai Tianyi. While I am creating 2-colored rainbow pills, I need you to go to the harbor and tell the ambassador that we are staying for a week. Gather all our men and bring them to the lodgings that the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion has promised to prepare for us.
The heir had not heard about the fact that they had to prepare accommodation for his men, but thinking about the fact that an alchemist who could create 2-colored rainbow pills would owe him a favor, he quickly smiled and called for a few servants to prepare rooms for them all. After sorting this, he personally led Xue Wei to a refining room, where the old man led Xue Wei's companions down the stairs and out the pavilion. Many were curiously looking at these people to determine their background, but no matter how they looked, they all seemed completely new to Treasure Island. After they exited the pavilion, the old man quickly started spreading rumors of the 1-colored rainbow pills that would emerge at their next auction, and the knowledge that rainbow pills alongside rare materials were appearing was enough to cause excitement for all of those who heard it. Slowly, the auction 7 days from then became the focal point of all in Treasure City. Everyone was excited to show up at the auction and see what could be won with their fortunes. Rumors even made it out to sea, and many of the closest pirate fleets and even some factions from other islands hurried towards the auction. While all of this was happening, He Gao and the others were cultivating in the provided chambers by the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, and Xue Wei was deeply buried in refining pills. He still had a significant number of materials, but he had failed 3 times before he managed to refine a 2-colored rainbow pill successfully. This pill was exchanged with the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion for a set of ingredients before he once more dove headfirst into concocting medicine. After 10 attempts, he was sitting with 6 pills. Not at all a bad result. It had, however, taken him 5 days to create these 6 pills. It was a labor-intensive procedure, and even worse was that when he failed, it was always at the merging process, the final process, and thus he would have to spend a long time recuperating before he could attempt another try.
Chapter 16. Playmate. Time ticked by slowly. Xue Wei had been in the refining chamber for 5 days, and when he emerged, he was not sure as to how he was feeling. Although it was his first time refining these pills, and the first time attempting something this challenging, he had hoped for a better success rate than what he had gotten. A servant had been standing outside the door of the refining room, waiting for Xue Wei to emerge. When he saw him, he was very polite as he led Xue Wei towards the lodgings that had been prepared for him and his friends. Behind the 1,000-treasure pavilion was a whole district of the city which was designated to the pavilion's workers, guests, elders, and so on. They had found rooms for every single member of the ambassador's entourage. Xue Wei was sent to a courtyard that looked very similar to the ones he had stayed in back in the academy in Yan Dalu. Xue Wei decided to stay in the house for a day. Although he had managed to concoct pills and take breaks in between to restore his energy, he still felt fatigued after working non-stop for 5 days. When he arrived in the courtyard, he quickly found out that the house was empty. His companions had left to enter the city. As to what they needed to do, Xue Wei was not sure. Maybe they had gone shopping for fun. Perhaps they had gone to help find a ship. Or even more likely was it that they had entered the town to get rumors of the auction that would happen in a few days, and see what the response was to the things Xue Wei had put up for auction. Xue Wei did not put too much thought into the subject, but found an unoccupied room where he laid down on the bed and slipped into a deep slumber. While he was sleeping, Lin Zhao, Lolo, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao were walking on the streets of Treasure City. All of them were cultivators, and their hearing was much better than that of ordinary people. When coupled with the fact that these experts did not bother to hide their conversation, it was easy to listen in on the subjects that were being discussed. The most discussed subject was the auction. Everyone was eager to know more about the things that were being put up for sale at the auction. Secondly was the infamous blood ship that had emerged in the harbor. All were curious about who had purchased it, but no one knew. There were rumors about the fierce demon pirate crew having acquired it, but there was no concrete proof for anyone buying it. The ship was placed in the harbor where it had been from the beginning. A few men and women were on board it, but not many. If one wanted to steal the ship, it would be possible, but all knew the consequences of stealing a ship on Treasure Island. Lin Zhao had looked around after listening in on the conversations, and after considering for some time, he took Lolo with him to a tea house. Bai Tianyi and He Gao tried finding news on the streets, while Lin Zhao and Lolo listened in on things in the tea house.
"Did you hear that there will be rainbow pills at the auction?" was the phrase most said in the tea house, and most would answer with disdain that they had known for a long time. "Such a cute little girl," a voice suddenly sounded in the tea house, and a small boy who seemed to be around 10 years old looked at Lolo with curiosity in his eyes. He had never seen a child who looked so pure and so much like a little doll, and he instantly felt a curiosity towards the child. Lolo looked at the boy, but her facial expressions did not change. She did not even acknowledge seeing him. The young boy was curious about this young girl. He was too young to understand the matters between men and women, but he still felt favorable emotions towards this little girl and wanted to bring her home with him to play with. He had grown up getting everything he wanted. When he wanted to play, servants would play with him. When he wanted a pet, fierce beasts would be tamed for him. If he wanted to play with someone, then it would be that person's honor to play with him. Never before had he seen a small girl like this who viewed him as heir. "Man, I want to play with her!" he exclaimed, and the men who had followed him out of the mansion went to Lin Zhao's side and withdrew a small purse, which seemed to have some essence stones in it.
"Let our young master play with your little sister, and we will pay you 200 essence stones in return," the man said, as if he had already determined that they would accept. But to his surprise, Lin Zhao just snorted. "Take your essence stones and scram," he said in a low and dangerous voice. Although Xue Wei had warned them before he entered the refining chamber to be careful, he also would never allow them to be abused, so Lin Zhao did not fear them. The men that had come out were all Sky Knights, ranked between the first and third layer. They were simply not the opponent of Lin Zhao.
However, the young boy did not seem to understand this point. He pointed at Lolo with his small, childish fingers and once more said, "I want that girl to play with me. She is cute as a doll. Only such a high-quality person deserves to play with this lord." Lolo, who had been quiet for a long time, lifted her head, and her previously expressionless face turned loathing. Although her age was like a child, she was not stupid. "Who wants to play with you? Ah!" she exclaimed as she shook her head in annoyance. Lin Zhao had been scared that Lolo would blurt out some unwelcome words, such as calling him her hubby, but fortunately she only did so when they were alone or with friends. Lolo knew better than to add injury to Lin Zhao and the situation they were in. "Grab her!" The young man was not willing to give up. He was calling out for the 7 men behind him to act up. But the moment the first person took a step forward, a magnificent force erupted from Lin Zhao, and the man who had taken a step was thrown back like a ragged doll. His body was crushed, and blood flowed incessantly from his mouth. Everyone was shocked when they saw that this man was so ruthless and got rid of the man the moment he took a step forward. But they all also sensed his strength. This man was actually a heavenly knight. Although there were saint-ranked experts in Treasure City, most of these experts were hard to find, leaders of families, or they were recluse and lived outside the city. Heavenly Knights were fought over for many factions and pirate crews. A Heavenly Knight had the chance of turning into a saint-ranked expert, and these would make any faction ecstatic to recruit. The men who had come with the child were all stunned when they saw the strength of Lin Zhao, and they hesitated. They were familiar to the Treasure City, and everyone knew them, but to still act like this towards them, he had to have a strong backing, or was new to the city. Being new could be good and bad. If he were willing to be recruited by their family, then it would be beneficial. But if they were hired by someone else, then he would prove to be an enemy in the future. Considering that they had this obvious disagreement with them, it was apparent that Lin Zhao would never accept allying himself with their family, and thus these men quickly convinced their young master to retreat for the day. Lin Zhao was not paying extra attention to the people. He had killed one of their men already, but the one he killed was merely a simple guard. If he killed the young child, then there would be an incorrigible hostility between himself and the family backing the young man. With a final, hesitating glance at Lolo, the young man clenched his fists and left the tea house together with his men. 2 of them carried the body. Lin Zhao was not in the mood to stay at the tea house, and quickly paid for their tea and snacks before he and Lolo exited the house and went to see if they could find Heigao and Bai Tianyi. It did not take long to locate the 2 figures in the crowd. One was small and wearing white robes with golden embroideries, had long white hair, and seemed like a fair but sinister child. The other figure was tall, a whole head taller than the average people surrounding them. The face was so attractive and handsome that every woman on the street was looking at him with curious and interested gazes. He was wearing completely black clothes with silver embroideries, in stark contrast to the child by his side. Seeing them standing out like this, Lin Zhao's lips twitched slightly as he tried to keep the laughter down. When thinking about it, he and Lolo were also an unnatural pair. As they reunited, they hurried back to the lodgings that Thousand Treasure Pavilion had prepared for them. None of them were aware that they had been followed by a few people who specialized in stealth. When they saw the group enter the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's residential area, they all retreated back to where they had come from.
"They are part of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion?"
This sentence was asked in many of the significant families' chambers as the stealth experts returned to announce what they had seen.
"This is weird," another man said. "The Thousand Treasure Pavilion is not a faction that causes problems, and it is rare for them to recruit people. People queue up to join them, but only those who have exceptional talents can enter their eyes."
The Thousand Treasure Pavilion has a lot of things happening recently. First was the emergence of the one-colored rainbow pill. Now it is an unknown expert. I wonder what exactly is going on.
A third person was also commenting in another family.
Could they be connected? This is a never-before-seen expert in Treasure City, and now there are suddenly rainbow pills here.
Someone could not help but guess, but he quickly dismissed this thought. When they returned to the courtyard, they could all sense that there was some energy flowing towards a room on the upper floor, which had previously been empty, and all of them suddenly felt happy. It was evident that Xue Wei had returned, and they could not wait to hear how he was doing after not seeing him for a few days. They were especially interested to hear what he had to say about the 2 colored rainbow pills. It was not that they did not care for Xue Wei, but they knew he could protect himself. The rainbow pills were of utmost importance to them, especially Bai Tianyi, Xue Wei, and He Gao would benefit greatly from the pills, as they might help them break into the heavenly warrior rank. As Xue Wei awoke, he was still alone in the house. He sat down and began cultivating, and after cultivating for some time, he suddenly felt someone on the way into the house. The auras were familiar, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips as he stopped cultivating, stretched his body, and walked down the stairs towards his friends who were on the way inside. Chapter 17. Boosting Strength. Long time no see! Bai Tianyi was the first to speak when they finally saw Xue Wei in the living room of the courtyard. Just as he spoke, a flash rushed toward Xue Wei and buried herself in his embrace. "Big brother!" Lolo exclaimed happily as she climbed onto his lap, nestling happily in his embrace. Although she had a good relationship with all of Xue Wei's friends and companions, it could not compare to the familiar feeling she had towards Xue Wei. He was her family.
I have something for you.
Xue Wei grinned as he waved his hand, and 5 vials of jade appeared on the table by his side.
One for each of you. Go to your rooms and consume them. We are in a bit of a rush. We need to have fully consumed the medicinal properties of the pill before the auction begins.
Hearing this, the eyes of the others glistened with excitement. Had he actually succeeded in creating 2 colored rainbow pills? Lin Zhao was the first to awaken from his stupor, and he quickly grasped one of the vials, opened it, and looked at the pill that was within. It was red and orange, the first 2 colors of the rainbow, and it looked incredibly unassuming as it laid there. Seeing Lin Zhao open a vial, Bai Tianyi and He Gao quickly grasped the bottle each and looked ecstatic. Especially Bai Tianyi was elated. He had been the strongest of the group for a long time, but right now he was amongst the weakest. He wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, upgrade himself, and be able to assist in battles again. Xue Wei also took a bottle and handed it over to Lolo. Go to your room and consume the pill. It should be able to assist you a bit in nurturing your spirit, he said gently. Rainbow pills were weird because one could rarely determine what energy it would enhance. However, for Bai Tianyi and Lolo, it could only become spiritual energy, as their bodies had no shred of qi nor any physical bodies. Their bodies and energy was spiritual energy, and thus it was the only energy the pill could produce in their bodies. Rainbow pills, up until the 4th color, all focused on the 3 energies: physical strength, qi, or spiritual energy. When they were of the 5th color and above, they suddenly had 1 extra energy that could be produced, and that was the comprehension of a Tao. Because of this, one needed to be at least an earth or sky saint to be able to refine a rainbow pill of the 5th color. But the biggest problem was not the rank needed, it was the refinement rank that truly mattered. Currently, Xue Wei was a 2-colored rainbow alchemist. To raise it to the 3rd color, he needed not only a particular rank of cultivation, but he also required experience as a refinement alchemist and understanding of the formulas. The hardest, however, for raising one's rank was not all these problems, but to gain a formula. Everyone who had the recipe would guard it with their lives, and those who did not would hunt them down in an attempt to get the method for themselves. Xue Wei knew about the rainbow pills because Bai Tianyi had told him about it.
Even when Bai Tianyi was still a human, the rainbow pills were also amongst the rarest pills on the continent. For Xue Wei to have come across a two-colored rainbow pill recipe, and that he had acquired it for the price he had, it was as a meat pie that fell from the sky. Xue Wei felt lucky, too. He was quite eager to see what the pill would enhance for him, and he quickly grasped the final vial before he returned to the bedroom he had claimed as his own. As he entered the room, he took a deep breath as he rolled the red and orange pill out into his palm. Looking at it, he calmed his beating heart before he placed the pill in his mouth. As soon as it came into contact with his tongue, it melted and turned into streams of energy. These streams of energy continued to rush through his body. Everywhere they reached, he felt how the azure chi dragons were slowly retreating. Even the azure dragon spirit in his dantian was withdrawn. It was as if they were afraid of impeding the advance of the energy. Suddenly, a nerve-wracking pain erupted in his body. It was as if he was being filled with energy from within, as if he was a balloon that was being inflated. He felt all his meridians suddenly fill with essence of the heavens and the earth. Usually, when this essence entered his body, the azure dragon would refine it into chi dragons. But this time there were no actions from the azure dragon spirit, and more energy was gathering in the meridians, causing them to widen. Xue Wei's eyes widened. He instantly understood that the pill was increasing not his chi, neither his spiritual energy, but was enhancing his body. It was as if he was shedding his mortal body and becoming a true immortal. He felt as if his bones were being disintegrated and rebuilt. At the same time, his meridians were being widened. His dantian was also getting bigger and bigger, able to allow for the azure dragon to grow even larger than it was before. He felt as if his flesh was reborn. He knew that in the future his cultivation speed would advance by leaps and bounds, especially since the meridians had increased in width. At the same time, his physical strength had risen to an entirely new level. Although his body was being nurtured and enhanced when he was cultivating chi, it was possible to improve the body further. Currently, by relying on his body alone, Xue Wei's body was equal to someone at the first layer of the Heavenly Knight rank. This did not mean that he would be capable of defeating Heavenly Knight experts while relying on his body alone. It just meant that he would be much more capable than those of the same levels or slightly above him. Xue Wei had hoped that the pill had increased either his chi levels or his spiritual energy levels. He wanted to reach the Heavenly Warrior rank soon, but it turned out that he was growing and purifying his body instead.
It is not so bad after all, Xue Wei muttered to himself after checking the changes done to his body. Although my rank has not been raised, my strength is far superior to how it was before. Not to mention, I should not only go for immediate benefit. Having my meridians widened like this is a great benefit during fights and when I cultivate. The entire process was a lot less painful than what Xue Wei had expected. Although there was pain and he was gritting his teeth most of the time, it was not at a point where he wished to lose consciousness and pass out to avoid it. The time ticked by slowly, and disgusting black goo started seeping out from his pores as impurities in his body were being extracted from his body. The smell of the entire room turned foul. Most of the impurities that had been left behind by most of the common pills had vanished, alongside impurities from the body itself. The not fully refined essence of the heavens and the earth was also pushed out. It took him a full day before the excretion of black goo stopped. Xue Wei had previously thought that his body was of good quality from being of azure dragon heritage. However, now he understood that even good could become better. He was unaware of what effects this pill would have on his dragon shape, but the human form had gone up to a whole new level. Xue Wei quickly summoned a servant and went for a bath. The clothes were left for the servant to clean.
Xue Wei promptly changed to a new set of clothes as soon as he had managed to get rid of the putrid smell and the black goo that had oozed out of his pores earlier. When he finished, he went to the living room, where he found that Lolo was already sitting. She looked much older now than she had done before. She seemed to be a full 8 years old now, and her eyes were sparkling with childish purity, but also wisdom. "Big brother!" she called out the moment Xue Wei entered the room. Her face, which had been shrouded in deep thought, was suddenly lit up with a brilliant smile.
You seem to have grown well, Xue Wei said with a smile as he went closer and affectionately rustled her hair.
Lolo's face was brimming with happiness. Her eyes were glistening like stars in the night sky, and her cheeks turned slightly red from excitement. "I am different from other creatures," Lolo said while nodding her head. "As soon as the pill entered my mouth, it was an instant boost to my strength. It was bizarre feeling my body creak from suddenly growing in minutes. I felt a bit like a bean sprout." She pouted slightly when she made the comparison, and her expression was simply adorable.
You are our very own little bean sprout, then, Xue Wei laughed as he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea.
"I unlocked a bit of my hereditary knowledge," Lolo finally said after calming down, her expression still slightly naive, but there was a grave atmosphere around her. "I will unlock more and more of my knowledge the older I get," Lolo continued seriously, "and I have learned how to store spiritual energy in my body so I can attack without having to sacrifice my age and knowledge all the time." Xue Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was not used to seeing Lolo so mature, but he quickly understood that it was a transformation that would happen sooner rather than later. Lolo was growing at a different speed than other creatures. Although he had always considered her his little sister and a child, she was, in fact, not a child.
Are there any drawbacks from storing this energy? Xue Wei was most worried about this. He would not allow his adorable little sister to be harmed at all.
"There are no drawbacks. It is a technique that most spirits can use," Lolo said. Her heart felt warm when she could feel Xue Wei's worry about her, and she once again thanked fate for having led Xue Wei to the forbidden area and having saved her from slowly being drained of all life. The two talked about everything and nothing before Lolo finally told Xue Wei about the situation that had occurred when she and Lin Zhao were at the tea house.
"He did the right thing," Xue Wei said with a nod of his head. "No one can buy our little Lolo, and to even think about it is just incredibly stupid."
Lolo nodded her head. Her cheeks were puffed up in anger when she was reminded of the young boy and his behavior earlier.
"If we meet him again, we will deal with him the same way," Xue Wei said smilingly. "Although Treasure City is big, I do think we might meet him at the auction," he continued, and Lolo looked at him confused.
"Why do you say that?" she asked curiously.
"You said he was arrogant and used to getting things his way. He was clearly a young master of an influential family within Treasure City. The auction this time is bigger than normal, and thus it makes perfect sense for him to show up,"
Xue Wei explained patiently, and Lolo nodded her head. She had not thought that far before.
Chapter 18. Auction Gossip. While Xue Wei and Lolo were chatting, Lin Zhao made his way down the stairs towards the living room. The courtyard was built in such a way that the shared rooms were on the ground floor, while all the bedrooms were on the first floor. When Lolo and Xue Wei heard the steps on the staircase, they both stopped talking and looked over curiously. When they saw that it was Lin Zhao, smiles erupted on their faces. Lolo jumped to her feet and ran towards him, but where she previously would have thrown herself into his embrace, she now stopped in front of him, her hands clasped between her back and her eyes twinkling as she looked up at him with a brilliant smile. "You worked hard, hubby," she said with a sweet smile on her face, her words making Lin Zhao's face turn black like the bottom of a pot. Although he did like Lolo and thought she was cute, he was in no way into children. To be called hubby by such a child, he felt very wronged, especially when he saw that Xue Wei just chuckled but said nothing about it. Xue Wei was simply spoiling the brat way beyond recognition.
How did it go?
Before Lin Zhao exploded in discomfort, Xue Wei shifted the topic. He was also very curious as to what results the two-colored pill had brought Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao also quickly forgot about the injustice he had suffered, and a pleasant expression appeared on his face.
Not bad, he answered truthfully. I was very worried that it would boost my spiritual energy levels, he began. I had attempted to try training spiritual energy before, but I have almost no talent for it. I never got further than to the Sky Warrior rank, and even that was an arduous journey. When I took the pill, I feared it would raise my spiritual energy, but luckily, it enhanced my chi. I am currently at the peak of the 3rd layer of the Heavenly Knight rank, he said proudly. Xue Wei clicked his tongue in amazement. Lin Zhao had raised 2, almost 3 layers from this one pill. That was terrific results. What about you?
Lin Zhao asked as he looked at Xue Wei. But no matter how he looked at it, Xue Wei seemed to be the same rank as before.
I got my body strengthened.
Xue Wei did not attempt to hide his physical advancement. Although it had not directly raised his rank, it was another thing for his strength, and his future prospects were much better than before due to the pill he had consumed. Lin Zhao was surprised, and then he frowned.
I am not sure if that is a benefit or a problem, he said honestly. It has not done anything for our immediate need for higher rank, but on the other hand, it has increased your chances of breaking through the saint rank later on in life.
Xue Wei nodded his head. He too did not know if it was a blessing or a curse to have received the physical enhancement. Not long after, He Gao emerged, and his face was also filled with smiles as he proudly showed his strength, which had broken through to the 1st layer of the Heavenly Knight rank. The last one to emerge was Bai Tianyi, and even he looked pleased as he stepped into the living room. A smug smile was on his childlike face. I too broke through to the Heavenly Knight rank, he said plainly, filled with excitement. Currently, amongst them all, the weakest, rank-wise, was Xue Wei. Although he was weaker than them in rank, none of them wanted to spar against him. They feared that he would bash them up so badly for having overtaken him that they would lose all face. All of them were very well aware that the reason they were able to advance as fast as they did was entirely due to Xue Wei. In fact, the reason they could live freely was due to him. It was not only Lolo who had been saved by Xue Wei. Without him, He Gao would have been caught by his family and killed. Bai Tianyi would have been sealed in the misty village within the Vermilion Forest. Lin Zhao would have been captured and forced to tame beast after beast. And Lolo, her fate would have been to slowly be sucked dry by the people she had helped initially. Of course, it was not only them who had been saved. Xue Wei could not even begin to imagine where he would be had he not encountered his companions along the way of his journey. He had saved them, but they had also saved him. Not just his life, but also allowed him to keep his rationality. Without them, he was likely to have succumbed to his inner demons, to suddenly realize that he was a beast, and not just any beast, but a sovereign beast. To lose the one he loved the most because of this could break anyone, but because he had his friends, his brothers, by his side, he had managed to get past it. He was even capable of seeing things in another light, and believed that one day they could end up together, even with the hatred between their races. All of this was possible because of the support he was getting from his friends, and he would never belittle them. In fact, Xue Wei was more than willing to give his life to ensure that these friends, whom he considered family members, would be able to live a life of happiness. Alas, he was aware that to ensure their happiness, he could not just go and die. To be sure that their lives were filled with joy, they needed strength, and he was willing to fight everyone for the sake of gaining the strength to stand tall, increasing the strength to fight for joy and pleasant life. Soon it was time for the friends to depart their residence as they headed towards the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion's main gates, where they would enter to attend the auction. Previous to this, Xue Wei had been handed a VIP card, so that they would have a booth for them to sit in during the auction. It was quite hard to get access to a VIP card. Only the most prestigious families within Treasure City had access, alongside the strongest rogue cultivators and those who had treasures surpassing a certain value. Xue Wei had gotten the VIP card because of him putting up such an amount of rainbow pills and rare materials up for auction. When they arrived at the entrance to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, Xue Wei took out the VIP card and handed it to a servant. He quickly accepted it and found another person to take over his tasks before he respectfully led Xue Wei and his friends towards another entrance.
Who are they?
Someone in the crowd could not help but ask, but as soon as the question escaped his lips, another looked at him in disdain.
I don't know, but he is special. He had a VIP card, and they are almost impossible to get without an overwhelming backing or earth-shattering strength.
What are you talking about? Another person could not help but ask. If he had an overwhelming background, all of us would know him.
And his strength is decent, but it is merely at the knight rank, so he has not broken through to become a saint. Neither has anyone in his group,
someone else commented.
It is known that to get a VIP card, you need to be a saint-ranked expert.
The voices in the crowd were a mixture of knowledgeable people and less knowledgeable people who shared their thoughts and information. Just as Xue Wei and the others had left, a 10-year-old boy appeared with a splendidly dressed middle-aged man. He was wearing purple robes, and while a smile was playing on his lips, his eyes were incredibly cold. The many conversations which had been going on within the crowd suddenly died out, and no one dared to say a word. Had Lin Zhao and Lolo been here, then they would instantly have recognized the young boy as the one who had tried to grab Lolo before, but they had already walked out of sight. By the time the others caught up, Xue Wei and his friends had already been led into a small booth where no one else could look inside. Only those on the inside could see the rest of the auction house unhindered. The booth number they got was booth number 1. It was the utmost honor to be placed here, and not even the usual VIPs were allowed to be seated in this booth. There was only one person who was allowed, but for once they had made an exception and allowed Xue Wei and his friends inside, while the usual occupant of booth 1 had been moved to booth 2. If Xue Wei had been capable of looking into the booth next to theirs, he would look rather shocked. In there were also people he was familiar with. The people he would have seen were the king alongside Tao Wu. It is evident that Tao Wu, the pirate king, was the most famous figure in the entire sea of the Enchanted. His status could not be shaken, and his strength was unquestionable. These booths were filled with inscriptions that protected the boxes from being looked into by other people. However, unknown to Xue Wei, some people were strong enough to ignore these inscriptions, and Tao Wu happened to be such a person. He had been surprised when he arrived and was told that booth 1 was occupied by someone else. He had not been insulted by it, nor had he taken it to heart. However, as a leading figure in the Sea of the Enchanted, he was unsure about what kind of character was more important than him. What kind of person had appeared to make him become their second choice, and when he sneaked a peek into the booth, a smile slowly bloomed on his lips, but his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had heard of Xue Wei's wondrous changes to Yan Dalu from the king, and he was very grateful toward Xue Wei for having given her freedom, and even encouraged her to live her dreams, so that the two of them could reunite. But he had never taken too much notice of him. He was still too weak to matter to him. Now he understood that Xue Wei and his friends might be more than what met the eye. As a demon, he was unable to sense the sovereign beast blood in Xue Wei's body, so he had classified him as a normal human being, not worthy of too much attention. Now he understood that this group of youngsters was nothing but a group of misfits, freaks who went against nature. The stories that the king had told him about were not as far-fetched as he first had thought. Then a thought erupted in his mind, and his eyes widened.
Dear, is this Xue Wei friend of yours capable of creating rainbow pills? He suddenly asked the king who was seated by his side, and the king nodded her head.
He created quite a few rainbow pills back in Yan Dalu. Even I was fortunate enough to get to taste one, she answered honestly.
I see. Tao Wu smiled and suddenly understood why the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion so valued him. Tao Wu was well aware of the 2-colored rainbow pill recipe that was present in the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, but no one had been able to create the pills before. Had Xue Wei succeeded? This was something that required extra thoughts. If this human was capable of creating 2-colored rainbow pills, then he had to make good friends with him, and hopefully convince him to refine a few for his own sake.
Chapter 19. Auction. Xue Wei was unaware of Tao Wu's train of thought. All his focus was on the auction hall that was spread out beneath him. Thousands of people were pouring into the hall, and soon all the seats were filled. The auction was not free for all to attend. Each ticket cost a full 50 low-ranked essence stones, and the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion invited only the VIPs as honored guests. Time went by fast. Soon the auction hall was filled to the brim with people, and no more could be squeezed into the venue. Just as the final person entered, the light of the auction hall dimmed, and the only place where the light still shone brightly was the stage. A young woman stepped onto the stage. Her appearance was exquisite. She was beautiful as a fairy, and her clothing was provocative, enough to make the audience in the hall whistle at her. The woman was not insulted. Instead, she winked at the audience before she swaggered towards the side of the stage. Here, an auctioneer's podium was located. She took her position, but she was not in a hurry as she glanced at everyone in the audience. Even the boxes and booths on the upper floor were looked over. Even though she could not see who was inside, she still sent a flirtatious smile their way.
Welcome to yet another auction at the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, the woman began her introduction to the auction. As you all know, we often hold auctions. However, this time, it is different from the usual. Not only are the treasures we have brought with us outstanding, but even the audience is not to be belittled. We have a mysterious 2-colored rainbow alchemist in our audience today. And as if this was not enough, we also have Sir Tao Wu visiting our humble auction.
As she spoke, her words caused absolute silence at first in the auction hall and the booths, before it suddenly erupted in excitement.
A 2-colored rainbow alchemist?
Someone exclaimed, shocked and unable to believe what he had just heard.
She said it is a 2-colored rainbow alchemist.
I heard earlier that there were rumors about 1-colored rainbow pills appearing at this auction, but to think that the seller was a 2-colored rainbow alchemist, that's simply out of my expectations.
He is too cheap, someone suddenly complained. He is a 2-colored rainbow alchemist, but he is only auctioning the 1-colored pills. This is simply making light of us. He should have sold us some 2-colored pills, too.
Hearing the person who was filled with anger, the others looked at him scornfully.
Who are you to require what he brings out? Would you perhaps bring out your pill if you owned a 2-colored rainbow pill?
The man was stumped for words at first, and then embarrassed. But after a bit of consideration, he still did not think he had said something wrong.
Well, it is true that I would not sell my pill if I had one. However, this is an alchemist. He is capable of refining these pills, so they are not as valuable to him as they are to us.
He is likely to keep all the pills for himself as well, someone said, annoyed. Unless he is as strong as Sir Tao Wu, then he needs to strengthen himself in an attempt to become a 3rd-colored rainbow alchemist. It makes sense that he is keeping these pills to himself.
The argument did not end there. It continued to go on for a long time. Not only was it in the hall, but also in the different boxes amongst the VIPs. The VIPs were able to understand that 2-colored rainbow pills were much more challenging to get your hands on than 1-colored pills. The resources they needed as ingredients were exponentially higher. Although they could not buy a 2-colored rainbow pill from the auction, if they managed to get a good relationship with the 2-colored rainbow alchemist, then there was a possibility that they could convince this expert to make a pill for them. The female auctioneer was smiling when she saw how her words had stirred up the entire auction house. But she then smiled and called out.
"Okay, please calm down,"
she called out, and soon the talks within the auction hall died down.
"Today, we will go with the items of lower value first, but we have many rare treasures up for sale today, so make sure to bring out your essence stones. Every price will be bid on in low-grade essence stones. 1,000 low-grade essence stones equal 1 medium-grade essence stone, and another 1,000 medium-grade essence stones equal a high-grade essence stone. 1,000 high-grade essence stones are the same as 1 peak-grade essence stone. You can pay with whatever essence stones you have in your hands, but the bids are made in low-grade essence stones."
Although this conversion rate was the standard conversion rate for essence stones, the truth was that essence stones were a resource of limited quantity. Although they could be found in veins in the ground, there were limited amounts of them, so medium, high, and peak-graded essence stones were scarce. People would rarely exchange them for low-ranked essence stones, and when they did, it was because they had no other option. Xue Wei had gotten 2 million low-grade essence stones from selling things to the 1,000 Treasure auction house, and on top of that he had around 100,000 from earlier. Although he was not incredibly rich, he did not feel poor either, and he was eagerly awaiting the auction to begin. Unfortunately, he soon found that he had overestimated the auction. As it started, it was putting up a few martial arts techniques, and although they were interesting, they were not at the point where Xue Wei felt a need to have them. After the martial arts techniques, materials were being displayed, the majority of which came from Xue Wei's own hands, so bidding for them would be utterly stupid. The prices rose higher and higher, and Xue Wei was feeling surprised to see that items he had deemed ordinary, or at least just slightly rarer than most, were selling for a price more than 10 times the estimates of what they cost on the continents he had come from. After the items, he saw formations and inscriptions put up for sale. These inscriptions were some he had directly sold to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. A wry smile could not help but appear on his lips.
"Big brother!"
Lolo looked at the smile and felt that something was off. She looked at the stage and frowned.
"These inscriptions are the ones that we sold to them. They are quite cheeky putting them up on auction like this and earning a benefit."
"It's fine," Xue Wei smiled as he rustled her hair. "I already sold it to them, so what they want to do with it is their choice."
Lolo puffed her cheeks, indignant, and looked with disdain at the woman on the stage.
"It is bad behavior,"
she said with her adorable childish voice.
"They are cheating you."
Xue Wei could not help but laugh when he heard her words, but he did not mind. Although it was true that the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion would earn some low-grade essence stones this way, their profit would at most be around 50,000 low-grade essence stones. Considering their dealings and how much Xue Wei had earned from them, he did not feel that it was that bad a move from them. He was not insulted at all by their actions. Lolo, on the other hand, was very indignant because of it. Her cheeks were puffed in anger, and her expression was simply too adorable. After the inscriptions came the weapons and armors. These weapons and shields alongside armors were treasures. They did not have a spirit within them, but they could enhance one's attack power and strengthen the chi or spiritual energy. These weapons were beneficial for most people, but once again the team had no use for them. Bai Tianyi was a sword. It was impossible to get a better weapon than what he already was.
He Gao was a beast, and he had his beast claws. These claws were a part of himself, and even when he was in human shape and used the claws, they were fused together, and the boost his fighting ability got was way better than any of these weapons. Xue Wei had his inner might technique, which was capable of forming qi into any weapon, an ability which could already enhance his fighting strength. He also had his beast form. Then was Lin Zhao. He was a diviner, and he needed a special weapon to provide him support when taming beasts. If it was not a diviner weapon, then it was useless to him. Luckily, Lin Zhao was the genius from the entire sect of diviners, and thus he had been given the temple's most treasured item, the beast staff. This staff was able to grow together with the owner. It was a treasured weapon with a weak consciousness, and although this consciousness still had not turned into a spirit, it was not long away from doing so. Lolo was a spirit. She couldn't enhance her fighting strength by wielding a weapon, and thus they were wasted on her. The armors and shields were also quickly dismissed by Xue Wei. Although a flexible armor could save their lives, it was easy to become a crutch and weaken one's alertness because they were trusting their external help too much. After the items came the pills. Many different pills were displayed at the auction. Xue Wei again provided most of them. Some had been sold to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, others were put up for auction by himself. The pills got more and more exquisite and expensive as time went by, and finally it was time for the final 10 pills, the one-colored rainbow pills. This was the most crucial part of the auction, and the moment it appeared, everyone held their breaths as they looked at the 10 vials that were placed in a glass case in the middle of the stage.
As you are all aware, we are now reaching the end of the auction, the female auctioneer said with a smile on her face. You have all heard the rumors that we will be bringing one-colored rainbow pills up for sale at this auction. And I can now confirm these rumors. We do not have 1 nor 2 one-colored rainbow pills up for sale. We have a full 10 pills. The pills will be released one at a time for sale, and the minimum price is 100,000 low-grade essence stones. Each bid has to be raised with a minimum of 1,000 low-grade essence stones a bid. The auctioneer quickly explained the rules of their auction, and everyone was eager to begin bidding. When the auctioneer was sure that everyone understood the rules, she smiled as she raised her hammer. We will begin with 1 pill at a time, she said. 1 pill will be auctioned at a time, so you have 10 chances to get your hands on the pill. We will start the auction at 100,000 low-grade essence stones. Who is willing to bid 100,000? She looked around, and multiple people lifted their cards. When she was about to pick one of them, a dominating voice reverberated through the entire auction house.
500,000 low-grade essence stones.
The voice belonged to Tao Wu, and everyone within the auction hall recognized it. Hearing him call out a price, no one dared to bid against him. But the price he had offered was already immensely high, so although he had intimidated everyone, he was still paying a decent amount for the pill. So Xue Wei did not mind his actions at all. Chapter 20. Friend. After Tao Wu bought the first one-colored rainbow pill, the bidding for the second pill began. This time, no one was rushing to make the first bid. Instead, they waited patiently to see if Tao Wu was going to continue bidding. No one wished to be considered as someone who was going against him. However, unlike their expectations, Tao Wu did not continue his bidding. Instead, he had leaned back in the chair and smirked as he considered how he could work with Xue Wei at a later time. After ensuring that Tao Wu was not willing to continue bidding, a few brave people began raising their numbers and slowly made their bids.
As time went by, more and more found their courage, and they all began bidding in a frenzy. The price rose from the 100,000 low-grade essence stones to 500,000 low-grade essence stones in a short while, and it was still rising. It was a few bandit and pirate groups that held power in the Sea of the Enchanted, that were bidding against the families which held the power in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. In total, there were around 20 factions interested in the one-colored rainbow pill. In fact, many more were interested. However, only 20 factions had the background, the strength, and the finances to purchase these pills. With this many factions willing to bid for the pills, they could all realize that not every faction could get a pill. As a result, even more of the audiences were becoming frenzied as they made their bids. Xue Wei was smiling slightly when he heard the bidding reach 700,000 low-grade essence stones. This was a very high price. Before, he had already been satisfied with the 500,000 that Tao Wu had offered. It seemed that he was still too naive when it came to understanding the value an alchemist held in the Sea of the Enchanted. When the price hit 800,000 low-grade essence stones, it slowly stagnated. Eventually, the price ended at 811,000 low-grade essence stones. This was a fortune for the commoners. Even these factions could feel the sting when it came to such a large amount of wealth. The third pill was released into the bidding war, and although it was fierce, it was not as bad as before. The final price was ending up at 767,000 low-grade essence stones. The fourth pill went back up to just around 800,000. It ended at 793,000 low-grade essence stones. The fifth pill was snagged by Tao Wu again. This time he offered a full 900,000 low-grade essence stones. He was not willing to make low offers. He wanted to leave a positive impression on Xue Wei, and since it was impossible for him to actually bid like the others, as no one wanted to bid against him, he had no other option than to call out high bids. Like this, all the pills were sold on auction with around a price of 800,000 low-grade essence stones. The price was slowly climbing. The sixth pill sold for 824 low-grade essence stones. The seventh sold for 831 low-grade essence stones. The eighth sold for 836 low-grade essence stones. The ninth sold for 859 low-grade essence stones. Finally, the 10th pill was sold at the unbelievable price of 904 low-grade essence stones.
Thank you, everyone who came to our auction. The auctioneer's voice cut through the auction hall, causing the many people who previously had been starting to chat to quieten down. We would like to say a special thank you to the two-colored rainbow alchemist who showed up at our humble business and thank him for choosing our auction house as the place to work with. Before we all exit the auction house, I would like to call out to the higher-ranked forces within the Thousand Treasure Pavilion to not make things difficult for this esteemed alchemist. If you wish to have an audience with his lordship, please wait until he has given his permission for us to proceed. What I am trying to say is, please do not cause problems. Please do not irritate his lordship, or we might not be able to handle the recuperation.
Xue Wei was surprised when he heard the words spoken by the auctioneer and raised an eyebrow. He had not expected that she would stand up for him after revealing him earlier in the auction, but he was quite pleased. He was not in the mood to meet a lot of people, nor was he willing to socialize with people he would never have anything to do with anyway. Let's go. Xue Wei had not purchased anything, but he needed to contact the auctioneer to be paid the essence stones that others had bid on his items. When he opened the door, he saw, to his surprise, that the hallway was already filled with people who were looking at him with curiosity. In fact, he felt like a virgin thrown into a room filled with lecherous men. Their eyes were so greedy as they looked at him. Some were even rubbing their hands together. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. When his eyes roamed across the people, they landed on the purple-skinned Tao Wu, and he felt that he was the only one who looked at him with curiosity instead of greed, and as if he had found his savior, Xue Wei walked to Tao Wu's side. Xue Wei was not stupid. He had seen how everyone treated Tao Wu, and if they could get his protection, then they would be safe. Tao Wu seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and a smile flitted across his lips as he greeted him.
Xue Wei, I never would have guessed you hid yourself so deeply.
Same to you.
Xue Wei smiled when he looked at Tao Wu. Although he had known that his strength was not to be belittled, he had not known that Tao Wu was treated like a god by the others in the Sea of the Enchanted. Tao Wu smiled knowingly as he was aware of what Xue Wei was hinting at.
Why not return to your chambers and discuss a collaboration?
Tao Wu asked, and Xue Wei did not need to even consider for a moment before nodding his head.
Please.
Seeing that Tao Wu and Xue Wei knew each other, and hearing their strange conversation without heads or tails, everyone was looking puzzled. But they understood that now was not the time to try to contact Xue Wei. Even if the rainbow pills that he could create were attractive, the truth was that they had to be alive to enjoy them. Challenging Tao Wu was not a brilliant idea, and as he had already said that he would talk with Xue Wei, the rest of them would have to line up after him, in case there were any crumbs to catch. Tao Wu knew exactly what all of them were thinking about, but he did not mind it. He was the undisputed king of the high seas. He was the most influential expert who roamed the oceans, and he was also the only person who they dared not offend. As for what happened when he had gotten what he wanted, he did not care. Although he felt that he owed Xue Wei something for bringing him and Zhang Yingyu together again, he was not willing to care about his matters too much. Tao Wu was a demon. He was self-centered and would never go out of his way to assist others. Xue Wei was not an exception. The only person he would help was Zhang Yingyu, since she was the only person whom he cared about, and also the only person he would suffer for. Xue Wei was aware of this, but he did not feel indignant. He was just happy that Zhang Yingyu had found someone who cared about her to that extent. If Tao Wu were not willing to suffer for her sake, then Xue Wei would not feel that they were suited for one another. If one truly loved someone, they would not let anything stand in their way of bringing that person happiness, even if it was something that required enormous efforts. Xue Wei felt that way towards Wang Zhaoyun. Just thinking about her would make his heart ache when he thought about their last meeting, and he was filled with longing as he was thinking of her. He had initially not planned to get involved in the war between humans and beasts in Chang'an, but after realizing that he was partly a beast, then he knew that Wang Zhaoyun would never approve of him unless he proved that he was not like the ice harpy Chu Huayin. Sighing, Xue Wei shook his head, once again forgetting the sadness and longing that he felt whenever he thought about Wang Zhaoyun. Tao Wu could sense the melancholy washing over Xue Wei, but it was gone so fast that he was unaware of whether or not he had been mistaken. Together, Xue Wei, Tao Wu, and their companions exited the auction house and headed back to the residence which had been prepared for Xue Wei and his friends. None of them spoke on the way. They were not willing to discuss in the middle of the road. Many followed behind them at a respectful distance, curious to see where they were going. If they were able to see where they resided, it would be easier to make accidental encounters later. What they feared was that they would head towards the mansion owned by Tao Wu and his pirates. If they were going to be discussing their matters there, then they would have problems. Fortunately, they did not head towards the residence of Tao Wu, but into the housing owned by the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. They were guests of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Knowing where they resided, the people following them turned around to announce their findings to their family leaders. Xue Wei completely ignored them, and so did Tao Wu. When they reached the home that currently belonged to Xue Wei, they went to the living room.
Is it true that you can refine two-colored rainbow pills?
Tao Wu was not skeptical, but it was indeed too unexpected that this unremarkable young man was a two-colored rainbow alchemist.
I only became one recently,
Xue Wei admitted readily, but he was not so full of himself as to not warn him.
My success rate is still only around half.
Tao Wu was very excited when he heard this. He could instantly guess that he had learned the formula that the Thousand Treasure Pavilion had owned, and to already have a success rate of around 50% was quite remarkable.
What do you want in return for concocting a few two-colored rainbow pills for me, alongside a batch of one-colored rainbow pills?
Tao Wu asked while leaning against the wall of the room. He looked decadent and lazy, unruly and domineering. Xue Wei looked at him, and the corner of his lips twitched slightly. What a poser.
Well,
Xue Wei controlled the laughter before it managed to escape his lips, and he sat down on a chair.
You are a friend of Zhang Yingyu, so you can be considered my friend as well. I am always interested in getting more friends, so as long as you consider me a friend of yours, I will make them for you for free, as long as you provide me with the materials.
Tao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected this to be the request that Xue Wei had. Tao Wu was a demon, and thus he did not have any real friends. He did not know much about how one socialized with others, and although he was the leader of a bandit group, he never felt friendship with the pirates. He just saw them as subordinates. Could he really have a friend? He frowned as he thought about it. Chapter 21. Daylight Robbery. Seeing that Tao Wu hesitated, Xue Wei did not pressure him at all. He was aware that his request was rather simple for some to agree to. However, for someone like Tao Wu, it was the hardest kind of request. Had Xue Wei requested items, then it would be no problem whatsoever. He would have given him any materialistic thing he had asked for. But when it came to something like this, he hesitated. Zhang Yingyu looked at Tao Wu, frowning slightly. In her world, Xue Wei was already considered a friend, and thus she thought it would be a simple request he had put forth. But it seemed that Tao Wu was taking the request very seriously. Xue Wei was not insulted because of this. Instead, he was relieved. If Tao Wu had said yes instantly without thinking about it, he would have thought that it was not a genuine decision, that he would just claim them to be friends without actually putting any effort into their friendship. But from seeing how he was seriously considering it, he knew that if he could become a real friend of Tao Wu, he would no longer need to fear anything at all in the Sea of the Enchanted. Xue Wei did not rush him, and no one else in the room spoke either. They allowed for Tao Wu to think as he pleased.
You said you knew Lan?
The demon finally opened his mouth, but instead of answering right away, he asked a question to Xue Wei. Hearing Tao Wu mention Lan, Xue Wei nodded his head honestly.
I know him, he answered.
Are you considered friends with him?
Tao Wu continued to ask, and Xue Wei frowned for a short while.
I am not sure, he said honestly. He has assisted me multiple times and given me a task I am to solve for him. He was the one who sent us to Yan Dalu when he had promised to send us to the Demon Phoenix continent. He was quite certain that he wanted me in his collection of oddities, and he gave me some heart-blood essence of a real azure dragon to enhance and awaken my own bloodline. Lan has done a lot for me, but he is impossible to see through.
Xue Wei answered everything honestly.
I don't know if he considers me a friend, but I do know that I consider him one,
Xue Wei finally said with a shake of his head. Tao Wu was surprised when he heard Xue Wei's answer. From his response, he could tell that Lan had placed a lot of expectations on Xue Wei, that he had considered him unique. It was likely that he considered him a friend. But Lan was a unique entity in this world. Lan was not like any other person. The laws of the world did not restrict him. He was the laws themselves. Looking at Xue Wei, Tao Wu made a decision.
I will be your friend, he finally said. Not because of the rainbow pills, but because I admire you. My friendship is not something that one can gain by a trade. It is something that is earned, and although I am not sure whether or not I am making the right decision, my gut is telling me that if I am not befriending you, then I will regret it for the rest of my long life.
Xue Wei was surprised when he heard Tao Wu's words. He had not expected that this demon would be so upright and so straightforward, but his personality was something that worked very well together with him. He was very proud of being able to make such a friend. Although one of his reasons to make friends with Tao Wu was protection, the main reason was that he felt some sort of connection with this demon. He was not like anyone else he had ever met before. The one that came closest was Lan. Cupping his hands and bowing slightly, Xue Wei hid a smile on his face.
It is my honor to become friends with you. The Pirate King of the Sea of the Enchanted is famous. I can now roam free and unfettered through the high seas as I please.
Tao Wu smiled wryly and shook his head. He knew that Xue Wei was just teasing him, but he also felt as if a big boulder had been removed from his shoulders. Although he previously would not have gone out of his way to assist Xue Wei, things had changed now that he referred to him as his friend.
I only have a handful of friends, Tao Wu said after a bit of time. You are by far the weakest of them all. The strongest amongst our group of experts is Lan. Then comes I, and after me comes the Winter Witch. After her is another 3 experts, and us 6 are the only people I consider friends.
Zhang Yingyu heard this, but she also knew she was not considered one of the 6 people, and her attractive face turned pale. Her 5 eyes turned downcast and filled with sadness. Tao Wu seemed to catch her sadness, and he quickly reached out, placed his arms around her waist, and dragged her into his embrace.
You are not one of them, because you are even more important than my friends,
he coaxed her, feeling worried in his heart. What would he do if she left him? You just say that, Zhang Yingyu said unhappily, and her words caused Tao Wu to feel uncomfortable and worried. He felt panicked from the bottom of his heart. Tao Wu was the 2nd most influential expert on the entire continent, but he was not able to coax the girl in his arms, making the usually never fearful pirate king sweat cold sweat in worry. Seeing their behavior, Xue Wei smiled gently. He could understand Zhang Yingyu's worry, but he could also see that Tao Wu was completely serious about her, so her concern was unfounded.
Dear, you are not just a friend. You are my heart, my life.
Tao Wu was getting desperate as he lifted Zhang Yingyu's hand and placed it on his chest, making her feel the strong heartbeat beneath the clothes. Sensing it, her expression turned much gentler, and she giggled slightly. Am I that important to you? She asked sweetly, and Tao Wu, who felt as if he had been pardoned of a great sin, nodded his head like a chicken picking corn.
I will come by tomorrow with the ingredients for the pills, Tao Wu said after a bit of chatting, and Xue Wei quickly agreed.
After Tao Wu exited, Xue Wei grinned. He had gained a lot this way.
Let us go out and eat, he said after considering what to do now. Food on this island is costly, but we do not lack in essence stones anymore, so let us go splurge a bit.
Xue Wei grinned as he gestured for the others to follow him. There was nothing he wanted in the auction, so he still had plenty of stones on his person, and he knew that the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion soon would send a large number of essence stones his way. Lolo was a real foodie. She did not need to hear such an invitation more than once before she smilingly went up to Xue Wei's side and merrily started to jump around in excitement. Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Lin Zhao were more casual about it. They smiled wryly when they saw Lolo's excited expression and instantly knew that Xue Wei had offered them a meal because he knew that Lolo would like it. He truly pampered Lolo to an extreme level. As they exited the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's residential area, Xue Wei instantly sensed that a group of experts started trailing them.
None of them had any malice in their actions, so he did not mind, and instead he smiled gently at Lolo.
What do you feel like eating?
He asked warmly, and Lolo paused for some time, unsure of what she felt like having.
Crystal shrimp dumplings, she said after considering for some time. It is a classic, and I love it, she exclaimed happily, clapping her small hands, already thinking about eating her favorite food.
You want to eat shrimp? Bai Tianyi could not help but ask with disdain, and Lolo looked at him with annoyance. The girl and the boy were clashing all the time, not only because both of them were children, but also because one was an artificial spirit while the other was genuine. They were bound to dislike one another.
What is wrong with wanting shrimp? Lolo asked, lifting her nose high into the air as if she was looking down on him.
We had so much seafood when sailing, and now we are having even more seafood. Don't you think you'll turn into a clam if you only eat seafood? Bai Tianyi could not help but mock her, but Lolo just snorted.
I like seafood. What can you do about it? Bite me.
She was more arrogant and had grown much more when compared to her younger version. She was a lot more rebellious now, at least when she was faced with Bai Tianyi.
Okay, no fighting. Xue Wei quickly parted the two of them before they had the time to argue further. We will order a mixture of everything.
Bai Tianyi wanted to say that he had not complained because he wanted to eat different food, but after considering the situation, he kept quiet and sent an annoyed glance at Lolo. Together, the group managed to make it into the bustling center of the treasure city. Here, everyone was alert. Although Xue Wei was not a well-known figure, not many knew what he looked like. If they accidentally insulted a saint-ranked expert, their lives would be forfeited. Along the way, most of the people who had followed them stayed on their trail. A few vanished to inform their masters of the appearance of Xue Wei, but most wanted to see his destination before they returned to report. Xue Wei and the others walked past a market where they curiously looked at the items that were up for sale, but nothing sparked their interest, and soon they had walked through the market, making it to an upper-class square of the city where the most exquisite restaurants were located. Looking at the restaurants, Xue Wei was suddenly at a loss. 3 were located right next to one another, one as exquisite as the other. But how to pick?
We'll take this one, Lolo said as she pointed at the one that was placed at the southeastern corner of the square.
Xue Wei shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was okay with him, but Lin Zhao was curious.
Why that one? He asked.
It has a picture of a cute kitty, she said. I like cute kitties, so let's pick it.
Looking at the restaurant, they saw that the logo was a ferocious and massive black lion. It looked terrifying and threatening, but in Lolo's eyes it had become a cute kitten. None of them said anything, but Bai Tianyi's lips twitched slightly. Damn brat, he thought. She was the kitty. Her whole family was kitties. Could she not see how ferocious that beast was? Still, he said nothing as all of them went to the restaurant. As they arrived, a servant looked at the group of them and frowned.
To dine here, you need to provide us with a deposit of 100,000 low-grade essence stones per person, he said.
Xue Wei frowned when hearing this. He had seen other experts enter the restaurant before them, but none of them had taken any kind of deposit out of their storage treasures before.
Are you sure?
He asked, his voice slightly low and emotionless.
Of course.
The servant was sure that they could not afford the food at the restaurant, and although it was costly to eat here, it would at most amass to 1,000 low-grade essence stones a person, never the 100,000 that he had requested. He was simply robbing people. Chapter 22. At his beck and call. Xue Wei's narrowed eyes flashed with a bit of coldness.
Where is your manager? He asked, not willing to let it go.
Had it been a small amount, then it would be fair, but this waiter was clearly looking for trouble, and he was not someone easy to bully. Xue Wei sneered when he saw the slight hesitation in the eyes of the waiter, but he quickly put up an unbending front.
Xue Wei had experienced this more than once. Even back in Yan Dalu, a waiter had done the same to him, and now it seemed that he was easy to bully just because he was an unfamiliar face. Before he had the time to do anything, a figure came rushing through the streets and walked straight towards the restaurant. His clothes were made from the most outstanding cloud silk, something that came from a primordial beast. Most people, such as Xue Wei and his friends, were wearing the cheaper version made from materials from fierce beasts. The reason that Xue Wei had picked clothes from fierce beasts as opposed to primordial beasts was that he ended up in fights all the time. Their clothes were being ruined time and time again, so paying for the highest graded clothes was a waste of money. Only the nobles and influential families or people who did not often engage in battles would dress in clothes made from primordial beasts. When the waiter saw that the man wearing the primordial beast robes moved toward the restaurant, his eyes glistened with excitement. He was going to service this man as he was sure that his tip would be high. The reason he had stopped Xue Wei and the others was of selfish motives. When a waiter was in charge of a group of people, he would have to focus mainly on them. They would also almost solely determine their salary, depending on how much they paid in tips. Although there was base pay, it was low compared to the essence stones one got as tips for looking after people, and this waiter was getting greedy. As time was going past, he wanted more and more tips. Usually he would somehow make the other waiters and waitresses serve the poorer-looking experts that came to the restaurant, while he took the richer ones. But this time he had no choice but to deal with Xue Wei, and it had lowered his mood, making him immensely frustrated. Seeing that a rich man was coming towards the restaurant, he found a solution, and he looked at Xue Wei with disdain in his eyes, not even bothering to hide it.
"Stand back," he sneered. "I will deal with this esteemed customer who is coming, and you can wait for another servant to help you. I will not pursue the fact that you do not have enough essence stones for the deposit. Just don't trouble me." Saying this, the man pushed past Xue Wei and went towards the nicely dressed man. His expression, which previously had been filled with disdain, was now filled with fawning. Xue Wei snorted when he saw it and shook his head. He had instantly guessed that the servant was unaware of who he was, and even more so, he could imagine the reason for the waiter's behavior. But this did not mean he would allow him to behave so unbridled. He was not going to do anything to the restaurant itself, but he was going to ensure that the waiter lost his job. He was even tempted to kill him to vent his anger. Xue Wei was not a friendly person. He was quite cold and callous and did not mind killing others. He was not someone who felt that life was especially important. Since he was willing to kill, Xue Wei had also accepted that one day his life would likely end from being killed by someone stronger than him. This was something he had accepted, but he was not just going to let anyone kill him easily. He loved his life and would fight for it, and he expected others to do the same. However, some were just too stupid. The waiter who had caused problems was a mere ordinary knight. He did not cultivate his spiritual energy, and his strength was not very strong. Even amongst the commoners on Treasure Island, he was considered amongst the weakest. Yet his arrogance knew no bounds. Xue Wei could only think of one reason for this. The restaurant he had entered was not a simple place. It had to have some outstanding backing, and this backing had caused them to become complacent and arrogant. While Xue Wei was struggling to suppress the killing intent in his body, he turned around. His arms were on his chest, and he saw that the neatly dressed person was looking at him with admiration. Sensing his gaze, which was focused on Xue Wei could not help but frown. Did this person know of him?
"Master Xue!"
the person called out when he saw Xue Wei. His eyes lit up as if he had just seen his savior.
"I am Murong Jing, the leader of the Murong family," he quickly introduced himself. "The Murong family is one of the strongest families within the entire Sea of the Enchanted. Although we cannot compare to Mr. Tao Wu, we can still challenge all the normal families. It would be my honor to share a meal with you and your friends."
He was quite nervous. He knew he was pressuring Xue Wei and pushing quite severely, but the allure of 2 colored rainbow pills was something that had caused him to become quite panicked. Xue Wei felt conflicted. He was not against striking a deal with specific families. He was not sure who to team up with yet, but he knew that he would work with some of them. However, now was not the time for him to be discussing business. As a matter of fact, he was only here to eat with his family.
Master Morong.
Xue Wei smiled and nodded his head towards the person who was so respectful towards him.
I am currently about to dine with my family, he said apologetically. I am going to consider who to work with afterward.
Morong Jing was not too depressed because of it. He had known that Xue Wei couldn't accept his sudden invitation, but this did not mean it was the end of it.
Can I perhaps get a moment of your time later? Morong Jing asked. I would like to discuss the possibility of working together on concocting a 2-colored rainbow pill.
Xue Wei considered the options, and then he nodded his head. This Morong family were not humble as such, but they were not arrogant either. They were treating him with respect, as they would someone of equal status. It has to be said that this Morong Jing was an earth saint, someone who was not straightforward, and his strength was much higher than Xue Wei, so he did not have to treat him with such respect. But because of his alchemist status, he had suddenly become a much more magnificent person. Seeing the way that Morong Jing was treating Xue Wei, the waiter was pale and uncomfortable. He had never expected that Xue Wei would have such a distinguished personality that he had managed to cause even this high-ranked expert to be respectful. The waiter suddenly started to regret his actions. He started to fear that he had made an unsalvageable mistake, and his hands clenched tightly as they trembled. For a moment, he started to feel guilty for his previous favoritism, and that he had been so stuck up and had caused problems to Xue Wei. Xue Wei, on the other hand, was not willing to forgive him for his actions. He was not interested in forgiving him. Today was supposed to be a good day. Today was supposed to be a day where he was happy and celebrating with his family, but this annoying person had destroyed the mood. Sensing that something was not right, Morong Jing looked from the hostile eyes of Xue Wei towards the panicked waiter. He could instantly guess what was going on.
Old man Bai, come out here!
Morong Jing suddenly yelled. His voice was infused with qi, and it reverberated through the entire treasure city. Silence descended over the entire city. Everyone held their breath as they wondered what had happened. Everyone close by looked at Morong Jing with trepidation. Xue Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise, but he did not say anything and just crossed his arms over his chest. At that moment, a beam of light came shooting out from the inner regions of Treasure City, rushing towards the restaurant, and when it arrived, it stopped right in front of Morong Jing.
What's wrong, Master Morong?
The person who appeared asked. He was an elderly man. He seemed to be around 80 years old, and he had a long white beard alongside long white hair. He was dressed in white robes with a cloud pattern on the fabric. Xue Wei looked at him and instantly knew that this man was the owner of the restaurant.
Old man Bai, you taught outstanding waiters,
Morong Jing snorted when he looked at the man without sparing his face in the slightest.
Not only do they want to score a lot of essence stones and tips, but they also started to coerce and threaten others into parting with large quantities of essence stones.
Morong Jing was not sure of how many essence stones they had needed, neither did he know what exactly had happened, but he could guess the gist of it and dared speak as such. The man referred to as Old Man Bai had his face turned dark, and he glanced at the waiter before he looked back at Morong Jing. Old Man Bai was an ordinary saint. Although he was considered a dragon amongst men, he was not Morong Jing's opponent. He knew that his waiters and waitresses could be a bit brazen from time to time, but they were good at checking everyone who they could afford to offend and who they could not. To think that they had somehow managed to offend Murong Jing made Old Man Bai curse beneath his breath as he shot a hate-filled glare towards the waiter.
Master Murong, could it perhaps be a mistake?
Old Man Bai was already aware of exactly what had happened, but as the crowd was increasing, he could never admit to having silently approved of his servants suppressing the more unfortunate customers.
Who is this young master?
Old Man Bai tried to change the subject. He looked at Xue Wei with narrowed eyes. A bit of killing intent was hidden deep within these eyes. He could guess that it was Xue Wei who had caused Murong Jing to turn against him suddenly, and it was causing him to feel rage. Xue Wei was able to catch this slight killing intent, and his eyes turned cold as they narrowed. He knew he was not the opponent of Old Man Bai, but he was not willing to become a fish on the chopping block either.
Old Man Bai, this is young Master Xu, an outstanding two-colored rainbow alchemist.
Murong Jing instantly introduced Xue Wei. It was not something he asked for permission for first, but did because he knew that this layer of protection would be able to make people hesitate about insulting him. Rightfully so. When Old Man Bai and the waiter heard that the man they had insulted was a two-colored rainbow alchemist, both of their faces paled, and their eyes widened in shock and fear. Although his strength was not outstanding, if they considered his status, every person on Treasure Island would be at his beck and call for the sake of befriending him. If they could convince him to make two-colored rainbow pills, every major family on Treasure Island would risk their lives to fight for him. Chapter 23. Old Man Bai's Anger.
Master Xue Wei, it is our mistake. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai.
Old Man Bai bowed deeply to Xue Wei, his inner being filled with rage and hatred towards the waiter who had caused problems. The crowd who heard the words of Murong Jing were all stunned. This youngster, who seemed to be just around 20 years of age, was actually a revered two-colored rainbow alchemist? That was simply unexpected. Many wanted to go towards him and make connections, but after considering, they all smiled wryly. This was in the middle of the Sea of the Enchanted. Although they were more than eager to convince Xue Wei into making a pill for them, they did not have the ingredients. Neither did they have the resources to buy the ingredients. After considering this, they could only shake their heads and feel pity for themselves and their bad luck. Old Man Bai was also filled with hatred. He was unable to unleash his anger on Xue Wei, so the only other option was the waiter. Without considering his image at all, Old Man Bai went for the waiter, slapped out his fist, and the impact instantly exploded the waiter's head into a bloody mist. The waiter did not even have a moment to think about what was happening. Neither did he have a chance to know how he died. His headless body collapsed on the ground, and blood started to flow from the neck. Xue Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at Old Man Bai with a flash of alertness in his eyes. He had previously seen the killing intent in Old Man Bai's eyes towards himself and his friends. Seeing his actions, which were so fast, and that his anger had caused him to kill his own waiter so easily without even hearing what he had to say, showed that he was a figure that was controlled by anger. He was like a ticking time bomb. Even now, Xue Wei could see that this man was not feeling any remorse. He was still angry, and although he had killed the waiter, the remaining anger had been shifted towards Xue Wei. Murong Jing was also unhappy when he saw this. He knew Old Man Bai and his reputation. He was an easily angered man who was killing indiscriminately, and he was not willing to suppress himself at all. Knowing Old Man Bai's personality, Murong Jing had told him about Xue Wei's identity. Even if he did not want to suppress himself, he had no choice now.
Why are you all standing here?
Old Man Bai was angered by embarrassment when he thought of how his restaurant was being turned into the joke of Treasure City.
Attend me!
he called out, and a few servants appeared with buckets of water, and some of them began removing the headless corpse, while others were washing the stones beneath where all the blood had flowed. "Are you entering the restaurant or not?" he sneered while looking at Xue Wei. But before the latter could say anything, Lolo tugged at his sleeves. "Big brother, I do not like that old man," she said with slightly frightened eyes. "I don't want to go to his restaurant. I fear that we will be poisoned." Although Lolo had matured, her mind was still that of a child, and she was brutally honest. Her voice was not low, and she was saying exactly what she thought when she thought it. Hearing her words, all the other people widened their eyes in shock. Some choked slightly, and even some started sweating in fear for her. The words she spoke were clearly causing Old Man Bai to lose even more face and completely disregard him. Xue Wei's lips twitched slightly in amusement. Even Murong Jing felt that Lolo was slapping the old man's face.
"If you don't want to eat at his restaurant, then we will go to one of the others," Xue Wei said as he rubbed her hair. "Which one do you want to go to?" he asked as he looked at the remaining 2 restaurants.
"I like the kitty one," she said, and then she started stroking her chin. "But I guess I can accept the turtle." She pointed at the restaurant that was placed in another corner of the square. The square was big and located in the middle of the city's most busy part. Many had gathered to chat and see the drama that was unfolding. From the beginning, Murong Jing was the expert from the noble families who had arrived first. But during the entire drama, more had reached the square and were standing amongst the crowd, ready to step in at the moment Xue Wei would be in danger. Right now, a full 7 Earth Saints had appeared. These Earth Saints were the rulers of the Treasure Island, and for them to all gather the same place, that was simply unheard of before. Now it had happened, all because of Xue Wei. Old Man Bai could sense them all. He also felt an immense pressure coming from their bodies, threatening him to behave. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Old Man Bai was very unhappy. He was not used to being pressured. Instead, he was used to being a local tyrant, killing as he pleased. Usually, people would not stop him or even look at his actions, but because this involved a 2-colored rainbow alchemist, all of them were extra cautious. This was making him super frustrated, and he did not know where to vent his anger. So instead, he flicked his sleeves and turned around, turned into a beam of light and shot out of the city, looking for some unfortunate souls to massacre. Xue Wei shook his head as he looked at the disappearing light beam, a deep, contemplating gleam within his eyes. This Old Man Bai was a vengeful person. He was likely to cause problems later on, and Xue Wei could guess that this was not the end of their interactions. Still, now was not the time to consider this. Instead, he smiled at Lolo.
"Well then, Master Murong," he turned towards Murong Jing. "You assisted me just now, so I guess I should show you some gratitude. Why don't you join us for our meal?" Although he originally had not planned on eating with Murong Jing, this man had shown genuine concern for him, and thus he felt that he ought to return the favor. Murong Jing was taken by surprise. He had never thought that Xue Wei would invite him for a meal, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had never thought that the appearance of Old Man Bai would indirectly help him like this. Cupping his fists, Murong Jing quickly nodded his head and said,
"Thank you so much for your invitation. I would be very honored to share a meal with you and your companions."
Smiling, Xue Wei then took Lolo's hand, and together with the others, they walked towards the restaurant that had a picture of a turtle on the door. Bai Tianyi, Lin Zhao, Xue Wei, and He Gao had not actually participated in the drama that took place just before. Although Xue Wei had been the main character, he had not really said anything, and Murong Jing and Old Man Bai had handled everything. When they reached the restaurant, a waitress came to greet them. Unlike the other restaurant, here the waitress was immensely respectful.
"My lords, would you like to dine on the floor or have a private room?"
she asked humbly, and Xue Wei instantly picked a private room for them. Xue Wei and the others were led to a room on the upper floor of the restaurant. As they reached it, they found that it was a VIP room. It was big and magnificent. The floor was filled with cushions, and the table was of the most excellent wood that could be found in the entire Sea of the Enchanted. When they sat down, the waitress gave Xue Wei and the others a menu, and when Xue Wei looked at it, he was surprised to see that all of the seafood was much cheaper than the other dishes. Still, he had lived off seafood for a very long time, and he wanted to eat something else, so he casually ordered a bit of everything. The things he ordered added up to a full 7,000 low-grade essence stones. After the dishes, Xue Wei also ordered spirit wines and juices. The juices were for Lolo. She was not allowed to drink wine at her age, but the rest of them had to enjoy the wine to the fullest. Xue Wei looked at Mirong Jing, who had spent some time observing the friends. Mirong Jing had noticed how seamless the interactions were between Xue Wei and the others. It was evident that these 5 people had spent a lot of time together. They were so used to each other that their every gesture showed their connections.
I am wondering where you come from,
Mirong Jing suddenly asked, and Xue Wei honestly gave a reply.
We come from Chang'an. However, right now we are traveling with the ambassadors from Yan Dalu in the Demon Phoenix continent.
I see.
Mirong Jing nodded his head and considered for some time what exactly Xue Wei had said. He knew of Yan Dalu and the Demon Phoenix continent, but he had never heard about the continent named Chang'an before. Xue Wei did not care much about his thoughts. Not many knew of Chang'an. Even Chang'an was unaware of the other continents, so it was clearly wholly isolated from the rest of the world.
Well then, how many rainbow pills is it you want? Xue Wei suddenly asked. Do you want both one-colored rainbow pills or also 2-colored rainbow pills?
Mirong Jing was taken by surprise when he heard Xue Wei's question. Was he considering helping them with the pills? His heartbeat suddenly beat faster, and he was excited.
I can tell you a bit of information before you decide, Xue Wei continued. I am rather new to 2-colored rainbow pills, he explained. Because of this, I only have around 50% success rate of the 2-colored rainbow pills, so be aware that some of the materials will be lost. At the same time, my success rate for 1-colored rainbow pills are around 90%. I cannot promise you that I will make all ingredients into pills.
Mirong Jing was shocked.
What do you want in return for creating these pills for me?
He asked while looking worriedly at Xue Wei. Xue Wei mused for some time. He did not need new resources. He already had all he needed.
I need you to kill Old Man Bai,
Xue Wei said as a cold gleam appeared in his eyes.
Mirong Jing was surprised when he heard the words spoken by Xue Wei. He would never have expected that he would make such a request. Old Man Bai was someone that they had to respect, but since he was merely an ordinary saint, he was killable for Mirong Jing if he exposed a few of his ace attacks. I am not saying you have to do it on your own, Xue Wei suddenly said. I imagine that you have some friendly families. If they assist in killing Old Man Bai, I will help you and your friends concoct pills.
Mirong Jing was shocked, but then his eyes shone with excitement and happiness. He had some comrades amongst the leading families of Treasure Island, and to be able to enhance their strength would not be a wrong decision.
Thank you,
he said excitedly. So what if he, a revered expert of the Treasure Island, was to become a hitman? The price was worth it. Xue Wei was surprised when he saw how easily Mirong Jing made a decision, but he was pleased with it. He could not afford to let Old Man Bai pose a threat to him and his family. Chapter 24. Contemplation. As the meal progressed, no one spoke more about the transaction that was made between them. They began eating and focused on chatting. Mirong Jing was open about living on Treasure Island and the life in the Sea of the Enchanted. All the families that resided on Treasure Island lived off piracy. The family leaders and their elders rarely attended the looting, but most of their ordinary members did.
Each family owned many ships, and if one were to insult the treasure island, the entire group of pirates in the whole sea of the Enchanted would gather together to deal with the outside influences with their massive fleet of experts. As long as it was a power struggle amongst the pirates themselves, no one else would step in. But as soon as it involved outsiders, they would all band together as a tight ball of dynamite, ready to explode at any moment. Xue Wei was surprised to hear that although they were pirates, they were also protective of one another. It was not something he had expected to happen, but it made him smile and feel that they were indeed worthy of befriending. After the meal, Mirangjing excused himself. He had to gather a few friends and then go hunting for Old Man Bai. He was not willing to let the old man survive after making a deal with Xue Wei. Xue Wei, on the other hand, returned to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion together with his friends. When they arrived, they found that a delegation of experts was present. All of them were from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, and they seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Xue Wei frowned when he saw them. His body turned taut and his eyes alert. Why had such a group of experts decided to come to his courtyard? He could not remember having done anything to insult the Thousand Treasure Pavilion.
Young Master Xue,
one of the people who had been waiting for him stepped forward and cupped his hands as he bowed deeply.
We are sent by the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion,
he introduced himself.
We are here to hand over your winnings from the auction. Please be at ease. Every single essence stone is within this storage treasure.
The man reached out and gave a bracelet to Xue Wei. It was a high-grade storage treasure, and it needed to be a high-grade one to fit the sheer amount of essence stones that had been stuffed into it. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion would usually charge 5,000 low-grade essence stones for these high-grade storage treasures. But when they considered the sheer quantity of essence stones they had taken as a cut for selling these pills, they felt that it would be too petty also to charge him for the storage treasure. Xue Wei unceremoniously kept the bracelet. He did not even look within it to see whether or not the storage treasure contained the many stones that he had been promised. Instead, he stored it away in his own treasure instantly. Seeing his actions, the eyes of the elder who had spoken turned surprised. He would never have expected that Xue Wei would trust them so much or be so casual about wealth. The elder smiled wryly when he realized that they had looked down upon this person before. He was not just an alchemist. His personality was also outstanding. He would become a legend in the future, if he were allowed to grow. After this, they quickly excused themselves and retreated, while Xue Wei and the others entered the courtyard. Xue Wei could not help but feel uncomfortable. Ever since he had seen Old Man Bai, he felt as if a poisonous snake was lurking in the darkness, readying itself to strike. Although he was nothing for Mirangjing if he teamed up with others, the truth was that he was a genuine saint-ranked cultivator, and Xue Wei could be killed with a slap of his hands. Xue Wei clenched his hands. He needed strength. Even now, his own power was not enough for him to save himself. It was not only Xue Wei who thought like this, but his companions were also equally uncomfortable about their lack of strength. After reaching the Sea of the Enchanted, where, although saint-ranked experts were not the most numerous, they were still much more common than they had been on Yan Dalu. The further towards the center of the world they came, the more outstanding the geniuses and their cultivation bases became.
Tianyi?
Xue Wei called out, and Bai Tianyi turned around, looking at the contemplating Xue Wei. "What is it?" he asked, frowning, not sure of what weird thoughts his friend had suddenly thought up.
Why is it that the closer to the center of the world we come, the stronger the experts are?
Xue Wei voiced his concern to the only person he thought might be able to answer the question for them. Although Bai Tianyi looked like a child, he was without a doubt the wisest of them all. He had lived the longest and experienced the most. He would be the only one amongst them who could answer this question.
This was the case before, too,
Bai Tianyi said as he shrugged his shoulders.
Back when the world was one single continent, the outskirts were all filled with weaker experts, while the center was the world for the martial artist. I am not sure as to why, but the closer to the center you get, the denser the soul energy and the heaven and earth essence becomes. There has to be some reason behind it, but we don't know what it is. It has been like this for as long as I've known. The geniuses of the central province were also much more heaven-sent than the geniuses of the outskirts. One's future accomplishments were often determined by birth and where one began their lives. Even if your talent was outstanding, if you were born at the outskirts of the continent, or now in the outer borders of continents, then you had no chance to compete against the other geniuses. You are the same. Bai Tianyi looked at Xue Wei. Although your talent is heaven-defying, and although your advance is rapid, you can only just be compared to some geniuses of the central region. If you were not an azure dragon, it would be deadly for you to travel around like this. Xue Wei looked at Bai Tianyi, and his eyes had turned solemn. He knew that Bai Tianyi was not lying, so although he had been quite proud of his own achievements, it seemed that he had been complacent. He was still nothing when compared to the rest of the world. Sighing, he looked up towards the ceiling, feeling slightly apprehensive. He never questioned his decisions, and now was not the time to do it. He just felt resigned. Life was so fragile. "Don't look so sad," Bai Tianyi said. "We are living life to the fullest," he continued. "Although we are not heaven-sent geniuses, we are still able to traverse the world. We are seeing things that most people would never get to see in their entire lives. We are lucky as we never go hungry, and we are able to chase our dreams and our goals, never looking back, never backing down." Xue Wei listened to Bai Tianyi's words, and he felt more and more invigorated by listening. Bai Tianyi smiled wryly when looking at Xue Wei. Although Xue Wei was the core of their group, he was also the one with the most pressure on his shoulders. When they encountered problems, it was Xue Wei they looked to solve them. When they needed something, it was Xue Wei they looked at to get what they wanted or found a way to get it for them. Xue Wei was always in charge of their living expenses. He had to make sure that they could afford not only the regular costs, but also have resources to cultivate their energies as fast as possible. It was no wonder that he sometimes felt lost and unsure of his path in life. But at moments like these, his friends proved that they were indeed worthy of being considered good friends. They would encourage him, support him, and calm him. It was these friends who were the reason that he had not given up on life yet, and for them, he would do anything. Thinking like this, Xue Wei smirked. So what if he was not a genius comparable to the geniuses of the central region? He was able to work harder than anyone else. Even if he was not a talent, he was a hard worker, and he believed that everything would be possible if he just tried his best. In case it ended up not being enough, then there was nothing to do about it, but he would be able to die without regrets because he did his very best. He lived strongly and never backed down. The more he thought like this, the stronger the aura around him became. He was filled with excitement and energy. His face, which previously had been slightly listless, was now blossoming with a brilliant smile. Bai Tianyi smirked when he saw this, and he felt much better now than he had before. It was good to see that Xue Wei had refound his faith in himself. "Let us rush to the Saint Realm," Xue Wei exclaimed, and smiled as he went up the stairs towards his own room. "Call for me if Mirong Jing arrives. The delegation is leaving in 19 days, so until then, focus on your cultivation." The king, or Zhang Yingyu as she was called now, had decided not to follow the delegation any longer. She was going to stay with Tao Wu and the pirate group. But apart from her, the rest of the delegation had planned on continuing their journey, and it could not be delayed for too long. They were currently stuck on the island because they had sold the blood ship, but they had commissioned another ship which was being made right then and there.
The Blood Ship had provided them with an outstanding number of essence stones, and they had bought a ship that was infused with formations and inscriptions. It was going to be able to utilize the wind and the air to increase its speed. It was going to be unable to burn, and it would be still even during high seas and storms. Because of the many inscriptions and formations, the creation of the ship was going to take a long time. This was also the reason why the delegation was still residing on Treasure Island. In these 19 days, Xue Wei needed to refine pills for Tao Wu and Murong Jing. 19 days had to be enough. When refining pills, Xue Wei was cultivating his spiritual energy. It required spiritual energy to refine pills, and the more difficult it was, the more spiritual energy one would gain. So it was beneficial for Xue Wei to refine pills, but he did not have an unlimited amount of resources. The price for making a 2-colored rainbow pill was simply unexpected, and the previous 5 pills had almost exhausted his supply of resources. He still had ingredients for the 1-colored rainbow pill, but the 2-colored rainbow pills were costly, and he could not help but fear the price of the 3-colored rainbow pills. If the price continued to rise like this with each of the recipes, Xue Wei started thinking that the 7-colored rainbow pills would end up exhausting a whole continent for resources. Unless the ingredients changed with time, then he could only fear that it was impossible to make a 7-colored rainbow pill. With this in his mind, Xue Wei went into his room and began cultivating his qi while waiting for Tao Wu to send the ingredients his way. Chapter 25. Killing Old Man Bai. During this time, Xue Wei was cultivating casually, without fearing about Old Man Bai appearing and causing problems for him. At the same time, Murong Jing did not go home. Instead, he went towards another mansion in Treasure City, the family mansion of the Tang family. The Tang family were not as highly ranked as the Murong family. However, they were not to be belittled, as they also had an Earth Saint amongst their ranks. 2 Earth Saints against 1 single ordinary saint. This should be a lineup which could not be defeated. When Murong Jing made it to the Tang mansion, the guards respectfully saluted him before one of them led him towards the central hall of the family. At this central hall, the entire family's higher-ups had gathered, all of them discussing something rather important. As a family leader himself, Murong Jing was capable of guessing that the subject they were talking about was Xue Wei and the 2-colored rainbow pills. When they announced his arrival, Murong Jing was quite shrewd. He had told the guard to announce that his arrival had something to do with the 2-colored rainbow pills, and thus they instantly invited him into the hall. When he entered, he saw that the entire older generation had gathered together, most of them frowning and unhappy. The leader of the Tang family, Tang Zhulong, was seated in the center of the hall, and a slight bit of hope had appeared in his eyes when he looked at Murong Jing.
"I am here on behalf of the alchemist Master Xue Wei," Murong Jing introduced. "I need Master Tang to do something together with me for him. When it has been done, Master Xue will refine a 2-colored rainbow pill for us both, provided we have the materials."
Tang Zhulong's eyes widened in disbelief and then narrowed dangerously.
"He needs us to do something for him?"
he asked hesitatingly, and Murong Jing nodded his head.
"As to what it is, I would need to discuss it with you in private," he said.
He knew that the murder of Old Man Bai was somewhat controversial, but he could not do anything about it. This was the price to pay for a 2-colored rainbow pill. Murong Jing did not fear that Tang Zhulong would not agree to his offer. Tang Zhulong had a good relationship with him, and he knew which people he had connections to and not. As to the fact that they would murder someone, that was no worry for either of them. They were pirates, and pirates were not pacifists.
"Everyone leave us."
Tang Zhulong understood the matter was sensitive, and thus they hesitatingly left. Many looked back with uncertainty and curiosity. When the hall was emptied, Tang Zhulong slumped back into the seat and looked at Murong Jing.
So, old friend, tell me what is going on.
Murong Jing quickly explained the situation that happened earlier that day at the square, followed by the deal he made with Xue Wei.
I am aware that I can kill Old Man Bai on my own, Murong Jing sighed. But that requires for him not to have any life-saving treasures, nor speed-enhancing techniques. If he has either of those, it could become troublesome to kill him.
Tang Zhulong had not spoken while Murong Jing was talking. Instead, he was listening intently. Closing his eyes for a moment, he was not too sure if he was doing the right thing. Xue Wei was an outsider, while Old Man Bai was a resident of Treasure Island. But the allure of the two-colored rainbow pill was simply immense. Sighing, he nodded his head.
Let us set out,
he said, resigned. He had made his decision. Old Man Bai was notorious for his temper. He had killed multiple experts on Treasure Island before, just because they did not see eye to eye with him, so he could consider it doing a good deed. When they exited the hall, they were found by a group of Tang family members. Looking at their faces filled with expectations, Tang Zhulong knew he had made the right decision. Although one two-colored rainbow pill sounded like very little, as only one person could consume it, it was maybe their only chance for Tang Zhulong to break into a higher layer of his rank, which would result in a higher position on Treasure Island. Refining more than one pill was not something they would expect. They simply did not have the resources to provide more than 2 sets of ingredients, and although there was a small chance of them getting 2 pills, there was also a chance of getting 0. This was a gamble, but they felt it worth it.
Find 2 sets of ingredients, Tang Zhulong said to the supreme elder of the family. When I return home, we will send them to Great Master Zhu, and he will refine pills for us.
The eyes of everyone were filled with excitement. To think that Murong Jing had appeared with a chance for them to get their hands on a two-colored rainbow pill was completely unexpected, but it was making them very excited. Tang Zhulong and Murong Jing left the mansion and started scanning the entire island for any lead for where Old Man Bai might be. They quickly located him in a small village at the outskirts of Treasure Island. This village was filled with fishermen and farmers. They were not pirates. Instead, their jobs were to provide for the rest of the Treasure Island. So even though they were weak and looked down upon, people rarely touched them. Old Man Bai, however, was in a foul mood, and he had gone to the island's villages where he had found a few people and killed them without a care. His restaurant depended on these villagers, but he killed them within moments. He did not even care about which effect it might have on his own livelihood. All he wanted was to vent his frustrations. The reason he unleashed his fury on the villagers was because of the rules of Treasure Island. No one would participate in a dispute amongst people who lived on Treasure Island, so even if he killed them, no one would be able to stop him. In the middle of Treasure City, it was impossible to tell if someone had connections with Earth Saints, which would cause him problems. So for self-preservation, he killed the weakest. Blood was flowing in rivers when his hatred finally seemed to be under control. The entire village's walls were painted red, and corpses were littered all over the street. This was the sight that greeted Murong Jing and Tang Zhulong when they came looking for Old Man Bai. Tang Zhulong, who had been hesitating whether or not to kill Old Man Bai, suddenly felt that it was for the better for him to die as soon as possible. Murong Jing's eyes, which had been tranquil for a long time, were also filled with undisguised disdain and fury.
Old Man Bai!
Murong Jing called out loud, and the man who had been drenched in blood startled before he turned and looked at the 2 incoming experts. His eyes flashed with surprise and confusion. He instantly recognized Murong Jing and Tang Zhulong, but as to what their purpose was, he had no idea.
Master Murong, Master Tang, what brings the 2 of you here?
He asked tentatively, and Murong Jing flew down and landed right next to him. His face was no longer displaying any emotions. He seemed tranquil, like a still lake, and his lips even carried a slight smile, so Old Man Bai could not feel even the slightest feeling of threat coming from him. Tang Zhulong was not as capable of hiding his true emotions, but he stayed behind them, so Old Man Bai did not notice his expressions nor his killing intent.
Old Man Bai, I need to speak with you, Morongjing said smilingly as he stepped closer and closer to the old man. And when he was within range, his palm suddenly shot out. Rock-shattering palm strike. The technique that he was using was not the highest-ranked technique he controlled, but it was the one with the most direct power. A cracking noise resounded in the surroundings as the palm strike made contact with Old Man Bai's chest, breaking his ribcage with a single attack. When Tang Zhulong saw that Morongjing was attacking, he rushed forward with his movement technique, and he brandished his sword before he unleashed an attack. Sky-shattering clouds. This attack was the strongest that Tang Zhulong could unleash, and the sword light shot in front of Tang Zhulong and landed on Old Man Bai's shoulder, cutting a deep gash into his flesh. Old Man Bai's eyes were widened in horror when he saw how the two Earth Saints were attacking him. His hands were trembling in terror, and he was backing away as fast as he could. However, with the injuries he had sustained, his speed was heavily impacted. Neither Morongjing nor Tang Zhulong was willing to let go just like that, and they pressed forward, cornering Old Man Bai in a pincer attack. One was wielding a sword, while the other was raining fist and palm attacks down on him. He could only defend himself from the most deadly of the attacks, but the remaining ones were drawing blood, breaking bones, and making him spit out blood which mixed with the blood from the farmers and fishers he had killed previously. "Why are you doing this?" he roared, filled with indignation and hatred, but he got no answer. Neither Tang Zhulong nor Morongjing was willing to tell him the truth. They had the mindset of killers right now, and they would end their jobs as fast as possible. While they were able to dominate Old Man Bai and push him further and further back, the old man started using life-saving treasures one after another. Never would anyone have expected that he was that rich. He had a whole bunch of protective talismans, inscriptions, and formations. If they had not been two, then it was likely that he would have succeeded in his escape. But since they were two who constantly attacked him, he could only passively defend. The loud sounds of battling reverberated through the village, and the survivors had hidden far away. Some experts within Treasure City could feel the fluctuations of energy and came to see what was going on. Others were blissfully unaware. Sensing that others were on their way, the face of Morongjing and Tang Zhulong turned solemn. They knew that they had to hurry up, and both of them used their most prized attacks. Thunderous Mentality Sword, Fist of the Ancient Demon. Both of them did not hold anything back, and finally they managed to break through all the defenses shrouding Old Man Bai, their attacks cutting the remainder of his life short. His final breath was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. His eyes did not close but stayed staring at Morongjing with disbelief and venomous hatred.
"Let's get going,"
Morongjing said, and Tang Zhulong nodded his head. The two of them turned into flashes of bright light and vanished into the distance before another person made it to the village. Seeing the murder that had happened, he was stunned at first, but after questioning the survivors, he understood that it was Old Man Bai who had murdered wantonly and that two experts had arrived and killed him later. As to what their reason was, no one knew, and who they were was also a mystery. These villagers would never see the leaders of the major families within Treasure City, so it was impossible to guess their identity. Thus, rumors said that it was two experts that came by and felt pity for the villagers. Hence, they became the heroes saving the innocent. Chapter 26. Ship complete. Xue Wei did not have long to cultivate. Tao Wu had quickly arrived with a lot of ingredients, enough ingredients for 7 2-colored rainbow pills and 20 1-colored rainbow pills. Seeing the sheer amount of ingredients, Xue Wei felt his lips curl into a smile. Clearly, Tao Wu had gathered all the treasures his pirates had found over the years. He was not at all humble as he delivered the entire stash of ingredients in front of Xue Wei.
You gave me an immense price tag for these pills.
Tao Wu began smilingly, his smile being slightly cunning.
As such, I ought to milk you dry. And since we are friends, there should be no problem with you spending a bit more effort to refine pills for me.
Xue Wei's lips twitched in amusement, but he quickly shook his head resignedly. He had indeed given an excessive price for these pills, so it was not too unexpected that he was asked to pay a lot back.
Bring it on,
Xue Wei snickered.
I will make you so stuffed with pills that your stomach would burst.
I got a big appetite.
Tao Wu, who had heard what Xue Wei said, laughed out loud.
I can handle all the pills you can concoct.
Shaking his head, Xue Wei accepted the ingredients, and after leaving a message for his comrades about the Murong and Tang members, he closed up in the pill refinement room. Here, time went by fast. Xue Wei was entirely focused on refining pills, and during the progress, he was continually enhancing his spiritual energy. He started making the 1-colored rainbow pills. These rainbow pills were all successfully refined. He had by now refined quite a lot of 1-colored rainbow pills before, so his success rate was high. Of the 20 batches, only 1 failed. It only took him 2 days to refine the 19 1-colored rainbow pills, and before he began the 2-colored rainbow pills, he exited the chamber to see whether or not Murong Jing and Tang Zhulong had been by with the ingredients yet.
That Murong guy has been here,
Lin Zhao said as he handed a storage treasure over to Xue Wei.
But that Tang guy hasn't.
Xue Wei nodded his head as he accepted the storage treasure.
I imagine it will take him some time to produce the ingredients,
Xue Wei said. The 2-colored rainbow pills were expensive in resources. Gathering them all would take a few days. Entering the refining room again, Xue Wei opened the storage treasure to see how many sets of ingredients that Murong Jing had sent him, and he saw that there were actually 6 sets of ingredients. It was almost as much as Tao Wu had managed to get. From this, one could see that the background of Murong Jing was not ordinary. After this, Xue Wei focused on refining 2-colored rainbow pills. He was locked up for 8 days straight, and during this time his spiritual energy was on the verge of breaking through due to the constant use when refining pills. Out of the 7 sets of ingredients he had gotten from Tao Wu, he had managed to get 5 pills, and from the 6 sets from Murong Jing, he had managed 4. As he exited the chamber, he found that Tao Wu and Murong Jing were both waiting outside the room, their faces filled with worry. Even someone as powerful as Tao Wu was filled with worry when it came to rainbow pills. This showed how hard it was to get one's hands on resources in the Sea of the Enchanted. Xue Wei snickered when he saw them and tossed 2 storage treasures out, 1 for each of them. Catching the treasures, neither could hold back and started to look into the storage treasures to see what was the success rate, and both of their faces lit up in joy when they saw the 5 and the 4 pills within.
Thank you.
Murong Jing cupped his fists and felt eternally grateful. The killing of Old Man Bai was worth it. Murong Jing sent a mental note to Tang Zhulong to inform him that Xue Wei had exited the refinement chamber, and moments after, he rushed to the courtyard where Xue Wei was present. This was the first time that Tang Zhulong and Xue Wei met face to face. Tang Zhulong was shocked to see that Xue Wei was, in fact, a young man. He did not look a day over 20 years old, in fact. He seemed just like a youngster. But his strength was rather outstanding, and his status as a 2-colored rainbow alchemist was also something that placed him well above the masses.
Master Xu,
Tang Zhulong dared not be the slightest bit impolite as he cupped his fists and bowed.
It is an honor to meet you. I heard from Murong Jing that you had a task that needed doing.
I assisted in this task, and was promised that you would refine a 2-colored rainbow pill for us.
Xue Wei could feel the worry in his voice, so he did not hesitate to answer.
Master Morong already explained that you indeed assisted him in the task I requested, and thus I will naturally refine a medicinal pill for you.
Hearing this, Tang Zhulong's eyes widened in surprise before wild joy exploded in his chest. Sensing his happiness, Xue Wei smiled wryly. He had experienced the excitement because of his professions before when he was a formation master back in Chang'an.
Do you have the ingredients?
Xue Wei asked, and Tang Zhulong quickly fetched the ingredients out of his storage treasure and placed them in front of Xue Wei.
Wait here.
Xue Wei took the ingredients and went towards the refinement room. Tao Wu and Morong Jing excused themselves, but Tang Zhulong stayed rooted in position, his heart beating rapidly, and he was filled with worry for how it would go. When they began refining, Xue Wei suddenly sensed his spiritual energy erupting like a volcano. It was as if it was boundless, and suddenly he felt how his energy was growing at a rapid speed. His spiritual energy had a breakthrough and was now at the 9th layer of the Sky Knight rank. Under the now stronger spiritual energy, the process of refining pills, which previously had been arduous and difficult, was suddenly easy as walking in a garden. Tang Zhulong had given them ingredients enough for 2 pills, and both of them were successfully refined. After refining the 2 pills, a smirk appeared on Xue Wei's lips as he packed them into a jade vial. He then went down the stairs where he found that Tang Zhulong was standing in the exact same place as before.
It was a success, Xue Wei announced, and the taut nerves that had been stretched to their limits were suddenly relaxed, and he looked excited. I managed to refine 2 pills. You were quite lucky.
Xue Wei chuckled as he handed over the jade vial to Tang Zhulong, who was dazed by the news before he suddenly became amazingly excited.
Thank you so much.
Tang Zhulong's voice was trembling with excitement, and after greeting Xue Wei, he quickly rushed away from the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion and back to the Tang family to tell them that their harvest was even better than expected. Xue Wei shook his head in amusement when he saw them rush away.
How many days are left?
Xue Wei asked Bai Tianyi when he finally had the time to stretch his tired body.
We are leaving in 6 days,
Bai Tianyi answered casually as he looked at Xue Wei.
You had a breakthrough in your spiritual energy?
He asked, astonished, and Xue Wei nodded his head.
Not bad,
Bai Tianyi said with a smile.
You are getting closer and closer to the Heavenly Knight rank. Just a bit more, and both your spiritual energy levels and chi levels will be there.
Xue Wei nodded his head absent-mindedly.
My success rate of the 2-colored rainbow pills are even better now than it was before.
Are there any more ingredients left?
Bai Tianyi raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Xue Wei smiled wryly and shook his head.
Then it doesn't help,
Bai Tianyi said casually, and Xue Wei shrugged his shoulders.
Well, eventually we will get more ingredients, I bet, Xue Wei said. But for now, I cannot make more pills for us.
They quieted down, and after a bit of time they both sighed. It felt like an eternity since Bai Tianyi had arrived and requested of Xue Wei to begin practicing pill-making. In the beginning, he had not been eager to learn it, but now, after realizing how many benefits it brought them, he felt it was the right decision that Bai Tianyi had made back in the day. Although it was hard to learn alchemy, he had managed to succeed, and now it was not only possible to create pills that enhanced their strength, it also directly increased his spiritual energy and helped it break through. Thinking like this, it was indeed an excellent benefit for Xue Wei. And now that he was a 2-colored rainbow alchemist, he had a certain amount of protection. It was thoughts like these that had caused Xue Wei and Bai Tianyi to sigh while thinking about them. Life was truly unexpected. Never would they have expected that they would end up where they were now. Just as they sunk into contemplation, Lolo came running in through the door and went straight to Xue Wei.
Big brother!
She called out sweetly and excitedly. Her adorable eyes were glistening with wonders.
The ship is done! We are ready to leave at any moment!
she said excitedly, and Xue Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise.
I did not think that we would leave for another 6 days, he asked, but Lolo shrugged her shoulders.
The ship is finished, she said with certainty.
Maybe they want to wait a few days to stock up on every item we might need on the trip?
Lin Zhao asked, but the others shook their heads. They had likely already gotten every item needed for their future travels, as they had storage treasures to pack it down in.
Let's go and check,
Xue Wei said, and called for all his friends. When they made it to the harbor, they found that a new and rather large ship was docked where the blood ship had been earlier. The ship was filled with formations and inscriptions. It was sturdy and seemed to be able to sail at a rapid speed across the sea. Xue Wei saw that the members of the delegation from Yan Dalu and Demon Phoenix continent were boarding the ship.
Xue Wei!
The ambassador from Demon Phoenix continent called out excitedly when he saw Xue Wei.
We dared not trouble you, he said, but we expected you would show up here sooner or later. When you showed up would be the time for us to set sail and return en route for the Demon Phoenix continent.
Xue Wei looked back at the Treasure Island and Treasure City and smiled slightly.
Let's leave then,
he said, not planning on returning to say his goodbyes. He did not believe this was the last time he would be here. Hearing that Xue Wei was willing to leave just like that, without saying his goodbyes, everyone was startled, but they were also relieved. They could not help but feel that they had already delayed their trip for long enough and needed to get a move on as soon as possible. Boarding the ship, Xue Wei suddenly started feeling excited. Although he had enjoyed the time on Treasure Island and he had gained a massive amount of wealth here, he could not wait to move into more challenging seas, to experience more things that could push him to his limits and see where his final destination laid. Chapter 27. Thunder Twilight Zone. The ship set sail and left Treasure Island behind. Every member of the delegation was on board. The only person who was missing was Zhang Yingyu, who had decided to stay with Tao Wu. The mood on board the ship was uplifting. Everyone was energized and happy to once more be on their way towards the Demon Phoenix continent. As they left, one would have to be careful, as pirates would be waiting for outsiders outside of Treasure City's harbor. However, no one blocked their way. Everyone was immensely polite and friendly, and Xue Wei knew that the reason for this was Tao Wu. Although, through his rank as a two-colored rainbow alchemist, he was revered, it was a double-edged sword. This was a lawless place. It was likely that Xue Wei would have been captured and forced to create pills for one of the factions. Yet the truth was that no one dared to do this, as they knew he had a relationship with Tao Wu. Upsetting Tao Wu was a suicidal decision. As the ship left Treasure Island further and further behind, everyone got into the usual mood that had been aboard the blood ship. Most of the experts sat down to cultivate, while the sailors controlled the ship. Even Lolo, who gained barely anything from cultivating, sat down next to Xue Wei and closed her eyes to feel the soul power in the surroundings. The ship was enhanced with formations and inscriptions. The speed with which it moved was in no way inferior to the blood ship. There was even an essence-gathering formation on board the vessel, making it so that they could advance their cultivation much faster. The ship cleaved the sea, moving at a rapid pace towards the Demon Phoenix continent. The trip was very effortless. No pirates blocked their way, and the ship did not dock at any harbor. The further along the travel they came, the more restless the sailors became, and a tense atmosphere shrouded the entire ship.
What's happening?
Xue Wei asked the ambassador as he woke up from his cultivation after a few weeks of training.
Don't worry,
the ambassador said while his eyes roamed the horizon as if he was looking for something specific.
We are close to a forbidden area.
He sighed after looking around with slight worry in his eyes.
Although the Berserker Island was quite dangerous, it is nothing when compared to the dangers that exist within the Thunder Twilight Zone. The Thunder Twilight Zone is named after how it looks like on the outside.
Thunder and lightning are striking constant, and the light that breaks into the thunder twilight zone makes it seem like a place where it is always twilight. The thunder twilight zone is very dangerous. Only 1 out of 10 who walks in will be capable of walking out. If you are beneath the Heavenly Knight rank, it is merely suicidal to enter. Saints can come and leave a bit more easily, but even they need to be careful. The Thunder Twilight Zone is stationary, but because of the constant storms and bad weather, hurricanes and other phenomenons will occur en route to the Demon Phoenix continent.
Xue Wei was slightly startled when he heard about the Forbidden Zone. There had been Forbidden Zones back in Chang'an, but that was due to the war between primordial beasts and humans. Humans would not enter the lair of the strongest primordial beasts, just as these beasts would not enter the crowded cities. Forbidden zones that were dangerous because of natural phenomenons, he had never before encountered these things. Xue Wei was deep in thought that day, thinking about how marvelous the world was and how dangerous every step could become. As he thought, he suddenly realized that multiple ships had arrived in the sea surrounding him, and his nerves grew taut. Were there still pirates who were eager to try their strength, even when he had publicly displayed his friendship with Tao Wu? Standing up, he looked at the armada that was gathering in the sea surrounding them. His eyes flashed coldly, and he clenched his fist as he got ready to gather his friends.
"Don't worry."
Noticing the killing intent that was leaking out of Xue Wei, the ambassador appeared by his side. He laid his hand on the latter's shoulder and tried to calm him down. However, his voice was trembling slightly.
"These experts have all arrived because of the Thunder Twilight Zone. Although it is a death trap, many head inside anyway. The Thunder Flame can be found within, alongside many rare and extremely precious herbs and ores. Under the baptizing of thunder and lightning, many of the beasts that live within are also much more ferocious and horrifying. Although no one can tame them, they can sell their skin, cores, and other items for immense amounts of wealth. Beasts, herbs, and ores are not the only treasures within. There are many human-made treasures, too. Legend says that the Thunder Twilight Zone was originally a battlefield between king and emperor-level experts. There are many treasures which can be found in the ruins. The deeper one dares to venture, the more rewards one can gain."
Xue Wei sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this, but then he frowned. "King and emperor-level experts?" he requested, and the ambassador looked at him curiously.
"You do not know about king and emperor-level experts?" he asked,
and Xue Wei shook his head.
"It is the legendary realms for cultivators," the ambassador began explaining. "The first step into cultivation is the warrior, knight, and saint ranks. To reach further than the saint rank is near impossible, but some have managed to succeed throughout the years. King-ranked experts are revered as kings all over the world, while the emperor-ranked experts can be counted on a single hand. I don't know too much about king and emperor-ranked experts. The Vermilion Bird Clan has one king-ranked expert, but the entire Demon Phoenix continent has no emperor-ranked experts at all."
Xue Wei was astounded to hear that there were emperor and king ranks above the saint rank, but after careful consideration he realized that he was simply a frog at the bottom of a well. He had not understood how vast and outstanding the world truly was. When he thought about it, Xue Wei knew that there were many things he had not known about. Before leaving Chang'an, he had not known about the different races that had appeared after mixing blood of the beasts and humans. Now he was also learning about the ranks above saints. When the ambassador saw that Xue Wei was in deep thought, he chuckled before leaving. Although Xue Wei was their savior, he came from a remote continent. It was clear that he did not know as much as all the rest of them. Xue Wei looked at Bai Tianyi, but the sword spirit just shrugged his shoulders. "You are not supposed to know about the ranks above saints yet," he answered honestly. "It is the world where cultivation truly begins." "What rank were you when you were still alive?"
Xue Wei could not help but ask, and Bai Tianyi glanced at him, considering answering honestly.
I had reached the highest realm you could beneath the immortals, he said proudly.
Then he looked slightly sheepish.
I was able to cleave an entire world into multiple continents. It was a strength that others could not compete against.
Hearing this, Xue Wei nodded his head. Although he knew that saints held much power, he was aware that they did not have the strength to do what Bai Tianyi had done all those years back. Even if it was a full-powered strike with his life on the line, it should not be possible to cleave an entire world. But Bai Tianyi had done so. Thinking like this, Xue Wei could not help but muse on whether or not there were ranks above the emperor.
Oh well, he muttered to himself. I am not in a position to care about whether or not there are ranks above the emperor rank. For now I should focus fully on reaching the heavenly knight rank. Reaching this conclusion, Xue Wei felt as if a load had fallen from his shoulders, and his soul became free all of a sudden. Although he wished to get stronger, he was aware that he needed to walk step by step towards a higher rank, towards a much brighter future. Bai Tianyi smiled slightly when he looked at Xue Wei. He could sense that the other was on the verge of having an enlightenment. An enlightenment would be capable of increasing his qi and spiritual energy at a rapid pace. But he needed just the final push to enter enlightenment completely. Xue Wei was feeling immensely comfortable. His entire soul was much more relaxed than ever before. He had understood that although he strived for the peak of martial arts, he had to take it slow, one step at a time. Xue Wei sat down and began cultivating again. While he was cultivating, he sensed everything around him. He even sensed the fish that were moving in the sea, the birds flying in the air. Everything turned silent. All he could hear was the crashing waves against the hull of the ship. The sound was tranquil and soul-stirring, and it was enough to make anyone feel at ease. While Xue Wei was as free as the birds in the sky, the rest of the ship had a dreadful atmosphere surrounding them all. The ship, which previously had been moving around fast through the sea, was now moving along at snail speed. It was evident that they were horrified of the Thunder Twilight Zone. Xue Wei and his friends were much more relaxed. Although they understood that the Thunder Twilight Zone was dangerous, they had never seen it before, so they could not know which horrors were inside of it. The members of the delegation had not been inside the Thunder Twilight Zone either, but they had passed the zone multiple times. One glance at the Thunder Twilight Zone would be enough to insert horror into the soul of anyone. The closer they came, the more ships they encountered. On board these ships were outstanding crews, where no one was beneath the Heavenly Knight rank. Even the sailors were above. From this, one could expect that the strength that these crews commanded was immense. Their fighting strength could not be belittled. Xue Wei and his friends were all happy that they were not in a position where they had to fight against them. Although they had faith in emerging victorious against the majority of the crews, they knew it would be dangerous, and that they would have to exhaust a large amount of energy to do so. Just as Xue Wei was about to sit down and cultivate again, he felt a current of energy enter his body and roam the meridians like small lightning bolts. Lifting his head and looking into the distance, his eyes narrowed and his pupils constricted. There, into the distance, as far as the eye could see, was thunder and lightning crashing down from the sky above. All light seemed to be swallowed by the roaring thunder and blazing lightning. All one could see was a dim, twilight-like light that had descended upon the entire world. The thunder, albeit far away, was so booming that it felt as if someone was hitting Xue Wei's heart. His whole being was shaking from the loud sounds. He finally understood why they were so worried about the Thunder Twilight Zone. This was no ordinary thunder, only second to the tribulation lightning, and it was able to reduce weaker experts into ash in a moment.
It was no wonder that people said that experts below the Heavenly Knight rank were suicidal in case they entered the forbidden area. Chapter 28. Forced Inside. Xue Wei looked at the incessant lightning strikes that hit the sea. There was no break in between, and the ships would need to be equipped with all sorts of formations and inscriptions to protect them from the lightning strikes. To Xue Wei's surprise, most of the ships halted just before they were about to enter the Thunder Twilight Zone. The vessel would then be stored in an extreme storage treasure, while the sailors and the experts on board all shot into the dense cluster of lightning. It seemed that it was impossible to enter with a ship after all. These people did not travel together. Instead, they split up and searched for their own lucky chances. Resources were hard to find in the Sea of the Enchanted, so the ones that were present in the Thunder Twilight Zone were tempting to all factions. However, these resources were not so simple to pick up. One had to risk their lives to be able to produce the things they wished for. Even so, everyone knew that fortune and danger went hand in hand. Because of this, it was not impossible to find a group of people who were willing to head into the dangerous area. Xue Wei would be lying if he said that he had no interest in the Thunder Twilight Zone, but because of his current strength, alongside the fact that he was rushing towards the Demon Phoenix continent, he decided to rein in his excitement. He looked around the ship and found that the sailors' faces were pale and frightened. Even the ambassador was looking slightly uncomfortable. Only a few of the members of the delegation from Yan Dalu and Xue Wei's companions were looking at the Thunder Twilight Zone with excitement. They understood that it was not doable to go there now, but all of them could not help but think that they would enter it on a later date. It was a place that begged to be explored. The myths of it being a legendary battleground for king and emperor-ranked experts, this meant that it could not be belittled, and neither could the treasures. There were chances of encountering ruins with remnant wills of the king and emperor-ranked experts who were waiting for their successors to appear. Maybe even let them inherit a wondrous technique or profound mystery. "Let us head around it," the voice of the ambassador from the Demon Phoenix continent suddenly called out, and the sailors all nodded their heads as they went to work. They made the ship sail to the east of the Thunder Twilight Zone. Although the zone filled up the entire horizon, as long as they kept sailing east, they would reach its edge eventually. Just as the ship started moving, an undercurrent suddenly crashed into the ship, causing it to creak and sway in the waves. The sailors were getting worried, their hands working faster than before as they rushed around on the deck, trying to gain control over the vessel once more. Unfortunately, things were not going as they expected. The ship was not reacting as they wanted it to, and they were not capable of making it turn east. Instead, it was drifting on the undercurrent closer and closer towards the Thunder Twilight Zone. "Not good," the ambassador called out in horror. "The thunder current has taken the ship. Everyone, we have two options now. One is to abandon the ship and fly towards the Demon Phoenix continent. The other is to go down with the ship and enter the Thunder Twilight Zone." Xue Wei looked at the Thunder Twilight Zone with some regret written over his face. It seemed as if even the universe wanted him to enter this region, but since he still had a choice, he had to pick the Demon Phoenix continent. Hovering in the air, Xue Wei looked at his comrades, who slowly but surely bade their farewell to the ship and joined him in the sky above the sea. Lolo and Bai Tianyi were not supposed to be able to fly, as they cultivated spiritual energy. But when looking at them, Xue Wei found that brilliant golden wings were attached to their backs. These wings clearly had undulations of spiritual energy. Sensing Xue Wei's glance, Bai Tianyi snickered. "We are not humans," he explained. "We can fly with the spiritual bodies we have." The Yan Dalu members were also able to stay in the air, not because of their spiritual energy cultivation, but because all of them had consumed a Sky Knight pill. They were capable of flying because Xue Wei had boosted their chi to the Sky Knight level. Even so, they would not be able to stay in the air for too long. Their primary cultivation was not chi, and they were not familiar with flying, so they would be much more troubled than the others. Just as Xue Wei was about to turn his back to the Thunder Twilight Zone and suggest that they set off, a resounding boom rang throughout the entire area. A swirl of energy began creating one tornado after another. These tornadoes were not inside the Thunder Twilight Zone, but outside, and every ship that came into contact with them were torn to shreds in moments. Even the cultivators ended up dying a gruesome death. The sudden emergence of these tornadoes took them by surprise, and their eyes widened in shock and horror when they saw their destructive power. "Flee!" was the last word that the ambassador said before he started fleeing for his life. All the others followed suit, but the tornadoes were hurrying after them, clearly chasing them as if they had a mind of their own. The other ships that had reached the Thunder Twilight Zone quickly left the ship and entered the Forbidden Zone instead. Compared to the tornadoes that could rip them all to shreds, the lightning seemed much more manageable. A shrill scream suddenly sounded out behind Xue Wei, and when he turned around, he saw that one of the sailors from the ship had been incapable of keeping up. The tornado had caught him. His body was being ripped apart by the sheer force within the winds. It was as if he was made from paper. Xue Wei's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked at Bai Tianyi, Lolo, He Gao, and Lin Zhao. All of them were flying at a speed not too fast, but not too slow either. They were not pressing their speed, so they could maintain their pace for a long time without getting exhausted. Seeing this, Xue Wei nodded his head approvingly, but then his face turned ugly. Suddenly the tornadoes were not only behind them, they were also in front, blocking their escape route. Even their side was completely sealed off. "Our only option is the Thunder Twilight Zone," Xue Wei said through gritted teeth. He was not too worried about his friends when it came to the lightning strikes, as all of them were of the Heavenly Knight rank, but he feared for their safety within. Only 1 out of 10 were said to survive the entrance into the Forbidden Zone, so he was not too comfortable about it. Still, he understood that this was a risk he had to take. Staying here was certain death. Having made up his mind, there was no hesitation in his body as it flashed. He changed his direction and headed straight for the Thunder Twilight Zone. Sensing the certainty in Xue Wei's actions, his comrades did not hesitate to follow him, all of them rushing towards the Thunder Twilight Zone. Only the delegations of the 2 continents were left behind together with the sailors. All of them were unsure of what to do. They all took Xue Wei as the leader of their group after the incident on Berserker Island. However, they also knew that if they entered the Thunder Twilight Zone, they were likely to die. Since they would die, no matter what choice they made, why not try to see if they could make it past the tornadoes? Xue Wei did not have the time to care about who followed him and who did not. All that mattered to him was whether or not they would survive the onslaught of tornadoes. The closer they came to the Thunder Twilight Zone, the more electricity he could sense in the air. It was as if every breath he took contained small lightning bolts that entered his body and started tempering his meridians. The pain was manageable, but the closer they came, the number they became. The pain was more and more painful, and they had to grit their teeth in an attempt to ignore the pain. Although Xue Wei was merely a Sky Knight, he was handling the electric current much better than others, notably better than the members of the Demon Phoenix continent and Yan Dalu. He Gao was seemingly a beast walking in his own backyard. The electricity was doing no damage to him. Even the bolts which had caused pain to the others were only tickling him. He Gao was a mutated celestial dog. It was natural for him to have a connection to the weather. His most profound attacks depended on the moon and the sun, so for him the thunder was a friend and not a foe. After He Gao, the one who managed the best was Lolo. Her petite face was slightly pale, and she was clearly feeling uncomfortable, but not to the point where she was feeling unbearable pain. Bai Tianyi was equally pale, and his face grimaced from time to time, displaying that he was feeling pain. Lin Zhao's face was equally dark. His fists were clenched so tightly that a small stream of blood was trailing down his fingers. Xue Wei himself was feeling uncomfortable and painful. Although it was painful, he did not stop his reckless advance toward the Thunder Twilight Zone. The
The pain was biting through his entire body, but it did not stop him, and he was even feeling elated. The electricity that invaded him was starting to embed itself within every cell of his body, and he felt himself grow in strength. He knew that the electricity was further tempering their bodies. This Thunder Twilight Zone was an open treasure box. Xue Wei smirked when he felt this. As an azure dragon, his body was more robust than ordinary cultivators of the same rank, so he was not too worried about being able to fend off the lightning bolts. The loud booms resounded one after another, and the closer they got to the zone, the louder it became. The tornadoes behind them were still ferocious and following them in every step they took. But the moment that Xue Wei and his friends had rushed into the Thunder Twilight Zone itself, the sea calmed, the tornadoes fell apart, and a chuckle could be heard resounding over the entire sea. Xue Wei, He Gao, Lin Zhao, Lolo, and Bai Tianyi were unaware of this. They only heard the rumbling thunder and saw the streaks of light from the lightning bolts that kept flashing in front of them. It was as if they had entered a new world, a pocket dimension, where everything from outside was sealed off. All they could see was thunder and lightning as far as the eye could see, and the sea underneath them was like a boiling pot of water, continually bubbling and cascading upwards from the impacts. Outside the Thunder Twilight Zone, the ambassador of the Demon Phoenix continent frowned. It felt to him as if someone had forced Xue Wei to enter the forbidden area, but who held such frightening power? Far away, Lan was leaning against a chair and chuckling. In front of him was a small bowl of water, and when one looked at it, it seemed still. Moments before, thousands of small tornadoes had been present in the bowl, but now they were all gone. But a satisfied smile was evident on Lan's lips.
Don't disappoint me, little fake snake.
Chapter 29. Purple Mist Reemerges. Xue Wei was utterly unaware of the actions made by Lan far away in the continent of Chang'an. He was also unaware of the fate of the delegation from Yan Dalu in the Demon Phoenix continent. The delegation had almost all survived the onslaught of tornadoes. They had managed to keep a safe distance from the storms, and when they dissipated into nothing, they were still safe. When they thought about what they had just encountered, all of them felt lingering fear. They were all able to guess that this phenomenon was not natural at all, that it was human-made. The aim was clearly to lure Xue Wei and his comrades into the Thunder Twilight Zone. The two delegations sent a final glance towards the Thunder Twilight Zone before they shook their heads in regret. "Let us get going," the ambassador from the Demon Phoenix continent finally said after staring into the dense cluster of lightning that was in front of them. "Xue Wei and his friends are fortunate beings. We might see them one day again back at the Demon Phoenix continent." Although he said this, it sounded much more like an attempt to make him feel better. His voice was slightly hesitating, and it was clear that he did not believe it himself. Like this, the group of members from Yan Dalu and Demon Phoenix continent felt slightly regretful, but none of them were willing to enter into the Thunder Twilight Zone for his sake. Although he had saved their lives before, they all came up with reasons to themselves that it was useless to attempt to rescue them. They did not even want to wait and see if they emerged from the Forbidden Zone. Like this, they continued on the way towards the Demon Phoenix continent, yet only a handful of them would survive the trip. Many succumbed to the harsh environment on the way. Not having a ship made the trip arduous and painful. Many overexhausted themselves and ended up in the stomachs of ferocious sea creatures. Only the strongest made it back to the Demon Phoenix continent, and those who survived had started to blame it all on Xue Wei. Had he not been chased by the tornadoes like this, then their ship would not have been shattered, and their return trip would have been much more straightforward. They had even forgotten that he had saved their lives on Berserker Island.
Everything was blamed on Xue Wei, and when they arrived at the Demon Phoenix continent and were about to announce their experiences, everything was also blamed on him. While these delegation members were rushing back towards the Demon Phoenix continent, Xue Wei and his friends were all inside the closed-off space that was the Thunder Twilight Zone. The Thunder Twilight Zone was unlike any other place they had ever been before. It was in the middle of the sea, but they could walk on top of the water without any problems. The thunder and lightning were constant, and the only thing that lit up the entire area was the constant blitzing of lightning that descended from the sky. Small islands were all over the area. One could land on an island at any moment, but after closer inspection, Xue Wei found that these islands were not actual islands, but instead skeletons. The skeletons had massive amounts of herbs growing on top of them. Some were corpse grass and blood ginseng, clearly many, many years old, and Xue Wei started picking them indiscriminately. Although many might consider them useless, they could be used in certain pills, so Xue Wei picked them without a care in the world. After sensing the corpse grass and blood ginseng, he also saw a nightmare lily and a skeleton hyacinth. Both these herbs were immensely rare, but main ingredients on a few formulas that Xue Wei had in his storage treasure. After picking up the nightmare lily and the skeleton hyacinth, he slowly moved further into the Thunder Twilight Zone. His friends were right behind him. All of them were looking at the ground and were amazed to see the sheer amount of resources and herbs they had found already.
If they have this many rare herbs in the outskirts like this, the inner regions ought to be a true mine of resources, Xue Wei snickered. But Bai Tianyi sighed as he shook his head.
Have you not realized yet that although we entered this way, we can't leave? It is as if the exits are blocked. The resources had blinded Xue Wei, and thus he looked behind him with curiosity. It was true that what Bai Tianyi had said was correct. Everything behind them was like a wall of lightning that was impossible to walk through. Anyone who attempted would be turned into ash on impact.
Well then, Xue Wei smiled slightly. We do not have any other option than to move forward. Although we had not planned on entering the Thunder Twilight Zone, now that we are here, we ought to get the best out of it.
The others held smiles on their faces. Their eyes were glistening with excitement. All of them had felt excitement about entering the Thunder Twilight Zone, but because of having to go to the Demon Phoenix continent, they had decided to pass on it for now. Now that the circumstances had forced them in here, they would explore to their heart's content. Although Xue Wei was alert and his nerves taut, he knew that to advance rapidly, they needed to face some dangers. Not only this, they needed to do something about their strength. The world they were going towards was the Demon Phoenix continent. This was a place where sovereign beasts existed, an area with a king-ranked expert. If they were not careful, and considering the task the annoying Prophet Lan had given them, then it was likely they would insult the king-ranked expert in Demon Phoenix continent. Giving away their Thunder Flame Crown was not very likely, so they would need to steal it. To do that, they would need to enhance their strength tremendously. Xue Wei was not so naive as to think that they would reach the king-ranked level during their time in the Thunder Twilight Zone, but if they could increase their strength just a bit, then they would be able to raise their survival chance. The group slowly moved forward. They were no longer rushing, and instead taking it slowly as they looked around them. Suddenly, as the group walked by a cluster of lightning bolts, a beam exploded out towards them, and when it came closer, they realized that it was not a normal lightning bolt. Instead, it was a snake where the scales were covered in lightning. Crap! Bai Tianyi's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the beast, but Xue Wei just roared once, and the lightning snake instantly stilled in the air, looked at Xue Wei, and slowly slithered back into the dense cluster of lightning. Oh, right. Bai Tianyi looked at Xue Wei as if he was looking at a freak. I forgot we have the king of beasts with us here, he snorted.
What was that?
Xue Wei asked curiously, and Bai Tianyi glanced at the cluster of lightning and felt a tremor run through his body. It was a lightning snake. They live in lightning, and they are immensely troublesome. Their bodies contain no thunder, but their strength cannot be looked down upon. Their speed is like lightning bolts, their strength like clasping thunder, resounding throughout the lands. Xue Wei was surprised when he heard this, but Bai Tianyi was not done explaining. They are incredibly rare. They are only able to be found in places filled with thunder and lightning, and they contain a thunder source alongside their beast core. The thunder source is significant for tempering the body. Above the saint rank, everyone becomes spiritual entities. Not spirits, but their bodies transcend the mortal limits. The body becomes a spirit entity, and it is graded in different ranks. As to what level you have depended mainly on your cultivation base and energy purity. There is the below-average spirit body, which is quite hard to gain, as one needs quite a talent to become a king-ranked expert. After the below-average spirit body is the average spirit body. This is the body that most conjure after reaching the king rank. Then comes above-average spirit body, followed by the good spirit body. This continues to the pristine spirit body. I will go into more details about the spirit bodies later on, when you are closer to the ranks, but in general it is hard to increase the rank of your spirit body. This can only be done by purifying your energy, and this is where the thunder source comes into the picture. The thunder source is capable of purifying one's energy. It contains the purest lightning and thunder energy, and is capable of forcing impurities out of energies and bodies. Hearing Bai Tianyi talk about spirit bodies, Xue Wei was quite stunned and surprised, but he understood the meaning of it after a bit of time. Although saints were almost considered immortals, they were not really. Only king and emperor-ranked cultivators were deemed to be real immortals. Xue Wei smiled slightly as he looked into the dense cluster of lightning, but then he shook his head.
They might be quite tempting, but their speed is not to be belittled. We are still foreigners in this place. It is far too risky to begin battling already.
Bai Tianyi nodded his head. He did not really care about the thunder source, as he was a real spirit body. He had already created a pristine spirit body, a natural spirit body. And although the thunder source was essential for cultivators, Xue Wei was still merely a knight-ranked expert. It was a long time away from becoming a king-ranked expert, and thus he did not have to gain the thunder sources right now. The group slowly moved further and further into the area, and suddenly Xue Wei came to a standstill and froze, his eyes narrowing. In front of him was something he was fairly familiar with. This was a purple mist he had seen back in Chang'an. It looked similar, and even the feeling he felt was identical. Walking closer to it, he sensed that the purple mist was as welcoming as last time. It was dense and covered the entire area, and when he touched it, it was as if it tried to enter his body, to transform into energy and boost his strength. Frowning, he could not help but wonder what exactly was happening. Why would something like this mist that had appeared in Chang'an be in the middle of the Thunder Twilight Zone? The others looked curiously at Xue Wei, wondering what exactly was going on with him. Why was his expression so grave, and how come he was walking towards something that would cause most people to be apprehensive? Xue Wei ignored his friends. He felt as if he heard a calling from within the mist, and he paused only slightly before he found a rope in his storage treasure and started wrapping it around his waist.
"We are going in," he said before he tossed the rope to the others, who hurriedly tied it around their waists and followed. While Xue Wei was feeling excited and hopeful, the others were worried and alert. One step at a time they ventured deeper and deeper into the mist. Soon the glints of lightning could not be seen. Even the thunder was muffled and not as loud as before. It was as if they had descended into a purple world.
The mist that was surrounding them was not threatening, but the tranquil atmosphere was making the others much more alert. Only Xue Wei was like a fish in water. He greedily absorbed the purple mist, consuming it, and felt how it was slowly enhancing his qi and spiritual energy, both at the same time. The golden and the azure dragon spirits were busy converting it into usable energy. Chapter 30. The Center. The mist was so dense that although the two energies within his body were continuously nourished, there were no signs of the mist becoming less dense. The 5 friends traversed through the purple mist, and the other 4 could sense the energy in Xue Wei's body becoming turbulent alongside the strength growing. They understood that there was some sort of secret within this purple mist, but no matter how much they tried, they couldn't absorb even a sliver of the purple mist. Still, no one said anything as they advanced deeper and deeper into the unknown. The thunder had gone from muffled cries to becoming almost impossible to hear now, and the lightning flashes which previously had illuminated the sky were now nowhere in sight. As they moved deeper into the purple mist, they became more and more alert. So far, there had been no signs at all of anything living within the mist. Neither were there any signs of prior visitors. It was as if they had entered a wasteland filled with deathly silence. Although Xue Wei could have stopped and consumed the purple mist as he pleased, he did not do so. Instead, he continued his advance. It was as if something deep within the mist was calling out to him, as if his innermost being was being summoned by something within the middle of the mist. He was as if in a trance. He took step by step closer towards the soundless voice. He looked to neither the left nor the right. All he did was head straight towards the unknown. Usually Xue Wei would not have been so carefree, especially not in a region such as the Thunder Twilight Zone, but the purple mist felt so familiar, like being in a mother's embrace. When Xue Wei felt this, he could not help but lower his guards. He remembered how the purple mist had healed him before. Now it was bringing back the same feelings of comfort. But when he looked at his comrades, he understood that everything he felt was exclusive to him. Looking at his comrades, he could not help but frown. They looked worried and scared. They were not at all as casual and carefree as him. Their nerves were taut and their bodies rigid.
"Do not fear,"
a voice suddenly sounded in the mist, startling all of them. While the voice sounded next to their ears, it was ever present within the entire mist, and no one could figure out where it came from.
"I wish you no harm,"
the voice continued.
"My king has arrived. I have to greet him. Although humans are not welcome within my purple domain, an exception shall be made for the sake of my king."
No one needed to ask who this king was. Clearly, it was Xue Wei. Although the voice had boomed, He Gao and Lin Zhao did not calm down. On the contrary, they were even more alert afterward than before. However, Bai Tianyi looked at them with the usual disdain. "Blockhead and stupid dog, calm down," he said casually, not at all caring for the fact that he was insulting them. "Since the creature who spoke was able to materialize their voice like this, then they are above our strength, far above our strength," he explained. "If it wanted us dead, we would be dead 1,000 times over, so just accept the grace we have been shown by being together with Wei." Bai Tianyi was as crude as always, never holding anything back, and saying whatever was on his mind. Even He Gao and Lin Zhao did nothing when they heard him insult them and calling them stupid dog and blockhead. They knew that, although he spoke harsh words, he was the first to stand by their side should they ever need it. Not to mention he was much more experienced than them, and thus they often relied on his knowledge to manage in difficult and tricky situations. Xue Wei was not worried, and after hearing Bai Tianyi's words, the rest also slowly put away their worries. Their bodies relaxed gradually, and instead of being too wound up, they slowly started to examine the world of purple mist. Although it seemed to be a wasteland, it turned out that beneath their feet was grass at times, waves at others. There were no rare herbs or exquisite items, but there were regular islands and sea. Here and there were plants, but the only thing that they could feel was silence. Utter silence. The others, although they had been promised that there was no danger, did not remove the line that held them all together. This was not because they feared that something would appear from the mist and attack them, but because they realized that the mist was too dense. You could only see 1 meter ahead of you, so getting lost was entirely possible. The reason they were able to navigate in the dense mist was because of the weird feeling that was leading Xue Wei on the path. They walked for what seemed an eternity. It was impossible to determine how long it was, as everything looked the same within the mist. It was impossible to say if they had walked in circles or if they had actually reached some places. Anyone who entered and did not have a guide like Xue Wei would have gotten lost almost instantly. Finally, the dense mist suddenly started to thin out, and in front of them was a beautiful scenery that none of them had expected to encounter in the middle of the Thunder Twilight Zone. In front of them was a beautiful island. It had a sizable mountain filled with lush green forests, and it reached up into the clouds. Right in front of them were beaches with white sand and seashells, while the first trees were around a few hundred meters away from it. In between the forest and the sand was green grass, and on this grass was a small cottage. There were no animals on the island, and everything was still as silent as it had been within the purple mist.
"Let's head for the cottage," Xue Wei said with a low voice. He could sense that what was calling for him was within the cottage, and his heart was beating rapidly.
What was this feeling? As they headed towards the cottage, the door swung open, and a woman stepped out. The woman resembled a fairy. Her beauty was ethereal, her appearance otherworldly.
"My king,"
she greeted as she cupped her fists and bowed slightly towards Xue Wei. Xue Wei, however, quickly went to help her straighten herself again.
"I am no king," he said honestly. "But why have you summoned me?"
The being that was standing on the grass looked at Xue Wei for some time, before its body suddenly expanded. Scales erupted from beneath the skin, and the body turned into that of a dragon. While Xue Wei was an azure dragon, this was a white dragon with a slightly blue tint to the scales.
"I am a flood dragon,"
the dragon said as it looked deeply at Xue Wei.
"My mate lives in Chang'an. This purple mist is a skill that only he and I know. I can feel the life force of my mate inside of you, and at the same time, I can also sense your aura like an emperor. I hoped you could tell me about my mate, but more than anything, I knew you were the esteemed azure dragon. An azure dragon is the king of all dragons. We are forced to bow to the azure dragon, and thus I wanted to see what my king looked like. I understand that you are young, and that it is quite a time before you become a real dragon king, or perhaps even a dragon emperor. But seeing you in your growth period is also an honor. I cannot do much for you, but what I can do is to help you mature slightly. The Thunder Twilight Zone belongs to me. I am a flood dragon, and I entered this area a millennia ago. Since then I have stayed here, waiting for the time I can be reunited with my mate. I can tell you where the most prosperous area of the Thunder Twilight Zone is, the area with most treasures. Although this place is a real treasure trove, It is also the most dangerous area in the entire zone, apart from my purple mist. Although it is not as dangerous as my purple mist, it is still quite dangerous, so you have to depend on both luck and skill to make it through.
Xue Wei considered for some time, but he had already been prepared to fight for his life. Now that he was within the Thunder Twilight Zone, he was not going to give up just like that. However, it was not a decision he could make on his own. This was a life-threatening decision, and therefore he had to ensure that his friends were equally ready to risk their lives. Bai Tianyi smirked when he heard the words of the Flood Dragon. He Gao was grinning, Lin Zhao was chuckling, and Lolo was looking puzzled. Although Lolo was the one who seemed like she was the most unsure about what to do, Xue Wei was the least worried about her. She was immortal, and not only this, but she was also the strongest of them all if they ended up in a tricky situation.
It seems that you all have made a decision,
the Flood Dragon said approvingly. If he had shied away from this, then she would not have believed in his ability to become a dragon king, much less a dragon emperor. But he had not disappointed her. He had not hesitated at all, and ended up going straight for the danger area.
Let me show you the way.
The dragon once more transformed into the shape of a woman, and her long, flowing white fairy dress was floating around her as she started moving through the purple mist. By the time she had reached the purple mist, it was as if it warped around them, and in a few steps they had left behind the purple world, once more returning to the booming thunder and the lightning that was continuously brightening up the sky. Xue Wei was astounded when he saw how the Flood Dragon was capable of making them move through the mist so fast. Although it had been impossible to determine exactly how long he and the others had spent to reach the center, it was in no way a short amount of time. It could have been a day, but it could also have been days since the purple world had completely messed up their ability to detect time. Still, this was so fast that they knew that it was unnatural. Although they had moved too fast, Xue Wei was not in a position to ask anything. He had to look around and determine if their current location was safe, and the more he looked, the darker his face became. This place was indeed as dangerous as the purple mist would be for common experts. He could sense that the lightning in the area was many times stronger than it had been at the outskirts of the Thunder Twilight Zone. It was clear that they had reached the very center of the zone.
Well then, I am off, the Flood Dragon said, and without giving Xue Wei time to say anything, she vanished from her position.
It was clear that she was scared of him changing his decision and wanting to return with her. Smiling wryly, Xue Wei shook his head and looked around them. It was, contrary to his expectations, not the middle of the sea. Instead, it was a desolate island. The desolate island was not too big. It was around the size of the island the Flood Dragon resided on. But where that one was full of life, this one was scorched and filled with a deadly gloom. Chapter 31. Withering. Although this island was desolate and no living creature could be seen on the island itself, a few people were standing in the vicinity of the island in small groups. Most of them were already filled with vigilance. Now all of them were alerted to Xue Wei and his friend's arrival. They had all seen how an alluring woman had brought over a group of experts, all of which had appeared out of nowhere. Afterward, she had even vanished as silently as she had arrived. These groups of experts were experienced in moving around in the Thunder Twilight Zone. Their livelihood was to enter the Twilight Thunder Zone and bring out the resources that could be found within. They knew how dangerous this area was. They understood what it meant to arrive here. Even they needed to consider seriously before entering the center of the Thunder Twilight Zone. So what were these youngsters doing here? When they looked at them, they could also see Xue Wei was not even a heavenly knight. How had he survived the thunder and lightning that was constantly cascading down from the sky? Even now, many people could see how the numerous lightning bolts were landing on his body. Even so, not even a tremor ran through him, much less severe damage. Everyone within the Thunder Twilight Zone was regularly hit by lightning. Anyone beneath the Heavenly Knight rank would have been turned to ashes, but nonetheless, these people could see that Xue Wei, who was clearly a Sky Knight, was standing unmoved in the middle of the lightning. They could see his eyes were scanning over the island in front of them. It seemed as if he had a plan on entering the island. Even these experts, who were Heavenly Knights, would have to be careful before entering his area, much less a simple Sky Knight. Many suddenly started to wonder about the background of this figure. It could not be simple to allow him to enter the Thunder Twilight Zone, and he was likely to have a lot of treasures on his body. Thinking about the treasures that were likely to be on his body, all of them suddenly felt a bit of greed in their hearts. They were contemplating if it was worth it to attack him and kill him and his companions before looting their corpses. Xue Wei was unaware of the thoughts of these people, but even if he had known, he would not have minded. Although he was a Sky Knight, he was more than capable enough to go against a Heavenly Knight or two. His friends were all Heavenly Knights, and they would be able to defeat more than one at a time, too. So even if these observers decided to attack, then Xue Wei would not fear them too much. What he had to be most alert about were the experts who did not want to attack, and then decided to be the fishermen, waiting behind to reap the benefits. Looking around, he noticed the greed in the people's eyes, and his own hardened. He frowned, but he was not in the mood to be entangled with these people. "Let's go," Xue Wei said, and rushed towards the desolate island in front of them. The lightning that was there was so much more overwhelming and powerful than anywhere else in the Thunder Twilight Zone. But even so, all it managed to do was make Xue Wei itch slightly. Looking at the others, he saw that they weren't affected by the lightning either. All of them were feeling casual as they shot towards the island. Lightning came crashing down. It was as if there was an attack of lightning bolts, all attacking Xue Wei and his friends. But when the lightning landed on their bodies, nothing happened apart from a few chills running through them. Thunder boomed. It was much louder than before, and it was getting louder and louder, so loud that one could not help but feel that their ears were ringing. Even so, the speed of Xue Wei and his friends did not diminish. Lolo and Bai Tianyi had wings on their backs made from spiritual energy, while Xue Wei, He Gao, and Lin Zhao were able to fly due to their qi levels. After as long as it took for half a stick of incense to burn, they arrived at the island and landed on the desolate land. Beneath their feet were withered grass. It seemed as if it had all the life force sucked out of it. Frowning, he saw how it turned to dust underneath their feet. Looking at the sky, Xue Wei also noticed that the lightning and thunder was not striking on the island. All the bolts landed in the sea just outside the island. It was as if it was making a cage surrounding the island.
"This place is creepy,"
Lolo said as she pursed her lips slightly.
"I can feel some weird energy here," she continued. "I don't know what kind of energy it is, but it is not comfortable at all. There is also a big killing intent."
Xue Wei could also feel the killing intent. His own murderous aura in his body was starting to react to the killing intent in the air. His soul was getting restless. Waving his hand, a small vial appeared in his hand. The vial contained the soul-calming pills, and Xue Wei quickly took one of them and placed it in his mouth before he passed it around, allowed for all of them to take one each. The soul-calming pill was instantly working, entering their minds and making them calm down. The killing intent on the island was not natural at all. It would invade any visitor's mind and erode their reasoning, making them turn into a mindless killing machine. But these soul-calming pills removed the invading killing intent and allowed for them to regain their minds. They did not need to walk far before a figure appeared in the distance. The clothes were dirty and the hair was messy. The eyes were empty, and the mouth was open. Woo-woo sounds continually coming out of its mouth.
I guess not everyone can fight against the killing intent, Xue Wei muttered as he saw the unconscious but still moving person.
He is still wearing his storage treasure, Bai Tianyi commented, as if the most important thing for him was whether or not the target was worth killing.
Well then,
He Gao looked at Bai Tianyi.
if you want the storage treasure, he is all yours.
Bai Tianyi snorted, waved his hand, and a spiritual energy sword at the size of 5 meters suddenly chopped at the figure. Before the figure had time to move, it was cut in half, but contrary to what one might expect, no blood was spilled. Looking puzzled, they walked over to look at the now dead figure, only to find that there was no blood in his body. His entire body seemed as withered as the grass they had stepped upon when they arrived.
Interesting,
Xue Wei muttered as he looked around. He nudged the corpse with his feet, and just as the foot came into contact with the skin, it turned into dust and started to float away in the wind.
They are coming,
He Gao said after a bit of hesitation. He looked around and saw that hundreds of figures had surrounded the entire group. These figures had various degrees of decay. Some were completely withered away. Some were more human-like, but all of them had dull, dead eyes.
I wonder what is hidden on this island,
Xue Wei muttered what they were all thinking about. To be able to take over everyone's mind like this was simply outstanding, and also quite frightening.
There is a spirit here,
Lolo said, but she did not sound happy about her discovery. It is an evil spirit, Bai Tianyi added, but neither Xue Wei nor He Gao or Lin Zhao knew anything about evil spirits, so they just looked at him, curious as to what it was. Evil spirits are vile spirits, Bai Tianyi began explaining. Spirits rely on spiritual energy to increase their strength, but usually they do not kill for the sake of gaining spiritual energy. However, some spirits kill anything they come across for soul power. The more they kill for the sake of soul power, the more bloody their souls become, and eventually they will become evil spirits or blood spirits. An evil spirit can be evil from creation. If they are born on a battlefield, their entire core is born from death and blood, and then it is their nature to become evil spirits. This was supposed to have been a battleground for kings and emperors, so naturally an evil spirit has been born over the passing of time.
We might have a problem, though,
Lolo cut in, and Bai Tianyi stayed silent, nodding his head. Xue Wei looked at them, wondering what the problem could be, but what he heard next made a chill run down his spine.
If this spirit has managed to absorb the soul power of the kings and emperor experts, then we have truly entered a death trap.
Lolo smiled wryly. Emperors and kings can seal their soul power, Bai Tianyi continued to explain. This is usually done in the purpose of finding an heir to their legacy, but if the spirit has managed to get its hands on this energy, then we are likely to be facing a dangerous entity. An entity we can't face at all.
It should not be that serious, Xue Wei said hesitatingly. The Flood Dragon would not have sent us in here if we had no chance of survival.
He did not know the Flood Dragon too well, but he could feel the reverence and respect the dragon felt towards him. It would never harm him intentionally. He was silent for some time, and then he looked at the figures who continued to stumble forward. Their speed was slow and their movements clumsy.
Can this energy help you?
Xue Wei suddenly asked as he looked at Lolo and Bai Tianyi.
Can we take the energy and share it between the two of you?
Bai Tianyi and Lolo were always arguing, but this time they looked at one another and grinned.
We can even steal it if the evil spirit has consumed it,
Lolo snickered. Xue Wei did not know too much about spirits, but he smiled and nodded his head. He could sense that these two spirits were eager to get their hands on the soul power and spiritual energy.
As their friend, when there was something they wanted, he would naturally support them to the best of his ability. His friends were aware of this, and they looked gratefully at Xue Wei. He Gao and Lin Zhao were also smiling and grinning when they saw that they were all on the same level. None of them were eager to leave the island.
Well, first off, we have to get rid of these withered experts.
Having said this, Xue Wei flashed towards the withered creatures in front of him. All of them were heavenly experts, but having lost their lives and all their soul energy, they were like mechanical dolls that were unable to move fast. Inner Might Chi sword style, Forbidden Rush. Xue Wei rushed, and his sword was being brandished with a flourish. Head after head was being decapitated, and they fell to the ground, some disintegrating while others had been dead for a shorter amount of time, their bodies only partly vanishing. Xue Wei, Bai Tianyi, He Gao, Lin Zhao, and Lolo were efficiently disposing of every one of the withered experts. They did not even break a sweat as they killed them. And soon the hundreds of experts had turned to dust that was blowing in the wind, small hills of dirt on the ground, and partly destroyed corpses. Chapter 32. Remnant Soul Fragments. The ground was littered with dust, but also storage treasures. Xue Wei did not mind it and waved his hand. Qi erupted from his body and dragged the storage treasures towards him, where it landed in front of him, turning into a small mountain. He quickly put them into his own storage treasure. Now was not the time to check their spoils of war. Although the battle had been effortless, the fact that so many undead cultivators had appeared was a sign of something dangerous happening on the island. Before going any further, Xue Wei checked his stock of soul-calming pills. He had easily been able to connect the dots. The ones who entered the island without something to combat the fierce killing intent would end up as mindless undead wandering the island and slowly lose all their soul power. Some of the experts on the island had already turned to dust long ago, so storage treasures were randomly laying on the ground. Knowing that he still had a few vials of the soul-calming pills, he did not mind it too much. As long as he could get rid of the killing intent that was shrouding the entire island, they would at least not have to fear being made into the undead. Xue Wei and his friends had their nerves stretched tautly. They understood that this island had to have other dangers than this killing intent and the risk of becoming undead. They advanced further into the island and came across a withered, gray, and dark forest. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and even when they walked by the side of the forest, they were unable to see the end. Eventually, after walking by the forest for a long time, Xue Wei frowned.
The forest is likely to cover the entire inner island. He sighed when he realized that no matter how far they walked, they would still be seeing only forests on their side.
I have a bad feeling about this dead forest,
He Gao said tentatively as he looked into the forest. A bit of dread was in his eyes. This forest was not giving out any feeling of killing like the rest of the island, but instead it was silent. It was as if everything that entered became nothing, that no sound could penetrate the thicket. It was as if anything that entered was incapable of exiting again. Xue Wei looked at the forest, but his eyes shone with determination. He was not going to cower in fear. He was going to give it all he could and not back down. If he died trying, he had no regrets. It was not only Xue Wei who thought like this. When he looked at the others, although he could see worry and discomfort in their eyes, there was no regret, no backing down. Sensing their determination, he felt proud of having exactly these people as his friends. They were not willing to give up, nor were they willing to let go of any chances. Although they knew that they would encounter danger, they refused to cower.
Well then, no need to waste any more time considering,
Xue Wei said smilingly as he took a step forward, and the friends followed suit as they too stepped into the withered and dead forest. As soon as they entered the forest, it felt as if they had entered another world.
This world was utterly silent. Not even a rustling of the branches could be heard. This thunder twilight zone was filled with lightning and thunder. Winds were blowing all over the place, making it near impossible for these trees to stand still, and even less impossible for them to not rustle slightly. But looking into the treetops above them, there were no signs of the wind reaching the trees, nor were there any signs of life. But that had become normal on this island. Even so, the danger Xue Wei felt after entering the forest was many times higher than it had been before. His nerves were stretched to their limits, his senses on high alert. Although the forest felt dead, and although no signs of life could be seen, Xue Wei could sense that something was living in the shadows. It was observing them. Every step they took was being followed closely. And when Xue Wei's eyes hardened as he started moving deeper into the forest, but all his focus was on the shadows. He soon found that there were two types of shadows. One of the shadows was completely black. It was moving strangely, not retracting when the lights of the lightning descended from the sky. Instead, it kept stretching its shadow further and further towards Xue Wei.
"It is hiding in the shadows," he called out and looked behind him, only to find that Lolo was quite a bit behind, her face showing some discomfort and her body unable to move.
"It is the shadows," she said with a suppressed voice. "It got a hold of me," she continued.
Although she was in a horrible situation and unable to move even a muscle, she was not panicking. Her eyes were bright, and she was looking forward without hesitation. Xue Wei paused before he rummaged through his storage treasures and picked out 5 small stones, which he then passed on to one each. As soon as they gained them, they activated the stones. These stones were ordinary stones, but they were inscribed. The inscription on them was explosive, and Xue Wei activated his first. The inscription in his hand suddenly shone with a bright light, a light that forced away every shadow that had gathered around them. Even the shadows that had gathered around Lolo vanished.
"We don't know how deep this forest is," Xue Wei said as he looked into his storage treasure and found that he had another 27 of these illuminating inscriptions. Although it sounded like a lot, it was not that many considering they were unaware of the length of the forest. Even when walking within it, they did not know if they were walking in circles. As they continued forward, they found that the shadows had not truly retreated. They were staying outside of the light's circle and were waiting for another chance to return.
"They are likely soul remnants of the ones who died here on the island," Bai Tianyi said when he looked at the many shadows that were gathering just outside the light's border. But he still felt uncomfortable looking at them. The people who died had felt such extreme grief, resentment, anger, or other emotions that even after their death, some of their soul could not be erased, and some of their soul power could not be devoured by the evil spirit. As such, the result is that they roam the darkness and try to release the pent-up frustrations and emotions that they consist of. If they are angry, they are acting in anger, attacking in the hope of releasing this feeling. If it is hatred, then they wish to destroy the world. It is hard to say what exactly is fueling each of these remnant soul fragments, but it is obvious that they are plentiful. Many have to have died on this island throughout time. Xue Wei nodded his head absent-mindedly. He was busy looking at Lolo and ensuring that the shadow that had grasped hold of her earlier was no longer attached, that it had caused no damage to her.
"I think that the fake spirit is right," she said, not forgetting to insult Bai Tianyi while speaking. "The remnant soul fragment that latched onto me seems to have been filled with hopelessness. I could feel that it had no intention of attacking me, but wanted me to feel the pain of being abandoned, feel how it was like to not even be able to fight for my life."
While thinking back on this, Lolo shivered slightly, but Xue Wei gently patted her head.
"The mindset might have entered your body and affected your mood," he said, "but that does not mean that it will stay. You can erase it easily if you do not let it take control of your feelings."
Xue Wei did not know about remnant soul fragments before, but he could guess how they worked. They were fueled by emotions, not to mention some soul power, but they had limited quantities of both. When the shadows decided to attack, they had to use the soul power they had stored up and kept through all the years of feeling. Sometimes these remnant soul fragments would evolve and start to consume the others, but that mainly happened for the hateful ones. Although many hateful soul fragments existed on the island, only a handful of them had learned how to cannibalize the others. Xue Wei looked at the shadows. Before they had seemed just like regular shadows, but now they were moving. It was as if the outside of their light border was a big black sea. It was as if it was impossible to see through these shadows, and knowing that they had been seen through, they did not even attempt to pretend to be a shadow anymore. Instead, they were stacked high on top of one another, making a big barrier surrounding them. Only the light could keep them at bay.
"Let us get moving,"
Xue Wei finally said through gritted teeth. He could see that the illuminating inscription on his stone was already starting to diminish, and he knew that although he had quite a few, they might not be able to last all through the forest. None of the others said anything as they also began moving forward. They were walking in darkness. It was utterly impossible to see which direction they were taking. Everything had descended into silence. Even the group did not speak. All eyes were on the many remnant soul fragments that had surrounded them. As soon as one illuminating inscription died out, another was turned on. The advancing shadows would retreat once again and wait, bide their time, for when Xue Wei and his friends ran out of these illuminating inscriptions. The group continued forward. Although none of them were masters at geography, and although it was impossible for them to see more than a yard in front of them, they had a basic understanding of their own movements, and knew that they were more or less walking in a straight line through the forest. Each illuminating inscription lasted for as long as it took an incense stick to burn. It was not a long time, and the forest was vast. After walking for some time, they had already used 10 of the illuminating inscriptions, and there was still no signs out of the forest. Here and there they had come across some storage treasures on the ground, and not wanting to be wasteful, Xue Wei had picked them up and placed them in his own storage treasure. He did not have the time to look at them, but he could still gather them for later. Managing the household was not an easy task, and providing these friends with resources was a costly endeavor. No one commented on this behavior of Xue Wei. They all felt that it was reasonable of him to take the loot. He provided them with items, so they obviously would give all their findings to him. After 20 of their illuminating inscriptions died out, they finally saw the trees thinning in front of them. The shadows started to diminish in numbers, and the forest seemed less frightening. But something told Xue Wei that this part, although seemingly the most secure place in the forest so far, was the most dangerous one. Not waiting for the others to stop up and catch their breath, he started walking again, this time at a rapid pace, so that the others had almost to run to catch up. Chapter 33. Cannibalism amongst the soul fragments.
What is happening?
He Gao could not help but ask, but Xue Wei did not answer. Instead, he placed his finger on his lips and indicated that they had to be silent. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, no one questioned his actions, but picked up their pace and began rushing through the now more sparse vegetation of the forest. Just as they had almost left the forest behind, a large boom resounded throughout the forest. The forest, which had previously been completely silent, was giving off a boom that was even more resounding than the outstanding thunder that could be heard outside. Crap! Xue Wei was not one to swear, but right at that moment all hairs stood on end, and he was feeling very uncomfortable. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to get out of there right away. Even the remnant soul fragments, which had followed them like a dog following a bone before, were now fleeing without a second thought.
Their primal instincts were also telling them to escape.
What's that?
Lin Zhao asked, his eyes widening in fear, and his body starting to tremble from the pressure whatever had caused the boom was pressing down upon them. I think it is a fused remnant soul fragment, Bai Tianyi said slowly, and when he spoke, Lolo's face turned dark. Even the ones who did not know what it was were feeling uncomfortable. They could guess that if the typical remnant soul fragments were dangerous, then this fused one had to be horrible.
We can't outrun it,
Xue Wei said. He had seen the movements in the shadows, and he felt a headache coming his way.
How do we defeat it?
He Gao asked as he looked at Bai Tianyi. The latter's face was pale. Sweat was beading on his forehead. I am not sure, Bai Tianyi answered honestly. I only knew about the remnant soul fragments and that they can fuse because I read of them in a book. I never encountered them before, so I don't know how to defeat them. Xue Wei was silent for some time as he looked at the creature wiggling in the darkness. Right now it seemed slow, but he knew that if they moved, then it would become much more difficult to escape.
It is an evil spirit, Xue Wei concluded after thinking for some time. It can be defeated with light, fire, or thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning is the nemesis of evil spirits, so I am quite surprised that so many exist within the Thunder Twilight Zone.
This is why they are here, Lolo said silently. They are forced to stay on this island because they cannot escape. The island is not being struck by lightning. The thunder cannot enter either. So the spirits can flourish on this island. But as soon as it gets to the outside, they can do nothing. They will die the moment they step away from the island itself. Xue Wei nodded his head as he considered what to do. He was a dragon, but he had no thunder and lightning abilities, and the only flame he had was his alchemist flame. You forget something, Bai Tianyi said after thinking for a bit. I am a sword spirit. I am also a natural enemy of evil, but this might be a bit too much for me to handle on my own.
I have a beast flame,
Lin Zhao suddenly said, his words surprising the others. Beast flames were exceedingly rare. They were something that you had to take from a beast, and no beast would willingly give up their flames. When a beast flame was taken away, it would never regrow, and the few beasts that had a beast flame would guard it with their lives. But Lin Zhao was a diviner. It was not unnatural for him to command a beast flame.
Why did you not use it before?
He Gao asked curiously. There was no blaming, just confusion in his voice.
I have nothing to use it for,
Lin Zhao said as he shrugged his shoulders.
My current attacks are much more connected to pure strength, and I have no techniques that rely on flames.
Xue Wei nodded his head as he started to take numerous inscriptions out of his storage treasure. Most of them were explosives. Some were flames, others were bombs. Some were for the sake of lighting up surroundings. Another was for burning your enemy to ashes. Bai Tianyi with his Tao of the Sword, Lin Zhao with his Beast Flame, and Xue Wei with his many inscriptions and formations, all of them stood ready for the battle that would begin. Even Lolo and He Gao had accepted inscriptions from Xue Wei. After the two booms, silence once more descended into the forest. Only a few rustling sounds interrupted the silence here and there.
Okay, I doubt we can defeat it, Xue Wei said with a low voice. But what we will do is we will attack and escape. This entity is far too powerful for us to deal with.
Bai Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was afraid that Xue Wei wanted them to fight till the end, but he was just aiming for making distractions. The others quickly accepted their orders, and soon after the area was exploding with light, fires, and random attacks. These attacks went out in every direction, and soon a screech could be heard. "Run!" Xue Wei yelled out as he began running. The others were also running for their lives. All of them were rushing out of the forest. The flames and attacks behind them were blazing. The withered forest was unable to handle the flames and disintegrated from just being touched by the fire. But they managed to keep the fires alive for a short moment, and the screeching sounds of the fused remnant soul fragment was making cold sweat run down all of their backs. Their faces were twisted in pain as the sound was excruciating. As they ran, Xue Wei suddenly heard a muffled sound from behind him, and when he looked back, he found that He Gao had fallen flat on the ground. His body was slowly being dragged backward. Xue Wei could not help but curse under his breath as he leaped back towards He Gao, got hold of his hands, and tried to drag him back towards the exit of the forest. Unfortunately, he had severely underestimated the strength of the shadow that was pulling He Gao, and with a slight tug, Xue Wei almost fell on top of He Gao. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Help!" And he saw how Bai Tianyi turned around, his pupils constricted, and suddenly a massive sword made from spiritual energy appeared behind him. This sword was not to be belittled. It was around 50 meters long, and it chopped down with a strength that could shake a mountain. The shadow behind He Gao was cut into two, and it was possible for Xue Wei to drag He Gao with him to leave. Another few inscriptions were thrown out by Xue Wei on the way, in an attempt to keep the shadows at bay, but he always felt worried and filled with lingering fear. They managed to escape slightly faster this time, but when He Gao was released, Lin Zhao suddenly called out in surprise. Before he had the time to help, the beast flame on Lin Zhao's body erupted and cut off the shadows, causing the creature in the darkness to cry out in pain once more. It was a gruesome sound. The fused remnant soul fragment was much more intelligent and powerful than the individual ones, but it was still far from human. It was a mixture of many sentiments that had merged during the cannibalism of other remnant soul fragments, and thus it was no longer a complete creature, but a fusion of many. As they ran, Xue Wei saw that the illuminating inscription in his hand was dimming drastically, and he used all his force to throw it into the darkness as he activated another one. As the illuminating inscription landed in the darkness, Xue Wei had glanced at where he had thrown it, and suddenly his heart stopped and his mind shook. In a split second, he had seen what the fused remnant soul fragment looked like, and it had been horrifying even to a cold-blooded person like Xue Wei. Thousands of eyes had been upon the shadowy figure. It had once resembled a silhouette of a human, but now it had arms, heads, and legs growing on every spot on the body, and the heads were especially terrifying, with mouths that were opened in screeches, the insides so red they resembled blood, and sharp teeth were looking as if they could rip through flesh. Shaking his head, he awoke from his stupor, and a chill ran down his spine. If this shadowy creature got a hold of him and his friends, then it was evident that they would be doomed, so he had no other option than to continue fighting for their survival. Having seen what they were fighting against, the feeling of dread had crept up on Xue Wei, but he forced himself to calm down before he began dragging the injured He Gao out of the forest. Lin Zhao and Bai Tianyi held the back. They were throwing out attacks filled with the Tao of swords and the beast flame, while Lolo was in front and was throwing inscriptions and formations left and right. Eventually they made their way out of the forest, and as they did, they collapsed on the ground. All of them were panting hard. They could not help but feel that they had indeed had a close struggle with death. As they were gasping for air, they saw how the shadows were roiling in the darkness beneath the tree branches in the forest behind them. But they felt fortunate not to have to go through it again just now.
"How do we get back?"
Lin Zhao suddenly asked, and everyone who was happy that they were now alive sighed and shook their heads.
"We think about that when the time comes,"
Xue Wei said, feeling dejected. He was not regretting his decision about entering the island, but he was starting to wonder if he should have brought his friends. Just as the thought hit him, he looked at the many people around him, and he finally felt happy. Although it was dangerous, these people were able to make him feel human. They were able to make him think of warmth and friendship.
Without them, he would not be much different from the undead. His only urge in life would be to kill. Thinking like this, his features softened, and he felt much more at peace. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming towards them. The steps belonged to a group of people. Standing up, Xue Wei gestured for the others to be careful as well, and they all caught their breath as they stood up, alert once more. Was it more undead that had made their way towards them? It could not be remnant soul fragments, as their movements left no footsteps. But these were all powerful, and not at all like the withered corpses of the undead. Xue Wei looked at the distance, and shortly after a group of experts emerged. These were all looking haggard and somewhat dirty, but they were all alive. One or two were injured, but nothing serious.
Who would have thought that another group managed to get this far in? The leader said.
But there was no greed or hostility in his voice. Instead, there was relief and happiness. Chapter 34. Guyan. We were lucky, Xue Wei merely answered with a smile on his lips. He did not feel that they should be too close to this other group of experts. The group consisted of a full 12 experts, all of which were heavenly knights, and there was even an ordinary saint. The ordinary saint was the one who had spoken, clearly the leader of the group.
Luck is indeed a factor, the leader said, but it is not enough to allow someone to venture this far into the Thunder Graveyard.
Thunder Graveyard? Xue Wei asked, puzzled, and the leader looked at him with surprise and shock.
You do not know where this is? He asked.
His question made Xue Wei shake his head. We do not know, he said honestly. We were told this was the most rewarding place in the entire Thunder Twilight Zone, and thus came here. But so far we have found nothing of value, and instead we have been put in life-threatening danger time and time again.
I see.
The leader nodded his head gravely and slightly solemnly.
They were not lying to you, he then stated. This is indeed the most rewarding area in the entire danger zone, but it is also the most deadly. Only the purple mist can get close to it in danger levels. This place has trial after trial, and for each of these trials you will get closer to the actual battleground of the kings and emperors. This island is massive, and it is also where most treasures can be found. However, to get each of the treasures, you need to get through the trials first.
Xue Wei had already guessed this, so he was not surprised when he heard the words said by this ordinary saint. Seeing that they had no surprise in their expressions, the ordinary saint instantly knew that they were not the average person who would enter. The fact that they had survived until now, even with a Sky Knight on the team, made them understand that they were in no way simple.
Why don't we travel together? The ordinary saint suddenly asked, and Xue Wei frowned.
He was not willing to walk with them, but the other was an ordinary saint, and going against him would be rather useless in the middle of this dangerous environment. Although they might be able to defeat him and his entourage, the truth was that it would be a hard battle, and they would be drained of power, and then would have problems advancing. Retreating was not an option either, as the soul fragments were waiting for them within the forest, and they had run out of inscriptions and formations. Looking at the ordinary saint, Xue Wei saw that he seemed immensely genuine, but he still narrowed his eyes, unwilling to go with them. Feeling his hesitation, the ordinary saint smiled slightly.
I understand your worries, he said. I, too, would have some doubts if someone came up to me and said such a thing when I was in a danger zone. But the truth is that the danger in this danger zone is far above any other in the Sea of the Enchanted, and we all stand a better chance for survival if we work together.
Xue Wei looked at him without saying anything. He was worried that this leader intended to make Xue Wei and his friends walk at the front of their group and become the ones who would be the first to encounter the danger. Seeing that although the leader had spoken such flowery words, Xue Wei was still not taking the bait,
The rest of the group became restless. Their group had initially been numbered 25 experts, all of which had experience within the Thunder Graveyard Island, but even so, after only a few challenges, only 12 had managed to survive so far. The leader's heart was aching with pain whenever he thought of how their group was diminishing in numbers rather rapidly, and now Xue Wei and the others had appeared. It would be ideal to use their numbers and strength to pressure them into joining their group, and then taking the front of the group.
It is not that we do not appreciate your goodwill, Xue Wei said after contemplating for some time. However, we have all unknowingly stumbled upon this island. We were unaware of the dangers that exist on this island, and thus we will likely turn into obstacles rather than aids.
Hearing his words, the face of the leader darkened. How could he not tell that Xue Wei was just saying so when he, in fact, did not want to join them? Even so, he just smiled and stayed calm.
You do not have to worry about being a burden or not. Us cultivators should stick together and help one another in our attempt at surviving this place. Even if you turn out to be an obstacle, we will be happy to have done a good deed and helped you out.
Xue Wei's eyes flashed with coldness. It seemed that they had no intention of letting them go. So in the end, he had to decide whether or not to join them, or if he was going to fight it out. In the end, Xue Wei decided to join them. Although they could win the battle, it would be a messy win, with severe injuries. He could not help but fear what the evil spirit would throw their way when they were injured. Thoughts of the fused soul remnant were already enough to cause chills to run down his spine.
Well then, let us work together,
Xue Wei finally said, rather unwillingly, but no one seemed to care if they were willing or not. The others had stayed entirely silent throughout the entire time. They had been ready to fight if Xue Wei had made that decision, but they were also prepared to join them if he ended up choosing like that. In all, they were waiting to follow his lead and would do whatever he decided upon. The leader was a veteran mercenary. He could quickly see that Xue Wei was the core of the team, and a gleam flashed by his eyes rapidly. Xue Wei was the weakest in the group, merely a Sky Knight, but he was still the one making the decisions. From this, the leader instantly knew that this was a group with some fantastic team spirit, or they had some secret that could make Xue Wei stronger than the average Sky Knight, since they all respected him. He was leaning towards the latter, as he knew that one needed to be a heavenly knight to survive within the Thunder Twilight Zone, so unless he had some treasure that could neutralize lightning, then he had to have some hidden strength. Still, even if this boy could jump ranks and fight against heavenly knights, he himself was an esteemed ordinary saint. It would be impossible for them to resist him, and thus he was feeling relaxed.
Well then, since you made the right decision, let us move forward, the leader said. I better introduce myself. My name is Gu Yan. I am a normal mercenary who takes on tasks like these to enter danger zones and salvage resources. My specialty is indeed this Thunder Twilight Zone, and I have been here at the Thunder Graveyard Island a few times before.
Xue Wei,
Hey Gao,
Lin Zhao,
Bai Tianyi,
Zhu Lolo.
All of them quickly introduced themselves, but none of them said anything unnecessary. They could all feel the intentions that this group had for them, and knew that it was not out of kindness they had been invited, so they were not willing to share anything about themselves. Even so, no one seemed to really mind. They all looked at Xue Wei and his friends as dead men walking. There was no need to know about them or their secrets. If they had something of value, it would end up in their hands anyway. If Xue Wei had known their thoughts, he would have laughed. What was making them so confident that the ones who died would be them? In the end, Xue Wei was planning to become a fisherman, reaping all the benefits. Xue Wei had no intention of letting these people off alive, although he was not capable of fighting them right now because he had to look at the bigger picture. It did not mean he was going to just leave them be. The moment they had forced him and his friends to join their group, he was ready to kill them all. It is evident that they wanted him dead. It was clear that they aimed to use them as dummies that would die for their chance of survival. He could never forgive them for this. A chilling smile flitted across Xue Wei's lips, but it vanished before anyone noticed it.
Well then, now we know each other, why don't we go on?
Guyan asked as he smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes.
Sure,
Xue Wei said with a nod of his head. He had already steeled his heart for what was going to happen.
Why don't you all walk at the front? Guyan asked. We will take the rear so that if the soul remnants appear, we can fight them off.
Xue Wei smirked when he heard this, and he shook his head. The soul remnants could not fight outside of the forest, but they made it sound as if they were making a considerable sacrifice.
Okay,
Xue Wei just said with a nod of his head. He was not going to argue with them about it, but his eyes were cold as he told Lolo to walk behind him. Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Lin Zhao walked by Xue Wei's side, while Lolo was walking behind the four of them, being shielded by their large figures and protected by them. Lolo felt at peace and was walking in a carefree manner, as if they were in the middle of their own backyard. Guyan looked at Lolo and her carefree attitude and knew instantly that it was not because she was unaware, but simply because she trusted the four men who were shielding her unconditionally. Then he looked at Bai Tianyi, and he could not help but frown. These two were obviously kids, but even so, they were still in the middle of the Thunder Graveyard Island. One thing that puzzled him was how they had the strength to be inside the Thunder Twilight Zone. Kids were not that strong, and they had a short time to cultivate, but they were already heavenly knights. Secondly, even if they made it into the Thunder Twilight Zone, they needed experience and some sense of alertness. These senses should have been trained through multiple life and death situations, but kids could not have gone through many of them, so how could they have gotten this far? Suddenly a chill ran through his heart as he realized that the group in front was not one he could see through. All of them seemed to be more secretive than the other, and if he was not careful, he might end up suffering instead. Frowning, he started to wonder if he had made the wrong decision. This Thunder Graveyard Island was already immensely dangerous, and having added an unknown variable of Xue Wei and his group, was it going to become even more dangerous than what he had initially planned? A flash of murderous intent flitted past his eyes. He saw how Xue Wei and the others had their backs to them. Should he just kill them all in one blast? Unsure of what to do, he was uncomfortable and a bit hesitant, but then he laughed slightly. He was an esteemed ordinary saint. How could he be scared of a mere sky knight and his friends? Chapter 35. Resting the Soul. Xue Wei was unaware of what thoughts Guyan was having. If he knew that his casual attitude had caused such immense doubt and fear, he would have snorted in disdain. How could Guyan call himself a cultivator when he had such unnatural and sudden fear? As a cultivator, although they could be cautious and alert, they should never doubt themselves or their achievements. If they started questioning themselves, a heart demon would appear, and it would become difficult for them to advance in the future. Xue Wei understood this very well, and if he had known that Guyan was already starting to doubt himself, he would feel that he had already managed to win half the battle. As they began walking, Xue Wei, Lin Zhao, and He Gao were all on high alert, looking at everything in their surroundings, but nothing appeared. Instead, they came to the foot of a mountain. This mountain was towering above them, spreading so far into the sky that it was impossible to see the peak.
Go east and around the mountain,
Guyan said, not at all caring for how commanding he sounded. He was already very wary of Xue Wei, and he could no longer hold on and pretend that they were on friendly terms.
This is the first of the 2 gate mountains, he continued. Between the 2 mountains is a narrow passage, and this is where we need to go through before we can enter the actual treasure trove that is the Thunder Graveyard Island.
Xue Wei frowned. If it was already the final challenge before they would encounter riches, then he had to act soon.
Although the central part of the island could not be danger-free considering that an evil spirit resided there, it should not be as challenging as what they had encountered when they met the remnant soul fragments. Even so, they could not help but feel uncomfortable. The forest had already been this dangerous. Who knew what level of danger the passage they had to pass would bring them? Still, worrying about it would not make it less troublesome, and thus he continued forward without saying anything. All his senses were on high alert. At the same time, he kept an eye on Guyan. Although he knew that they were here to die for him, he could not help but feel that Guyan was uncomfortable about them. If he were unable to keep it in, then he would attack them when they least expected it. This was Xue Wei's plan, to attack them when they did not expect it. Unfortunately, it seemed now that their behavior had caused Guyan to fear them, and now he was not sure who would be the first to act. Although Xue Wei had to admit that it was less than ideal, he had to admit it was not as bad as it could be. Guyan was familiar with the Thunder Twilight Zone and even the Thunder Graveyard Island. If he picked a place to attack Xue Wei, it would definitely be a safe location. It would be somewhere that they would not suddenly get ambushed by other unknown entities, and thus it was actually not too bad. Xue Wei knew nothing of the Thunder Graveyard Island, and he could not pick the right place or time to attack. All he could do was wait and see what Guyan did, or to kill them all when things became messy because of outside factors. With this in mind, a part of his focus was always on Guyan, but he was managing to hold himself back, and their group continued to move forward. During their advance, Xue Wei had picked up various herbs. Most of them were blood ginsengs and corpse grass. Although these herbs were widespread, they were all rather old, and Xue Wei had a use for them, so he happily harvested everything he came across. Guyan did not stop him. Although these herbs were widespread in the outside world, they were rare in the Sea of the Enchanted, and they would definitely want the herbs. But all of them could not help but feel that Xue Wei would definitely die, and then everything within his storage treasure would naturally fall to them. Guessing their intentions, a cold flash appeared in Xue Wei's eyes, but he continued harvesting the herbs. He did not trust that they knew how to harvest them correctly, so he would much rather do it himself and make sure they were stored right in their jade boxes. While the mercenaries thought he was dumb, Lin Zhao and He Gao could not help but exchange a look of apprehension and slight pity. These mercenaries were strong, and they had an ordinary saint as their leader. Any other place they would have been capable of winning, but this was against Xue Wei. Xue Wei was literally a little monster. He was a sovereign beast, and he had a fighting strength that others could simply not compete against. These mercenaries had no way of knowing about Xue Wei's real strength. Even Lin Zhao, He Gao, Bai Tianyi, and Lolo were currently unaware of his real strength. Alone, it would be hard for him to defeat Guyan. However, he was not alone. Xue Wei had the aid of 2 spirits and a mutated beast, not to mention a diviner. Diviners were native to Chang'an. They were the process of thousands of years of experimenting and finally succeeding in taming of beasts. No matter which other continent they had visited or heard about, taming beasts was simply impossible. Beasts were as free as humans, and their status in the world was equal. Although human slaves and beast slaves existed, that was not a complete submission, such as the taming contract made. Also, the fierce and mortal beasts, which were the ones diviners usually tamed, were less intelligent. Some were domesticated, but they could not be tamed in the same way with unyielding loyalty. Guyan was not a beast, but some of the members within his group were, and for some reason they felt an unnatural fear towards Lin Zhao. This fear stemmed from their innermost being. At the same time, they felt reverence towards Xue Wei. This reverence also came from their instincts. It was as if he was a monarch that they could never harm. So their feelings towards Lin Zhao was hostility and fear, while towards Xue Wei it was reverence and worship. Even so, they said nothing to Guyan about their feelings, and they managed to go against their own conscience.
They thought that when it came to battle, they could ignore these feelings. They were underestimating the instincts in their bodies. None of them knew what a diviner was, and they were even less aware of the fact that sovereign beasts existed. Since they could not understand what was behind their feelings, they could only ignore them. They did not even bring it up to their friends, and thus Guyan was unaware that almost half of his men were unable to lay a hand on Xue Wei and Lin Zhao. Xue Wei was aware of it. He knew that although he was no diviner, if he were to exert his bloodline pressure, no primordial beast would be able to go against him. This was not taming, but purely the sovereignty of a monarch. He was the leader of them. He was their emperor. It was simply impossible to go against him. But Xue Wei was not using his bloodline yet. This was something he would use when they had to fight. This was also why he dared to fight against Guyan, although he had a whole group of mercenaries. Most of these mercenaries would be dealt with by the primordial beasts in the group. They would turn against their friends and their brothers because they had no choice. They could only comply with an order given by Xue Wei. Everyone was thinking about their own thing as they were moving forward. Soon they reached a somewhat deserted area. There were no plants around it, and the ground was flat and filled with charred soil.
"We will camp here for the night," Guyan said as he looked into the sky above.
The thunder and lightning were flashing everywhere. The rumbling was vaguely heard. Although they were all cultivators, and although they were able to continue onwards for days on end without rest, they had to be on high alert at all times when being in the Thunder Graveyard Island. Since they had to be on high alert, their souls were stretched to the limits, and they were unable to continue like this if they did not rest from time to time. Not only would the killing intent whittle down their minds and take over their bodies, but their nerves would also be stretched taut, and their soul could become injured from being stretched too tightly. Although Xue Wei had the assistance of the Golden Dragon in his mind, he was still aware that if he did not rest, then he would not last long. He might even succumb before it was time for him to face off against Guyan. Lolo was a spirit, and she had no soul as such. Her entire being was just a spirit, so she was not in the same position as Xue Wei and the other soul-owning experts. Even Bai Tianyi, who was an artificial spirit, was more affected than her. Although he had become a spirit, he was, after all, imperfect.
"Lolo, please keep watch tonight," Xue Wei asked.
The team was supporting each other, and Lolo was the one who was able to go on without rest. Although she seemed to be the youngest of them all, she was in many ways the toughest. Sure, Lolo was aware that she was the one who could help in this situation, and she was also very conscious that her big brother and the others were putting their lives in her hands. By daring to sleep, that meant that they trusted she would be able to warn them in time, and her heart swelled with happiness and pride. Guyan and the others did not hear the conversation between Xue Wei and Lolo, so they were rather surprised when they saw how they sat down and got ready to rest. It was evident that the group of mercenaries and they were not on friendly terms, but they still dared to sleep. When they saw that the only one who stayed awake was the youngest of the group, all of them were puzzled. But seeing that Guyan did not make any move against them, the others slowly calmed down too, after making a small rotation of who would be keeping watch. Like this, the group rested. Lolo observed them all like a hawk, ready to awaken Xue Wei should they make the slightest unexpected move. Fortunately, the mercenaries did nothing and slept a couple of hours. This also meant that Xue Wei got some well-deserved rest, and after some time he awoke by himself, feeling rested. His soul was much better than before. It was no longer taut and nervous, but calm and able to take care of whatever might come their way. Guyan had also rested, and most of the fear he had felt earlier had significantly diminished. He was an esteemed ordinary saint, not a simple knight such as all the others here, and he was not going to let anyone threaten him. A sneer appeared on his lips as his eyes glanced over Xue Wei, and then he shook his head. Why had he been scared of such a youngster? It was greatly embarrassing. This was also because his soul was now rested. He was no longer as easily affected by the killing intent on the island, and did not fear everything around him. Chapter 36. Scarlet Bloodbat. As they all had awakened, they were feeling much more relaxed, but no one dared to lower their guards. If they did lower their guards, it was obvious that they would not know how they had died, especially now that they were preparing to enter the narrow mountain passage. While Xue Wei was completely unaware of what might wait for them within the narrow passage, Guyan had a slight idea, but he was not going to share his experiences with Xue Wei and his friends. Initially, he had also entered without knowing anything, and he knew that the majority would die within. Even some of his comrades were likely to lose their lives through this advance, but when they got through the passage, they could start gathering items and treasures, herbs and ores. These people likely had some secrets as well, and many manuals, treasures, and resources on their bodies and in their storage treasures, so getting them would be no small harvest at all. Unfortunately, things rarely went according to plan. Xue Wei was not just going to watch while they plotted against him. He, too, had already begun plotting against them also. This narrow passage would be the perfect place to fight off against Guyan. The reason was simple. Although they might be able to defeat Guyan in a battle, he was, after all, an ordinary saint, a strength that was way above their own. So if they wanted to stand a chance, they had to wait for a chaotic encounter, a time when a lot of deaths were happening around them, and then they should be able to turn the situation around. Xue Wei smiled slightly as he, Lin Zhao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao went to the front of the group. Instead of arguing with Guyan about walking at the front, he might as well just take the task and take the position as the front guard. Lolo was placed behind them. Although she could burst out with the most damage, she was also the one they had to look after the most. She had to store energy, and this energy was not only stored for fighting, but also to allow her to grow bigger. If they ended up in a true life-and-death situation that could not be resolved by Xue Wei, Lin Zhao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi working together, then they would ask for her help, but only in the last moments before death. They were too worried about her otherwise. Lolo understood their worries, and while she was feeling slightly lost by the fact that she could not fight side by side with them, she was even more determined to grow up fast so that she could fight alongside her brothers. The others were unaware of the reason that they had put Lolo behind them. They had no idea of her real strength, nor did they know of her identity as a spirit. To them, all they saw was that her cultivation base could not be easily seen through, and while some thought it was a unique method she had trained, others just assumed that she was a mortal who had survived up until now because the others of the group had saved her. They were unaware of how many originally had been in Xue Wei's group. If they had known that they were as many now as when they began the journey, they would have failed to believe it. Their group, which seemed many times stronger, had already lost a lot of members, so how could their small group not also have casualties? Xue Wei had long since known that their entire group being alive still was an oddity, and that no one would believe him if he said anything. Not to mention, they were not on friendly terms, so there was no way he would share information with them.
"Okay, everyone focus,"
Guyan called out, and his usually arrogant voice was strained, and his hands were clenched. Although he was an ordinary saint, he only had slightly better chance of survival than the others, and thus he was also feeling how his palms were getting sweaty. Inner Might sword style. Xue Wei summoned a sword in his hand that he could hold on to while diving into the passage. As they entered, they found that it was completely dark. The two towering mountains on either side were blocking out all light, and a dense feeling of death and disaster was spreading from the passage. Xue Wei was tensed. All his senses were heightened to their limits, and his eyes were continually sweeping his surroundings. His spiritual energy was incapable of sensing anything, but he knew instinctively that this place was the most dangerous one they had encountered so far.
"They are coming soon," Guyan muttered as he too clenched the hold on the two-handed axe he held in his hands.
Xue Wei did not bother asking what he was referring to, as he knew he would get no answer, but he had already received the info he needed. Something was within this passage, and it was coming for them. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud screech sounding, and when one sounded, thousands of screeches suddenly rung out throughout the entire passage. What happened next made Xue Wei snicker. Thousands upon thousands of scarlet blood bats came flying towards them. Their eyes were utterly red from the bloodlust they felt. But when Xue Wei saw that it was scarlet blood bats, he relaxed completely. Scarlet blood bats were fierce beasts. They were of a high tier and were almost impossible for ordinary primordial beasts to control, but it was possible for a few of them with extremely pure bloodlines. However, he was not a primordial beast. He was a sovereign beast, and a mere fierce beast was an ant in front of him. As long as he released his bloodline pressure, none of them would dare to even advance toward him and his friends. As long as he willed it, this scarlet bloodbat horde could become his army. Pondering for a bit, Xue Wei was not in a hurry. He released a bit of his bloodline pressure, just enough to cover himself and his friends, and the many incoming scarlet bloodbats suddenly looked fearful as they changed their direction and rushed towards Guyan and his people. Using a borrowed knife to seal the deal was not a bad idea, Xue Wei thought to himself. He then no longer bothered to try and hide his aura, and it erupted from within like a fountain, and he was like a king suddenly overshadowing everyone else. While humans were unable to sense the majesty, every beast present, including He Gao, felt the sudden need to kneel in front of him. It did not matter whether or not they were primordial beasts or fierce beasts. All of them were under his control at this very moment. The charging scarlet bloodbats all stopped right in front of them. Their eyes were filled with pure reverence. Guyan quickly noticed the strange behavior of the scarlet bloodbats, and then he also saw the same odd behavior amongst all his own primordial beast members in the group. He started to feel cold sweat trickle down his neck as he looked at the one they all revered. Xue Wei had also noticed the sudden discomfort that Guyan was feeling, but he did not care in the least. Guyan had intended for them to die, and thus it was only natural that they would kill him in return.
"Do you have something you wish to say?" Xue Wei inquired as he picked up one of the scarlet bloodbats to look closer at them. They were not significant, around 20 centimeters long wingspan, but their teeth were immensely sharp, and they had many of them. They were like razors, and when they attacked in groups like this, no one could survive, not even an ordinary saint.
I failed to recognize Mount Tai," Guyan stuttered. "Please excuse this old man for his mistake. He will never do it again."
"You wanted us dead," Xue Wei stated with a flat and emotionless voice as he gently caressed the scarlet bloodbat in his hands. It showed immense pride and satisfaction from being able to be in such proximity to their king.
I can explain,"
Guyan tried to argue, but when Xue Wei waited for him to explain, he could not find any suitable words. When he finally seemed able to find some words, Xue Wei shook his head casually. "Well, don't try too hard," he said. "I am not going to forgive you no matter what reason you have. Go forth." Xue Wei sent out all the scarlet bloodbats and was merely watching them from the side as they gathered in a swarm and attacked Guyan first. The primordial beasts of the mercenary group were also completely swayed by his domineering and royal aura, and they ended up fighting against their own brothers in an attempt to stall them from helping Guyan out. Seeing the bloody battle, all of them had calm expressions on their faces. In fact, they were feeling relieved. Every one of these scarlet blood bats could rival a heavenly knight, and there were thousands of them, so although hundreds were dying in the hands of a maddened Guyan, they were continuously attacking in waves, drowning him with their sheer numbers.
"You! If I survive this, I will kill you!"
Guyan's furious scream could be heard in the entire passage. It was so filled with fury and force that 11 scarlet bloodbats died straight away from the sound shockwave alone. He kept screaming curses and threats, but as time went on and his powers were diminishing, he realized that he did not hold the upper hand.
"I swear that even if I die, I will never let you go even as a ghost,"
was the final words that came out of Guyan's mouth before he was chewed into a meaty pile of flesh. His flesh contained a lot of energy, and by eating this, the scarlet bloodbats would be capable of enhancing their own strength. When he had finally run out of chi to protect his body, he was gobbled up by the bats in a heartbeat, leaving only a white skeleton. After which, the bats set their eyes on the members of the mercenary group. They did not hesitate to attack, not distinguishing between friend and foe amongst the members, killing and consuming indiscriminately. Xue Wei did not stop them. He knew that he could exert his bloodline pressure and force them to do his bidding. But these primordial beasts did not wish to help him. They were not loyal to him. They were only doing as their bloodline was telling them. They hated him with a vengeance after seeing how he was making them kill their friends and brothers. As such, Xue Wei had no intention of bringing them with him. Since he was not bringing them with him, he might as well let the bats consume them as a gift for having helped him get rid of Guyan. When the last person had died, Xue Wei picked up the storage treasures that had fallen to the floor. He was not being lazy, and picked up every single one before he turned to look at the bats. Suddenly, one of the bats transformed into a young woman. She was wearing a black silk dress, and her black hair was tied in a bun on the top of her head. Her eyes were dark as ink, and she was immensely attractive, but also cold like an ice sculpture.
"Dear King,"
she said, her voice like a stream of clear water,
"we have a request to make."
Chapter 37. A Favor. Xue Wei was slightly taken aback. The scarlet bloodbat was a fierce beast, not a primordial beast. So how was it possible for it to take on a human body and a human speech? Sensing his confusion, the woman's lips curled into a self-mocking smile.
"We are indeed fierce beasts, but there exists a specific herb, an herb named scarlet blood lily, which has only one purpose, which is to remold and remake the body and bloodline of a scarlet bloodbat, and make them become a primordial beast. This scarlet blood lily blooms with one flower every 3,000 years. It is about time for the flower to bloom again, and we have already decided on who should be the next bat queen. However, a scarlet bloodbat tribe can't have more than one scarlet bloodbat queen. The scarlet bloodbat princess happens to be my daughter. The moment she is going to take the scarlet blood lily and have consolidated her foundation as a primordial beast, we will have to fight to the death. I am not willing to fight against my daughter until one of us dies. I had originally planned on committing suicide. But now you arrived, and it is a heaven-sent opportunity."
The scarlet bloodbat queen looked at Xue Wei, slightly hesitatingly.
"I understand that we are strangers to you," she began again, her voice filled with worries. "But we have no one to rely on. Around 200 of the older bats and I would like to leave the Thunder Graveyard Island. We would like to encounter the world outside, but we do not have the strength to leave on our own. This is where you come into the picture. The evil spirit that resides at the center of the island has a beast tag. A beast tag is the same as a storage treasure, but not really. It contains a small world of its own, and it can store living creatures. A beast and a human or spirit can enter into an alliance with a blood bond. This blood bond is a sacred thing, and a beast and a human or spirit becomes wholly connected. They can share their thoughts, and even their lives are connected. The evil spirit has made such a blood bond with a primordial beast. This primordial beast is a rather ferocious creature. It is a blue-eyed flood dragon. Although it has the bloodline of an azure dragon, however, this can prove to become a real issue for them. You are a real azure dragon, so anyone who is of their descent is purely your slave. The evil spirit is injured. He previously tried to force his way out of the Thunder Twilight Zone, but failed. So right now you have the best chance to fight him. Our Scarlet Blood Bat tribe will also help out. I understand that we are asking for a lot, so in exchange for helping us to escape the Thunder Graveyard Island and the Thunder Twilight Zone, we will promise to work for you for the next 200 years. For the next 200 years we will follow you and do your bidding. We will stay in the Beast Tag and be called out whenever you need us.
The Scarlet Blood Bat Queen had been speaking a lot, and she had spoken fast. Her eyes were filled with worry and fear, but also a longing and slight expectations. Xue Wei looked at the Queen, but before he even had to open his mouth, Lolo stepped forward.
"This big sister, you already helped us," she said with a gentle voice. "Big brother is not so ruthless as to not return the favors he receives. Don't worry. Big brother will take you all out of this depressing danger zone and into a much brighter world outside."
Hearing her words, the eyes of the Scarlet Blood Bat Queen opened wide in surprise, as she could not help but look at Xue Wei to ensure that what the child had said was correct. Xue Wei chuckled and nodded his head.
Our dear Lolo has already said so. I am not one to not pay back my favors.
Understanding what he meant, her face filled with joy and excitement. They suddenly had hope. Xue Wei smiled when he saw their undisguised happiness.
"Tell us everything you know about the evil spirit," Xue Wei requested, as he looked at the Scarlet Blood Bat Queen.
"We do not know much about it," she admitted. "We have mainly stayed here within the passage and in the caves that are connected to it. We have not entered the actual ancient battlefield, neither have we gone to the Forest of Despair."
"What a fitting name,"
Xue Wei muttered when he thought back at the remnant soul fragments. Smiling wryly, the Scarlet Blood Bat Queen nodded her head.
"It is indeed a place of despair and horrors. The evil spirit, when he is healthy, roams the battlefield. He is continuously searching for soul power and soul remnants of the king and emperor-ranked experts who were fighting here on the island once upon a time. But right now he is injured, so he is likely to be hiding in his lair. It is an immortal cave made by himself that's at the outskirts of the battlefield. We will have to cross the entire battlefield to get there."
The Scarlet Blood Bat Queen hesitated for a moment before she continued.
"That is not a bad thing, though. There might be some treasures along the way. If we are lucky, we might even encounter soul power. Considering you have 2 spirits in your group, that would be ideal."
Xue Wei was not too surprised that she knew of the fact that Lolo and Bai Tianyi were spirits. She was not too familiar with the evil spirit, but she had surely sensed his aura before.
"Well, let us get going,"
Xue Wei said with a smile. He was a lot more casual now than he had been before. Having the protection of thousands of scarlet blood bats made him much calmer.
"All right." He paused before exiting the mountain passage. "What should I call you?" he asked as he looked at the Queen.
"Fu,"
she said casually. The character for her name was the same as the one that spelled the word bat.
"Any last name?"
Xue Wei asked, but she just shook her head. She was just a bat. She had no use for a family name.
"Well then, take the name Xu for now."
His family was rather small. So far, it only consisted of himself and Lolo. What harm would there be in adding a Scarlet Blood Bat Queen as well? Hearing this, Xu Fu felt slightly stunned, but then she felt the warmth. To be considered a person in the same family with a sovereign beast, this was indeed a great honor. She had not expected such favor to be bestowed upon her, and her cheeks flushed with pride.
Xue Wei's childhood was lived as a human. He did not know how revered the sovereign beasts were, and he had never grown up thinking he was better than others. In fact, when he grew up, he was always looked down upon and seen as trash. Now that he was able to cultivate, he was still of the mindset that although some people might be geniuses, only hard work was what mattered. The other bats were also filled with reverence. All of them looked at Xue Wei as if he was a deity who had descended into the mundane world. They felt that he was capable of fighting against anyone and winning. He was, without a doubt, a sovereign beast, and they were unbeatable. Their faith in Xue Wei was unquestionable. If the evil spirit was against him, he would kill the evil spirit. If the heavens were against him, what harm was there in exterminating the heavens too? They all had complete faith in Xue Wei. Anything he wanted to do, he could do. They were not even thinking about him being a lower rank than them. Although he was the weakest present when one looked at cultivation base, he was the one they all looked for to make decisions. He was also the one they felt would save them all when the actual battle would occur. No one spoke anymore as they walked out of the passage and into the battlefield. The battlefield stretched as far in front of them as far as the eye could see. Broken bones, armors, banners, and weapons were lying everywhere on the ground. When walking, it was near impossible to find a place to step. Millions of people had died here. Not all of them were king and emperor level cultivators. Some were saints, and a few were even knights. However, the knights had died instantly upon entering the battlefield, and that was why so many bones and items could be found at the front of the battlefield. The further in they came, the fewer skeletons and things they came across. There were at least 3 to 10 meters between each dead person. Most of these had already been looted, but there were rare herbs everywhere that they harvested one after another. While the outside was mainly blood ginseng and corpse grass, a wide variety of herbs were present within the battlefield. They found soul hyacinths, crimson blood sunflowers, wyvern tail lily, ethereal light rose, radiant frozen daisy, man-eating alchemilla, and many more. These herbs were all immensely rare, and all of them were hundreds of years old, making them able to increase the potency of the herbs that Xue Wei could concoct. As they came further into the battlefield, they also found various rare ores, and they quickly excavated them.
"My king,"
Xu Fu called out and caught the attention of everyone present.
"We have found a top-grade essence stone lode,"
she said humbly, and Xue Wei's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. Essence stones were a universal currency throughout the entire world, but at the same time it was also a resource needed when cultivating. Essence stones were, as the name said, stones that contained heaven and earth essence. This essence was much denser than it was in the surrounding air, so they could help improving one's cultivation base much faster than when one relied solely on the usual cultivation speed. Especially top-ranked stones were very hard to come by, and Xue Wei was ecstatic. Providing for his friends and family was not simple, so if he could mine this lode, he would be able to manage for a long while, both when cultivating, but also when purchasing things. He therefore rushed towards Xu Fu to see how big the lode was, and when he arrived, his eyes widened in shock. It was not a small lode. It was a massive one, so big that there were at least a couple of millions of essence stones, if not more.
"This is going to take some time,"
Xue Wei muttered, but he was in a brilliant mood as he began excavating the stones, getting help from the bats and his friends. Even though they were thousands of creatures who were mining, it ended up taking them 4 days of intensive work before they had finished taking out every single essence stone. These essence stones ended up counting a total of 8,300,011 top-ranked essence stones. It was an astronomical amount, and since the bats had absolutely no use for these stones, all of them were handed over to Xue Wei.
Getting so many essence stones, one of his storage treasures were filled up, with no space for anything else. Fortunately, he had gained a numerous amount of storage treasures while being on the Thunder Graveyard Island, so he was not about to run out of space. Chapter 38. The Evil Spirit. After emptying the rather sizable load of essence stones, Xue Wei came across more rare herbs, all of which were hundreds of years old. He not only came across herbs and ores, but they also found a smaller essence stone load, with medium-grade essence stones. Frugal as Xue Wei was, he decided to pick up all treasures they came across on the way, not at all willing to let any of them go. He knew that the higher rank they became, the more resources they would need, so wealth would never be enough. Like this, they walked for many days on the Thunder Graveyard battlefield before they had crossed it. The closer they got to the other end, the more menacing the aura that surrounded them became. It was clear that they were getting closer and closer to the evil spirit. Especially Lolo was pale as they advanced. She was a pure spirit, so the evil energy was attacking her immensely hard compared to the others. The most comfortable one was Xue Wei. Although the killing intent was adding pressure to him, it was not at the point where it was enough to inconvenience him anymore. His body had adapted to the killing intent. He had quite an overwhelming killing intent himself, making the process much smoother. The bats and Heigao were not too affected either. As beasts, they were many times more ferocious than humans and spirits. It was in their nature to be brutal, and thus their inherited killing intent was far superior to Lolo, Bai Tianyi, and Lin Zhao.
"My king, do you have a plan?"
Zhu Fu asked tentatively. She was aware of the strength that this evil spirit commanded. Although she had faith in Xue Wei, she could not help but wonder what his plan was. Going in without a plan would seem somewhat suicidal.
You said he was injured?
Xue Wei did not answer right away, but instead asked another question. Puzzled, Zhu Fu nodded her head.
"He is indeed rather grievously injured. I would expect around 5% of his fighting strength remained when he got injured. It has now been around a month, so I guess he has restored to approximately 10%.
10%, huh?
Xue Wei did not know how strong the evil spirit was initially, so even when it was injured to this extent, he dared not belittle it.
Lolo, stay at the back and provide us with cover. Lin Zhao, Heigao, and Bai Tianyi continuously try to strike once, and when your attack has landed or failed, you will instantly withdraw. Do not wait to see how much damage you did. Just withdraw immediately. I want the three of you to be like annoying flies, always hovering around, throwing out attacks one after another, but do not stand still ever. If he gets his claws on you, you are likely dead. Fu, take your bats and do the same. Split into teams and harass him as much as possible. I will deal with the main attack. I will obviously take on the Azure Dragon shape, and I will fight him with everything I have, so that he does not have the strength to go against you all. The others were feeling that this plan could work, but it was immensely risky. If anything happened to Xue Wei, they would undoubtedly die. Then again, no matter what plan they came up with, there would always be an element of risk. Not to mention, this tactic allowed for them to minimize their death count, since all the damage and focus of the evil spirit should be aimed for Xue Wei. They were all somber, their expressions solemn as they headed closer and closer to the evil spirit's lair. As they were around 10 kilometers away, a penetrating voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth.
"Leave,"
it said. After it, there was no sound, and even the wind had stilled. But Xue Wei continued walking forward with no intention of stopping. Even though it was indeed possible for them to stay at the Thunder Graveyard Island and get a lot of rare treasures while staying clear of the evil spirit, Xue Wei had decided to confront him. He had chosen so out of different reasons. First of all, he wanted to get the beast tag for the sake of bringing the scarlet blood bats with him out of the danger zone.
He had given his promise to them, and he was not willing to go back on his words. He had promised to take them out of the island and the zone, so he would do so, or die trying. Another reason was soul power. Spirits contained spiritual energy and soul power. They were solely made from energy, and this energy could help nourish and strengthen both Lolo and Bai Tianyi. He knew that although Lolo was growing, her foundations had been severely injured back at Yan Dalu. Even if she was capable of growing again, and she would become a strong spirit, she would have hidden injuries unless she got enough quantities of energy to heal it. Consuming another spirit was exactly what she needed. Although this was an evil spirit, the energy that he consisted of was still pure. If she consumed it, she would become much closer to healed. Not only her, if Bai Tianyi were to get a large quantity of energy, he could get a more solid body as well. So all in all, although this evil spirit had done nothing to harm Xue Wei had already decided to let his friends consume him. Although it was dangerous, he had no intention of backing away. This was the most rewarding thing they could get out of their trip to the Thunder Twilight Zone. Not to mention, it seemed that this evil spirit had killed plenty of people throughout the years, purely for the sake of consuming their soul power. The evil spirit was not a good creature. Had it been one who did good for the world, Xue Wei would not have considered killing it, even if it was beneficial for him. But this was a spirit that brought death and destruction towards others. There was no harm in killing such a creature. Xue Wei smiled slightly and shook his head when he realized what he was thinking about. Right now, he should not care if it was a good or evil creature. He should be entirely focused on the battle ahead. He was going to give it his all in an attempt to defeat the spirit. They had advanced to 5 kilometers from the lair, and the voice once more boomed out from everywhere in their surroundings.
Turn back now, or face the consequences.
Xue Wei's face turned solemn. He understood that this was likely the most challenging battle he had ever encountered, but he could not back out. He was standing still and reached out for the azure dragon spirit in his core. An earth-shaking transformation happened with Xue Wei as his body transformed from that of a normal human youth into the shape of a massive, domineering, and overwhelming azure dragon. There was no time limit to his transformation. The azure dragon shape was his natural shape, just as his human shape, and thus he could be a dragon for as long as he pleased. Although this was indeed a fact, he was not as comfortable being a dragon as he was a human, but this mainly stemmed from his many years of growing up as a human and simply being unaccustomed to suddenly managing such a massive body. Although it was bursting with strength and speed, power and toughness, it was many times different from being a human and required of him to be more considerate when doing things. When the scarlet bloodbats saw the majestic shape of an azure dragon in front of them, a fervent expression appeared on their faces. They all felt that even if the evil spirit was to kill them all, then they had already significantly benefited. To be able to fight side by side with Xue Wei was their greatest pride, and a moment they would forever reminisce about. This was something that they would tell their children and grandchildren in the future. Xue Wei was unaware that him merely changing his shape was enough to cause the scarlet bloodbats to be filled with frenzy, but if he had known, he would have chuckled and thought it was a good thing. To be able to convince them to fight with all they had, even exceed their limits, this was something that could only be done when they were profoundly motivated, and seeing Xue Wei had truly motivated these scarlet bloodbats so much that they would do their best. They might even do better than ever before. When they reached the lair, there was an opening in the mountain wall. This opening led into the evil spirit's lair, but they did not enter it easily. Xue Wei was simply too large now. He was not able to enter the lair, but fortunately the evil spirit was not willing to be looked down upon.
Although it was injured, it did not doubt its own strength, and it had no intention of hiding within the lair. It was inevitable that Xue Wei would not pose any danger to him. Seeing the spirit that flew out of the lair, all of them could feel their nerves tensed.
Oh, a sovereign beast.
The spirit looked human, but the eyes were red, and the veins on the body were protruding. It looked terrifying as he licked his lips and looked at Xue Wei as if he had just found a delicious meal.
I have lacked some quality soul power,
he snickered when he looked at Xue Wei. Then his eyes glanced at Lolo and Bai Tianyi.
A wounded pure spirit and an artificial spirit. They are not as high quality as a sovereign beast, but they are definitely not bad. The humans who usually make it here are so bad.
The more the evil spirit spoke, the colder Xue Wei's eyes became. He could handle that this evil spirit was looking at him as a snack, but to look at Lolo and Bai Tianyi and even disdain them? This was simply not acceptable. Xue Wei roared. A dragon roar was reverberating throughout the entire Thunder Twilight Zone. Even in the outskirts of the zone, where the thunder was booming unceasingly, the dragon roar was enough to startle the many people who had appeared in the zone to try their luck and get some treasures.
Is this the birth of a heavenly treasure?
Some mused, while others shook their heads. No one was able to determine what this roar signified. They did not know where it came from or what was the cause behind it. Only the flood dragon within the purple mist was calm as she recognized the roar right away. Her body trembled. Although she was immensely strong, she was, after all, a dragon. The azure dragon was the king of all dragons, the monarch of all beasts. So how could she not recognize the roar?
The little brat has guts,
she muttered to herself as her eyes looked into the deep purple mist.
He is actually confronting an evil spirit when he is merely a sky knight.
Although the evil spirit, one should not look down upon them, especially not this one who was born on a battlefield that belonged to king and emperor-ranked experts. The roar had caused every beast within the Thunder Twilight Zone to feel their blood boil with excitement. While most of the beasts were unaware why, there were a few who knew the presence of a sovereign beast, and their hearts shook. But the beasts that were the most affected were the scarlet blood bats. Their bodies felt as if they were on fire, burning with energy, and ready to fight. Chapter 39. Wood Element. The scarlet bloodbats did not have to wait long before it was time for them to battle. After releasing the roar, Xue Wei twisted his massive body and shot forward like an azure lightning bolt. His speed was so outstanding that even the lightning bolts that were present in the Thunder Twilight Zone seemed slow next to him. When he was in his human form, Xue Wei was not the fastest of them all. When He Gao used his wings, it was impossible for Xue Wei to catch up to him. However, now that he was in his azure dragon shape, his speed had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was simply impossible to keep up with his pace. Even the ones who were supposed to follow him and harass the evil spirit were left behind in the dust. They were unable to react before they heard a resounding boom coming from in front of them. When they looked, jaws dropped to the ground. Xue Wei had not used any flowery attacks. He had not tried to make any superfluous movements. All he did was head straight for the evil spirit with brandished claws and sharp teeth. He was making the most straightforward attack that he could think about. He simply headbutted the evil spirit. The first attack had completely stunned the evil spirit. He had never expected that Xue Wei would be so daring and attack him without a word. Neither had it expected him to be as strong as he was.
He had been caught unprepared, and thus his entire body was sent reeling backward. His body was tumbling, and with every step he took, the ground under his feet sunk in. Deep fissures spread out, and muffled booms cried out.
Good. Very good.
The evil spirit was filled with frenzied anger when he saw how he had been forced backward by Xue Wei. He had not even used an ability. He felt as if he was more humiliated than ever before in his entire life. Xue Wei had not used the Azure Dragon shape much in the past, but now he could feel the power surging through his body. Each one of the 4 divine beast races had a connection to one of the elements each, and the element that was easiest to connect to for the Azure Dragon was the wood element. The wood element heralded the beginning of all life. It was the element that allowed for all life to sprout, to grow. The wood element was capable of allowing Xue Wei to heal faster than average. It allowed him to make use of the energy of life in the surrounding areas. Unfortunately, he was at a graveyard, and it was not a forest or another place filled with vitality. Xue Wei was not familiar with this foreign life force that was rummaging through his body, but he knew that he could control not only his own life force and heal himself. He would be capable of cutting off others' life force and consume it for himself. Not only this, he was able to allow for his energy restoration to speed up if he wished so, by using his life force. He had previously created a devouring Azure Dragon and used it to attack, but now that he took the shape of an Azure Dragon, he finally understood the underlying mysteries that belonged to the ability. He was capable of being able to consume one's chi, one's soul power, spiritual energy, and even life force. Soul power and life force was almost the same. Soul power was the energy that belonged to humans, while life force was what belonged to the world. To gain life force, one had to fight against an elemental spirit of the wood attribute, or a being of nature such as a forest. Depending on what he needed, he had to use that energy to create the devouring Azure Dragon. Now that he was transformed into the Azure Dragon, a wide variety of different skills appeared in his mind. These were all innate abilities he could use. Although he was an Azure Dragon, half of his blood was still human. When he was in his human body, these abilities did not impart themselves in his mind. Now they were there as he had taken on the dragon shape. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to delve into these skills fully. He was currently in the midst of a life-threatening battle. And although he had succeeded in headbutting the evil spirit, forcing him backward, it was not enough to cause him to suffer any severe damage. Instead, it had successfully caused the evil spirit to become filled with anger.
I will kill you,
it roared as it stomped hard on the ground and rushed towards Xue Wei. The air surrounding the evil spirit was turbulent. Wherever its claws passed, space would twist and turn. Xue Wei dared not underestimate this attack. By reflex, he used one of his abilities that he had just seen, an innate ability that did not rely on the wood element, but instead his strong body. Scale Shield. This shield had different forms, and depending on the form he used, the strength would also differ. The Scale Shield had 3 levels. First was the Scale Shield, which solely relied on the physical body's strength. It managed to produce a massive shield made from chi in front of him, and this shield was not to be belittled. However, if the Scale Shield was not enough, then it could be enhanced further with the life force that was flowing in Xue Wei's body from the wood element. This was called the Life Scale Shield. The Life Scale Shield was immensely powerful, and it was something that Xue Wei should not use unless absolutely necessary, as the life force within his body was limited and needed time to be restored when used up. Finally, the last level was called Devouring Life Scale Shield. This was an immensely domineering name, but the skill was also as domineering as the name implied. The Devouring Life Scale Shield also relied on life force. However, it did not rely on the life force within Xue Wei's body. Instead, it relied on the life force in the surrounding nature.
It would devour the life force in nature and use this to defend his body. There were, however, different problems with using this ability, and it could not be used indiscriminately. The ability devoured the life force of nature, and if enough was consumed, then he could cause a whole surrounding area to become desolate. Not only this, the energy in the surrounding air was simply too oppressive and overwhelming, and although he was an azure dragon, he was still only a sky knight, and if he consumed too much energy, his body might explode. The scale shield was like a massive scale in front of him, but the moment the evil spirit appeared, the shield turned into thousands of smaller scales that dissipated into thin air. It was a mere slash from the evil spirit, but his shield could not withstand it. Even so, before the evil spirit managed to launch a second attack at Xue Wei, two groups suddenly appeared, one on the left side of him, the other on the right side. On the left side were 100 scarlet bloodbats. On the right side was He Gao. Both sides had long since prepared to strike, and when they saw that he had thrown his attack and was unable to launch another instantly, they struck. A roar of anger escaped the lips of the evil spirit. It had not gotten injured from the many attacks that had rained down upon it, but instead its fury was rising to unprecedented levels. However, as it was swatting out with its claws, there was nothing. They had run away as fast as they had arrived. The blood-red eyes of the evil spirit were filled with frustrations and hatred. It was growling, and the eyes turned to look at Xue Wei.
I will kill you first,
he roared, something that Xue Wei had long since expected. Although he had not received any injuries from the first wave of attacks, Xue Wei was not upset. Instead, he summoned his qi and once more made a scale shield. At the same time, the golden dragon in his mind woke up, and a massive golden dragon appeared in front of him. This was a devouring azure dragon made from spiritual energy. It would fight with a strength half of Xue Wei's, and it would devour any spiritual energy that it came across. This spiritual energy would become Xue Wei's in the future if he could refine it. The shield once more collapsed with a single attack from Xue Wei, but as soon as the shield collapsed, the spiritual energy-devouring azure dragon advanced. The eyes of the evil spirit narrowed as he dodged to the side, but the devouring dragon was not giving up just like this. As long as it could consume spiritual energy, it could stay alive, until it was returning on Xue Wei's command. And while the evil spirit was attacking, it did not try to limit its use of spiritual energy. It was everywhere in the surrounding areas, and the dragon was getting fiercer and fiercer by the second. Xue Wei was solemn and severe. This battle was dangerous, and he could feel as if death was looming just behind him. But he could not give up. Too much was depending on this battle. Xue Wei continued forward. He twisted his massive body and avoided a slash of the evil spirit's claw, but before he could move more, another claw came crashing down towards him. Scale shield. Another scale shield was raised in front of him, and as it collapsed, the speed of the claw was slowed just enough to allow Xue Wei to escape. Seeing that the evil spirit was not using special abilities but purely brute force, Xue Wei could not help but wonder if it was because the spirit was confined to the Thunder Twilight Zone. It was impossible for it to gain any abilities that suited it. Even if he had guessed correctly, Xue Wei dared not belittle the evil spirit. The brute force alone was enough to cause him problems, so if it had also learned some skills, then he would indeed be in a dangerous situation. Xue Wei advanced and retreated. He created scale shield after scale shield. Not only this, but he also attacked using random innate skills he had suddenly learned, such as lightning slash, draconic illusion, scale vortex, wood pattern. Attack after attack was launched, and while the evil spirit was chasing Xue Wei and trying to kill him, the others were slowly attacking whenever they found a safe time to launch an attack. Soon, thousands of attacks had rained down upon the evil spirit, but no blood had been shed yet. His hair was disheveled and his clothes messy, but there were no signs of it being injured or even tired. Xue Wei knew that this battle would turn into a battle of attrition.
It would be impossible to win in one fell swoop, so instead he continued to wear down the evil spirit. The further they struggled like this, the more furious the evil spirit became, and this was what Xue Wei was looking for. When he became furious and lost his cool, it would be easier to defeat him. He knew it from himself when he lost himself in bloodlust or in killing intent. He would be much easier to deal with for someone who stayed cool-headed. This was also the reason Xue Wei never allowed himself to let go entirely. He would end up dead if he did so. Unfortunately, it seemed that although this evil spirit was immensely strong, it did not have much actual battle experience. It did not even hesitate to become furious, and it gladly embraced the rage, using it to fuel his brute force to new heights. Chapter 40. Life and Death Wheel. Xue Wei was pushed continuously backward. He was unable to gain the upper hand, but at the same time, because he was getting aided by the scarlet bloodbats and his friends, the evil spirit couldn't gain the upper hand either. Although thousands of attacks had rained down upon the evil spirit, it was uninjured. Fortunately, Xue Wei and the others were uninjured as well. But even though this was the case, the scales were not completely even. Xue Wei had cast many scale shields and depleted around 10 to 20% of his qi. The devouring azure dragon had also depleted around 10% of his spiritual energy. Until it returned to him, he would not benefit from the energy it had consumed. He had yet to use the new life force that was flowing in his body, but the rest of the energies were rapidly becoming depleted. It was not only him. The scarlet bloodbats and his comrades were also using all the energy they had in their bodies to launch their killing attacks one after another. At least they could sit and restore their energy before it was time for a new attack. Xue Wei could not do so. Xue Wei wondered what attack to use when a skill suddenly appeared in his mind. Life and Death Wheel. This was an attack that required not only the life force within his body, but also the life force in the surrounding areas. It would make a massive illusionary wheel and trap an opponent in the illusion of both living and dying. Each illusion was different from person to person, but one thing was sure. It would make the one they attacked experience birth, but also death. When they were trapped in the life and death wheel illusion, they would be incapable of breaking free. But it was not certain that it would succeed. The stronger the opponent was, the more likely it was to fail. Fortunately, the evil spirit was severely injured right now, and there was a chance for the life and death wheel to work. Xue Wei took a deep breath and calmed himself. The life and death wheel required outside help from external life force. However, the Thunder Graveyard Island was rather desolate. Although herbs grew here and turned old, it was a place of death, and not much life force could be gathered. Xue Wei started collecting the life force according to the inherited thoughts that had appeared in his mind, and he felt a shocking rumble in his body. Specks of green light started appearing on top of the surface of the ground, and these specks all flew toward Xue Wei and entered his body. The more energy that entered, the more painful he became. He was still only a Sky Knight, and the life force was overwhelming him. He did not dare hesitate as he began pouring the energy through his body in a specific pattern, following his meridians and unlocking the ability. As the energy rampaged through his body, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The energy was simply too overwhelming, and he could do nothing about it other than continue channeling it. As soon as it entered his body, he would channel it in a specific pattern, after which it would leave him again. The illusionary wheel that looked like yin and yang in the sky turned more and more corporeal. The evil spirit, who previously had seen Xue Wei and the others as annoying flies whom he could kill as soon as he got his hands on them, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from the massive wheel in the sky. It gritted its sharp teeth before it accelerated. It completely ignored the attacks that came down upon it from all sides, as the scarlet bloodbats, Lin Zhao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao all decided to throw attacks at once. The only thought in its mind was to attack Xue Wei. If it could kill him, then the threatening attack in the air would not have anyone controlling it, and it would be safe. Xue Wei quickly understood the thought of the evil spirit, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips. The life force was running rampant in his body and was impossible to control. It was widening his meridians, and the pain was so intense that Xue Wei was unable to think clearly. Life scale shield. Xue Wei could not avoid the attack that the evil spirit sent his way, and all he could do was try to protect himself against it. Fortunately, he had a large quantity of life force in his body at the current point in time, so he activated the upgraded version of the scale shield, the life scale shield. Things did not go exactly as planned. The standard scale shield was almost pearl white. However, the life scale shield was emerald in color. It seemed much more real than the other shield, and an aura of indestructibility was projected outwards. Unfortunately, the evil spirit was not your average opponent. The attack that was coming down contained the full strength of the evil spirit, and he was not showing any signs of stopping, even when facing this massive shield. The arm slashed down, the claws were sharp and filled with explosive strength. A loud boom resounded on the battlefield as the hand came into contact with the life scale shield. A shockwave of energy exploded outwards, with Xue Wei and the evil spirit in the center, causing all the others to retreat rapidly. Dirt, grit, and dust were kicked up from the ground, swirling around them, making it impossible to see what was happening in the eye of the storm. Xue Wei was, however, in the midst of it all, and he could feel that although the attack had been slowing down drastically, a bit of the ferociousness remained and continued towards him. At this point, all he could rely on was his body's natural defenses. After using some of the life force in his body to create the life scale shield, he was no longer entirely at the mercy of the pain. Instead, he could move, and he twisted his massive frame and managed to avoid the claw, only having it slashing at his tail, ripping out a few scales. Blood began flowing from Xue Wei's tail. He could feel the pain, but compared to the previous agony of having his meridians widened, this was nothing. He looked at the evil spirit and saw that it was not only him who had become injured, but the evil spirit had also wholly ignored the killing moves of his friends and the scarlet bloodbaths, not to mention the explosion after destroying the life-scale shield. Blood was trickling out of the corner of his mouth, and a few cuts of varying size were littered over his body. "Now's my chance," Xue Wei's eyes glistened. "Life and death wheel activate." The wheel started swirling around as it descended towards the evil spirit. Feeling the danger that was looming, the evil spirit's eyes widened, and it slashed out with the claws.
"Break!" he screamed. "Break! Bloody hell, break already!"
But no matter how much he attacked the wheel, nothing happened. A hole would appear where he touched it, but moments after it would restore itself back to its previous appearance, not at all minding the attack. From this, one could see that life force was, without a doubt, the strongest power amongst them all when it came to healing and regeneration. Soon the wheel had descended all the way from the air and down on top of the evil spirit. It shrunk in size from a massive wheel that had been more than 50 meters long and covering the sky to a 10 centimeters tall emblem that stuck to the evil spirit's head. The moment it came into contact with the head, the eyes of the evil spirit turned vacant. He stopped attacking, and his entire body slumped down on the ground.
"Don't hesitate. Kill him!"
Xue Wei yelled out, and he used all his innate abilities one after another. Not only was he using his innate abilities, but he also created a new spiritual energy-devouring dragon figure and allowed for it to attack.
"Lolo, come and drain him of soul power,"
Xue Wei once more called out, and the small girl who had been sitting behind the entire battle rushed forward. She had complete faith in Xue Wei, so she placed her small palm on top of the evil spirit's head and began absorbing his soul power forcefully.
"Tianyi, you too,"
Xue Wei called out, and Bai Tianyi flew over and did the same as Lolo. Both of their faces flushed red as they gritted their teeth and began absorbing his soul power. The more they absorbed, the weaker the evil spirit became. Xue Wei kept an eye on the life and death wheel that was on the forehead of the evil spirit. It was slowly growing dimmer and dimmer. When it vanished completely, the evil spirit would be released from the illusion. The scarlet bloodbats and Xue Wei were fighting so seriously, their lives were on the line, and they did anything they could to kill the spirit, or at least weaken it immensely before it was time for it to awaken again.
Everyone back up!
Xue Wei yelled out, and they all retreated. Lolo and Bai Tianyi were unable to attend the rest of the battle. Their task had been fulfilled. For now they needed to refine the energy they had absorbed. It was still too ferocious and evil for them to just absorb right away, and if they did not succeed in cleansing it, they also might turn into evil spirits. Xue Wei looked at the evil spirit warily. It was severely injured, not only externally but also internally, as they had absorbed his soul power, and it too sensed the damage it had received.
I am going to kill you all,
it howled furiously as it rushed toward Xue Wei. The speed this time was faster than before, and the claws came crashing down before Xue Wei had the time to raise a scale shield. The 2 hands and the 10 claws were sharp like razors. They ripped out multiple scales on Xue Wei's side, causing blood to flow.
Scarlet bloodbats, drink the blood!
Xue Wei called out, and the bats, somewhat puzzled, went to drink the blood. Boom after boom resounded on the battlefield as the scarlet bloodbats mutated. They were still fierce beasts, but their intellect and their battle prowess were enhanced dramatically, and they continued to fight against the evil spirit. Sensing that they were getting stronger, the evil spirit was feeling helpless. He had injured his enemy finally, but now the others were using this injury to enhance their strength. Blood was spat out of the mouth of the evil spirit. It was furious, but also regretting. If it had been completely serious from the beginning, things would never have escalated to this point. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now. He had been holding the upper hand, but now he was being pressured, and he felt his soul power dissipate little by little. The energy that dissipated was being consumed by the 2 spiritual energy-devouring dragons, Lolo and Bai Tianyi. The evil spirit was a spirit after all. It was a very resilient creature that, although not hard to defeat, was very hard to kill. They drained the soul power little by little, and the evil spirit was unable to make a comeback. A few days went by where Lolo, Bai Tianyi, and Xue Wei continued to drain it of energy before it turned into nothingness. Only when the last wisp of energy was absorbed did Xue Wei breathe a heavy sigh of relief. They had finally defeated the evil spirit. Chapter 41. The Rooms of Samsara. Although the evil spirit had died, it was not the end of the battle. Lolo and Bai Tianyi were both bloated. They were filled with the soul power of the evil spirit, and this was immensely dominating and overpowering. Xue Wei and the scarlet bloodbats could do nothing now. The rest of the battle depended entirely on Lolo and Bai Tianyi's willpower to resist the killing and evil vibes within the soul power.
Guard them well.
Xue Wei left the task of protecting Lolo and Bai Tianyi to Zhu Fu and the other scarlet bloodbats, while he himself headed towards the cave that had belonged to the spirit. When the evil spirit had died, it had not left behind a corpse, as it had dissipated into thin air. Even the clothes it had been wearing were created from spiritual energy and had turned to nothing. Hence, Xue Wei quickly deducted that the beast tag was left within the cave, and within this beast tag should be a destructive beast that could not be belittled.
Come with me.
Before actually entering the cave, he turned to Lin Zhao and gestured for him to follow. Although Xue Wei could use his bloodline to threaten the beast in the beast tag, it would be much better if they could tame it.
Inside the cave was many wondrous things. Resources of every kind could be found piled into mountains. There were storage treasures in one corner, all of which had clearly been tossed aside after killing their previous owners. In another corner were jade boxes and bottles filled with herbs and pills. There were scrolls with formations and inscriptions. As they walked through the entrance, Xue Wei waved his hand, and everything flew into his own storage treasure. He had gained many spoils of war throughout the trip to the Thunder Twilight Zone, but so far he had not had the time to look through what items he had gained. It would take a long time for him to look through it all and figure out what he could use and what should be stored to sell. Xue Wei went through the entire cave, and everything he encountered was scooped up and placed in his storage treasures. When one was filled, he would find another and fill that one as well. When he reached the inner areas of the cave, he found that this was the residential area of the evil spirit. In here were random materials, mainly the furniture which was made out of exotic ore and was quickly stored by Xue Wei. When he reached the table, he found the beast tag. The beast tag seemed as if it was a small emblem. It appeared to have been created from some unknown type of wood, and on top of it was the sign for beasts. Xue Wei placed his hand on top of it and embedded his spiritual energy mark onto it. The moment his energy landed on the beast tag, Xue Wei felt resilient energy that tried to fight against him. Even so, Xue Wei activated his bloodline, and the resilient energy started trembling. It was clearly not willing, but in front of the overwhelming sovereignty, it could do nothing but bend and bow.
You tame it,
Xue Wei said as he tossed the beast tag to Lin Zhao. It was not that he was not willing to overwhelm the beast with his bloodline. However, it was better to tame it. When a beast was tamed, it would become a slave of the diviner who tamed it, not only in body but also in mind. In the mind of a tamed beast, it would be impossible ever to have a rebellious thought towards their master. Lin Zhao sat down in the middle of the living area within the cave, took out his staff, and began facing off against the beast tag. Xue Wei glanced at the focused Lin Zhao, but he did not stay around him. He knew that as long as the beast was within the beast tag, it had absolutely no way of fighting back against the taming process. Although the beast was likely of a higher rank, it was currently constrained by the beast tag, and thus unable to put up a fight. Since Xue Wei knew that Lin Zhao was safe, he did not hesitate to continue his exploration of the cave. He walked deeper into the cave. Although the living quarters were somewhat big, they were not the end of the cave. Walking deeper in, he found that there was a stone door. This stone door seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. Curious, and feeling as if something was pulling him, Xue Wei pushed open the door and looked into the room in the front. The room was round. It was illuminated by a strange pearl-like orb that was in the very middle, spreading a warm and gentle light over the entire room. Although the light was warm, Xue Wei felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at the room he was in. Bloody scratch marks were embedded in the walls. There was not even a slight space without scratch marks, and while some of the blood seemed ancient, some was fresh. Although the blood was on the walls, the floor was immaculate. There was not even the slightest bit of blood or spots on the ground. It was spotless and white like marble. When looking at this room, Xue Wei instantly felt that he had been dragged back to the time when he was on the 9th floor of the Soul Tower. From size to bloody scratches, light to floor, everything was the exact same. Xue Wei took a deep breath. He was hesitating to enter the room. Something was calling for him within the room, but at the same time he felt an almost tangible feeling of danger.
Well, danger and fortune go hand in hand,
Xue Wei muttered as he made a decision. Steeling his heart, he took one step into the room, and as soon as he did, the door slammed behind him.
Xue Wei felt his heart jolt, but he had more or less foreseen this happening. Since he was prepared, his heart quickly calmed down again and he scanned the room.
"Welcome to one of the rooms of Samsara,"
an ancient voice suddenly boomed out from within the orb on the table. Xue Wei frowned. Samsara? The circle of life and death? What was this place? The feeling of danger increased in Xue Wei's mind, but he still managed to calm down. Even if there was a danger, he could do nothing about it now. He was trapped within the room. Taking a deep breath, a dangerous glint appeared in Xue Wei's eyes as they focused on the orb. Just as it was about to continue, the door was suddenly opened, and He Gao was standing in the doorframe together with Lolo. Every single feeling that Xue Wei had felt before vanished. The danger had perished instantly, and so had the feeling of being summoned by something. He looked at the pearl-like orb, but it did not even let out an ounce of light anymore.
"What a grim room,"
He Gao said as he strolled inside, looking at the many scratch marks. Xue Wei looked as both Lolo and He Gao entered, but the door did not close, and the orb did not light up again. Xue Wei hesitated, but he understood that this room would no longer activate. He instinctively realized that when He Gao and Lolo entered, whatever had activated had shut down and would not activate again. Looking at the pearl-like orb, Xue Wei hesitated for a moment before he reached out his hand and picked it up. The orb was cool to touch, and when he touched it, space surrounding them suddenly started twisting. All of a sudden, a massive eyeball appeared in front of them. The eyeball was red, unlike normal eyeballs, and it was leaving a heavy pressure on all of them. Suddenly, an archaic and slightly withered voice resounded in the ears of Lolo, He Gao, and Xue Wei.
"Samsara is the cycle of death and rebirth, to which life in the material world is bound. There is no escaping the circle. There is no escaping fate."
Xue Wei narrowed his eyes, but before he had time to say anything, space twisted again, and the eyeball had vanished into thin air.
"How strange,"
He Gao said as he looked slightly stumped at the place where the eyeball had vanished. Only Lolo and Xue Wei were both silent. Both seemed to be in deep thought. Xue Wei was contemplating what these rooms of Samsara might be and what their purpose was, while Lolo, on the other hand, was feeling uncomfortable because of the massive spiritual energy that had leaked from the eye. He Gao was the least affected, and when he saw that both others were deep in thought, he just shrugged his shoulders as he left the room and continued on his search for treasures. It took both Lolo and Xue Wei a long time before they calmed down. Xue Wei kept away the pearl-like orb, while Lolo sent a final glance at the place where the eye had been.
"How was the refinement going?"
Xue Wei asked her gently, and Lolo, who had been severe and solemn, smiled lightly when she heard his concern for her.
"It will take me some time to refine all the energy I consumed this time," she said without hiding anything. "The evilness within the energy is struggling when I am trying to cleanse it, but it is also much more powerful than the rest of the energy I command, so in the long run it will be worth it. I just need to be patient and cleanse it little by little." Xue Wei nodded his head approvingly as he reached out his hand and ruffled the girl's hair. There were no more treasures in the residential area when they exited. Everything had been swiped clean by He Gao. Together they left the cave, only to find that Zhu Fu and her bats had surrounded Bai Tianyi, protecting him. His brows were furrowed, sweat was pouring down his face, and his clothes were drenched. A red mist seemed to envelop him, and from this mist Xue Wei could feel hatred, anger, resentment, and other negative energies. This was the evil energy, and Bai Tianyi was pushing himself.
"That idiot,"
Lolo muttered as she looked at Bai Tianyi with a tinge of worry in her eyes. He is reaching for the ordinary saint rank, she explained, but he will need to consume a whole lot of evil energy to do so. I don't know if he can cleanse it fast enough, even with the natural defense that a sword artist has against evil beings. Xue Wei had a grim expression on his face as he observed Bai Tianyi.
We can only trust in him, he said eventually with a sigh. He must have a certain amount of faith in himself to be able to attempt this, he continued. So we need to give him peace and quiet and trust that the evil spirit will not erode him, but conquer it instead. Lolo nodded her head. Things were indeed as he said. They could do nothing else than trust in Bai Tianyi, and considering how he was an ancient old monster who had seen so many things, he was likely to know what he was doing. Time to look at our spoils of war, Xue Wei snickered as he began sorting the many spoils and resources he had gained throughout the adventure. Xue Wei laughed happily when he looked into the many resources he had gained, and even more so, he was relieved when he saw that there were multiple ships in the storage treasures. Chapter 42. Towards the Demon Phoenix Continent. These ships could be used to help them traverse the remainder of the Sea of the Enchanted. Xue Wei found that there were 13 ships, all of them of different quality, but one of them was rather small in size, but the inscriptions on top of it, alongside the speed it could reach, were far from average. A smaller ship was the best idea to take. Although it required essence stones to sail, it did not require sailors. It was a spiritual treasure. After having mined a lot of essence stone mines all over the Thunder Graveyard Island, Xue Wei had a lot of essence stones in his hand, and he would be able to maintain the speed of the ship for more than 1,000 years, as he had gained some top-ranked essence stones too. Not only had he gained essence stones from the mines he had emptied, but he had also gained a massive amount of essence stones from the storage treasures. It was not only essence stones and ships that were in the many storage items. Every kind of resource that one could imagine was present. There were herbs of every kind. Some of them were immensely rare, while others were quite ordinary. There were ores of various colors. Some of them were even considered heaven and earth treasures, while others were common ores, but used when making rainbow pills. Apart from ores and herbs, there was a large number of beast cores, skin, horns, and so on. There were also many skills and techniques, alongside weapons of every kind. Some of them had even reached the rank of a spiritual weapon. Having this many things falling into their hands, Xue Wei went into seclusion for a few days where he continued to refine two-colored rainbow pills. By now, he had an 80% success rate, and he created a full 9 pills by the time he was done with his closed-door seclusion. Handing one out to each of his friends, Xue Wei also gave one to Zhu Fu while keeping the rest for himself. He was not going to consume them, but he wanted to have them for when someone was close to a breakthrough. Other than that, he could use them for trading for something he wanted when they reached the Demon Phoenix Continent. After he finished, all of them consumed their pills. Xue Wei broke into the Heavenly Knight rank with his chi levels. He was at the 2nd layer when the efficiency of the pill started to run out. Lin Zhao had reached the 9th layer of the Heavenly Knight rank, while He Gao had reached the 8th layer. Bai Tianyi had managed to force himself to the ordinary saint rank. The energy he had refined from the evil spirit alongside the pill pushed him to the 1st layer of the ordinary saint rank. Lolo was hard to tell what rank she reached. However, her body grew up, and she seemed as if she had grown to the age of 10 to 11 years old. This was a mixture of the energy she had consumed from the evil spirit, alongside the medicine from the rainbow pill. Zhu Fu managed to reach the 3rd layer of the ordinary saint rank. Although she was the highest ranked amongst them, her fighting strength was beaten by the newly advanced Bai Tianyi. Even so, if Xue Wei were about to encounter either of them in a battle, he would have to exhaust all his methods, and even then he was not sure he would be able to win.
Xu Fu had placed all the scarlet blood bats within the beast tag. Lin Zhao had successfully tamed the beast, which had turned out to be an ordinary saint first-layer ranked crimson maud sea crocodile. This was a ferocious primordial beast with frightening fighting prowess, but neither Xue Wei nor Lin Zhao had any intention of making it join their group, and thus it was left in the beast tag as help if they ever needed it. The beast was now fully loyal to Lin Zhao and did not question his decision. It just accepted the order given and continued to cultivate in the middle of the beast tag. Xu Fu was uncomfortable when she saw how easily the mind of a primordial beast almost as strong as she had been controlled. She suddenly started to feel some fear towards Lin Zhao.
Well, let us get the last resources, Xue Wei said with a smile when all of them had finished cultivating. He was not willing to let go any of the resources that might assist him in the future, and thus he continued to harvest herb after herb, ore after ore, and so on. Days went by on the island as they found treasure after treasure, and as they had finished taking all the things they had found and were on the way to leave the island, they were suddenly greeted by the forest filled with remnant soul fragments. How to get past it? Xue Wei spent another few days making inscriptions and formations. All of these were focused on explosion, light, and fire. Let's go, he said, and the group rushed through the forest. Fortunately, the big soul remnants were not present, but even so, they still received a few injuries on their escape through the woods. As they exited the woods, the rest was a walk in the park. They encountered a few undead, but they were blown to dust as soon as they got within range of their attacks. They encountered more and more people on the island in groups, but these groups dared not touch Xue Wei and his friends. When they exited the Thunder Graveyard Island, they went straight for the purple mist. It was simple to locate this mist, and the flood dragon within was filled with praises for their performances. She was genuinely surprised to see the results that Xue Wei had produced, and she could not help but marvel in her heart about their gains. Xue Wei was also quite astounded by the riches they had gained this time. Not only had they all become heavenly knights, but some had also even become ordinary saints. Not to mention all the resources. They had gained numerous resources that could not be found generally in the outside world, as they required specific conditions, and only extreme locations, such as the Thunder Twilight Zone, allowed for these conditions to be met. After finishing their talk with the Flood Dragon, Xue Wei and the others exited the Thunder Twilight Zone. Just as when they entered, a lot of people outside were waiting for them. Some had the purpose of robbing the people who had entered and gained fortune in the Thunder Twilight Zone, while others were there because they were supposed to enter it and try their own luck. Xue Wei was observing the people that were looking at them as if they were fat sheep ready for slaughter, and he could not help but feel alert. Although these people were not enough to threaten him if he used the scarlet blood bats, he was also curious about his current strength. The opponents had a full 7 ordinary saint and 23 heavenly knights. There were even more sky knights as well, and although their damage was not enough to threaten them, they could still wear them down with their numbers. The two groups were facing one another. One seemed small and easy to overturn, while the other was numerous and almost blotted out the horizon. "Attack!" sounded from the opposite side. The ones with the most people did not at all fear Xue Wei nor his friends. However, reality would prove to be different from what they had expected. The ordinary saint aura erupted from Xu Fu and Bai Tianyi, their strength far surpassing usual ordinary saints. A massive sword made from the spiritual energy swept down, and one ordinary saint alongside a group of heavenly knights numbering 3 and even a whole bunch of sky knights suddenly lost their lives in an instant. The sword intent that was left behind was enough to cause the heads of the remaining experts to quiver in fear. But before they had the chance to attack, Xu Fu waved her hands. Scarlet Blood Phantom Claw. This was one of the Scarlet Bloodbat's innate abilities, and could be used in both her original form and her human shape. A claw-like phantom appeared in the sky far above the others.
But as if teleported, it suddenly appeared in the midst of the group, wreaking havoc on anyone that came close. Lin Zhao was also testing out his new strength. The staff in his hand was being wielded with experience, and anywhere it passed, skulls were cracked and blood flashed. Xue Wei had initially planned on partaking in the battle and experiencing his own strength, but when he looked at the battlefield, he found that there were not enough to make him serious. Instead, he decided to rob the corpses of their storage treasures, and while the ones observing thought that Xue Wei was just an errand boy for this group, the eyes of the friends popped out in shock. Xue Wei was simply becoming far too frugal. Xue Wei did not care about their glances. He liked resources, and he needed an outstanding amount of them now their group had enhanced with over 200 scarlet bloodbats. He could not let them be all on their own for cultivating. He would have to provide them with some resources for their strength to continue to be of use to him, so his obsession with resources was quite understandable. The battle ended just like that. The experts died a gruesome and bloody death. They had no real chance to fight back, and although Xue Wei's group was much smaller, it was much more oppressive and forceful. After finishing the battle, no one else dared to even look at them. The other experts, standing outside the Thunder Twilight Zone, were all feeling a chill run down their spine and feeling scared. With a simple glance towards them, Xue Wei shook his head and withdrew a ship from his storage treasure. The ship he withdrew was small but immensely fast. Sitting on the ship, they once more began moving towards the Demon Phoenix continent. There was just one problem. They did not know the way. As they sailed forward, they encountered another island that was a stop for most sailors and pirates in the Sea of the Enchanted. They did not stay long on this island, but they managed to get their hands on a map, and afterward their ship set sail towards the Demon Phoenix continent. After encountering the Thunder Twilight Zone, nothing exciting happened. Even when they encountered another ship, they did nothing to offend Xue Wei and his friends. Even the pirates allowed for them to pass undisturbed. Xue Wei was not stupid and knew that this was most likely done under the order of Tao Wu. He did not know where this monstrous expert came from, nor did he know what his plans were, but he knew that his strength was unquestionable, and having made him into a friend was the right decision. He was also quite happy that Zhang Yingyu had found such a strong backer. Although he would have liked to spend more time with her, he understood that her destiny was different. She was to roam the high seas alongside Tao Wu and his band of pirates. Xue Wei was unable to stop like this. He wanted much more than just being an overlord in a sea. He wanted to reach the peak of existence. He wanted to thread across an unventured path. Like this, a year went by. The experts on board the ship were cultivating, and during this year they finally understood why Xue Wei was so obsessed with treasures. During the last year they had not restored any resources. They had only used their stock, and it was dropping fast since he had to provide for more than 200 experts' cultivation bases. One day, when Xue Wei was deep in thought and cultivating his qi, he suddenly felt something pull on his soul. And as he raised his head, he saw land in the distance. Book 8, The Ascended's Realm. Chapter 1, Sovereign Beast. The caw of a seagull could be heard across the sky as the small ship, with an even smaller crew, sailed towards the continent that was strewn out in front of them. While the experts on board the small ship were all of the heavenly knight and ordinary saint ranks, their auras were fiercer than normal cultivators of the same level. The pirates in the shallow water were looking at the group with wary eyes. Although they had the benefit of numbers, none of them took action. The many merchant ships that were also sailing towards the continent saw this phenomenon. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Who were these experts on board the small ship? Even the pirates of the Sea of the Enchanted dared not touch them.
These merchants knew the deadliness of the pirates. Many of them had already paid a hefty fee to be safe from their attacks. Some thought that the small ship had done the same, but many of the real experts present had seen the wariness and hesitation in the face of the pirates as they looked at the crew on board the small ship. This was not an expression that would be shown unless they had some sort of power backing them. The small ship arrogantly maneuvered through the larger vessels as it quickly advanced toward the inland zone. The Sea of the Enchanted was split into different parts, where the majority was the high sea. This was the deepest part of the sea. Then came the shallow sea, and the final part was the inland zone. While the shallow sea was still considered a part of the Sea of the Enchanted, the inland zone was different. When one entered the inland zone, they entered the territory of the continent. Here the pirates would never enter, since it was the same as asking for death. On board the small ship, in the cabin of the captain, was a young youth. He did not seem much older than 18 or 19. His black hair was fluttering in the wind which came through a window, resembling ink that was artistically being spread over a piece of paper. His skin resembled white jade. It was so delicate and smooth that even women would be jealous of him. His eyes were black like the darkest night, but still glistened as if they contained the entire starry sky. From time to time, an azure gleam would flash past, but one would only notice if they really focused on observing him. This young youth, who was not even 20 years of age, was Xue Wei. His strength had increased tremendously while he had spent a year on board the ship cultivating. His chi levels were now at the 7th layer of the Heavenly Knight rank, while his spiritual energy had risen to the 9th layer. It was not only him who had benefited from the past year of cultivating. Lin Zhao, He Gao, Bai Tianyi, and Lolo had also all benefited greatly. The one with the least advances was Zhu Fu. It was not that she had not been given the same amount of resources as Xue Wei and the others. It was due to her being a scarlet bloodbat. Although they were immensely strong and they had an ancient bloodline, the truth was that their talent and cultivation was terrible. It had already taken them thousands of years to reach the ordinary saint rank. Zhu Fu, who had the least progress, was still ecstatic. During the time she had been aboard the ship, she had gained more than one rainbow pill. One was a 2-colored rainbow pill, while the others were 1-colored rainbow pills. She had never expected that she, a fierce beast who had mutated and improved her bloodline and become a primordial beast, would be able to consume a rainbow pill. Their advance made a lot of people pay attention to them. Their arrogant attitude, that showed no fear of anyone while sailing through the much larger ships, caused many to have a bad impression of them. Xue Wei was the one who had decided that they should move towards the harbor, completely ignoring the other ships. Zhu Fu could not help but feel some sweat appear on her face, and her hands were clenched tightly. She had just emerged from the Thunder Twilight Zone and was unaware of how things worked in this world. She was not willing to offend that many forces in a place she was not familiar with, but Xue Wei seemed utterly unmoved. It was not only the ships present that had noticed the arrogant and confident behavior of the small ship, but the harbor control and customs at the Demon Phoenix continent had also long since realized that something was amiss.
Someone, go out to the inland zone and greet them. If they are just plainly arrogant, teach them a lesson. But if by some extreme luck they have a reason for being this arrogant, then politely help them into the harbor. The one who spoke was the foreman of the harbor workers, and his words were law. He had seen many things throughout his time as a foreman, and he knew that either this ship's captain was stupid, or he had something to rely on. Looking at the small ship, the foreman dared not guess whether or not it was stupidity or confidence.
"I'll go."
A young girl appeared next to the foreman. She seemed to be around 20 years old, but while her body was attractive and mature, her face was youthful and seemed much younger than her actual age.
You?
The foreman was surprised. This young woman was not a regular worker in the harbor. She was sent over by the royal family, and her bloodline was immensely pure, even for a primordial beast.
I am curious about what might have made them so confident, the girl answered with a slight smile on her face.
You go then.
The foreman knew that he could not stop her, and he also felt that it was benefiting him to send someone of a higher rank, in case they really had something backing them. Hearing the foreman's approval, big white wings appeared on the back of the woman. She looked like an angel as she flew towards the small ship, not at all hiding her aura of an earth saint.
Someone is coming,
Xue Wei suddenly muttered and opened his closed eyes. This was what he had wanted. He had wanted them to notice him, and hopefully he could use his bloodline to be received as a distinguished guest in the Demon Phoenix continent. He was tired of always being on the run or just barely scraping by. He had understood much about the Demon Phoenix continent while traveling with the delegation, and one of the things he realized was that bloodline was something that was paid close attention to. The purer one's bloodline, the more likely one was to become something on this continent. Humans existed here too, but it was very rare for them to make a name for themselves. The majority were the beasts. This primordial beast with the white wings flew towards the small ship. A gentle smile hung on her lips, but although she looked ethereal, her eyes shone with disdain.
Halt!
Her voice spread out over the entire ocean as she reached within hearing range of the small ship. But it was not only the small ship that heard her. Everyone that was trying to sail inland heard her, and while the majority of the ship stopped, her target, the little ship, continued forward undisturbed. Seeing this, the woman's face turned slightly cold. Her angered expression was very unsuitable for her childlike features. She flapped her wings a few times, and after what seemed like only a second, she appeared on board the ship. Everyone who saw this scene was gloating secretly. They wanted to see these unknown people being taught a lesson.
I told you to halt!
Her rather forceful voice sounded on the deck, but Xue Wei just glanced at her and said nothing. His completely disdainful attitude shocked everyone present, friends and observers alike. The woman had to control herself, or she would have jumped over and killed him right away. But she knew she still had to check whether or not he had some sort of background. Xue Wei snickered coldly inside when he saw her eyes filled with anger and her fists clenched. He had a somewhat unfavorable impression of this person.
I am talking to you,
the woman said, and the heaven and earth essence started to move. It was clear that her anger could not be contained any longer, and that she was about to make a move. Looking at her again, Xue Wei unleashed his bloodline pressure. Although he was a lower rank than this woman, even in a completely different realm from her, his bloodline pressure made the woman tremble and feel like she had to kneel. This was the pressure of a monarch. Her eyes instantly widened when she felt the pressure, and cold sweat appeared on her body. She had been sent to the harbor by the royal family, so she had seen the royals before. The pressure she felt from this youth was similar to the pressure she felt from them, and this could only mean one thing. This was a sovereign beast of unknown origin. The woman suddenly understood why this youth was so disdainful towards her. He had every right to be so. He could be as arrogant as he wished. He was a creature that stood above all others.
This one had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai,
the woman said while bowing deeply. Her sudden change in behavior shocked all those who were observing the situation. Many of the beasts who had been observing had felt a wisp of threat from the aura, but they were too far away to really sense the ripple of the bloodline pressure, so they were puzzled as to why the woman would change from burning with anger to becoming immensely respectful and even a bit frightened.
Let this one lead Sir towards the harbor, the woman said respectfully.
Her attitude had taken a complete turn, and she politely let the ship enter the inland zone and even reached the harbor in front of all the other vessels. The others were all requested to wait and let this small ship enter first. They became annoyed, but no one dared to go against the young woman with the white wings. As they reached the harbor, the woman excused herself. She made sure to give the foreman the task of looking after them personally, and she even told him that they should not charge this small ship any fees. They should receive the best treatment. The foreman was surprised, but he did nothing to go against the order. Instead, he looked solemn as he went forward to help them dock their ship and look after them. While the foreman was helping the crew on board the small ship, the woman with the white wings flew directly towards the palace. Xue Wei was lucky as he had arrived straight at the capital, which was also why he had been the object of so many ships' attention. As such, the woman did not have to fly far in order to reach the palace, and when she arrived, she instantly announced her purpose.
Please tell His Majesty the Emperor that an unknown sovereign beast has appeared at the harbor, she told a eunuch who instantly rushed towards the palace's inner halls to inform the Emperor of the news. Within a moment, the entire palace was taking action, and the Emperor himself came out from the palace. He was wearing a vermilion robe, the color only the royals of the Demon Phoenix continent were allowed to wear, and his expression was solemn.
"Take me to meet this sovereign beast," he ordered the white-winged young woman.
Chapter 2. The Emperor. The white-winged woman was filled with reverence and fear as she looked at the Emperor. She had expected them to put great importance on her news, but to come out himself, she would never have expected this. Although she was honored, she also suddenly started to doubt herself. Was it indeed a sovereign beast she had encountered? Had she not just been confused? If she had made a mistake, she did not doubt that she would end up dead. Lying to the Emperor was, without a doubt, the biggest taboo of them all.
This way,
she said as she started to walk out the palace with trembling legs. The Emperor could not walk to the harbor. It was not befitting for someone of his status. As soon as they exited the palace, a luxurious carriage was seen waiting for them. Outside the carriage was a regiment of soldiers. All of them were standing motionless, their eyes sharp and their bodies taut. No one knew the purpose of this sovereign beast that had just appeared. If he was here to cause problems, then they would need a lot of people to deal with him. But if he was here as a friend, then they also needed to show him the due respect. While the rumors of an unknown sovereign beast started to spread from the palace and cause many to become nervous, Xue Wei was casual and relaxed at the harbor, finishing all the required procedures. He was calm and collected, not at all worried.
"Should we leave the harbor?"
Lin Zhao asked after they had stored the ship in their storage treasure. But Xue Wei just shook his head.
"They can't find us if we leave,"
he said confidently.
"Who?"
Lin Zhao was perplexed. They knew no one in the Demon Phoenix continent, so who would look for them?
"Did you not notice how fast that winged lady was with leaving?"
Xue Wei asked with a slight smile on his face, and Lin Zhao suddenly realized it. She had indeed left very fast.
"She is fetching someone?"
Lin Zhao suddenly understood what Xue Wei meant, and his face showed signs of worry.
"She should have told the Emperor about my appearance,"
Xue Wei said with a nod of his head.
"Aren't you worried about them suddenly capturing you?"
Lin Zhao continued, but Xue Wei shook his head.
"He should be treating me with respect,"
Xue Wei said with certainty.
"I might not be of his race, but I am a sovereign beast. The 4 sovereign beast races are all friends. It is unnatural for them to attack one another."
Hearing Xue Wei's words, they calmed down. If he said that there was a sense of brotherhood between sovereign beasts, then they would trust in him. Xue Wei was sometimes a bit too cruel and bloodthirsty, but he never lied to them, nor had he put their lives at risk intentionally. Since that was the case, they were eager to see who was the one that was sent to greet them. Was it going to be an essential official? Was it going to maybe even be a prince? They were quite curious as to how much importance would be put on them. They did not have to wait long before they heard the commotion at the northern entrance to the harbor. A large entourage was arriving. There were around 500 primordial beasts, all of them at the Heavenly Knight rank, and on top of that, there were even 10 ordinary saints. In the middle of this army of experts was a sizable and luxurious carriage. The carriage was very different from others that Xue Wei had seen. It was as if it had been created solely from rare materials such as moonstone and star gems.
"We might have hooked a big fish this time,"
Xue Wei muttered, his eyes displaying how stunned he was, but he did nothing and continued to observe this army of experts. Flying in front of them all was a figure they had instantly recognized. It was the white-winged woman, but she looked anything but comfortable. Her eyes were showing tinges of panic. Her body was trembling, and when she noticed that Xue Wei and the others were casually standing around the southern parts of the harbor, she seemed as if she had found her savior. She started leading the entourage towards them. Everyone they came across quickly made way for the carriage. No one dared to get in their way. Xue Wei was quite surprised. From what he could see, the one who had appeared was of very high standing. Otherwise, he would not be followed by such a large entourage.
Could it be?
Seeing how everyone was filled with awe and reverence as the carriage passed, Xue Wei was somewhat confident that the person within this carriage was of exceptional standing. Even the country's prime minister would not be treated with such reverence. A prince? Perhaps, but it had to be a prince of a certain standing. Even if it was a prince, he should not have the power to summon this many supporters. Only with the emperor's acceptance would it be possible to send this many people out to greet them. This also left one rather frightening option open. The emperor could have come himself. Just the thought of that made Xue Wei feel a chill run down his spine. If the emperor himself had arrived, it would naturally be a good thing if he was friendly. However, it was also a possibility that he would take Xue Wei as someone who had overstepped his boundaries and someone who wanted to take over his kingdom. Thinking like this, a slight bit of worry appeared in his heart. He knew from his inherited Azure Dragon memories that the sovereign beasts had a brotherly relationship. However, one thing was what he knew from memories, another was what was real. Of course, he did not tell his friends about his worries. He knew that if they were aware, they would be filled with fear, so he stayed silent and looked calm and composed on the outside. The speed at which the entourage was traveling was rather fast. They were not caring about whether or not people would move out of the way. If they did not, they would simply be pushed away. Although the soldiers killed no one, many ended up wounded in various ways. Even when they were wounded, no one dared to say anything about it. They were not even paid any kind of remuneration, but they still felt awed when looking at the carriage.
"They are here, Your Majesty,"
the white-winged woman said as she looked at Xue Wei. Hope sprung into her eyes once more, but it quickly died. There was no longer any sovereign beast aura around him. The first soldiers came to a stop right next to Xue Wei, and everyone present observed with big eyes. Many of the citizens of the capital had seen the Moonstone carriage drive through the town and had followed it out of curiosity. Amongst the observers were also many of the merchants and sailors who had seen their arrogant entrance. Their eyes were bulging out when they saw that even a Moonstone carriage had come to greet them. Even more shocked were they when they saw who stepped out of the carriage. A middle-aged man appeared. He had long red hair that flowed in the wind. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his eyes were red like crimson blood. He seemed to be smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. His aura was overwhelming and oppressive. It was as if the entire world felt a need to bow before this being. Even humans like Lin Zhao and spirits like Lolo and Bai Tianyi felt their hearts move, while He Gao was standing on trembling legs to avoid bowing down. Zhu Fu had already bowed down. Sweat was pouring down her forehead. The Emperor was looking straight at Xue Wei, his eyes twinkling with interest. Xue Wei did not bow down either, but he cupped his fists and said,
"It is this one's honor to meet the revered Emperor of the Demon Phoenix continent."
His words made his friends suck in a cold breath of air.
"Little friend is too polite," the Emperor said with a nod of his head.
His voice was amicable and friendly, and although he still looked stern and cold, there was a twinkle of friendliness in his expression. Sensing that he held absolutely no hostility towards him, and instead was incredibly polite, Xue Wei released a deep breath of air in relief.
"So maybe this little friend would be willing to follow this Emperor back to our palace. We have a lot to discuss with our little friend."
Xue Wei had hoped for this and made a slight bow.
"It would be my honor," he said.
"Prepare horses for our friend's companions,"
the Emperor yelled, and suddenly some of the soldiers dismounted their fire dragon horses, leaving them to Xue Wei's friends, while the soldiers themselves started following behind. Xue Wei, on the other hand, was invited into the Moonstone carriage. The people who were observing were unaware of what was going on. Why was the usually frightening Emperor so friendly and polite to this young man? What was his identity for him to be allowed into the Moonstone carriage? One had to know that only two beings were allowed to use it, the Emperor and the Crown Prince. But now this young man, who no one knew, was invited inside by the Emperor himself. He was getting more respect than even the other sovereign beasts in the Vermilion Bird clan. Xue Wei did not stand on ceremony and entered the carriage together with the Emperor. When they sat down, the Emperor said nothing at the start. He just looked at Xue Wei with his deep red eyes that seemed as if they could see right through his soul, and then he shook his head.
"I would have never thought that an azure dragon would appear in our Demon Phoenix continent," he lamented, and Xue Wei smiled wryly.
He had known for sure that this Emperor had noticed that he was a sovereign beast, but that he had even been able to sense that he was an azure dragon, Xue Wei was astonished. Even so, he kept his calm and composed expression and smiled slightly at the Emperor.
"I had to leave my continent, and a prophet from our continent known as Lan asked me to come here."
"Lan?"
The Emperor's face showed shock and fear when he exclaimed the name.
"You know him?"
Xue Wei was shocked. Why was it that everyone he encountered knew Lan?
"Everyone with a bit of status knows of Lan," the Emperor said as he observed Xue Wei a bit more in detail.
To think that this azure dragon not only knew Lan, he had also come from Lan's continent. No one knew where Lan resided, but he sometimes appeared out of nowhere and made some outrageous requests, or helped someone through a calamity. No one understood Lan, but everyone revered him. Now it seemed as if this kid knew more about Lan than most did.
"What continent are you from?"
the Emperor hesitantly asked, and Xue Wei looked at him for a moment before deciding to answer.
"I am from Chang'an."
"Chang'an?"
The Emperor paused.
"Never heard of it," he said regrettably while shaking his head. "How long have you been on the way to reach the Demon Phoenix continent?"
"Well, I arrived at Yan Dalu after entering a space tunnel created by Lan. So, right now I actually have no idea where in the world I am,"
Xue Wei said somewhat embarrassedly and scratched his head.
"You are the sovereign beast that should have arrived with the Yan Dalu delegation?"
The Emperor had heard that there was a sovereign beast in the delegation, but he had died on the way. Now it seemed that he had not died on the road, but had been deserted by his men. Chapter 3. Surprised Xue Wei.
That would be me,
Xue Wei answered with a nod of his head. He had no idea that the delegation had told the emperor that he had died on the trip, and thus he held nothing back.
Tell me about your trip towards the Demon Phoenix continent.
The emperor asked this question, not for the sake of knowing what treasures he had obtained, but because he wanted to know what else the delegation had lied about.
You want to know about our trip?
Xue Wei was puzzled. What purpose could he possibly have? Thinking that Xue Wei might have been alert, the emperor quickly decided to defuse the situation.
I heard from the delegation that a sovereign beast joined their group in Yan Dalu. However, he had died underway.
Died underway?
Xue Wei's face turned slightly ugly. Although he had not expected anything from the delegation, he had not expected them to curse him to being dead. He had, after all, saved them before. Xue Wei understood what worries the emperor had then, and he quickly explained their trip. He skipped the valuables he had gained on the way, but he did remember to announce that he was a two-colored rainbow alchemist. Even in a continent like the Demon Phoenix continent, two-colored rainbow alchemists were immensely rare, and a lot of attention was placed upon them. The more the emperor heard, the darker his face became. Xue Wei had done so much for this delegation, but when he encountered problems, they did nothing to assist him. Instead, they ran away and claimed that he had died. That they ran away could somewhat be explained. Everyone would be fearful in such a situation. But when they arrived at the Demon Phoenix continent, they should have announced that a sovereign beast was in trouble and required assistance. They had not done so. They had said he was dead. Xue Wei was not too upset about it. He just felt that they were ungrateful. But the emperor was angry. He was unhappy with his men's lack of loyalty, and them lying to him was a thing that could never be excused. Sovereign beasts were the royals amongst all beasts, but he had been betrayed by the men he had saved. Was that really the kind of people he wanted in his court? He had already decided that it was time to do some cleansing amongst his ambassadors when he returned to the palace. Xue Wei was unaware that the emperor was this angry over the information, as he said nothing about it and changed the subject. The two conversed about various details of their travel towards the Demon Phoenix continent. They did not start discussing the state of the Demon Phoenix continent. Neither did they discuss why Xue Wei had arrived at the continent. All in all, they kept the subject tame and ensured that they would not face a disagreement. As they arrived at the palace, the emperor personally led Xue Wei into a study room while the soldiers returned to their places, and the eunuchs led Xue Wei's friends to some rooms that had been prepared for them. When they were seated in the study room, the expression of the emperor finally turned a bit more serious.
What brings you to the Demon Phoenix continent? He asked.
And Xue Wei pondered on how to answer. He could not very well say that he wanted their Thunder Flame crown right away, as this crown was the mark of the emperor.
Lan asked me to retrieve something for him,
Xue Wei said with a sigh after deciding that it would be best to forge a good relationship first.
I cannot go into details about what it is he wants, as I don't know much about it either, but I have been tasked with getting something back to him. At the same time, I am also hunting for fortunate encounters so that I can increase my strength.
Xue Wei began explaining the situation back at Chang'an.
I am not a peace-loving creature, nor do I wish to lead a country, but I want the millennia-long war to end, mainly for my own personal reasons, as my sweetheart is a human.
The emperor was surprised when he heard that Xue Wei had found a human sweetheart. It was evident that they would never be able to give birth to children, as different races could no longer breed with one another. But even so, he wished to be with this human. Such pure feelings made the emperor astounded.
Will the Azure dragons allow you to be with a human?
He could not help but ask worriedly. In the Vermilion Bird clan that he was a part of, you could only marry others of the same race. This was because they were already few in numbers. If they let their youngsters fall in love with other races, then they would turn extinct.
I think that the Azure Dragon clan has collapsed, Xue Wei said seriously. I have only met one other Azure Dragon, and that is my uncle. It is now many years since I last saw him, and I don't know anything about others of my kind.
How can this be?
The Emperor was shocked, but Xue Wei quickly explained that he had grown up amongst humans.
I see.
The Emperor was deep in thought. If he was a beast that thought he was a human for many years, then it made sense that he wished for the war to end.
I have 11 sons. The Emperor suddenly changed the subject. Amongst these 11 sons, I will need to find one heir. Right now, the spot as Crown Prince is unoccupied. Soon I will open up the sacred realm of our ancestor, the Ascended's realm, the Emperor began explaining. This Ascended's realm is not only connected to our continent, but also to a few other continents. So when I open it, many experts will join. Humans, spirits, beasts, chimeras. Every race you can imagine will appear within the Ascended's realm. There is much fortune to be found within this realm. Not only resources, but also the inheritance of our ancestors and other sovereign beasts. I am letting you and your companions join the group entering the Ascended's realm. This can become a large fortune for you, but at the same time, I hope that if you encounter my sons, you can lend them a helping hand. Unlike you, who has been chased for a long time and experienced the hardships of life, they have all been raised with a silver spoon in their mouths. They have no experience whatsoever with challenging situations.
The Emperor sighed as he shook his head. He wished that his sons could be tempered somehow, but it was impossible in the environment they lived in. Xue Wei did not answer right away. He was quite eager to join this Ascended's realm, but he was also a little confused as to why this Emperor trusted him so much. Since he was unsure, he did not keep quiet and simply asked,
I can join, but why are you so trusting of me?
The Emperor gave him a long glance before he answered.
Long ago, I had a friend of the Azure Dragon clan, he said. His name was Xue Wei, and he was my best brother. From you I can feel a bit of his grandness, and I trust you because of him. Another reason is Lan. Lan is a trickster, but he is also the strongest being in the entire world. For him to have given you a task, it is obvious that he has big expectations from you, and thus I will expect no less from the being chosen by Lan.
Xue Wei could not help but wonder if this Emperor would be as supportive of Lan and Lan's mission if he knew that the one thing he had been tasked with retrieving was the Thunder Flame Crown.
When will this Ascended's realm open?
Xue Wei asked, and the Emperor answered quite fast.
We can open it whenever we want to. The original plan was to open it in a month, but perhaps that's too soon for you and your friends.
Xue Wei, who was stunned about how fast things were happening, shook his head.
1 month is enough time to prepare, he said decisively.
Secret realms were excellent for finding fortune and riches. It was the place to find treasures and resources, and if he could get his hands on some inheritance from the Azure Dragon, then he would be very pleased.
How long will the realm remain open?
This was the only thing that Xue Wei was worried about. If they entered the realm, how long would they have to stay in there?
It will be open for a year, the Emperor answered. From the time the first person enters and until they get kicked out of the realm, it will be a year exactly.
Xue Wei nodded his head while deep in contemplation. A year was not too bad. He could spend a year in there and hopefully make the princes owe him some favors and help him get his hands on the Thunder Flame Crown. Thinking that this was his best chance, Xue Wei released a breath of bad air. He was suddenly excited. An unknown world was waiting for him, a challenge and a treasure hunt,
A year in another world. This was exciting for him.
Go back to your friends. Relax a little for today. Tomorrow I will hold a banquet to introduce you to my sons, alongside the other geniuses of the Vermilion Bird clan that are going to the Ascended's realm. After the banquet, you can begin preparing for the adventure. I will delegate a servant to show you around.
Xue Wei nodded his head, cupped his hands, and bowed to the Emperor in gratitude. The Emperor then waved his hand and gestured for him to retreat. As Xue Wei left the study room, the Emperor sat still on his seat for some time. He then took out a small painting from his cabinet and looked at it with longing.
Zhao Wu, he looks so much like you, he muttered with a soft voice.
In the painting was a female. She was around 20 years of age and seemed very refined and elegant. Her beauty was on the celestial maiden level. Although she was immensely beautiful, her features were very similar to Xue Wei.
He must have been your son,
the Emperor muttered. A bit of pain was in his eyes when he thought about some painful memory. Xue Wei was unaware of what had happened in the room after he left. A eunuch had come to find him and lead him to the rooms where his friends were waiting for him. As he arrived, he saw that his friends had gathered in one room. All of them looked slightly uncomfortable and hesitant as they waited for Xue Wei to return. As Xue Wei returned, they all felt a lot more relieved, and after Xue Wei sat down, he instantly began explaining what he had heard.
An Ascended's realm?
Zhu Fu was stunned when she heard this. Her eyes were shining with excitement. She came from the Thunder Twilight Zone, but she knew a bit about the Ascended's realms.
The Ascended's realms are a dimension that contains resources that no other place has. Their resources are much better than any other. There are also weapons, spirits, and inheritances.
The more she spoke, the more excited the others became. Soon they had all discussed it, and Xue Wei informed them about the date they had to leave. All of his friends suddenly felt their blood boil, and they were excited and amazed. They were going to enter a strange new world and experience a new adventure. Chapter 4. Banquet Begins. The rumors about a new sovereign beast having appeared spread across the capital as fast as a wildfire. Everyone was curious as to what the purpose of this sovereign beast was. At the same time, the upper echelons of the capital suddenly heard that the emperor was hosting a banquet on the following day in honor of this sovereign beast. They suddenly all were immensely busy trying to pull all their connections in an attempt at getting an invitation. The emperor was aware of this, but he had already decided that the only ones who were invited to the banquet were all members of the Vermilion Bird clan. The geniuses of the Vermilion Bird clan, alongside the princes, were all entering the Ascended's realm. As such, it was better to get to know one another before entering the ancient realm. While the capital was in an uproar, even the palace was filled with gossip. The many members of the Vermilion Bird clan were filled with curiosity towards this other sovereign beast. While some of them felt pure curiosity, some felt rivalry, and some even felt hostility. Xue Wei was being regarded highly by the emperor. Although he was a sovereign beast, so were the other members of the Vermilion Bird clan, but they were not treated the same way. Even the geniuses rarely saw the emperor, but now he was hosting a banquet for this foreigner. This made some jealous. While the palace and the capital were abuzz with emotions, Xue Wei was being casual in the rooms that had been prepared for them. He relaxed and calmed down. For once, he did not cultivate. Instead, he focused on his mental state, and he slept from the middle of the day until the following morning. As he woke up, he left the sleeping chamber and entered the living rooms, where he stopped in his tracks, slightly stunned by what he saw. Inside the living room were He Gao, Lolo, Lin Zhao, Bai Tianyi, and Xu Fu. All of them looked helpless, as a large group of people were fussing about them. They were plastering different fabrics to their bodies, cutting the materials and creating clothes that were of high quality. When these people saw Xue Wei, their eyes shone with excitement, and they flocked to him as if they were seeing their most respected ancestor.
"Lord Sovereign, please allow us to prepare some garments for you," one of the people said with reverence in his voice. "We have been tasked with preparing you and your companions for tonight's banquet." Xue Wei nodded his head. All the fabrics that they had brought were made by primordial beasts. They were not like the clothes they were currently wearing, which were from fierce beasts. "I see you like red," the man said as he looked at Xue Wei, who was wearing a white and red robe. Xue Wei did not care too much about the clothes he wore, but he felt that red was suitable since it could hide the color of blood. Black was also suitable, but He Gao was always wearing black robes with golden or silver embroideries, and it seemed that he cared a lot about his appearance, so Xue Wei did not mind letting him have the black clothes. Bai Tianyi was always wearing white clothes. It matched his white hair, and it seemed that he preferred this color. Lolo usually wore purple dresses, and Lin Zhao was often wearing blue robes. Even Zhu Fu had a color of her own, a magenta-colored dress. They looked quite colorful as the entire group walked together, but none of them cared. They each had gotten a special attachment to the color they wore, and would usually pick clothes of that color. These tailors were all primordial beasts who excelled in creating different silks, and they knew their fabrics better than anyone else. Xue Wei knew that the emperor had offered to make clothes for them for the sake of them not embarrassing themselves at the banquet, so he did not reject the offer. The majority of the day was spent in the rooms. The many tailors created a beautiful and extravagant robe for Xue Wei. It was crimson like the sunset with golden embroideries. After finishing his clothes, they quickly began creating clothes for the others, and by the time they had completed every single piece of clothing, it was time for them to change their clothes and head towards the banquet. A eunuch had come to fetch them, so they quickly changed their clothes and followed behind him. This eunuch was the same who had led Xue Wei away from the study room before. He was the most trusted eunuch by the emperor's side, so seeing him humbly leading the way for a bunch of youngsters made all the servants gossip in the palace. They could instantly guess that one of the people in this group was the famed sovereign beast that had appeared out of nowhere. Xue Wei ignored everyone around him and looked forward with solemn eyes. He knew that although the emperor was supportive of him, the other vermilion birds might not be. They were, after all, young. Having grown up as the hegemons of an entire continent, they might even have turned arrogant. Soon they arrived at a massive dining hall where the tables were placed in a U-shape. The place that connected the two long sides was raised above the ground, and there were 3 seats there.
"Sir Sovereign, your friends have been placed amongst the princes," the eunuch said politely as he gestured towards some seats on one of the long sides of the table where a group of experts was already seated.
Xue Wei nodded his head in approval. This was already showing a fair deal of respect towards him, so he did not want to fuss about them not sitting together. Rubbing Lolo's head, Xue Wei said gently, "Listen to the others and don't act up. We are guests here." Lolo pouted slightly, but she still nodded her head obediently as she and the others were greeted by another eunuch who showed them the way towards their seats. The moment their seats were revealed, everyone in the hall quieted down, and their eyes gleamed with dissatisfaction. The companions of Xue Wei were not sovereign beasts. Although the 2 spirits held a rather high rank, the human and 2 primordial beasts should not even be allowed within the banquet hall in the eyes of many. Even more disbelief was shown on their faces when they saw that the eunuch who was leading Xue Wei to his seat went to the 3 raised seats and placed him on the one on the right side. However, before they had time to say anything, a guard said, "The emperor is arriving! The first prince is arriving!" Everyone suddenly quieted down and stood up to greet them. Xue Wei and his friends also stood up, But while all the others kneeled down, his friends merely bowed slightly, while Xue Wei only cupped his fists.
Outrageous!
One of the youngsters suddenly called out with anger. His voice was imbued with qi, and his strength was at the heavenly knight rank. Alongside the qi was also a bloodline pressure that struck Heigao and Zhufu hard, making them tremble in fear and almost collapse on the floor, was it not for Xue Wei quickly using his own bloodline pressure to fight against this young genius.
What do you think you are doing? Xue Wei asked with a low and dangerous voice.
Although the Emperor had shown him a great favor and was treating him immensely well, he was not going to overlook it if they tried bullying his friends.
The Emperor also frowned.
He could not act against his clan's junior, but he was slightly annoyed when he saw the actions this youngster had made. It was losing face for the Vermilion Bird clan.
How dare you not kneel in front of His Majesty the Emperor?
The genius did not back down, but continued to press forward. He was feeling quite confident because hierarchy was important amongst the members of the Demon Phoenix continent. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that Xue Wei was a foreigner.
The Emperor has not said anything, yet you are acting like this? Is this not the act of not putting the Emperor in your eyes, trying to climb all over his head?
Xue Wei's voice was calm and casual. Although the words were harsh and cut straight to the bone, making the genius feel fear from the bottom of his heart, Xue Wei even had a slight smile on his lips.
Enough about this,
the Emperor sighed just as he saw that the genius was about to lose control of himself, and he shook his head in disappointment. Even their geniuses, although they had the best resources, had never faced hardships, so they were arrogant and unable to deal with real setbacks. When he looked at Xue Wei, there was a bit of fondness, the kind that an elder had towards their own sons or grandsons, and he was clearly appreciative towards this youngster, not at all trying to hide it either. Everyone within the hall could sense that the Emperor was looking differently at Xue Wei, that there was some sort of connection between them, and this puzzled all present, including Xue Wei. Even if the Emperor was looking at him favorably, should it be this prominent? Was it perhaps because of his uncle, Zhao Lei? Although Xue Wei was close to guessing the truth, he was still a bit away from it. The reason that the Emperor was kind towards him and treated him like one would their grandson was because of his mother, Zhao Wu. But considering that Xue Wei did not even know the name of his mother, he couldn't guess that this Emperor knew her. After sensing that the Emperor was immensely gentle towards Xue Wei, the genius who had yelled at him earlier suddenly felt frightened. If the Emperor even allowed Xue Wei to not kneel for him, and also extended this to his friends, then this young, unknown sovereign beast would become a much more important being in the court very fast. The princes were also all in deep thought. Currently it looked as if the first prince would become the crown prince, but if they could get the support of Xue Wei, perhaps it would be possible for them to seize the throne. It was not only the seated princes who thought about this, but the first prince also realized that this unknown person who had appeared out of nowhere could shake his foundations. A cold flash appeared in his eyes, but it vanished as soon as it had appeared. The gentle and soft smile on his lips was ever present. If no one knew better, they would think that he was amiable and gentle, not at all concerned with the battle that was happening for the throne. While Xue Wei did not know him very well, the other princes knew him, and they understood that this was the calm before the storm. Some of the princes even started to think that they should give up on Xue Wei, as he was doomed to die in the hands of the first prince. The first prince was the oldest of them all. He was also the most ruthless, and the one that had the best talent for cultivation, already being a 7th-layered ordinary saint. When they reached the upper seats, the Emperor sat in the middle, next to Xue Wei, and the first prince sat on the other side. The Emperor was aware that his oldest son's appearance and behavior was not always as it seemed, and he sighed internally. He had hoped that this son of his would appreciate Xue Wei, but it appeared that he was not willing to risk his position and wanted to get rid of Xue Wei. A cold gleam appeared in the eyes of the emperor. Although the first prince was his son, he had many sons, while Xue Wei was all that was left of Zhao Wu. If his son left Xue Wei alone, then things would be fine. If not, he would not be polite. Chapter 5. Freak. Looking at the first prince, who was smiling gently, Xue Wei's instincts told him that he was looking at a vicious snake. One that would act docile when you looked at it, but attack you in the darkness as soon as you gave him a chance. Although Xue Wei understood the behavior of the first prince, he did not take it to heart. While this first prince was immensely skilled at scheming and court intrigues, Xue Wei had complete faith in himself when it came to surviving in the Ascended's realm. He also felt that the emperor would keep him alive before they entered the realm, and after, his experience would play a significant role. Xue Wei said nothing and just observed the first prince and the emperor sit down on their seats, and the servants were ordered to serve the dishes. As they ate, the princes and geniuses of the Vermilion Bird clan all observed Xue Wei and his companions, but most of their attention was on Xue Wei, while they just assumed that his friends were his sidekicks, unable to stand out. After finishing eating, the emperor made all of them enter the training fields, where he let the geniuses and princes of his clan spar against each other. Xue Wei observed their battles, and he was suddenly enlightened. Although they all had similar innate abilities, each person comprehended their ability differently from the others. While these experts were fighting, Xue Wei found multiple mistakes and faults in their battles. It was as if they were not going for efficiency, power, or speed. Instead, it seemed as if they were aiming for flourishing looks. When they fought, it was as if they were dancing. It looked elegant and refined, but they were using far too many moves that were completely useless and could be made much more efficient if they wanted to kill their opponents.
"You seem slightly disappointed," the emperor said as he looked at Xue Wei by his side.
Although his voice was not high, a few close by heard it, and all of them perked their ears, trying to listen in on the subject that the emperor and Xue Wei were discussing.
"I'm not disappointed," Xue Wei answered while shaking his head. "I feel that perhaps these princes and geniuses need some tempering. They are very obsessed with looking cool while fighting, when that's actually not at all important. Killing your enemy as soon as possible is what matters, not how many flames you can control and how beautiful they look while battling." Hearing this, many of those who were listening descended into deep thought. They had never thought about it like this before. For them, battling was not something where you had your life on the line. It was a display of skills. They had grown up in a world where there was no one who could threaten their power, so they had never had to actually fight for their lives. Now that they thought about it, it seemed that Xue Wei was correct. The words of Xue Wei quickly spread from one person to another, and soon everyone had heard it. While the majority felt that there was some reason behind what he said, there were a few who felt insulted by how Xue Wei had said they focused on flair.
"You there, new guy! I wish to challenge you to a duel!"
Suddenly a loud voice reverberated through the entire training field. A seventh-layered heavenly knight looked at Xue Wei with eyes that shone with battle intent. Xue Wei glanced at the person. Although this person seemed as if he truly wished to battle him, Xue Wei could not help but shake his head.
"You are not my match," he said gently.
It was not that Xue Wei was looking down upon him, but he had seen him fight before. He was not enough to even threaten Xue Wei.
"I wish to exchange pointers with you."
The genius did not back down.
"I wish to see what this efficiency you talk about is."
Forbidden Rush, Inner Might Chi sword style. Xue Wei moved like a lightning bolt and appeared behind the expert before he even realized anything. The chi sword was suddenly pressed against his neck, and a drop of blood fell.
Did you see me move?
Xue Wei asked as he released the genius, who was now deadly pale. The genius shook his head and felt horrible. There was a decent distance between the two of them, but even so, he had moved so fast that he had seen nothing. Although there was nothing outstanding about his movements, although there were no shining lights or beautiful displays, it was evident that if Xue Wei wanted to kill him, then he would have been dead already. Everyone saw the actions. Many of those who were observing saw that Xue Wei shot forward like a bolt of lightning with a speed that in no way lost out to an ordinary saint. Even an earth saint might not be as fast. The weapon he used was also weird. It was made from energy. It was clearly not an innate ability, but Xue Wei could still use it? Every one of the Vermilion Bird clan knew that beasts could not learn human techniques, but for some reason it seemed as if Xue Wei had just used human techniques. No one thought of him being a mixed breed, as everyone knew that it was impossible to get a child between races. But they could not help but marvel when they saw the simple attacks he was unleashing. What kind of beast could he possibly be? Although they all knew that he was a sovereign beast, and that there were only 4 races of this kind of beast, they could not help but wonder what exactly he was. Was he a white tiger, an azure dragon, a black turtle? He was not a vermilion bird. They could sense that right away, and the skills he used were not skills they could handle, so that was obvious. Xue Wei knew their thoughts, but he said nothing. He just smiled lightly and returned to the Emperor's side. Everyone was looking at him warily. Some began discussing amongst each other, and while most saw him as being dangerous, a few felt as if they had been slapped on the face. "He was cheating," someone muttered with a voice just loud enough for others to hear it.
"He used a sneak attack. It is not fair, and naturally we could not react."
"If we were on the stage, things would be different."
"Idiots." Xue Wei heard the many voices, but he just snorted that one word as he shook his head, his words shocking them all and making them look at him with hostility.
"Why are we idiots?"
one of them asked. His eyes were flaming with anger. Xue Wei glanced at them and snickered.
"You are going to a place where it will be a life-and-death battle every time you fight. It is a place where people will sneak attack all the time. Fair battle? There is no fair battle in the real world. All that matters is survival."
The many angered people suddenly felt as if someone had splashed a bucket full of cold water onto them. They suddenly realized that things were different in the real world. They could not talk about fairness. They could be killed without even realizing it. While the few were still ignorant, the majority were listening to Xue Wei and started pondering about what he had said. They began wondering how to increase their strength and their survivability. Especially the first prince was inwardly shocked when he saw Xue Wei's actions. Although he was the strongest of the princes and the geniuses, he had only just caught Xue Wei's movements, and avoiding it would be hard even for him. If he truly battled against Xue Wei, would he then be capable enough to survive? The realization dawned upon the faces of all present, and when they looked at Xue Wei, there were traces of fear in their expressions. Xue Wei was calm and collected. His face was tranquil, as if the person they were discussing had nothing to do with him. Even the Emperor by his side was looking at him approvingly.
"Let the sparring continue," the Emperor said gently, and then he looked at Xue Wei. "Could you perhaps give these younger generation geniuses of our Vermilion Bird clan a few pointers?" Having already sensed the goodwill that the Emperor was showing him, and knowing that he was benefiting greatly from going to the Ascended's realm, Xue Wei did not hesitate to accept the request.
"You should condense your flame. Although it looks stunning, the more area it has to cover, the more it will cause it to weaken in strength. The flaming sword is far too big. Shape it as a thin sword. The thinner the better. As with the other guy, condense your flames." Use the explosive fire to explode forward with a blast. Don't cover your feet with flames. Step on them instead.
Everyone who got pointers from Xue Wei could suddenly feel a boost in their strength. Although their rank was the same, their abilities proved much more lethal after listening to him, and their eyes shone with excitement.
Sir Xue?
One of the geniuses looked at Xue Wei with shining eyes, as though he was looking at his biggest idol.
Could you perhaps tell us which race your excellency belongs to?
Xue Wei glanced at the youngster and answered casually.
I am an azure dragon.
Although it seemed like a casual conversation between the two of them, everyone within the hall had been listening, and when they heard Xue Wei's answer, they were stumped for words.
The azure dragon controls wood, while the vermilion bird controls fire, one of the geniuses said as he looked at Xue Wei with big eyes. You are at a natural disadvantage against us, but you show no fear. Why is that?
Although I control the wood element, it does not mean that all my attacks require this element to work, Xue Wei answered with a slight smile and a shake of his head.
Do you have other elements? One of them asked curiously, but Xue Wei shook his head.
Not elements, he answered the questions that he was asked honestly. I have managed to learn techniques that humans command.
He did not hide this fact.
I am afraid a mutation has caused this abnormality. Also, I am only 19 years old, but I am already able to cultivate, and have even reached the Heavenly Knight rank.
The more he spoke, the more astounded everyone became. How had he learned human techniques? This was impossible, but he had claimed that he could do it. Simply outrageous. But the more he spoke, the more astonishing it became. Everyone knew that primordial and sovereign beasts were unable to cultivate before the age of 30. Yet this boy had done so. How had he done it? A whoosh was heard as the emperor vanished on his spot and suddenly stood in front of Xue Wei. He had raised his hand and held Xue Wei's wrist between two fingers. If he wished to break his wrist, it would be as simple as a snap of his fingers. But the emperor was immensely careful as he touched the wrist and checked his bone structure.
It is true,
he exclaimed, his heart beating rapidly, and he was fearful of what was happening.
He is indeed only 19 years old.
An uproar exploded in the room as all of them looked at Xue Wei as if he was some kind of a monster. Although his strength was equal to many of them, he was not even half their age. Were all azure dragons this outrageous, or had they come across the most bizarre creature in the entire world?
Chapter 6. Auction House.
Everyone looked at Xue Wei as if he was a freak. Some even started questioning whether or not he was a real sovereign beast. Perhaps he had learned a skill that allowed him to pretend to be a sovereign beast? Xue Wei quickly guessed their thoughts, and without further ado, scales started sprouting on his body. Within a moment, a massive azure dragon was present in the middle of the training field. Fortunately, beasts were capable of shrinking their sizes down, or otherwise there would have been no space for Xue Wei.
He is a real azure dragon!
It was unknown who the first person to call out was, but everyone else gasped when they realized that it was indeed so. Although he was only 19, he could cultivate. Although he was a sovereign beast, he mastered human techniques. The more they heard about this Xue Wei, the more they thought he was shrouded in mystery. Xue Wei had intentionally said these things. When they entered the Ascended's realm, everyone would get to know that he could use human techniques, and his age was truly too young. Although beasts aged immensely slowly, and these 40-year-old geniuses and princes looked 20, the truth was that Xue Wei was different from them. Although he had the blood of the azure dragon in his veins, and he could be considered an azure dragon, he also had human blood flowing inside.
Could you perhaps tell us how you managed this? The emperor asked with bated breath.
If he could make his vermilion bird clan cultivate from a younger age, and if they could use human techniques, then their already overwhelming strength would be even more overbearing.
Sorry, Xue Wei shook his head dejectedly. I wish I could help you, but it seems to be a mutation of my bloodline.
The Emperor had already guessed this, but he still held a slight hope. He still nodded his head, and under his breath he muttered, "As expected of her son." Xue Wei heard him say something, but as to what it was he did not grasp it. Shaking his head slightly, he returned to give feedback to the many cultivators who were eager to be guided by him. Like this, a few hours passed, and it was not before the Emperor called out that the banquet had ended that the experts stopped asking questions of Xue Wei. Even when it had ended, they were all looking like lost dogs as they observed Xue Wei. He was a treasure trove, and he was clearly the one who would be able to support them when they entered the Ascended's realm. The first prince's eyes shone coldly for a moment before he once again had a gentle smile on his face. Not even the slightest sign of dissatisfaction or hostility could be seen on his expression.
Sir Xue, it was our honor to have you here, he said as he spoke to Xue Wei for the first time. We can learn a lot from sparring with you. We believe that with your help, our strength will grow to new heights.
Xue Wei smiled slightly when he heard this, but he neither agreed nor disagreed. It was the Emperor who came to his help.
Xue Wei needs to prepare for the Ascended's realm, he said gently. He does not have too much spare time, but if there is any, he can always come looking for you.
Hearing that the Emperor was this defensive over him, the first prince was shocked, but he did not show anything in his expression. Instead, he just nodded his head.
Of course. It is important for Sir Xue to prepare for the Ascended's realm. If he finds that he has any spare time, then he can always come and find us.
After saying what he had to say, the first prince turned around and started leaving. The banquet was over, so the geniuses and princes vanished one after another. At this time, Xue Wei also got ready to leave together with his friends. He had managed to make all the experts think he was mysterious, but more than that, he had managed to get rid of some subjects that could become troublesome later if not handled well. Xue Wei then found his friends, and together they started walking back to the rooms that had been prepared for them. The rest of the night was uneventful as they cultivated. But while they were calm and cultivating, gossip spread like wildfire in the entire capital. The Emperor had not ordered a lockdown on the information gotten at the banquet, so it spread fast. The following day, everyone knew of all the strange things that Xue Wei could do. They also knew that he was an azure dragon, and while the azure dragon was supposed to be weaker when compared to the vermilion bird, it turned out that because of all the miracles that centered around Xue Wei, he was not at a disadvantage when dealing with vermilion birds. Xue Wei was unaware of the fact that he had turned into a celebrity overnight, but even if he had known, he would just chuckle and leave it at that. The following morning, Xue Wei stopped cultivating and stretched his body. He could feel the energy roaring inside of his body. The heaven and earth essence here in the Demon Phoenix continent was much more potent than any other place he had ever experienced. It was like training here was yielding double the gains of how it had been back in Chang'an. As Xue Wei finished freshening up, he gathered with his friends in the sitting room.
We should go out and purchase some things, Xue Wei said with a smile on his face. Although we have many resources, and many incredibly rare resources, some of them are not usable yet, while others are lacking.
Xue Wei was going to make an immense amount of pills. He knew that they were likely to get seriously injured in the Ascended's realm, so he had to get everything ready before that. He also needed to stock up on inscriptions and formations again, since he had used a sizable amount back on the Thunder Graveyard Island. Xue Wei knew that to survive in such an environment as the Ascended's realm, one had to be prepared for anything. If it was just the environment they had to look out for, then he did not need to care too much. However, the Emperor had said that entrances to the realm would appear on other continents as well. Many human cultivators were likely to enter the realm. One had to be beneath 50 to enter, but a human expert had the advantage of cultivating earlier than beasts, so a human genius of 50 had an advantage against a beast cultivator of 40. These humans were also hard to kill, and they felt no reverence towards a sovereign beast. In fact, they saw them as immense treasures of resources. So the biggest danger they would encounter in the Ascended's realm did not come from the environment. It came from the others who were entering the realm alongside them. Leaving the chambers, they found that an entire entourage was waiting for them outside. The leader was a soldier, but not just any soldier. It was a general of the Vermilion Bird Army, an expert of the Earth Saint rank.
Sir Xue, we have been given the honorable task of keeping yourself and your friends safe during the time before the Ascended's realm opens, the general said thoughtfully as he looked at Xue Wei with hidden curiosity in his eyes. Even he, as a general, had heard all the rumors about this being in front of him. The general was also a vermilion bird, and he was a full 127 years old. He could not enter the Ascended realm, but his son was one of the geniuses who were entering, so he hoped to forge a relationship with Xue Wei and have him protecting his son.
We are honored to be protected by an esteemed Earth Saint, Xue Wei said smilingly, and the general had a favorable impression of him.
It is my honor, he said with a slight bow.
We are going to town to purchase some ingredients for pills and inscriptions, Xue Wei said after contemplating for a bit. We also want to see if there is an auction house with interesting items.
There is an auction house, the general answered right away. The auction house is having a monthly auction in 3 days from now.
Xue Wei nodded his head. Let us head there and put a few things up for sale, he said as he looked around, and his lips could not help but twitch slightly. Are we bringing a whole regiment with us? He asked, and the general looked at the many soldiers who were standing outside the room, and even he felt it was a bit over the top.
How many would you like to bring? He asked,
and Xue Wei shook his head dejectedly.
Do we need to bring anyone else other than you? He answered the question with a question of his own.
I guess it is fine, the general said after contemplating for a bit.
Although the soldiers had benefits in numbers, he was an esteemed Earth Saint. He should be able to protect them. Having decided not to bring them, many of the soldiers had depressed expressions on their faces. They, too, knew about Xue Wei and his abilities and wished to hear about him. They all wanted to get closer to him. But they all understood the value of an order. They were soldiers, so they would never go against an order. They had been told to stay here, so they would wait for him to return. Sensing that they would not follow them, Xue Wei exited the palace with his friends and the general in tow. There was a carriage waiting for them, but Xue Wei shook his head when he looked at it. We'll walk, he said, and began walking down towards the city that was spread out beneath the palace itself. Everyone who looked at them could guess Xue Wei's identity, and many were discussing amongst themselves. He was indeed the subject of the capital. Xue Wei strolled down the street and observed the things that were up for sale. He entered different shops and bought a few materials here and there. The general was not sure how many essence stones Xue Wei had, but after seeing how he casually took out essence stones time and time again, he realized that this person was much richer than he had expected. Xue Wei's background was unknown. He came from some continent far away that they knew almost nothing about. Even so, he had not come from this continent. Also, as a 19-year-old, he had come from Yan Dalu and had been to 3 continents now. This was already exceptional. Usually, there were only a handful of people who could leave their continents, and when they did, they only went for 1 other continent, not 2. Xue Wei was utterly ignoring the curiosity everyone was showing him, and he continued to buy things, filling storage treasure after storage treasure. They continued moving further down the road, towards the center of town, where a big building was located. Even without asking anything, Xue Wei knew that this building was the auction house. He could also guess that this auction house not only dealt with auctions, but also sold items for everyday life. Walking towards it, Xue Wei had decided to sell some of the items he had in hand. Some one-colored rainbow pills and materials would be able to bring in some essence stones he could use to buy new materials needed for two-colored rainbow pills. As they arrived, the guards who were outside the gates looked at Xue Wei's group with curiosity, but no one stepped forward to stop them. As long as no one made drama, they would not take action. Even so, Xue Wei could feel that they, while being normal guards of this auction house, were all Earth Saints. Chapter 7. Closed Door Cultivation. When he entered, he saw that the entire first floor was as crowded as a marketplace. People were everywhere. Some were being led up the stairs to the upper floors. Some were standing in a queue while waiting to buy materials and resources. Yet most were walking around, looking at the many items that had been put up on display.
The first floor is where people buy and sell the more common items, the general explained in his ear. Here all the mercenaries will sell what they have gained after going into the forests, and many merchants and sailors will also come here and sell their wares from different parts of the country, even from different continents and islands.
Xue Wei absent-mindedly nodded his head as he looked at the resources that were on display. They were widespread materials, stuff that could help someone enhance their strength or heal, but not at a quality that could be considered good. Even the pills were of decent quality only. They had some impurities within them. Otherwise, they would never be sold on the first floor.
How do I meet with an appraiser?
Xue Wei asked suddenly. He knew that the items he had would quickly end up as the finale at the auction if these common materials were looked at as being unique.
We have to queue up,
the general said as he pointed to another queue than the ones who were selling and buying items.
Here you will have to show off what you have, and they will send you to a floor depending on how rare your items are.
I see.
Xue Wei did not care about standing in a queue and went to the back, standing still and observing the surroundings. The general had been worried that Xue Wei perhaps would not be satisfied with having to wait, but seeing his casual actions, he suddenly understood that he had been overly worried. Xue Wei was casually standing in the queue. He did not care too much about how fast it moved, and he never complained. The queue was long, and it took some time before a person was called forth. Xue Wei had been waiting for a long time, and he was getting further and further towards the front when he looked around and noticed a young man entering the auction house. It was not only him who noticed this young man. He was walking with arrogance, and a haughty air was all around him. He scanned the auction house, and when he saw that all looked at him, he felt important and puffed up his chest. Wanting to show off his mighty air, he suddenly yelled, "Who do you think you are looking at?" Seeing his behavior, Xue Wei could not help but mumble, "Idiot." Although he was mumbling it with a low voice, it reverberated through the entire hall. The general could not help but shake his head while laughing wryly. Xue Wei was skilled at pissing people off. "Who said that?" the man exclaimed, his expression contorted in hatred. He had just felt as if everyone was admiring him, but now he felt that he was a joke.
I did. So what?
Xue Wei crossed his arms across his chest as he looked at him with the same carefreeness as before. He had long since sensed that this self-assured young man was merely a heavenly knight, and he did not need to take him seriously. Looking at him, the young man's face was about to say something, but then his eyes landed on the general who was standing by his side, and his expression froze slightly before he frowned.
"Who are you?"
he asked hesitatingly before glancing at the general. Everyone knew the generals of this continent. To be protected by a general, it was evident that he was not some common man.
"I'm Xue Wei,"
Xue Wei said casually as he looked at the young man, whose face was turning paler and paler. Everyone with knowledge knew who Xue Wei was. Even the ordinary people stared at him with wide-open eyes and dropping jaws. Xue Wei was the full name of Sir Xu, the sovereign beast that was heavily favored by the emperor. The azure dragon that had appeared out of nowhere, and although he ought to be weaker than their geniuses, he could beat them with his eyes closed. The sovereign beast who could cultivate before the age of 30, and was capable of practicing human techniques. Every single one of these was enough to make a person's name resound throughout the continent. But all things had landed on one person's body, and now that they knew he was present, everyone looked at him curiously.
This one apologizes.
The previously arrogant young man quickly bowed deeply to Xue Wei. Sweat started beading on his forehead, and he started cursing himself for having been too full of himself, causing problems with such a rising star. Xue Wei did not really care about what had happened before and waved his hand.
It's fine, but be more careful in the future, he said apathetically as if he was bored.
Having waited in the queue for more than an hour, this was the most exciting thing that had happened, so he did not plan on making things hard for the young man, who instantly felt relieved when he realized this. Thanking Xue Wei profusely, he finally left the auction house, as if he was afraid that Xue Wei would change his mind. Shaking his head in amusement, Xue Wei returned to look towards the front of the queue, waiting for it to be his turn. But everyone was now looking at him as if they could find some sort of secret hidden beneath his skin. Finally, after 3 hours of queuing, it was time for Xue Wei to display his items.
What would you like to have appraised?
The clerk asked, with a voice that sounded as if he had asked the same question so many times that he had gotten sick of it.
I have a lot,
Xue Wei said casually as he took out one jade vial from his storage treasure.
A lot?
The clerk frowned and quickly assumed it was just some common materials. But just as he was about to tell Xue Wei to go to another counter, he caught a glimpse of what lay within the jade vial, and his heartbeat quickened.
This is one of the things you wish to sell?
He asked. His previously monotonous voice was now trembling slightly from excitement.
Yes.
Xue Wei smiled, and knew that he had finally taken him to be a serious customer.
Lead this gentleman and his friends to the 7th floor,
the clerk ordered a woman that was standing by his side, and her expression turned grave when she heard what floor they were going to. One has to know that the 7th floor was the highest floor where one could get their things appraised.
Follow me.
The woman gestured for them to follow her, after which she started leading the way up the stairs. Xue Wei was not the only one being led up and down the stairs. Many women were leading customers around, depending on what they needed. When they reached the 7th floor, Xue Wei found that it was quiet here, and there were no other customers. Only the staff were making their way around the floor. The woman led them to a room, which they entered, only to find an elderly man seated within. His long hair and long beard were white, his eyes deep, and he gave off a feeling of someone who had seen the vicissitudes of life. He took one glance at Xue Wei, and then his eyes landed on the vial he held in his hand. An eyebrow rose in surprise as he recognized the item that had been placed within the vial.
You are here to auction off a 2-colored rainbow pill?
The elderly man asked with a friendly voice.
That, amongst other treasures,
Xue Wei admitted with a nod of his head.
Let me see.
The old man sounded excited as he rubbed his hands and looked at the things Xue Wei took out from his storage treasure.
10,000-year-old lightning bamboo, thunder lily leaves, corpse grass at least a few thousand years old, blood ginseng of tens of thousands of years, scorpion-tailed hyacinth.
The more materials Xue Wei removed from his storage treasure, the more shocked the elderly man became. All of these items were seen as real treasures, and even one of them was hard to come by. But Xue Wei had so many of them, and all these different ones as well.
Although Xue Wei took these things out, they were not even a tenth of the total amount of herbs he had gotten. He took out 2 corpse blades of grass, but kept 50 for himself. He took out 3 blood ginsengs and kept the other 70 for himself.
Wonderful! Simply wonderful!
The elderly man was so excited that he was trembling. He had initially thought that just the 2-colored rainbow pill was a great harvest, but the many items were simply outstanding, especially since their quality was this high.
I want to put them all up for this month's auction, Xue Wei said casually. He was not able to wait for a later auction, so he wanted to get them sold as soon as possible.
Understood.
The elderly man had already guessed his identity, and knowing that he was going to enter the Ascended's realm, he did not have a lot of time to waste, so he did not try to persuade him into selling them later. Although they could not advertise as much as they wanted, and the prices would be somewhat lower than normal, Xue Wei had already accepted this. After appraising every single item, the value turned out to be worth as much as a second-rank family in the Demon Phoenix continent. The elderly man could not help but sigh. Not long after they left the auction house, Xue Wei had a VIP badge in his storage treasure, and he had been given a booth specially prepared for him when he would be coming to the auction a few days later. After this, Xue Wei returned to shop for random materials across the entire town, and he did not stop before the sun had started to set in the sky. "Let us return," he said, quite satisfied with the items he had managed to get his hands on during the day. As he returned to the room, he instantly found his cauldron and began refining medicinal pills. While Xue Wei was busy refining pills, Bai Tianyi was busy creating inscriptions. Xue Wei only had so much time a day, and he was not able to both refine pills and create inscriptions, and thus they split it up. Bai Tianyi also was of a higher rank than Xue Wei, and when it came to creating inscriptions, one's spiritual energy truly mattered, so the higher the rank, the better the results of the inscriptions. Like this, a couple of days went by. Xue Wei had been in closed-door cultivation where he had been entirely focused on creating and refining medicinal pills, and Bai Tianyi had inscribed one inscription after another. "It is time for us to go to the auction," was the first thing that Xue Wei said when he emerged from the room. He seemed as usual. His clothes were clean and neat, his expression normal. It was hard to imagine that this person had been the one who had been going mad refining for a few days. Bai Tianyi was not as unruffled. He looked like a ghost. Big circles were underneath his eyes, and his skin had turned somewhat pale. They waited for Bai Tianyi to freshen up, and when he returned from within the room, he no longer looked as pale. But the black circles underneath his eyes were not so easy to get rid of. Chapter 8. Golden Chambers. "Why did you sell the items?"
Suddenly Lin Zhao asked something which had troubled him for a long time.
"You found so many loads and mines of essence stones back on the graveyard island. You should not need essence stones, and the materials, although not useful to us right now, could prove needed later."
Xue Wei looked at Lin Zhao and nodded his head approvingly.
"That's a good question,"
he praised, but then he stayed quiet and smiled enigmatically, causing the others to feel puzzled. Before they had the time to say anything, Xue Wei suddenly said,
"Did you notice that this place is called Golden Chambers Auction House?" he asked, and the others frowned as they thought about it. It was indeed called Golden Chambers Auction House, but what did that matter? "When we were back at Chang'an, do you remember the name of the continent-spanning auction house?" As Xue Wei asked, the expressions on the others suddenly turned grave. There was also a Golden Chambers auction house on Chang'an. Could this be a coincidence? "They displayed their might yesterday," Xue Wei continued, but the others considered what he meant, unable to grasp his meaning. "Even though my name resounds through the entire Demon Phoenix continent, I still had to wait for 3 hours in a queue. I bet that even the Emperor would have to humble himself in front of the owner of this auction house, which is spread over many continents.
Hearing all of Xue Wei's words, the others suddenly seemed to understand. Xue Wei was not selling his items for the sake of getting essence stones, but because he wanted to get a VIP card from the auction house, and the benefits he could get from it. That was the real goal. Suddenly, the others felt some trepidation when they thought about how this auction house could span various continents. The power backing it was simply too oppressive. Who could have the strength to set up such a great business? A figure flashed in Xue Wei's mind. It was a young man with long blue hair, blue eyes, and a robe that had a winged snake, a mingxi, embroidered onto it. As soon as the thought flashed in his mind, he shook his head. He honestly did not think that the owner was Lan. Lan was mysterious, but from what Xue Wei had understood about him, he was immensely lazy. Running a business was not something he was likely to do. As they went towards the Golden Chambers auction house, Xue Wei and the others stopped talking about who might be the elusive owner of the business. As they arrived at the auction house's entrance, Xue Wei took out the VIP token he had been given before. The moment the servant noticed the VIP token, their expressions turned dignified, and they respectfully led Xue Wei and the others toward a booth. These booths were placed on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor. The higher up you were, the more prestigious their status was. Xue Wei was instantly moved to the 4th floor, which was usually reserved for the royal family. When they sat down in the booth, they looked down on the auction hall, which was slowly being filled with merchants, nobles, and officials. This auction had gotten renowned throughout the capital after hearing that a 2-colored rainbow pill would appear. They also heard about some immensely rare treasures and materials that would be brought out as the final items for the auction, and thus commoners had no way of making it to the sale this time. Suddenly a loud voice sounded from outside the booth.
"What is the meaning of this?"
The voice sounded as if it came from a middle-aged man, and both Xue Wei and his companion's ears instantly perked, listening in with curiosity.
"The booth on the 4th floor has always been reserved for His Highness the First Prince. Why would it suddenly be given to someone else?"
"Lao Fu, calm down," a melodious voice sounded. It did not seem upset or angry. Instead, it gently soothed the mind of those who listened to it. "I am sure that the Golden Chambers has their own purpose for this," the melodious voice continued. "Who are we to question their way of management? We will accept the booth on the 3rd floor." Xue Wei had added together what he had heard them say, and after recognizing the voice, he knew that the first prince usually reserved the booth that they were in currently. It was indeed like they said. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Xue Wei had no positive feelings towards the first prince. Although he had not stepped out of line in front of him, he reminded Xue Wei of a snake that would hide in the shadows, but strike when you least expected it. Although he had not acted out of line yet, Xue Wei knew that he was waiting for the opportune moment to attack him. He would likely do so in the Ascended's realm. It was clear that he was feeling threatened by Xue Wei, and he was not even remotely tempted to seek his support. He just wanted to get rid of Xue Wei. When someone held such apparent dislike towards him, Xue Wei was not going to wait around for him to make the first move. As soon as they entered the Ascended's realm, he was going to kill this first prince soundlessly. Although Xue Wei was thinking about killing someone, nothing could be seen on his expression, and when the silence returned to the room, he also came back to his senses and looked down upon the crowd. He was surprised to see quite a few familiar faces in the audience, but then it struck him. These geniuses had all learned that their current strength was insufficient, but a 2-colored rainbow pill was going to be presented at the auction. All of them ought to be eager to get their hands on it. Realizing this, Xue Wei smirked. Although a 2-colored rainbow pill would not be unusual in the eyes of the owner of the Golden Chambers auction house,
It was evident that it would be enough to forge a good relationship with the branch in the Demon Phoenix continent, which could already be considered very good. As Xue Wei was feeling thrilled, the light in the hall dimmed, and a slender young woman stepped up onto the stage. She was alluring, and every man within the auction hall could not help but do a double-take on her body. Xue Wei was no exception. While many of the people looked with undisguised lust, some were looking with appreciation and curiosity. Xue Wei was one of these people. He had not considered what he thought the auctioneer would look like, but this woman had taken him by surprise. Although she could sense the many lecherous glances that were sent towards her as she was wearing her tight-fitting red dress, she just chuckled and ignored it completely. While the ordinary people did not know the weight of the golden chambers had on the Demon Phoenix continent, everyone with some status knew that it was an existence that was way above even the emperor, and thus, although they ogled at the woman, no one dared to take it further.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction here at the Golden Chambers. It is our honor to have so many people attending today. Today's items are of the highest grade. Not only do we have a 2-colored rainbow pill, we also have some resources and herbs that can be considered real heavenly treasures. However, as you all are aware, our auction house will begin with the lower-ranked items first and slowly work its way up towards the finale. I can promise you that it will be worth it. Everyone had been chatting amongst themselves, but when she opened her mouth, all chatter in the hall disappeared. Their focus was on her undisputedly. Xue Wei was also focusing on her, not because he was too interested in the things up for sale, nor because he found her alluring, but because he felt a strange familiarity coming from this woman. It was as if he had met her before somewhere. Thinking like this, Xue Wei shook his head. It was impossible that he had met her before. If he had, he would definitely recognize her, but he could not pinpoint the feeling of familiarity he felt coming from her. Eventually, he just shook his head and sighed as he leaned back in the chair and observed as the auction began. As the woman had said, first up were the more common things. It was either ordinary things in large quantities or items that could not be considered rare. Xue Wei bought some materials that had been sold in bulk. There was no real fight for these materials, so he picked them up at a reasonable price. Since the auction house was filled with high-ranked experts, these common goods could be bought at reasonable prices. No one had any real interest in them, and they were unwilling to waste their gold before it was time for the things they wanted to be auctioned. Having as many essence stones as Xue Wei had, one might fear that he would splurge them, nor care about the price he had to pay for the items he wanted or something similar. However, Xue Wei was not willing to be wasteful. At the same time, he knew that their cultivation would continue for a long time, and thus it would not last them their entire lives. If he was not frugal now, then they would run out sooner or later. Looking at the stage, nothing of real interest popped up, and soon half the auction had passed. They had been seated in their chairs for a couple of hours, but even so, only a few materials at the beginning had entered their pockets. Now that they were halfway, the items were getting rarer and rarer. Unfortunately, there was indeed nothing that Xue Wei was interested in, and instead of paying much attention to the auctioneer and the items on the stage, he observed the people in the hall. Not many of them raised their hands to bid, but while some of those who did had nervous and uncomfortable expressions, others were calm and collected. It was not before the final third of the auction that Xue Wei's items made it to the stage. First up was the corpse grass. Although it was a couple of 1,000 years old, it was, after all, just corpse grass. Then came the blood ginseng. The same logic appeared to this item. Although they were immensely rare and their medicinal potency would be outstanding, they were nothing more than aged standard materials. Even so, this was the first time that people began bidding like a frenzy during the auction.
Every one of the older generations wanted these two items, and they were even willing to fight for them. After these two came, the thunder lily leaves were next, followed by the scorpion-tailed hyacinth. These two also caused an uproar, but while everyone was overly excited and bid as if their lives depended on it, no one ever went out of line, nor were they causing problems in the auction hall out of fear of being chased out. Even more abnormal was that no one tried to use their name and rank to pressure others to give up on the items they wanted. Everything within the auction house was fair. Then, after these herbs, came the two-colored rainbow pill. Xue Wei was astounded to know that it was not presented as the last item, and that the finale had ended up being the 10,000-year-old lightning bamboo. It seemed he had to do some more research on what this bamboo could be used as he had an enormous quantity of them in his storage treasures. Chapter 9. Entering the Realm. 10,000-year-old lightning bamboo could only appear in an environment where there was constant lightning for 10,000 years or more. This bamboo had been immersed in lightning and thunder for 10,000 years. It was truly a marvelous treasure that was immensely hard to come by. If the people present knew that Xue Wei had filled a whole storage treasure with these bamboo shoots, their eyes would be filled with greed and murder. In fact, all the treasures that were deemed very rare and that everyone wanted during the auction had been provided by him. If someone were to say that all these treasures came from the same person, then the crowd would not be able to believe it. It was simply too unbelievable. The auctioneer and the Golden Chambers auction house were aware of where all these treasures came from, but although they were tempted to act on their own to seize even more wealth for themselves, they dared not. They had contacted their higher-ups, even went above the man who was managing their continent, but the only answer they had gotten was, "Don't cause any problems for this young master. He has an outstanding backing." As members of the Golden Chambers, they understood precisely how frightening their own background was, and anyone with their heads screwed on correctly would never cause problems in their auction houses. When had they ever needed to consider another person's background when doing things? Since they had been heavily warned from the upper echelons of Golden Chambers' auction house to look well after Xue Wei, they would naturally do so. But they were very puzzled. Even Xue Wei was unaware of why the elusive leaders of the Golden Chambers would go this far for him. Had he known, then he would have been much more apprehensive about trying to establish a connection with them. If these people had some sort of interest in him, then it was likely not a good thing. He had seen many things throughout his short life, and he knew that good Samaritans did not exist, especially not amongst such influential figures. If they were friendly towards him, he likely held some sort of value to them. It could not be his bloodline, as he now understood that although sovereign beasts were rare, they were not unique in this world. Then it meant that it was he himself who had something that others needed. But knowing himself, he knew that the only special thing about him was his half-bred status, which was a strictly guarded secret. Unfortunately, Xue Wei was unaware of the order that had been passed down throughout the entire world's Golden Chambers headquarters. The order that he was the most important VIP amongst VIPs. The auction finished with Xue Wei having bought a lot of materials in large quantities, but also gained a whole mountain of essence stones. When he went backstage for the sake of getting the things he purchased, he was given a black command token.
"This token is the highest graded command token," the manager said humbly while looking at Xue Wei with shining eyes. "You need to drop a single drop of blood into it, and then it will belong to only you for the rest of your life. It can be used in any Golden Chamber auction house across the entire world."
Hearing the manager so readily admit that all Golden Chambers auction houses were connected, Xue Wei felt a bit deflated. But he quickly accepted the token and dropped a bit of blood onto it. The blood drop was sucked into the command token, vanishing without a trace, and the token was as smooth and clean as it had been before. But Xue Wei could feel a connection to it now that had not been there before. After saying his thanks, he went back to the palace. Here he concocted a lot of new pills while Bai Tianyi was busy creating inscriptions. Like this, the time went by like flowing water. One day took another, and soon the days had passed, and it was time to enter the Ascended's realm. In the morning, the eunuch, which usually followed the emperor, came to fetch them. He was immensely respectful towards Xue Wei and his comrades. As they followed the eunuch, they soon reached the martial arts field. Here, all the princes and geniuses had gathered together, waiting for the entrance to the Ascended's realm to open. As soon as Xue Wei had arrived, another eunuch called out, "The emperor has arrived!" Everyone stood up and bowed towards the emperor, who dismissively waved his hand.
"Rise," he said, and the people straightened their backs. "I have a few pieces of information to share with you all before you enter the Ascended's realm."
The emperor's gaze landed on all of them, one after another.
"First of all, you will be arriving at the same location when you enter the Ascended's realm. I hope that you can all travel together, as you will, without a doubt, encounter other teams from other forces. If a contradiction appears, then work it out peacefully. You need support from one another to survive this trial. I am appointing Xue Wei the leader of the team. All of you are to follow his lead. At the same time, all of you should be aware that the Ascended's realm was created by one of our ancestors, and the beasts within the realm are all gathered from outside of our world. They have no fear or subservience towards sovereign beasts. Be aware that inside the Ascended's realm you are all equal. The humans and the beasts that enter will all be treated equally, and it is impossible to gather the beasts under your command. When the Ascended's realm opens here, it will open quite a few rifts all over the world. Some of them at specific locations, such as the 8 great families from the Huang continent. There will be at least one rift in every continent, and I think that many have already gotten information about our opening date, so many will enter the realm together with you. These people will prove to be the most dangerous thing you will encounter in the entire realm. Since we are from different continents, no one cares about killing and looting. At the same time, you also need to be aware that this realm will be open for a full year. During this year, you will have to gather all the lucky chances you can and enhance your strength tremendously. You are the next generation that will lead the Demon Phoenix continent to greater heights. We need you to enhance your strength as soon as possible."
Everyone felt emotional after listening to the emperor. Their chests swelled with pride when they thought about how they were the hope of the continent. They were all eager to do their best. The only one who was looking slightly gloomy was the first prince. Although he had already expected that he would not be the leader, he had never expected that his royal father would appoint Xue Wei, an outsider, as the new leader of the entire Demon Phoenix continent team. Xue Wei was not feeling too proud of being the leader of this team. He understood that since he had been made the leader, he was also made into the one who was responsible for their survival. This was something he would rather not be connected to. After he stopped speaking, everyone was excited. The geniuses did not care about who their leader was, as they knew it would not be them. However, the princes were all quite disappointed with the decision made by the emperor.
They all had a hope that they would be able to lead the group, to gain significant achievements that could be used to convince others to support them in the fight for the throne. If Xue Wei knew what they were thinking, he would gladly throw this hot potato back in their hands. But considering the kindness that the Emperor had given him, he decided to do an excellent job to protect the members of the Demon Phoenix continent. Time ticked by slowly as everyone was waiting. As the sun stood highest on the sky, a tremor suddenly ran through the ground, and the air started vibrating. A massive crack appeared in the space just in front of the many geniuses, princes, and experts who were waiting for the Ascended's realm to emerge. Meanwhile, all over the entire world, cracks like this one started appearing. In some places it was in remote and desolate areas. In other places it was like in the palace, in the middle of a training field. On one continent, Lan was leaning back on a chair as he looked at a group of youngsters in front of him.
"Miss Wang, are you sure you wish to do this?" he asked, his lips curved into a grin as he looked at the leader of the group. An alluring young woman was standing there. Her hair was tied on top of her head, and she was wearing a beautiful green dress.
"I will not back down. I will use this year to enhance my strength and the strength of my murdering heavens sect. When we return a year from now, we will be able to kill all the primordial beasts and let the humans emerge victorious in this war."
Lan smiled slightly and looked into the sky above. He took a long time before he finally asked,
"What will you do if you meet him there?"
Wang Xiaoyun's face turned rigid when hearing Lan's question, and her movements towards the crack stagnated.
"If he causes problems, then I will kill him," she finally said with a low voice, but even she could hear how unconvincing she sounded.
"I see."
Lan said no more. He just observed as the green-clad woman entered into the crack, closely followed by 9 other humans, all below the age of 50. When she had vanished, Lan's usually cheerful eyes turned sad, and he looked into the sky.
"Ling-er, why weren't you as strong?"
he muttered to himself before he sighed deeply and vanished. Back at the Demon Phoenix continent, the experts and Xue Wei all went into the crack. It was similar to the time when they had entered the dimensional tunnel, and thus Xue Wei and the others were on high alert. If they encountered a space storm, they would be done for. Fortunately, they did not encounter any of them, and moments after, they reached the exit. When they exited the tunnel, all of them instantly felt a heavy pressure on their bodies. It was as if they had entered a gravity field. The pressure on their shoulders made it so that even the speed at which the qi was circulating in their meridians had slowed down. Sensing this, Xue Wei felt an urge to curse. He had not been told about this. If he knew, he would have long since given up on being the leader. He knew that if they did not adapt to this pressure fast, they would be dead in the hands of the residential beasts within days. These beasts were used to this pressure and would be much more agile than them. They would also be much stronger than them, having lived their entire lives in such an environment. Looking around, Xue Wei found that they had arrived in a forest. The forest was quiet. No one could hear anything, not even the sound of beasts, and his already grave expression turned ugly.
"Everyone, gather together,"
he said with a low voice as he looked around. Every sense in his body was telling him that this was an immensely dangerous place they had encountered. As Xue Wei had spoken, many instantly followed the orders, but a few of the princes refused to listen to Xue Wei. They would not acknowledge him as their leader. Chapter 10. Tree Spirit. Xue Wei ignored them as well. He had promised the Emperor to do his best, but he was not going to try and persuade people to save their own lives. As the people gathered, his alert eyes observed the forest they were in once more. The plants were withered. Every single tree seemed as if it could collapse at any moment, and the creaking sounds coming from them was anything but assuring.
"We need to leave this forest right away,"
Xue Wei said out loud. He had already made a decision and began leading the people who followed him towards the southern direction. This realm had 4 seasons. Every corner of the realm represented one season, and it was easy to know that they had arrived in fall from sensing the chilling winds that swept through the dead trees. Most treasures would be found in the summer part of the realm, and thus Xue Wei quickly decided on heading south. The princes were not happy seeing how he did not even try to convince them to join their group, and instead just ignored them. But they too had started to get a chill from standing in this dead forest. Xue Wei looked at them all casually before he began moving southward. Although he was moving, he was not rushing, nor was he flying. He was just walking normally inside the forest, making many of them puzzled.
"If we fly, we will have a much higher consumption rate of energy,"
Lin Zhao decided to tell them why Xue Wei was doing as he was.
"It will be impossible to protect ourselves while flying, and we will soon exhaust all our energy, becoming an easy target for the hunting beasts or other factions."
"Why not run, then?" someone asked, puzzled. Although the pressure was heavy, they were still able to run.
"If you want to die, then you run," Xue Wei said coldly. "There is something within this forest which sucks out the life of everything living. Alerting it would do us no good."
"How can you be so sure?" one of the princes asked.
His voice was filled with disdain as he looked at Xue Wei.
"I cannot be completely sure,"
Xue Wei admitted, something that caught them all by surprise, and they looked strangely at him. But then he continued.
"I am just not willing to risk my life. It might be here, it might not. If it isn't, then that's good. But if it is and I had not prepared, my little life and the life of my friends would be lost."
The people were a little unhappy listening to Xue Wei. None of them really believed it would be as bad as he said. What could possibly threaten them the moment they arrived? Seeing their appearance, Xue Wei said no more but continued forward. While the others were hesitating to follow, his friends showed their loyalty right away and followed behind him quietly while alertly observing the surroundings. Seeing the overly alert Xue Wei and the others, these geniuses and princes from the Demon Phoenix continent could not help but smile and laugh slightly, mocking them in their hearts.
"We should not follow such cowards,"
one of the princes said righteously, his voice loud and reverberating through the dead trees.
"Idiot,"
Xue Wei spat out as he looked at them and continued forward, completely ignoring whether or not they followed him. He had only promised to do his best. If they did not follow his lead, he would not go and die for their sake. As Xue Wei had just vanished out of eyesight, a scream suddenly reverberated through the entire forest. Hearing the cry, Xue Wei sighed.
"So it was still here after all,"
he said as he spread out his spiritual sense.
"Do we save them?"
Heigao asked with disdain. They had mocked them before, but they had promised to look after them.
"Go back."
Xue Wei nodded his head with a sigh and rushed back the way he had just left. When he reached the place where he had first arrived, he saw countless vines stretching up through the ground, holding the geniuses and princes captive.
"Idiots! It's a wooden item. Use fire!"
he yelled out, and understanding the severity of the situation, every one of the geniuses and princes started to take on their original shape of vermilion birds. Their bodies were covered in flames, and these flames quickly burnt the vines into retreating. All of them heaved a heavy sigh of relief, but Xue Wei was standing looking contemplating. While he was considering, Lolo already ran out and followed the vines. "If we wait, it'll run away!" she yelled, and Xue Wei decided instantly.
"Follow me!"
he yelled, and rushed after the vines, shocking them all. But having already once realized that this was a dangerous place, no one questioned him anymore. and they followed him as he ran further and further towards the east, chasing the vines on the ground. Suddenly they reached a big clearing in the forest. Here the vines stopped, and a massive tree was standing in the middle. This tree was different from the others. It was not withered. Instead, it was bursting with energy.
"It is forming a spirit,"
Lolo said gravely as she looked at the tree.
"An evil spirit. It has formed a consciousness already. It just needs to form the body, and it'll become a spirit. But it has been absorbing the life of others, hence it will become evil."
They all looked at the tree in front of them, wondering what to do. But then they saw a chilling grin on Xue Wei's face.
It has gathered all the beast cores and valuables from all of the forest underneath the roots, he grinned. If we were to take it out, we would gain big time, not to mention the wood of this tree is a treasure itself.
The genius's and prince's eyes almost bulged out of their heads. Initially, he wanted nothing to do with this creature, but now he was already counting the treasures underneath it. They felt the change was too sudden. But the truth was that Xue Wei had initially not known how strong this creature was. But after realizing it was weak to fire, and the fact that he had so many vermilion birds under his command, how could he not be eager to kill it and take the treasure?
"Isn't it a waste to kill something that is almost a spirit?"
Someone could not help but ask. But then Xue Wei grinned.
It would kill you if it got the chance. Why not kill it first and take the treasure for ourselves?
Hearing this, they could not retort. It was indeed as he had said. The tree had tried to kill them to use their soul power to create its body. Also, the treasures were quite tempting. Although they did not know precisely what treasures it was, but since Xue Wei held an interest in it, they too found it fascinating. And thus they all nodded their heads. They had decided to listen to Xue Wei's command.
Okay, we are 25 experts, 20 vermilion birds, so make 4 lines with 5 on each line.
The experts were puzzled, but they did as they were told, while the tree suddenly seemed to understand what Xue Wei was planning. A wail could be heard from the tree as the vines once more shot towards them with desperation. But before they had the chance to react, Xue Wei, Bai Tianyi, He Gao, Lin Zhao, and Lolo had all attacked and removed the vines.
Shoot fire at the main body,
Xue Wei ordered, and the 20 vermilion birds acted as they had been told. They constantly bombarded the tree with fire, the wails of the tree turning more and more high-pitched. At the same time, Xue Wei and his friends were merely backups. They just ensured that the vines were never allowed close to anyone, and soon the tree started burning.
"Can we still use the tree if we burn it?"
someone asked, but they did not stop their bombardment. Suddenly the vines became fewer and fewer in number, and Xue Wei called out,
Tianyi, time to be a wood chopper.
"It's a sword, not an axe." Being called a wood chopper made Bai Tianyi feel helpless. But he still summoned his sword intent, the Tao of the sword, and created a massive, almost corporeal sword, which then chopped the tree into 2, after which it made a low sweep and cut the 2 halves off from the tree stump. The big sword dissipated into nothing as the wails died out. The tree that was lying on the ground was scorched on the outside, but the inside was filled with spiritual energy. Xue Wei was the first to go over. He found many spiritual fruits, beast cores, and herbs, which could be used to increase one's cultivation base. Contrary to what one might have expected, Xue Wei split everything into 25 equal parts and handed 1 to each of the people.
"Leave the tree stump," he said when he saw someone heading towards it with slight greed in their eyes. "Let it grow big again, so others can harvest it a few thousand years from now."
Hearing this, the tree stump, which still had slight consciousness, felt so hateful that it wanted to throw up blood. But it had no blood and no tree body any longer, so it was utterly crippled. Even the companions from the Demon Phoenix continent felt that Xue Wei was too rude and evil. But since they had benefited, they said nothing.
"Well then, let's head for summer now," he said casually. There should be no more danger within this forest, but no treasures either, so now we can rush. Having said this, he began moving south once more, the others following him closely. Even the princes who had initially thought that he was not suitable as their leader had succumbed. Only the first prince, who was running at the very back, had an immensely ugly expression on his face. His usually elegant appearance was nowhere to be found. Xue Wei had long since known that the first prince was anything but happy with him, but this did not mean he was going to back off. If the first prince really caused problems, then he would have already done everything in his power to kill him. Xue Wei was not a soft persimmon. He was not willing to be trampled upon or used by others. At this time, everyone was feeling much better. They had been in the realm for less than a day, and they had already managed to get their hands on treasures that could improve their cultivation. As they left the forest, they came across a vast plain where many beasts were living in small herds. Some of these herds were immensely alert and would run away as soon as they arrived. Others were aggressive and would attack. Fortunately, none of the groups were bigger than their own group, and thus they could deal with them fairly easily. These beasts were utterly immune to the sovereign beast aura. They looked different from any other beast they had ever seen, and it was clear that they came from another world. The previously very inexperienced vermilion birds also quickly learned how to act. Their bodies had been riddled with wounds at the beginning, as Xue Wei only interfered if they were about to die. As time had gone on, they had gotten much more familiar with the pressure and with their own strength. At the same time, they had looted every single treasure they had come across, and by now, all of them already had an abundant harvest. As they left the plain, another forest stretched out in front of them. But unlike the withered forest, this one was filled with energy. In fact, it resembled a jungle. Chapter 11. Ouyang Family. This jungle in front of them was filled with life. The members of the Demon Phoenix continent had by now understood that the Ascended's realm was not for weaklings, nor was it easy to survive here. Beasts would attack them anywhere they went, and death loomed around every corner. They were now like soldiers, adhering to every order Xue Wei gave, and when they saw the beautiful forest in front of them, their faces turned grave. If it was bursting with life, it was likely to house some beasts and creatures that could make their lives difficult. Whether or not they wished to enter, all of them looked to Xue Wei to make a decision. Contrary to their expectations, they had thought his expression would be filled with uncertainty and worry, but a smile hung on his lips, and his eyes were bright as he looked at the jungle in front of him. "Fortune and danger go hand in hand," he said to the members of the Demon Phoenix Empire. "We have been in the realm for a full month and a half already, but our gains are already quite numerous. However, we have not come across anything extraordinary yet, and I have a feeling that a forest with this much life will be able to contain a lot of unique treasures. I am going to enter, but if you feel that it is too much, then you should not follow. If you are already satisfied with your gains, then you should head back. I have a feeling that if we go into this forest, not only will we encounter danger, we will also likely encounter other humans." "What makes you say this?" one of the geniuses asked, puzzled. After a month and a half, they had not seen the slightest trace of other humans, so why would he suddenly be sure that they existed within this forest? Xue Wei smiled and pointed at the soil not far away from them. Looking at it, the genius quieted down and felt his face heat up slightly. There in the muddy soil were the footprints of other humans. The footprints were many. It seemed as if at least 20 people had walked past. "Would they have encountered a lot of treasure, too?" one of the princes asked with a bit of hesitation. He was not opposed to killing and looting for the sake of getting rich. The others also looked at Xue Wei curiously, and Xue Wei smiled slightly as he shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know," he said honestly, "but we should go into the forest if we want to find out. Anyway, don't attack anyone unless they attack us first. Even if they are alone, don't act on impulse. We don't know their backing or how many have entered from the different continents. Although the Ascended's realm had opened in the Demon Phoenix Empire, we don't know how large the cracks were within the other continents. Some might have let 10 pass, others might have been able to get even more through than us. If the group is bigger, or if more cracks appeared on one continent, we would be even more unlucky. Looking at the unwilling expression on the prince's face, Xue Wei sighed. Although they followed his orders, the truth was that the princes refused to submit and were looking for a way to overthrow his leadership. Xue Wei had not paid too much attention to them before, but looking at their resent-filled expressions, he began regretting having saved them a few times. The princes were, however, unable to do anything. The geniuses of the Demon Phoenix continent were all hugely impressed by Xue Wei, and all of them supported him. If they wanted to cause problems, they had to see if they had the ability. Well, I said it before. Only enter this forest if you want to. We can split into 2 groups here, one that goes into the forest and heads towards summer, and one that stays in the plain and keeps killing beasts and obtaining benefits this way. The looks of all their faces turned to contemplation. Their harvest was indeed not bad, and if they had not heard Xue Wei talk about exceptional treasures, they would all have been satisfied with what they had gained. However, after they had heard his words, all of them felt their blood burning. Going to try and get their hands on even more and outstanding treasures would be much better, and it would increase their strength and rank in the future. Even if they had to risk their lives, then so be it. From the moment they had entered the Ascended's realm and encountered the tree spirit, they had realized that they might not make it out alive. Even the prince, whose face had looked ugly earlier, went to the group that decided to go to the jungle and try their luck. Not only him, but everyone went there. Seeing them having made their decision, Xue Wei shrugged his shoulders. Although he had to split all the treasures he found with more people, he would also be much safer as long as he traveled together with these people. Not to mention his promise of looking after them. If they were not together, he would be unable to fulfill his promise. Well then, let's enter, he said, and they went into the jungle. Everyone was on high alert, but they soon found that a path had been carved through the thicket by someone who had walked there before them. They encountered animal carcasses. Some were small and inconspicuous, others were large, with signs of battle having destroyed the surroundings.
"This way we will gain nothing," one of the princes said, trying once again to make the people unhappy with Xue Wei. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him and continued through the cleared road. They walked for a few hours before the sound of battling could be heard in front of them. Xue Wei gestured for the others to be quiet, and although they had been chatting and joking along the way, they now turned utterly silent. Advancing, they soon found the group of people who were engaged in battle. There were 20 youths, all of which were wielding a sword, their attacks almost touching upon the Tao of the sword. Xue Wei was observing them closely, and instantly knew that his team would only be their match if all of them acted in their original shapes and with their full power displayed. These sword-wielding youths were in no way simple. The leader of the group was a young man. He was currently busy giving instructions to the others on how to attack the big rhino-like beast that was in a frenzy. Although his attention was on the beast and his friends, Xue Wei had noticed the glance that was sent their way. Cupping his fists, he asked,
"Do you need any help?"
"We are fine, thank you," the leader said coldly, not even looking at Xue Wei a second time.
Shrugging his shoulders, Xue Wei did not mind and continued forward, starting to cut his path in the thicket and make it possible for them to advance while the sword-wielding youths were busy fighting. Seeing this, the expression on the young man turned surprised. They did not even want to stay and fight for the spoils of war? But Xue Wei's actions showed that they had no intention of doing so. Their behavior was puzzling the fighting youths a lot.
"Halt! We were here first!"
one of the youngsters yelled, afraid that if Xue Wei and his bunch of people went ahead of them, they would take all the treasures they came across, spiritual fruits, herbs, and others.
This realm does not belong to you. You cannot decide where we go, Xue Wei said plainly as he continued to use qi to cut a path for him and the others to advance. The Demon Phoenix Continent's people had initially thought that Xue Wei would be more humble, since he had said they shouldn't fight just like that. But he saved their faces, not allowing the sword-wielding youngsters to say anything. They quickly finished off the massive rhino-like beast, and while someone went to gather the materials, others rushed after Xue Wei in anger. He should not dream about stealing their treasures. "I say, are the Ouyang family teaching their youngsters to be so rude?" A cold but slightly immature voice was suddenly heard, bringing the sword-wielding youths to look at the one who spoke in shock. Although the Ouyang family was a family with tens of thousands of years of history, and their name was famed over the world, many continents did not know about them, and thus they had not expected to be recognized so easily. Narrowing his eyes, the young leader of the group looked at Bai Tianyi, who had spoken as if he wanted to see through his skull.
"What do you mean with this?" someone asked, but Bai Tianyi just sneered.
"We offered to help you, yet you declined. We did not want to be in the way and left, but even that was not accepted. What? Do you expect us to admire you? We have a purpose with coming here, and you have no right to tell us what to do. I was always told that the Ouyang family amongst the great 8 families was a tolerant, calm, and composed family. But it seems they are just a group of robbers who wants to use their strength to bully others." Xue Wei was surprised when he heard Bai Tianyi talk, but he could feel the deep-rooted hatred within Bai Tianyi, and he said nothing to stop him. Bai Tianyi was the coolest amongst them all. For him to blow his top like this, they had definitely wronged him before. Since that was the case, then Xue Wei had no intention of keeping his friendliness when facing them. Although he was slightly hesitant because of their strength, he was not scared. Sovereign beasts were not to be belittled, especially him within this environment. He was an azure dragon who was connected to the wood element. This forest was filled with life force and would make it possible for him to use all the shields he wished. He could even use the shield to make them impenetrable and retreat without anyone being able to harm him and his team. Thinking like this, he let Bai Tianyi do what he wished. After hearing the words of Bai Tianyi, the members of the Ouyang family had ugly expressions on their faces, but they could say nothing in return. He was correct. When they had arrived, they had offered to help. It was they who did not want this unknown group's help. They had done nothing wrong and tried to give them space, but now they were unreasonable. Thinking like this, their faces turned to the color of pig liver, and their eyes were ablaze with anger, but they said nothing.
"This young one, where do you know us from?" the leader asked as he looked at Bai Tianyi intently. This was clearly a child, but this child knew of them? How could it be possible? Bai Tianyi snorted. "My ancestor knows some of your old men," he said casually, his words stunning the leader. Their old men? What a respectless way to refer to their elders. All the faces turned even more glum when hearing how Bai Tianyi referred to them, but they were still hesitating with attacking. If he truly had a good relationship with the Ouyang family, then they would be the ones in problems when their elders found out about it. "Which elders are you referring to?" the leader asked with a furrowed brow. "Elders? No elders. It's the old man Ouyang Ji and that old geezer Ouyang Yulong." His words caused a bomb to explode in the heads of all Ouyang members present. Their eyes filled with shock as they took a second look at this little child. Chapter 12. Bai Tianyi. "You know of our ancestors?" The leader of the Ouyang family was frowning and looking at Bai Tianyi with a strange look.
Although these two ancestors' names had been spread far and wide around 10,000 years ago, they had suddenly become very low profile, and no one remembered them anymore. That was, if you were not a member of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family was very well aware that these two old ancestors, brothers by blood, were in seclusion, trying to extend their lives. The reason they were doing so was because of an old rival of theirs. Although Ouyang Ji and Ouyang Yulong, alongside the other 8 great families, had teamed up once before to get rid of him, they had failed. The battle had split the world into several continents, but all they had found out was that the man was immortal due to having become an artificial spirit. These two ancestors, Ouyang Ji and Ouyang Yulong, were now waiting patiently for him to re-emerge. But this was only known to the Ouyang family. Everyone else had long since thought that they had vanished with time. Xue Wei looked at Bai Tianyi. He instantly understood what was going on. Bai Tianyi had never before hidden his past, and he could guess that the Ouyang family had been one of the families that teamed up to deal with him. Since that was the case, there was really no reason for Xue Wei to be polite to them anymore, and his eyes turned cold. But while Xue Wei was turning hostile, the Ouyang family were excited and felt that perhaps this young boy was someone important. The leader's eyes were shining with excitement. It was rare to come across someone who had knowledge of their ancestors, and although the child was somewhat young, he wanted to get closer to him.
May I ask what connection there was between yourself and our ancestors? They asked with bated breath.
But Bai Tianyi just glanced at them.
With the way the Ouyang family has been treating us, I do not see any reason for my companion to say anything,
Xue Wei said with a smirk, his words stunning the Ouyang family's leader, and his face alternated between pale and red. They had indeed been overly rude at the beginning. How they regretted it now. Bai Tianyi considered his options. Should he tell them the truth? They might actually die from shock when they knew he was Bai Tianyi. The thought alone amused him. However, if he told them his real identity, then it would, without a doubt, end with a fight. Looking at Xue Wei to see what his thoughts were, he saw that there was an unwavering determination in his friend's eyes. It was clear that Xue Wei intended to support him no matter what he wished to do. Seeing this, his heart felt somewhat warm. It was good to have martial brothers in this life and no longer be a lonely swordsman.
My name is Bai Tianyi, he introduced himself with a smirk on his face, and the Ouyang family was shocked and looked at him. Their eyes widened at first, but then they narrowed dangerously. You said you are Bai Tianyi? The leader asked, and Bai Tianyi generously nodded his head. Bai Tianyi, the genius that needed the 8 families to gather together 10,000 years ago to defeat? The leader asked again. His voice was low and dangerous. Time sure flies, Bai Tianyi said with a grin on his face. He was utterly casual about this, and no one, apart from the ones who knew Bai Tianyi intimately, understood what was going on. The men from the Ouyang family were hesitating. They did not know if Bai Tianyi was telling the truth. Since he knew about Ouyang Ji and Ouyang Yulong, it was evident that he also knew about Bai Tianyi. But to actually be him? They did not believe it. Well then, Bai Tianyi, why are you running around in this world? You should be standing at the apex of the world, one of the Ouyang family members mocked. Well, isn't it because of your old men and the others who chased me down? Bai Tianyi answered the question with another question. The Ouyang family's leader looked deeply at Bai Tianyi. He could see no signs of lying. In fact, he was casual and completely carefree, as if he did not even care whether or not they believed in him or not. This alone was enough to make the leader apprehensive, and when he looked at the cold eyes of Xue Wei, he became even more hesitant. Although he did not doubt their strength, he felt that it was impossible to see through the strength of 5 of the people from the group in front of him,
and he was not willing to take a risk with his members for something that was not certain.
"Why don't we split up here?" The leader made a decision and instantly said, "I understand that we want to head towards summer, but we can't go the same way. I will let you walk southeast, which is spring and summer, and we will walk southwest, which is summer and autumn."
Xue Wei had not expected that he would take a step back like this. Even less had he expected that he would give up the southeast direction to them. Since they had taken a step back, so did Xue Wei. He nodded his head and led his group of vermilion birds towards the southeast. As they vanished into the distance, one of the Ouyang members, a young girl, looked at their leader.
"Big Brother Yingwu, why did we not stop them?" she asked hesitatingly. "It could have been Bai Tianyi. If we slay him, it would be a great contribution."
"Silly girl,"
Ouyang Yingwu smiled slightly.
"If he was really Bai Tianyi, then he is immortal. At the same time, we also have to take into consideration that he was not alone. Although the majority of them were somewhat weak compared to us, 5 of them were immeasurable. Also remember that Bai Tianyi alone needed the 8 great families to come together to deal with him in the past. Even if he is not at his peak, he will not be weak either."
The girl who had casually asked finally understood why Ouyang Yingwu had done what he had, and she nodded her head, which had turned crimson from embarrassment when she saw how seriously he was answering her. As they left, the people from the Demon Phoenix Empire were puzzled. What had happened? Who was Bai Tianyi? Was he not just a childish sidekick of the Azure Dragon? Understanding that things were different from what they had expected, many of them were puzzled, but a few of the smarter ones had listened in on the conversation and understood specific points. Bai Tianyi was an ancient monster. Although his shell was that of a young boy, he was without a doubt the oldest one amongst them all. At the same time, he held strength that could not be belittled. He was most likely amongst the strongest of them all. For the sake of being able to deter the Ouyang family, strength was definitely needed. The more they thought about this, the more they felt reverence towards Xue Wei. Even his companions were special. They continued moving southeast and found that many treasures were untouched in this primal forest. But from time to time, they would also encounter strong beasts from another realm that they had to battle. Some of these battles were easy, others were harder, but they had still yet to lose even one member of their team. Xue Wei had to warn them about staying alert always, or the success would have risen to their heads, making them more likely to die. There were sneak attacks from snakes. Even the insects were deadly, and although no one had died yet, they had to be alert, or they would be wiped out. Many of the geniuses were starting to get tired of the constant warnings from Xue Wei. They were beginning to become overconfident, and the princes began complaining about how they had not attacked the Ouyang family and robbed them when they had the chance. This way, all of them were getting immensely unsatisfied with Xue Wei, and although he could feel the dissatisfaction, Xue Wei ignored it completely. He was not here to make friends. As long as they would survive and gain some resources, everything else didn't matter. They were continuing towards the southeast when the first prince suddenly spoke up.
"We should head directly south," he declared. "There are more treasures in the south area of the forest. The southeast is going to be a waste of time for us."
Pausing in his steps, Xue Wei turned around and looked at the first prince, who was challenging his authority. But contrary to what they all had expected, he did not get mad.
"Why don't you head south, then?" he asked as he crossed his arms on his chest. You said we are going southeast," the first prince said, wondering why things were so different from what he had expected. "Yes, I am heading southeast, but I never said you all had to follow me. I offered to lead you, but it is clear that some of you are displeased with me as a leader. To be honest, I am also displeased with being a leader. Having such a huge team who is constantly complaining and never alert enough is dragging me down. I have to spend extra effort saving all of you and to constantly be alert for all of you. I simply don't want to.
Hearing this, all of them were silent. It was true that they had not been alert, and he had been the one to discover all the beasts that had arrived. He had also saved quite a few of them from time to time. Although they wanted to complain about him, they were unable to say anything at all. He had made it impossible to refute.
Now I am going to the southeast. Those who want to follow me are more than welcome, and those who want to go south, just do so, and stop troubling me. However, if you split up from the group, your life and death are in your own hands, and I will take no more responsibility for you.
Everyone was caught in a dilemma. Most of them had wanted to use this chance to complain about Xue Wei, but he had turned it completely around.
I am staying with you,
a timid voice sounded, and everyone turned around to look at a young girl who was standing in the back. Not many girls were in the team, but the ones who were all very timid and silent. They did their best, but they never really spoke with anyone. They were real demure ladies. Even so, the woman was the first one to speak up, and Xue Wei was somewhat surprised. Then she continued,
I value my life. What he said made sense. If we were to split up, no one can save us in the time of need. I would rather be scolded but live than be arrogant and die.
The more she spoke, the higher and stronger her voice became, and Xue Wei had to admit that he was astonished by the courage of this demure little lady. He did not mind going with the team. In fact, things were going much smoother when they were many, as they could kill beasts faster. But he was not willing to be trampled all over. He was not ready to be humiliated by the princes. Hearing the words of the girl, many finally started to understand that this was their lives they were gambling with. Their faces instantly turned pale, and they realized that arrogance had gone to their heads. Chapter 13. The Desert. The princes who originally wanted to cause a mutiny suddenly turned quiet. Their hearts wavered, but their innate arrogance told them that they could lead just as well as Xue Wei had. There were, of course, a few exceptions. 3 princes had not been able to gather enough power to struggle in the fight for the crown prince position, and hence they were not as arrogant. They felt that the words said by the woman held some strength, and one of these princes even nodded his head while being deep in thought. A second one spoke up.
You are correct, he said apologetically. I can see that we once again became too arrogant. It seems that we have never experienced real danger back in the Demon Phoenix continent, and now we expect everything to be a walk in the park for us.
Many of the geniuses were also embarrassed and quickly changed their attitude towards Xue Wei. But this time he had had enough. His face was emotionless, but a heavy storm was brewing in his eyes.
This is all very good, but for how long?
Xue Wei asked, his voice apathetic and his eyes sharp.
The others looked at each other guiltily. This is not the first time you are questioning my leadership, Xue Wei continued. This time a bit of impatience could be heard in his voice. I am not doing this for my own vanity's sake, nor am I helping you because I feel I owe you anything. I am doing it because your emperor asked me to. I am doing my best here to bear with the unhappy glances you guys send out. I am trying to ensure that we get the richest harvest, but all you do is complain. You don't even protect yourself. I am here to benefit from the realm that is opened, not to be a nanny for you guys. Either you start taking this seriously, or we split up here and no longer have any responsibility towards one another.
The princes were choked when they heard his words. They were also split between wanting to take the people with them and staying with Xue Wei. In fact, they wanted to leave on their own, but they knew that if they did, then the geniuses might not follow them. Right now, when they looked at the irregular members of the clan, they could see the reverence these geniuses felt towards Xue Wei. If they left, it might end with a group consisting purely of princes, and that'd be quite bad. Not even all the princes would go with them, so their group would likely be small. Walking in a small group was suicide in this realm. Even they understood this. Realizing that Xue Wei had once again countered them, The first prince's face turned malicious for a moment before it returned to the gentle expression he usually wore.
"I'm afraid you misunderstood," he said with his melodious and calm voice. "You said it yourself. The most treasures can be found in summer, and we are heading more towards spring right now. We just wanted to get the best rewards from this year in the realm. We did not mean anything by offending you with it."
Xue Wei looked at the first prince and praised him in his mind. He sure was good at turning black into white, good at hiding in the shadows, and never showing his real thoughts. This first prince was, without a doubt, the most dangerous amongst them all. It was him he had to watch out for. The other princes, although they had managed to fight for the title of the crown prince, they did not have the ability to hide as deeply as the first prince. Neither could they endure as much as him.
"Since it has been solved, if anyone questions me again, they can leave our group,"
Xue Wei said casually. His words were neither loud nor low, but it caused a chill to rise in the hearts of all present. If they were chased out of the group, then they would be unable to survive. It was evident that Xue Wei was not some vegetarian. He was not pleased with being questioned time and time again. They understood this and felt ashamed. He was the one who had saved them time and time again. He was the one who had gotten them a lot of treasures, but all they gave him was doubtful eyes and questioned his leadership. It was natural that he had become upset with them. Truthfully, Xue Wei was not really upset. If he had been upset, then he would have left a long time ago and let them do whatever they wanted to do on their own. He wanted to continue working together with the ones from the Demon Phoenix continent, but to do so they had to understand that he was not one to be trampled upon. It seemed that his gamble had paid off. Instead of them attacking him, he had attacked them, knowing full well that it could go both ways. If they had been insulted, they would have left, but instead they still had a sense of shame and were able to be trained into becoming his personal vermilion bird army. Of course, these geniuses and princes were unaware of Xue Wei's thoughts. Although he wanted to use them to gain more resources and treasures, he also wanted to share equally with them, so they felt it was worthwhile working together with him. Xue Wei sighed and continued towards the southeast directly. All of the others followed him closely, but this time they were alert and solemn. They understood that it was not a place as friendly as they had initially thought. They continued forward for a full 5 days before they exited the jungle-like forest. At this point in time, all their storage treasures were bulging with herbs, spirit fruits, beast cores, and other resources they had come across. Although they had all these resources, they could not help but want other items. More rare items. These things were all useful, but they were not the most unusual things that could be found within the realm. If they were, they would not be so numerous. As they headed forward, Xue Wei was extremely vigilant when he saw that the forest ended. Their new surroundings were in sharp contrast to what they had come from, and a frown surfaced on his face. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, were dunes. Sand was flowing in the wind, and nothing living could be seen. Even then, Xue Wei had a feeling that this place was filled with life underneath the sand, and that they might have an opportunity here to find real treasures. Although Xue Wei wanted to use the geniuses of the Demon Phoenix continent, he did not want to abuse them. He was calm as he considered what to do. Entering the desert in front of them was dangerous, but he could see that these people were also eager to test their strength, anxious to get their hands on rarer items.
"Are we going to follow this border between the forest and the desert?"
One of the geniuses could not help but ask as he looked at Xue Wei, waiting for an answer.
"We are going to enter the desert,"
Xue Wei answered with a grin on his face as he turned around and looked at the others.
Entering the desert?"
The others were puzzled. Even Xue Wei's friends were wondering why he would intentionally pick such a dangerous and highly unsuitable route. Even so, they did not doubt him.
As such, they just shrugged their shoulders and began preparing to enter the desert.
Right.
Xue Wei nodded his head decisively.
But why?
Someone could not help but ask, and Xue Wei glanced at him.
You think everyone would intentionally avoid this desert? He asked, and everyone nodded their heads. Entering this desert is something you only do if you have no other option.
The first prince was the one who answered. Although he was cheering inside because Xue Wei had made such a stupid decision, he was not showing anything outside. He had learned that Xue Wei should not be underestimated.
Correct.
Xue Wei nodded his head.
Everyone avoids it. Does this not mean that any treasure within can become ours?
He asked, and all of them were suddenly stunned. If no one had ever entered the desert, it would have a few immensely rare treasures.
Not only this, it is a scorching environment, Xue Wei continued. So every treasure within will be of yang nature, something that is very useful to your flaming bodies. Your flames will be refined further.
Every single word that Xue Wei said tempted them further. They suddenly understood why he was interested in this desert. Knowing that they could maybe enhance their flames, and that there was a chance for even more outstanding treasures, all the apprehension that these people had before vanished like fog in the sunshine. Xue Wei snickered when he saw their eager expressions and felt relieved. The many people who were initially against it could suddenly no longer wait to enter and explore the desert. After resting for half a day and preparing themselves, they set off into the desert. The first prince had naturally not said anything after realizing that the people were no longer on his side, and he too felt a need to get his hands on some items that could enhance his flames. The desert was challenging to traverse. Although they were no longer in need of water to quench their thirst, their throats were still feeling rough from the sand that was everywhere when they breathed. The sand was also very soft, so whenever they took a step they would sink slightly into it, requiring some force to continue forward. They encountered a few creatures on the way, most of which were scorpions and snakes. None of them were very strong, but their bodies were filled with poison, so instead of wasting them, they were saved for the sake of giving them to alchemists when they returned. They also encountered a few herbs. These herbs were very different from the ones they had seen in the jungle. While the jungle's herbs were green and filled with vitality, these were all brown, and if one did not look closely, they would have thought them withered. But within these herbs was a tenacious life force alongside overwhelming medicinal properties. Although there were none so far, which improved the quality of their flames, these were not bad for increasing one's cultivation base. Although they were very beneficial to one's cultivation base, they had to be refined by an alchemist first. The medicinal properties within were simply too overbearing, and if one were to consume it directly, they would explode. They had walked for 2 days before Xue Wei stopped in his tracks, and a smile flitted across his lips.
We are almost there, he said smilingly as he looked at the sand in front of him.
Looking in the direction of his gaze, the others stilled. There were traces of others moving this way. Although the traces seemed human, there was something about them that seemed out of place.
Did you not say that no human would enter this desert? Now they are here. Haven't they taken all the good stuff?
The first prince was not happy, and he directly attacked Xue Wei, who just glanced at him. It seemed that the first prince was about to lose his cool and could no longer act righteous, calm, and gentle.
They are not human,
Xue Wei smiled as he looked closer at the traces he had found.
At least not the kind of humans we are used to.
His words puzzled the others, but by now they all trusted him, and thus they asked no more. They just waited for him to continue.